Star Odyssey chapter 1567 to chapter 1618. If it's completely useless, then why are people here making a living? Luin asked. Ada replied, 99% of the time. Those who make a living here do so for that 1% chance. It's not easy to survive in the Neoverse, and the Black Street has formed a different civilization. As long as you have the ability, you can live a comfortable life here. Luin frowned. Ming Yan was actually staying in a place like this, which infuriated him. The owner of the brothel was the unaging old man, which meant that if not for Ming Yan's ability, she would have spent the rest of her life with this trash. Luin clenched his fists. If not for his value, he would have killed the unaging old man. From time to time, there were strange worms wriggling about in the trash, and there were also all sorts of strange astral beasts devouring something. This was a different kind of ecological civilization. Humans could not survive in such trash, but there was always something to be born. There was a loud boom as a spacecraft exploded in the distance, killing everyone inside. Luin and the rest watched as a black shadow left, but they did not stop it. This was an assassination attempt, a perfect one at that. Luin was not surprised by this, and Ada was even more used to it. The spacecraft that had been assassinated also headed towards the Black Street, and it seemed that their goal was not simple either. Since this place was known as the filthiest place in the Neoverse, Luin would not be surprised by anything. The cracks in the piles of trash in outer space were like a maze that led to the Black Street. After a long time, the spacecraft finally reached the Black Street. The Black Street was actually a huge piece of land that connected the trash on both sides. Humans were like ants that relied on this trash to survive. Unexpectedly, the Black Street was bustling, and it was not as gloomy as Luin had expected. The land was wide enough to accommodate more than 10 planets lined up in a row. There were no procedures required to enter the Black Street, and anyone could enter. Luin and the rest parked their spacecraft, and many people immediately surrounded them, introducing them to various services. Do you need an assassination, sir? I'll take you there. The assassination rate is 100%, and it's guaranteed to be perfect. The price is reasonable. Sir, I'll also give you a beautiful assassin who'll accompany you throughout the journey. It's a bargain. Sir, come stay at my place. My shop has all the services you want, and it's all free. You can even watch real people fight. It's guaranteed to be bloody. Sir. Scram. A loud shout came from not far away. Luin looked up and saw a group of people rushing over to chase these people away. The leader of the group bowed respectfully. My lord, the boss sent this subordinate to receive you. Luin had contacted Ming Yan before coming here, and the person she had sent had just arrived. If it were not for the garbage that spread across the distant stars, the Black Street would be an ordinary land. At least from the outside, one would not be able to see the dark and dirty transactions. However, as soon as he released his domain, he started to feel uncomfortable. He heard all sorts of wails and saw many despairing and sorrowful scenes. He had no idea how Ming Yan could accept such a scene. With a miserable cry, a woman was bound by a collar and dragged back to a certain place. This was not a rare sight. The dark corners were filled with the smell of blood. Occasionally, someone would clean them, but some corners were already full of insects, so no one cleaned them. This kind of place was not for normal people to live in. Fortunately, he hadn't brought Luotian with him. He was not a saint. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. If he couldn't save these people, then even if he could clean up the Black Street, there were too many similar places in the universe. The further in they went, the better the environment became. Some people looked at the Black Street enviously as they watched Lu Yin's group pass by, their eyes full of desire. When Luin arrived at Ming Yan's residence, he looked back at the Black Street and realized that it was a completely different place. Ming Yan's residence was filled with clear water and green mountains. There was no space garbage or dirty corners, and there were even white clouds floating overhead. All he could smell was the fragrance of flowers. It was like paradise on earth. These were two extremes. Everyone in the Black Street knew that their master was the unaging man. The unaging man had a special status among the 9 directors because of the Black Street. The Black Street dealt with all sorts of garbage in the Neoverse, and it was one of the guardian nodes. This was why the unaging man was so special and why the Black Street was such a unique place. In reality, the master of the Black Street was a beautiful girl who was nestled in Lu Yin's embrace. Lu Yin only felt complete when he hugged Ming Yen. He hadn't spent much time with Ming Yen, and aside from the first time that they had been separated for too long, they had always been like family. "Brother Lu, Yen missed you so much," Ming Yen whispered, her eyes red and filled with joy. He lifted her head. "Tell me everything you've been through. Tell me everything in detail." Ming Yen blushed and grunted in acknowledgement. Half a day later, Ming Yu requested an audience with Lu Yin. Lu Yin hugged Ming Yen, not allowing her to leave. He looked at Ming Yu. "I saw you in the mountain and sea realm." Ming Yu was apprehensive. She was very nervous when facing Lu Yin, but it was different from when facing Ming Yen. This was a pressure that made it hard for her to breathe. "I used your name to protect myself. Please punish me." Lu Yin replied, "I like smart people. You saved Yen, so this matter will be written off." "Thank you, Your Excellency." Ming Yu relaxed, and her complexion gradually returned to normal. "Where's the unaging man?" Ming Yen replied, "He's been locked up. I used my life poison to control him, so he doesn't dare to resist." Lu Yin stared into Ming Yan's eyes. They were clear and watery, as pure as when he had first met her. Even though Ming Yan had gone through a lot, all of her negative emotions had been taken away by the white-haired Ming Yan. "Don't say the words life poison in the future." Ming Yan nodded obediently. Ming Yu was astonished, as the current Ming Yan was completely different from the one she knew. The black-haired Ming Yan looked gentle, but she also had the domineering aura of a ruler. However, this aura was completely restrained in front of Lu Yin, and she was as obedient as a child. This was this man's charisma. He had unified the Outerverse and destroyed the Blaze Realm. His boldness was unfathomable, and only such a man was worthy of Ming Yen. The two of them together would have the right to speak in the Hall of Honor. "This place isn't suitable for you." Lu Yin brought up the topic again, hoping that Ming Yen would no longer participate in the Neo-Human Alliance's affairs. It would be best if she could return to the Great Yu Empire with him and stay on Xinyu Star or even Earth. Ming Yen quickly changed the topic. "Brother Lu, I have a gift for you." Lu Yin was astonished and looked at Ming Yu. "A gift?" Ming Yu respectfully replied, "My lord, please return safely. This subordinate has prepared a gift for you." She then clapped her hands. Not long after, a young boy was brought forward. He knelt on the ground with an apprehensive expression, not daring to raise his head. Lu Yin did not understand. Ming Yu explained, "He's the great-grandson of the third elder. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page." Lu Yin's brows rose. "One of the 9 directors, the third elder?" When he heard the words third elder, the young boy raised his head, his face pale as he trembled. Ming Yu respectfully replied, "My lord, the third elder is currently a mere figurehead. His eldest son married a woman, but his son died not long after. That woman then took over the third elder's position and trapped all of the third elder's direct descendants to threaten him. Only this child managed to escape, but he was unlucky enough to be captured by interstellar pirates and sold to the Black Streets. This subordinate coincidentally discovered him and has been keeping him here ever since." Lu Yin put Ming Yen down and walked over to the young boy. He squatted down and asked, "What's your name?" The young boy was afraid, and he glanced at Ming Yu before licking his dry lips. "Bo, you're called Bo?" Lu Yin asked. The young boy nodded and looked at Lu Yin's gentle gaze. He mustered his courage and asked, "My lord, can you help me?" Lu Yin smiled and patted the boy's head. "Take him away first." The young boy was led away. "Who's behind that woman?" Lu Yin asked. If a woman could take over one of the 9 directors, then even an idiot would not believe that there was no one behind her. Anyone who could become a director was not a simple person. Even if they did not spend money to hire bodyguards, there would still be countless desperados who would seek refuge. For example, the old man had easily taken control of the Black Streets. Even though he did not have any experts who were stronger than emissaries, that was only because there were too few emissaries on the 5th mainland. If he wanted to, he could easily form an army and have many enlighters under his command. Since the old man was like that, the third elder, who was the most senior director, would not be weak either. How could he be so easily taken over by a woman? Furthermore, all of his direct descendants had been imprisoned, which meant that there was definitely an unusual power supporting her. Mingyu respectfully replied, ever since Bo was discovered, we've been investigating that woman, but we haven't been able to find out anything about the power behind her. Lu Yin sat down, and Ming Yan very naturally walked behind him and massaged his shoulders. Then don't touch her. Let's wait and see, Lu Yin said indifferently. He always planned before acting, and he did not want to rashly make an enemy out of this woman before finding out the power behind her. In any case, Bo was here, and he could act at any time. Yes, my lord, Mingyu replied respectfully. Lu Yin had not planned on causing trouble for that woman, but she had come looking for him. More accurately, it was the third elder who had contacted him again, and Lu Yin knew that this woman was behind the third elder. Alliance Master Lu, I'm truly sorry, but I might not be able to fulfill my promise to you, the third elder said in a hoarse voice. On the screen, his face was ashen, and he looked like he could die at any moment. Lu Yin frowned. Senior, are you saying that you'll agree to Shamrock Enterprises' move into the Realm Mountain? The third elder nodded. I'm old, and I've forgotten many things. Shamrock Enterprises and I reached an agreement a long time ago, and we can't go back on our word. Am I right? Lu Yin retracted his gaze. This junior understands. Then, goodbye, Alliance Master Lu, the third elder said before ending the call. Lu Yin rubbed his gadget, and his eyes flickered. Ming Yan poured some tea for Lu Yin and gently asked, did he go back on his word? Lu Yin smiled. It looks like he really has been taken over. That woman must have gone back on her word. That's not right either. Maybe she just found out about this. If that's the case, she should have contacted me very soon. Let's go. Take me on a tour of the black streets. Forget about the front part, it's too dirty. End of chapter, Ming Yan nodded. I'm not going there either. She then asked worriedly, Brother Lu, you won't dislike Yan, right? Lu Yin was amused. Why do you say that? Ming Yan nervously replied, this place is so dirty, and Yan actually wants to clean it up, but that's the specialty of the Black Street. Although the old man is the master of the Black Street, this place involves many important people in the Neoverse. The relationships are complex, and a rash cleanup could easily cause a backlash. Yan can't change that. Lu Yan's eyes lit up. This place involves many important people in the Neoverse? Ming Yan frowned in disgust. Human nature is exposed in the dark, and this is the most primitive place to expose it. Some people look good on the surface, but they're worse than beasts in the dark. Lu Yin understood. Yan help me gather information on these people. Brother Lu has a use for them. Ming Yan softly grunted in acknowledgement. For some reason, the white-haired Ming Yan did not appear, which made Lu Yin feel a little tender with her. It had been a long time since he had felt this way, and the softness that had been carved into his heart made him forget about his exhaustion. The next day, the third elder contacted Lu Yin again, but this time, a woman appeared on the screen. Lu Yin had seen this woman before, it was the arrogant woman who had sat on Shiyu's back. It's you? Lu Yin was surprised. The woman smiled. Alliance Master Lu, the World Mountain is an unforgettable place. I'm Qing Tan, and I greet you. She then slowly bowed, causing her soft black hair to fall. She was beautiful to begin with, but now that she had reined in her arrogant attitude, it was as if she had become a completely different person. Her snow-white skin was translucent, and she wore a translucent chiffon dress. As she bowed, Lu Yin could see the scenery in front of her. The bright red color was very eye-catching, and it made her seem strangely flirtatious. Lu Yin had seen many women in his time, and there were many who pretended to be flirtatious, but there were very few who could do what Qing Tan did. She was very close to Madame Naylan. This is the third elder's call. Are you one of his people? Lu Yin pretended to be curious. Qing Tan smiled. My husband is the third elder's son. My father is currently in poor health, so I'm handling many matters. Lu Yin nodded. Why did you contact me? Father said that Alliance Master Lu doesn't want Shamrock Enterprises to move into Jia Mountain. I can help, Qing Tan said with a smile. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Conditions. Qing Tan shook her head. I have great respect for Alliance Leader Lu. As long as Alliance Leader Lu asks, I will not refuse as long as it is within my capabilities. Lu Yin smiled. Thank you, Miss Qing Tan. Qing Tan bowed again. It's Qing Tan who thanks Alliance Head Lu for giving me this opportunity. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to communicate with you. If Alliance Head Lu has the time, Qing Tan hopes to pay you a visit. She licked her lips, making her seem even more alluring. There'll be time, Lu Yin smiled. He quickly ended the call. What was this woman trying to do? Was it her own idea, or was it the idea of the power behind her? She was now in control of a director. As he thought about it, Lu Yin sent a message to Wei Rong, asking him to find a way to investigate the power behind Qing Tan. For now, since Qing Tan had helped him, there was no need for him to deal with her. As long as he could achieve his goal, it didn't matter who the three elders listened to. Jia Mountain, the 9 Great Council meeting in the beginning, such meetings would be held every once in a while, but they would be held through a screen. Unless there was an important meeting, the attendees would have to attend in person. More than 2 hours after the meeting, a director from Nanyuan said, for the next topic, Shamrock Enterprises has officially submitted an application to move their great realm into Jia Mountain. Please consider it carefully. The voting shall begin. In the World Mountain, Yanjing was chatting with his good friend. He was not surprised that their headquarters had moved to the World Mountain. In fact, with Shamrock Enterprises' ability, they could have moved their headquarters to the World Mountain long ago, but Leaf King did not want to stay in the World Mountain. He wanted to have his own space in the Neoverse like the Celestial Sect and the Aurora Spacecraft Company, but this dream was too far away. Even the mysterious Shi Wang could not achieve this for the time being, so he could only set it aside. Brother Yan, from now on, we'll have many opportunities to meet, a man across from Yan said with a smile. This person was an expert who guarded Jia Mountain, just like San Liang. He was an enlighter with a power level of over 400,000. Yan smiled. Of course. When the time comes, I'll have to trouble Brotherly to bring me around Jia Mountain. I'll have to visit all of the 100 Great Realms. With Shamrock Enterprises' abilities, you don't need to visit all of them. Just a few of the important Great Realms will be enough. Right now, the most important thing is to maintain a good relationship with the directors. Of course, Brotherly. This is our company's newest drug, and it should be useful for your cultivation. It's very suitable for your battle technique. Thank you, Brother Yan. At this moment, his gadget beeped. Yan looked at it, and his expression changed. His face turned gloomy. Brother Yan, what's wrong? Brotherly asked. Yan's expression turned ugly. It failed. Brotherly was shocked. How is that possible? With Shamrock Enterprises' abilities, they can definitely enter Jia Mountain. Besides, didn't Brother Yan already arrange for everything? Yan lowered his voice. Director Xianxia, Mr. Yu, Third Elder, Si Hong, and Bulao all voted against it. Brotherly frowned. How can that be? I'll ask around for you. Yan nodded. Thank you, Brotherly. He had a good relationship with the guards of Jia Mountain because they were well informed in Jia Mountain, and they often had connections with some important figures. Soon, Brotherly looked at Yan and said, Shamrock Enterprises has offended someone, and half of the directors voted against it. Who? Yan asked anxiously. He really wanted to know who had the power to suppress Shamrock Enterprises and have connections with the 9 directors. Lu Yin, Brotherly answered. Yan was confused at first, but then he was shocked. The Great Eastern Alliance's alliance leader, Lu Yin? Brotherly nodded. Didn't he go missing? He's already back. I got this information from San Liang, who has a very good relationship with Director Si Hong. It's because of Lu Yin that Director Xianxiao and the others rejected you. Otherwise, with Shamrock Enterprises' abilities and their connections, the 9 directors wouldn't have rejected you. Yan frowned. What about Bulao? Is it also because of Lu Yin? Brotherly smiled bitterly. Ever since Xing Wudi brought Luyin to cause a ruckus in Jia Mountain on Eternal Sky Island, Bu Lao has only existed in name and lost his only privilege as a director. He's only been a director in name, but now, he's turned around and supported Luyin. Yan's fingers trembled. Shamrock Enterprises entering Jia Mountain wasn't a big deal, and it wasn't even something that the Leaf King wanted. However, given the current situation, they could only enter Jia Mountain first and then plot against it later. However, he hadn't expected that they wouldn't even be able to enter Jia Mountain. Yan immediately thought of the reason why Luyin had caused trouble for them. It definitely had something to do with Yumu, as the only person who had offended Luyin within Shamrock Enterprises was Yumu. Before Luyin had gone missing, Yumu had submitted a report regarding the giant technological civilization. Yumu must have done something behind the scenes, or else Luyin wouldn't have caused trouble for them the moment he returned. "Thank you, Brotherly. I'll talk to Luyin," Yan said. Brotherly sighed. "Brother Yan, we've known each other for a long time, so I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't make an enemy out of Luyin. He has connections in Jia Mountain. Not only are there directors, but he also has connections to the Interstellar Arbitration Office, and even Elder Chan Yan's eyes flashed. Thank you." In the Outerverse, on a planet, Yumu was quietly listening to Xiaoqin's report. She was the secretary of Shamrock Enterprises' Eastern Frontier President. President Yu, with the 6th mainland occupying the Outerverse Western Weaves, Shamrock Enterprises has shifted our focus to the Eastern Weaves. The Eastern Weaves' performance has improved rapidly, and President Shin. For some reason, Yumu felt uneasy as he listened to Xiaoqin's report. His eyelids kept twitching, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly why. As for the Great Eastern Alliance's resources, President Yu, please instruct us, Xiaoqin said. Yumu immediately replied, continue to reduce the effectiveness of the medicines we provide to the Great Eastern Alliance. Tell Shen Fu to continue instilling the Great Eastern Alliance with the idea that Luyin is dead and will never appear again. Xiaoqin nodded. At that moment, Yumu's gadget beeped. He glanced at it and saw that it was Yan. Yan was the secretary of the Innerverse president, and he had a lot of authority in Shamrock Enterprises. Even Yumu didn't dare to slight him. Secretary Yan, why are you looking for me? Yumu asked politely. Yumu, what did you do to Luyin? I need to know everything. Yan suppressed his anger and asked in a low voice. Yumu's eyelids twitched even more violently. Luyin? He's back, and he just attacked us, Yan said. Yumu finally understood where that uneasy feeling was coming from. Not long after, Yumu ended the call, and his face went pale. Luyin had actually returned? How could this be? He should have gone missing, but he had actually returned. Yumu had panicked when Luyin had returned, and his return had caused Shamrock Enterprises to suffer heavy losses. Half of the 9 directors had refused to allow Shamrock Enterprises to enter the Realm Mountain, but this wasn't a big deal for Shamrock Enterprises. They had been doing well in the Glory Realm over the past few years, but the most troublesome thing was that this incident had given the outside world the wrong impression that the 9 directors were not on good terms with Shamrock Enterprises. This had a huge impact on Shamrock Enterprises' image. Yumu was sure that once this matter spread, Shamrock Enterprises' status would be greatly reduced for a short period of time. Luyin had only just returned, but he already had such influence. How had he done it? In the Realm Mountain, Yan's eyes flickered. Yumu had actually contacted Director Kanjaying behind their backs and exposed Luyin's possible collusion with giant technology. It was no wonder why Director Kanjaying had been targeting the mainland's shipping industry. They had thought that it was because of the old man, but it was actually because of Yumu. Yumu's methods were not bad. He hadn't personally interfered, and he had only informed Director Kanjaying of the information. He had been able to find out that Director Kanjaying's ancestor had been in favor of destroying giant technology, which was a very smart move. Unfortunately, Luyin had found out about it. Yan thought about it for a long time and eventually decided to contact Luyin to see his attitude. He had no way of contacting Luyin directly, so he could only ask Brotherly to help him find San Liang. Then, San Liang had used Director Si Hong's connections to find Director Xianxia. The screen flickered, and a young face appeared in front of Yan. He respectfully said, Shamrock Enterprises. Yan greets Alliance Master Liu. Back in the Black Street, Luin was not surprised that Yan had contacted him. This person's every move had been under Lu Yin's watch, especially through San Liang's instructions. Yan? The secretary of Shamrock Enterprises' Innerverse president? I'm flattered that Alliance Master Liu has heard of me, Yan said with a smile. He was very polite and respectful. Luin replied, I've heard of everyone in Shamrock Enterprises. After all, knowing your enemy is the key to victory. Yan was astonished. Enemy? Why do you say that, Alliance Master Liu? I don't like to beat around the bush, Luin replied. Yan's expression changed. Alliance Master Liu, there are some misunderstandings between Shamrock Enterprises and you that I hope can be resolved. Luin took a sip of tea. There's no rush. I have a question that I've always wanted to know. Yan smiled. Please ask. Luin looked at Yan. From what I know, Shamrock Enterprises uncovers geniuses from all over the universe and nurtures them as seeds. Then, how are these seeds different from the spies planted in the various great powers? Yan's expression changed. What do you mean, Alliance Master Liu? I mean it literally. I'm more interested to know if there are any seeds in the Great Eastern Alliance, Luin casually replied. Based on what he had experienced and what he had seen in the astral tree, he no longer considered Shamrock Enterprises a threat. The once mysterious and powerful organization that spanned across the universe was now at most on the same level as the Central Plains Misty Cloud sect. In terms of top experts, Shamrock Enterprises was not as powerful as the Misty Cloud sect, but at least the Misty Cloud sect had a half-ancestor. After jumping to a certain height, everything that he had seen in the past seemed very short. This was what gave him the confidence to deal with Shamrock Enterprises. A huge financial group? The mysterious Leaf King? So what? Yan forced a smile onto his face. Alliance Master Liu, you're overthinking things. Shamrock Enterprises seeds are different from spies, we're open and aboveboard. For example, your former classmate, Dark Void, didn't try to hide anything. He was one of Shamrock Enterprises' seeds, and Tubo from the Astral Combat Academy is also a seed. Luin nodded. That's good. If my Great Eastern Alliance has any of your seeds, then it's best that you tell me as soon as possible. Otherwise, it'll easily lead to misunderstandings. Yan politely replied, it's precisely because I don't want to cause any misunderstandings that there are some things that I need to discuss with Alliance leader Liu. Speak, Luin said. As the secretary of Shamrock Enterprises' Innerverse CEO, he was also a powerful enlighter with a power level of over 400,000. Without the presence of an emissary, he was basically a top-notch powerhouse. In this region of space, there weren't many emissaries, so he was one of the top powerhouses. Very few people dared to speak to him in such a manner, and Lu Yin's attitude made him unhappy. He forcefully suppressed his displeasure. Lu Yin's background in the Hall of Honor and his influence on Realm Mountain was something that even Shamrock Enterprises did not dare to directly oppose. This youth had even overturned the day-night flow zone and was a madman. It was best not to make an enemy out of such a person. We know that Yumu has caused losses to Alliance Master Liu and the Great Eastern Alliance. In response to these losses, Shamrock Enterprises has decided to punish Yumu internally and remove him from his position as CEO of the Outerverse. At the same time, we'll compensate the Great Eastern Alliance by doubling the resources that we've previously promised. This chapter is not finished, so please turn the page. If you're willing, you can use Shamrock Enterprises resources as you wish, provided that it doesn't affect the company's normal operations. Yan offered an attractive offer. In truth, even the masters of the Innerverse 8 Great Flow Zones would be tempted by this offer. Shamrock Enterprises had not even paid such a high price to bribe the directors and move their headquarters into Realm Mountain. This price could only be implemented if Leaf King agreed. To date, Shamrock Enterprises had only offered such a high price to Luin in exchange for reconciliation. This was the first time that they had shown enough sincerity. However, Luin rejected the offer. He was indeed tempted to use the company's resources as he wished, but if it did not affect the company's normal operations, then the resources that he could use would be very limited. He did not believe that Shamrock Enterprises would allow him to use them as he wished. Since they had offered such an offer, then they must have a way to deal with it. Do you know how much trouble Yumu has caused for the mainland shipping industry? A single director is targeting the Great Eastern Alliance, and the losses caused are irreparable. Yen sighed. That's right. Yumu has caused losses to the Great Eastern Alliance, and Shamrock Enterprises will do our best to compensate him. I hope that Alliance Master Lu can be magnanimous and not bicker with a nobody like him. Once upon a time, Yumu had looked down on Luin and given him a cosmic ring as compensation for a misunderstanding. At the time, he had been high and mighty, and he had even dragged Enya through the void. To Luin, that had been an insult, but now, this person was just a nobody. The above conditions remain unchanged. Think of a way to get Director Kanjaying to stop targeting the mainland's shipping industry. Then, there will be no more misunderstandings between Shamrock Enterprises and me, Luin said. Yen was placed in a difficult position. If he could, he would have done so a long time ago. Director Kanjaying was a stubborn person, and even Shamrock Enterprises could not change his mind. Yumu had also recognized this person. Alliance Master Lu, you know Director Kanjaying's personality. If even you cannot change his mind, then it will be even more difficult for us. Luin laughed. Yumu, you'll only be demoted. Kanjaying, you also said that it's difficult. I don't see Shamrock Enterprises' sincerity in resolving this misunderstanding. Are you only offering some resources? Alliance Master Lu, the conditions that we're offering you are the most generous that Shamrock Enterprises has ever offered. Please reconsider, Yen said in a low voice. Luin shook his head. You guys should think it over carefully. He then hung up. Ming Yen walked out from behind him. Do you really want to become enemies with Shamrock Enterprises? Luin replied, it depends on the situation. How many resources do you think I'll get if I swallow Shamrock Enterprises? Ming Yen thought about it. I don't know. Shamrock Enterprises has dominated the universe, and the amount of resources required to develop a seed is enough for a normal cultivator to cultivate all the way to the explorer realm. That's not even mentioning the resources required to cultivate a seed. They control an unimaginable amount of resources. The more that's the case, the harder it will be to deal with them. I've heard that the Leaf King is very mysterious. Luin nodded. The Leaf King was the only person from Shamrock Enterprises that he was wary of. If he really wanted to become enemies with the Leaf King, then he could only leave it to his senior. Right, I want to give you a gift. Ming Yen suddenly thought of something and excitedly pulled Luin away. Luin was confused. What gift? Your favorite, Ming Yen said mysteriously. Luin blinked. His favorite? The Black Street was huge, and if Ming Yen controlled the unaging old man, then she would control the wealth that the unaging old man had accumulated over the years. The darker and more violent a place was, the more exaggerated the accumulation of wealth would be. Luin was stunned when he saw the mountain of star essence in front of him. There must be more than 1 billion star essence here. What's this? Luin was stunned. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Ming Yen smiled proudly. What do you think? Do you like it? Luin subconsciously nodded. Ming Yen was even happier now. This is what the unaging old man accumulated over the years. Not only did it come from the Black Street, but it also came from his position as a director. It's a pity that the old man was too pretentious, and he didn't take much of the money. He also spent a lot of money on the brothels and did everything he could to get involved with various powers. Otherwise, he wouldn't only have this much. Luin understood. For example, the Blaze Realm occupied 1/3 of the blazing mist flow zone, but they only had so many star essence left. The unaging old man had established the brothels and controlled the Black Street, so the more he obtained, the more he spent. It was already quite good for him to have so many star essence left. A total of 1.36 billion, Ming Yen reported, which made Luin kiss her. He had suddenly received a large sum of resources, and he now had the money to upgrade his external items. With the addition of these resources, the amount of star essence in his cosmic ring had reached a staggering 2.4 billion star essence. Brother Lu, if you need money, Yen can sell off many of the unaging old man's businesses and reduce the brothel's expenses. We can gather a large sum in a short amount of time. Luin hugged Ming Yan. Not for now. Thank you, Yan. Ming Yan lowered her head and smiled. Suddenly, her hair turned white. Luin pursed his lips. The white-haired Ming Yan that he hadn't seen in a long time had appeared. Ming Yan stared coldly at Luin. Take your hand away. Luin coughed and released her. Why are you here? Ming Yan snorted. Can't I be here? This is my territory. Luin stopped talking and continued to store the star essence in his cosmic ring. Aside from star essence, the unaging old man had many other things. There were even power vessels, but they were very weak. Even if he upgraded the materials, they wouldn't be enough for Luin. Ming Yan brought Luin to a corner. These are all materials that I don't understand. Some are from the universe's trash, and some were collected by the unaging old man himself. He doesn't understand them, so take a look and see if there's anything you need. Luin looked at the materials in the corner. He didn't recognize any of them, but if the monkey was here, he might be able to recognize some of them. Still, it didn't matter. He wanted to create a new set of universal armor, and he needed all sorts of materials. The more precious, the better. Luin recalled the situation when he had created the armor, and he decided to break down these materials first. I don't mind having too many materials, Luin said. Ming Yan glanced at him. Then I'll go to the Black Street and help you find some more. Luin was about to refuse, but she continued, this is the Neoverse garbage dump. You can occasionally find ancient materials here. Oh, okay, Luin replied as he watched the white-haired Ming Yan leave. There were only a few people in the universe who could allow Luin to use his dye without worry. Ming Yan was one of them, but since she was leaving, Luin didn't stop her. He really did need materials, and ancient materials were even better. Some ancient materials could not be broken down by the current universe, but Luin could. Luin raised his hand, and his dye appeared. He tapped it, causing it to slowly spin before finally stopping at enhance. This time, Luin didn't take off his cosmic ring. He rolled enhance and accepted it. To be honest, there was no faster way to obtain information and cultivation experience than enhance. Back in the lockbreaker world, he had thought about continuously rolling the die and absorbing the experiences of powerful lockbreakers. However, since they were both in the lockbreaker world, the range was too small, and he wasn't confident. End of chapter. The benefits of the cosmic tree of the astral tree were unforgettable. Lu Xiaoge's existence, the clues to the Hidden Earth Society, Yu Dai's information, and even Xia Ru's trip to the Cloud Ladder were all thanks to the die's 6 pips. Since that was the case, there was no harm in trying it out. If he could fuse with everyone's body once, it would mean that he would become the absolute ruler of this universe. The scene in front of him changed, and Luin appeared in a mysterious space. He looked at the balls of light that were closer to him, and they were also brighter. With his current strength, anyone who fused with him would have a high status, which meant that he would be able to obtain valuable information from anyone he fused with. As the scene in front of him cleared up, Luin saw a planet that was on the verge of collapse and 2 people in battle. They were both familiar faces, Nan Yanfei and DFA. Was this the 6th mainland? No, this was the Outerverse. Almost all of the survivors from the 6th mainland had come to the Outerverse, and as Realmlings, Nan Yanfei and DFA were no exception. They had even participated in the Sovereign Tournament. Nan Yanfei had been knocked to the foot of a mountain by the Prime Clear's illusory progenitor Chen and had been eliminated from the Sovereign Tournament. DFA's situation was even worse, as he had been exiled by the Prime Clear's secret technique before being knocked to the foot of a mountain by Luin. He had not even passed the checkpoint on his second attempt to ascend the mountain. These two were currently fighting on a planet in the Outerverse Western Weaves. The person that Luin had fused with was an imprinter from the Blood Homage realm, who was also an emissary. With Lu Yin's current power level, only the emissary's balls of light in that mysterious space would be bright. The balls of people like DFA would be dim. This was not the first time that Luin had fused with an emissary, but he had only been able to do so when the emissary's astral origin cyclone had been destroyed and they had been heavily injured. This person was the first emissary that Luin had fused with in perfect condition. After fusing with an emissary's body, Luin could clearly feel the difference between an emissary and an enlighter. An emissary cultivated astral origin cyclones within their bodies. Their bodies were the shells, and their astral origin cyclones were like galaxies in the universe that slowly rotated. This was another realm that was incomparably powerful, and it allowed an emissary to embark on a completely different cultivation path from an enlighter. The star emissaries absorbed stellar sources in the stellar source universe and gradually strengthened their stellar source cyclones. From this person's memories, it was known that once the stellar source cyclones grew to a certain extent, they would undergo another transformation. However, this transformation process would take a very long time. Luin thought back to the folding mountain range of the new continent in the astral tree domain, where half-ancestor Lu Hua had been poisoned by the poison of life. Back then, Xianxia had said that the poison of life had been used to break through the inner world. Then, was the astral origin cyclone transforming in the direction of the inner world? The sixth mainland's emissaries were different from the fifth mainland and the starry sky tree. They cultivated imprints. Luin had always believed that the imprint was the wrong cultivation method, as it was very difficult to reach the peak of powerhouses. However, he had to admit that the imprint was the best guarantee for an emissary's tribulation. The sixth mainland had far more emissaries than the fifth mainland because of the imprint. Normally, emissaries could only endure their origin tribulation with brute force, but the emissaries of the sixth mainland had an imprint, which greatly increased their chances of surviving their origin tribulation. To a certain extent, they could even stand shoulder to shoulder with the starry sky tree. There was a loud boom as Nan Yanfei imprinted Songqiong Old Man in the distance. On the other side, DFA imprinted Songqiong Old Man as well, and the battle escalated. Luin didn't have the time to watch the two fight, as he was reading the memories of this imprinter that he had fused with. Other people's cultivation paths could also become his experience. In the memories, he saw countless Eternals wreaking havoc in the sixth mainland. He saw countless people die, and he saw the continent collapse. He saw the three ancestors fight to the death, and he saw the blood of numerous experts. Even further back. Previously, he had seen this person fighting against the other families of the sixth mainland, and he had seen Songqiong Old Man's unparalleled might. Suddenly, a shadow flashed by, and Lu Yin's pupil shrank. Was that Qing Tan? Luin hadn't expected Qing Tan to appear in this person's memories. In the memories, this imprinter had been worshipping Songqiong Old Man's statue, and Qing Tan had been standing below the statue. Luin carefully searched through his memories, but he couldn't find any information about Qing Tan's identity. However, he was certain that Qing Tan was very close to Songqiong Old Man, and she was one of the sixth mainland's Songqiong Old Man's people. This meant that the power behind Qing Tan was the sixth mainland. It was no wonder why she could easily control a director. Regardless of whether it was in terms of top-notch experts or numbers, the sixth mainland completely surpassed the fifth mainland. The fifth mainland had only been able to stand on equal footing because of the protection and planning of a former progenitor. In a true battle, the fifth mainland was definitely not a match for the sixth mainland. It seemed like the sixth mainland wasn't satisfied with the outerverse and wanted to scheme against the neoverse, which was why they had directly interfered with the 9 directors. Perhaps the 3 elders might not be the only ones who had been controlled, and the other directors might not be completely unaffected. Nan Yanfei, there's no point in us fighting. Let's go find those people from the fifth mainland, DFA shouted. Nan Yanfei replied, you want to go to the innerverse? Forget it. Let's settle down for now. There's no need to go to the innerverse. Have you forgotten about the Daosor sex ruins? Even though we're no longer part of the younger generation, no one said that we can't go there. The universe has changed, DFA said. Alright. I've heard that the fifth mainland's 10 arbiters occasionally enter the Daosor sex ruins. Then it's settled. Luin withdrew from the fusion and returned to Blackstreet. He checked his cosmic ring, and fortunately, it hadn't been used up too much. There were only a few million star essence left, but it was still quite a lot. He immediately sent a message to Wei Rong and informed him of Qing Tan's identity. He had Wei Rong investigate from this direction and keep an eye on Qing Tan. Since the sixth mainland had already started scheming against the Neoverse, Qing Tan definitely wasn't the only one involved. Lu Ying couldn't alert the enemy, as he already knew Qing Tan's origins. She wouldn't be able to escape. Lu Ying rolled his die again, and this time, he rolled a pip, which dropped a weapon. Lu Ying used a bit of force and broke it, so he casually tossed it away and tried again. This time, he rolled a pip, which was just nice. Lu Ying went to the time-stop space and took out all of his materials before continuing to roll his die. Within the time-stop space, he could roll any number of pips he wanted, regardless of how long it took. After rolling his die for the third time, he finally rolled a pip. He had rolled this many times in the past, but it hadn't been of much use to him. Now, it was finally going to be useful. When he saw the decomposition vortex appear, Lu Ying immediately used star essence to increase the time and then began to toss in materials. He didn't care what kind of materials they were, as long as they could be decomposed first. The universe's technology was advanced, but there were still many things that couldn't be done. For example, some materials couldn't be decomposed once they were fused, while others could. Lu Yin's innate gift allowed him to decompose all materials, and he was confident that he could do so. He watched as the materials were decomposed into raw materials, some of which actually glowed, while others he couldn't even pinch. He knew that these materials were definitely worth a lot. As long as they could be reused, they wouldn't be thrown into this garbage dump. After a while, he looked at the raw materials all over the ground. They couldn't be decomposed anymore, so he put them away with satisfaction. He had originally wanted to chat with the captives in Mount Supreme, but after some thought, he decided to leave the Black Street first. Longshi was also in Mount Supreme, and he would feel guilty if he saw Ming Yan. After leaving the time-stop space, only a second had passed in the real world. Lu Ying waited for a while before the white-haired Ming Yan came over and tossed him a cosmic ring. "That's all I have for now." Lu Ying looked through it and found that it was all trash, but its aura was very ancient, and he could tell at a glance that it was quite ancient. He put it away and looked at the white-haired Ming Yan, but before he could say anything, she said coldly, "Put away your expression. I'm not leaving." Lu Ying was helpless. The Neo-Human Alliance isn't as simple as you think. Since the Neo-Human Alliance has always been suppressed by the Hall of Honor, that means that there's a way to defeat them. "Why can't I?" Ming Yan asked coldly. "I'll take my own revenge." Lu Ying couldn't convince Ming Yan. The black-haired Ming Yan was still fine, but if she didn't agree, she would simply remain silent and stubbornly plead. The white-haired Ming Yan immediately shut him up. "The life poison doesn't work on you, right?" Ming Yan's eyes lit up. "You have it? Let me eat it." Lu Ying suddenly thought of half-ancestor flowing flower. If he were to say this in front of half-ancestor flowing flower, he would probably be angered to death. A dignified half-ancestor's inner world had almost been destroyed by the poison of life, and he had been severely injured. Even half-ancestor Ji Feng had not dared to engage in close combat with Xiang Ho because of the poison of life. Now, when it came to the white-haired Ming Yan, he wanted to eat her. "Are you sure it's edible?" The previous life poisons were all very mild, and they were even ranked as 91. The Neo-Human Alliance's most powerful life poison can severely injure a half-ancestor. The white-haired Ming Yan showed a rare excitement. For this poison, the more concentrated it is, the tastier it is. Lu Ying blinked, as their worldview had changed. "You'll at most die from overeating. Will you be poisoned to death?" Ming Yan asked, leaving Lu Ying speechless. The life poison that could cause a half-ancestor to pale was nothing more than a meal to the white-haired Ming Yan. "Do you have it or not?" "No." "Then go and find as many as you can. The more I eat, the stronger I'll be." "All right, I'll do my best." Beep 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 beep. Ming Yan's gadget beeped, and her expression changed. The Neo-Human Alliance is trying to contact Old Fugitive. Lu Yin's eyes trembled, and he looked over. A message had appeared on his gadget: "Submit to Lu Ying. Complete submission." These few words stunned the white-haired Ming Yan, and she looked at Lu Ying strangely. When Lu Ying saw these words, he immediately knew that the Witchling God was behind this. This old man wanted to help him gather the Fifth Mainland's forces to attack the Cosmic Tree Alliance and instigate a civil war between the humans so that both sides would wear each other down. Lu Ying met the white-haired Ming Yan's strange gaze and explained, "It's a little complicated. Anyway, I'm not from the Neo-Human Alliance. I know, the white-haired Ming Yan replied. Anyone who saw this message would immediately think that Luin was from the Neo-Human Alliance and that he had a high status. Otherwise, why would the Neo-Human Alliance help him? You really believe that? Luin wanted to explain, but he didn't know how to. The Neo-Human Alliance was convinced that he could lead the Fifth Mainland to attack the Cosmic Tree Alliance. Who would believe such a thing? However, as soon as this message was sent out, Luin knew that the Cosmic Tree Alliance had already made preparations to come to the Fifth Mainland to kill him. Otherwise, the Witchling God would not have gone to such great lengths to help him. There wasn't much time left before the two universes went to war, so Luin had to hurry. Luin contacted Banjiu and asked him to make another set of universal armor. To save time, Banjiu gave Luin some blueprints and asked him to refine the materials nearby. With the Blackstreet's ability, it was enough to refine some materials. After all, the Blackstreet relied on the universe's trash to sustain itself, and there were better techniques for dealing with trash that could not be processed elsewhere. Luin dissected the materials that Ming Yan had given him and then handed the raw materials and blueprints to Ming Yan so that she could find someone to refine them. It would take some time, and during this time, he would be heading to the Daosor Sect's ruins. He had never forgotten about the Nine-Yang Cauldron transformation battle technique, but he had not been able to go because he did not have the time. Now, he could finally go. He took out his futon, as it had been a long time since he had been to the Daosor Sect's ruins. Luin sighed and then sat on it. He then appeared at the Futon Plaza. The last time he had been here was not long after the Sixth Mainland had given up on attacking. Now, the plaza was livelier than the last time he had been here. Luin changed his appearance slightly, stood up, and headed towards First Divine Gate. Outside First Divine Gate, a group of people watched Luin approach and exchanged glances. Just as Luin was about to enter First Divine Gate, one of them stepped forward to stop him. Brother, the First Divine Gate Guardians aren't easy to deal with. Do you want to charge in together? Luin smiled and refused. No need. Brother, I see that you're a cruiser, which is second only to a realmling. You won't be in any danger if you work together with us. Besides, we have the realmling Di Luo behind us, so we can guarantee your safety in the Daosor Sect's ruins. Luin was surprised. Di Luo? Isn't the realmling DFA? Their expressions changed, and they stared at Luin warily. You're not from the Sixth Mainland? I'm from the Martial Immortal Realm. They were astonished. The Martial Immortal Realm? Why would someone from the Martial Immortal Realm come to First Divine Gate? Luin shrugged. I don't know, but I'm here. The Bloodburn Realm's realmling is now Di Luo. Lord DFA has passed the age limit and is no longer a realmling, the person explained. He then looked at Luin seriously. Say that you're from the Martial Immortal Realm. Show us your imprint. Luin smiled. Sure. With that, he disappeared. The group, where did he go? Luin quickly passed through the First Divine Gate and arrived at the Budding Terrace. He then headed towards the space of the 9 cauldrons. DFA had surpassed the age limit and was no longer a realmling. This meant that most of the realmlings who had competed against each other before had already surpassed the age limit, and the same was true for the Fifth Mainland's 10 arbiters. A new era had arrived, but Luin was still part of the younger generation, if he didn't count the years that Lu Shaoxian had lived. He could be considered as someone who had lived through that era. Not long after, Luin arrived at the 9 cauldron space and discovered that it was still sealed. When he had absorbed the cauldron aura, he had caused the first cauldron to shatter. Many of the Sixth Mainland's older generation experts had come to investigate, and the various major factions had fought over the cauldrons. They had sealed off the space within the 9 cauldrons, and even though many years had passed since then, the incident was still on everyone's mind. It was impossible for ordinary people to enter the space of the 9 cauldrons. Luin, on the other hand, was different. He had walked right past those people who had sealed off the space within the 9 cauldrons, and none of them had noticed. The first cauldron shattered, and Luin entered the second cauldron. He discovered that there were people inside, most likely descendants of imprinter families. They were all passers-by, so he knocked them out and began to absorb the cauldron chi. Compared to the last time he absorbed the cauldron aura, his strength had undergone a qualitative transformation. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that the cauldron aura absorption speed had increased very quickly. A few days later, the second cauldron trembled, and then, under the shocked gazes of many, it fell and shattered. "Quick, quick, inform the elders of the families that the second cauldron has changed," someone cried out. Many people rushed towards the shattered cauldron, as if they were searching for something. The people who had been knocked out by Luin in the second cauldron were startled awake when the cauldron fell. They looked around in confusion, as they had no idea what had happened. "Someone knocked us out," someone said in a low voice. He subconsciously imprinted and raised his strength to its peak. "Seal the entrance. No one is allowed to leave." Not only were there people in the second cauldron, but there were also people in the third, fourth, and ninth cauldrons. Jianru walked out from the ninth cauldron with a calm expression. His voice echoed throughout the space within the 9 cauldrons. No one is allowed to act rashly. No one dared to speak. Even though Jianru had been defeated by Xiaoqing and lost his position as a realmling, he had still been a realmling in the past. Now, he had retired from the younger generation due to his advanced age. In the eyes of these youths, Jianru was considered an elder expert. Even though they had secretly cursed Jianru and the others for being shameless and entering the Daosor sect's ruins to compete with them for opportunities, they still did not dare to act impudently in front of this person. Jianru's gaze swept across the space within the 9 cauldrons. This place was not large, and he could easily see through it. Finally, his gaze settled on the third cauldron. The first cauldron and the second cauldron had both shattered, so it should be the third cauldron's turn next. As he thought about this, he leapt into the third cauldron, and then, he lost consciousness. Luin felt helpless. What was the point of all this? He had only wanted to quietly absorb the cauldron aura, but there had been such a big commotion. He looked outside the cauldrons. These people were probably waiting for news from Jianru. Imitating Jianru's voice could intimidate these people, but the older generation's powerhouses should be arriving soon. At that time, they would not be intimidated by Jianru. Since that was the case, Luin exhaled and completely released his domain, which instantly enveloped the space within the 9 cauldrons. Some people's expressions changed. What a powerful domain! Before they could react, everyone fell to the ground. They had all been subdued by Lu Yin's domain. Luin raised a hand and arranged a flow diversion diagram to isolate the third cauldron. He then began to absorb the cauldron aura. Not long after, one youth after another entered the space within the 9 cauldrons. They had all received news that the second cauldron had shattered, so they quickly rushed over. However, when they arrived, they saw that everyone had fainted. The crowd panicked, and no one dared to act rashly. Soon after, an expert arrived, and it was Hong Ying. The Daosor sect's ruins were a battlefield for youths to compete for opportunities, but this was only by default. The older generation's powerhouses could still enter, and Hong Ying was no exception. She entered the space within the 9 cauldrons, looked directly at the third cauldron, and then leapt out. She was still a hunter, but she was very close to becoming an enlighter. Just as she was about to step into the third cauldron, she was isolated by the flow diversion diagram, and she was sent flying back dozens of meters. When she saw the flow diversion diagram, Hong Ying felt that it looked familiar, but she did not think too much about it. Instead, she took out her spear and stabbed out. The tip of her spear struck the flow diversion diagram, but it was useless. Hong Ying's expression changed, and behind her, Madame Red activated her imprint. Her power level increased, and she also stabbed out with her spear with the support of her martial imprint. The same scene occurred once again, and her attack was completely useless. Hong Ying landed on the ground. It must be that the older generation's powerhouses had discovered something and were trying to seize the opportunities within the 9 cauldrons. She looked at the first cauldron that had shattered. That person had already seized the opportunity several years ago, and it had only been a few years since then. Who could it be? Fan Shan had also arrived at the Daosor sect's ruins. He had immediately rushed over as soon as he had heard the news. At this moment, there were no less than 100 people in the 9 cauldrons space, and they all fell silent as they looked at the unconscious people on the ground. Hong Ying turned around to look at Fan Shan. Previously, they had not cared much about this fan realmling, but during the sovereign tournament, this person had displayed terrifying strength, innate talent, battle techniques, and secret techniques. He truly lived up to his name as a realmling, and Hong Ying was convinced of his abilities. Fan Shun directly used his imprint on the medicine immortal, and the surrounding trees began to grow. Towering trees rose from the ground and transformed into a tree giant that slammed its palm towards the third cauldron. This attack had been used during the sovereign tournament, and its power was immense, and Hong Ying had to admit that she was no match for it. The tree giant slammed its palm against the flow diversion diagram that surrounded the third cauldron, and an enormous power spread out in all directions, transforming into lines that shot out in all directions. Hong Ying's expression changed slightly as a line shot towards her. She stabbed out with her spear, but there was a thump as her body was sent flying back 100 meters. Her palm trembled, and the web between her thumb and forefinger began to bleed. She looked up and saw that the third cauldron had not changed at all. Fan Shun's attack had failed. Bang bang bang. The surroundings exploded as lines bombarded the 9 cauldron space in all directions, distorting the void. Over 100 people panicked, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. The towering trees all retreated, and Fan Shun frowned. He no longer attacked, and even his imprint disappeared. Hong Ying asked, "It's useless?" "He's here," Fan Shun said coldly. Hong Ying's eyes narrowed. "Who?" Fan Shun looked at Hong Ying. "Don't you think that the scene just now was very familiar?" Hong Ying looked at the third cauldron and recalled the scene where the power had been dispersed. Her expression suddenly changed, and she stared at Fan Shun. "A sourcebox array. Luin?" Fan Shun's lips curled up. "He's finally returned after being missing for 2 years." Hong Ying gritted her teeth and stared at the third cauldron. "He actually obtained the fortune of the 9 cauldrons." Fan Shun raised his head. "Only a supreme genius like him has the right to obtain the fortune of the 9 cauldrons. Neither you nor I can break through this sourcebox array. Among our peers, even the Dowsource 3 skies cannot break through it. The only way is to invite an imprinter." When he thought of this, he looked at the crowd. "Immediately invite an imprinter. Tell him that Luin is here." "Wait." Hong Ying stopped him. "If an imprinter comes, then we won't be able to obtain any of the fortune here." Fan Shun was helpless. "If Luin is here, then even if we call all of the 6th mainland's Dowsource 3 skies and all of the Realmlings here, it'll be useless. Who can stop him? Who can snatch his fortune?" Hong Ying wanted to retort, but she recalled the final battle of the sovereign tournament. All of the top experts had joined forces against Luin, but none of them had been able to make him move a single step. That kind of hopeless disparity had been impossible to make up for, and even numbers could not make up for it. Helpless, she could only feel indignant. How could such a freak appear among their peers? Within the third cauldron, Luin had heard the conversation between Fan Shun and the others, but he had no way of stopping them. All he could do was absorb as much of the cauldron's aura as possible before the imprinter arrived. Luin was anxious, but Fan Shun and the others were even more anxious. They had always treated the Dowsource Sex ruins as the 6th mainland's land of fortune, but now, Luin had snatched away what might have been their greatest fortune. They could not accept this no matter what. Fan Shun was more aware of the bigger picture than Hong Ying, which was why he had immediately decided to invite an imprinter. He could only hope that Luin would not snatch too many fortunes before the imprinter arrived. What kind of fortune had he obtained? It would be great if they could capture Luin and interrogate him. Of course, this was only a thought. With Lu Yin's status in the 5th mainland, even the 3 progenitors had to be wary of him. One day later, Shang Rong arrived. He had created a white sun in an attempt to break through the flow diversion diagram, but it had been scattered by the diagram and bombarded the entire space of the 9 cauldrons. It had affected some people and injured quite a few. Not long after, the junior arrow saint arrived. His aura was much weaker than Fan Shun's. He had been lucky to have survived the sovereign tournament, and his strength was not much stronger than Hong Ying's. The junior arrow saint had not come to steal Lu Yin's destiny, but rather to see Lu Yin's. He knew that the imprinter would arrive soon, and Luin would not be a match for them no matter what. Xiaoqing had also arrived, and she seemed to be very interested. Although Luin was anxious, he did not panic. He had expected this to happen before entering the Daosor sect's ruins, and he had already prepared a backup plan. Now, it was just a matter of who the imprinter would be. There should not be too many powerhouses entering at first, but as long as one imprinter failed, Luin would not have much time left. Once those old freaks with power levels in the hundreds of thousands were lured over, Luin would not be able to defend himself without any external defensive items. Half a day later, the first imprinter arrived. Although there were many emissaries in the Sixth Mainland, their statuses were extremely high, and it was difficult for the juniors to come into contact with them. Emissaries also needed to cultivate, so it was not easy to disturb them. The first imprinter had arrived by chance, and it was an old woman. It's Senior Ling from the D family. She left the D family after Ancestor D died. The old woman ignored the youth's discussions and looked at the third cauldron. Fifth Mainland Junior, I'll give you a chance. Come out. Everyone looked at the third cauldron. Now that the imprinter had arrived, they felt that Luin would not be able to escape. There was no response, so Luin continued to absorb the cauldron aura. Junior, don't make me attack and damage our relationship with the Fifth Mainland. The old woman's tone became more severe. Fan Shan respectfully replied, Senior Ling, please act as soon as possible. Lu Yin's time in the Daosor sect's ruins is almost up. Once his time is up, he can leave immediately. The old woman's gaze was sinister as she stepped forward and pressed down with a single hand. The void shattered, and the attack disappeared before everyone's eyes. At that moment, Luin looked up and remained unmoved. He watched as the old woman's attack emerged from the astral source universe and landed on the diagram. The power of the attack then transformed into lines that bombarded the diagram in all directions. She could not break through it? How could this be? It wasn't just her, Fan Shan and the others were also stunned. That was an imprinter, and beating them up should have been child's play for him. Why couldn't he break through Lu Yin's sourcebox array? The space within the 9 cauldrons was unstable to begin with. Now that the old woman had interfered with it, the void was filled with cracks. One of the careless cultivators was swallowed up by the cracks, leaving behind only a miserable scream and a trail of blood. It was a horrifying sight. Everyone's faces paled as they slowly retreated. The old woman gritted her teeth, and strange changes appeared on her body. She had activated her bloodline, a cultivation method unique to the blood ancestor realm. She struck the diagram again, but she still couldn't break it. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. The greatest advantage that the Sixth Mainland's cultivators had over the Fifth Mainland's cultivators was their natural suppression. In addition, they also had the special cultivation methods and imprints that the 3 progenitor region had given them, which made them seem stronger than the Fifth Mainland's cultivators. But in reality, without these advantages, the Sixth Mainland's cultivators would be at a disadvantage when fighting against the Fifth Mainland's cultivators. The cultivation method of the imprint not only limited their future, but also made them dependent on it. How could this old woman break through his energy channeling diagram without relying on the imprint? Even without the help of external items, he could still fight against an emissary with a combat power of 600,000. He was referring to an emissary from the astral tree. The old woman descended and said, external items. This kid must have used some external item. In the distance, Fan Shan and the rest had ugly expressions. They had also guessed that Luin must have used some external item. Otherwise, how could an enlighter at most block an emissary's attack? How long had it been since the sovereign competition? They did not believe that Luin had improved so much. Senior Ling, if we work together, we'll definitely be able to break through, Sheng Rong said. The old woman frowned. If I can't break through, then what's the point of you juniors attacking? Sheng Rong clenched his fists, but he did not dare to retort. Fine, let's just wait. Let's wait for another imprinter to come, and then we'll definitely be able to break through, the old woman said. I'm just afraid that Lu Yin's time is up, Sheng Rong said anxiously. The old woman stared at Sheng Rong. Can't we find him outside of the Daosor sect's ruins? Sheng Rong did not say anything else, as there were some things that only they knew. How could the Sixth Mainland be willing to live in the outerverse of the Fifth Mainland? As long as they knew that Luin was here, things would be much easier. Luin heard this, and his eyes flickered. These people from the sixth mainland had not given up on seizing control of the fifth mainland, but they had hidden their intentions. If there was one Qing Tan, then there would be 10 or even 100 Qing Tans. How interesting. Then, let's see who's stronger. Another day passed, and more people gathered within the 9 cauldrons. Fan Shun, Shang Rong, and the rest watched anxiously as the second imprinter finally arrived. Fan Shun was delighted to see Senior Chow, and he hurried forward to explain the situation. Senior Chow was from the Fan realm and was an expert from the Azure realm. Senior Chow looked at the third cauldron. Even an imprinter can't break through? He looked at Senior Ling. Why didn't you use your imprint? The old woman answered, not at the moment. After the D ancestor's death, some of the D family's experts had died, while others had left. Only a few had remained behind. The old woman had left the D family in search of other powerhouses, but she had yet to join them. Senior Chow said in a low voice, let's work together and break it. After he finished speaking, an imprint appeared behind him. It was a slovenly old man dressed in a long green robe and holding a wooden staff. This person was the imprint powerhouse of the Green Transformation realm, esteemed Qing Hua. Guru Qing Hua and Senior Chow's strength, which had been lower than the old woman's, instantly rose to surpass her. They attacked the diagram under her envious gaze, and the old woman struck out with a palm at the same time. Within the third cauldron, Lu Yin sighed. It was too late, these imprinters had arrived faster than he had expected. The third cauldron had absorbed a portion of the imprinters, and the rest could only wait until the next cauldron. There was a loud boom as the diagram shattered. Fan Shun and the rest were delighted. Senior Chow and the old woman looked towards the third cauldron, wanting to grab Lu Yin. However, all they saw were Jian Ru and the others who had fainted. Lu Yin was nowhere to be seen. The two landed in the third cauldron. Where was he? Seal the exit. Senior Chow seemed to have thought of something and immediately shouted, but it was too late. Lu Yin swept past everyone and left the 9 cauldron space. The moment the diagram shattered, Lu Yin used the planned secret art to leave. Even the 2 imprinters had not been able to see him clearly. Fan Shun and the rest hurriedly sealed the exit, but Lu Yin had already left. After absorbing 2 complete cauldrons, he still had a third cauldron's qi, which meant that he could use the 3 suns. After leaving the 9 cauldron space, Lu Yin calculated that he still had more than half the time, so he headed towards Heaven's Pit. The 9 cauldrons. This space would definitely attract even more of the 6th mainland's older generation powerhouses, and it might even attract old freaks like the celestial imprinters. Lu Yin did not plan on going any closer. After Lu Yin left the 9 cauldron space, there were naturally people heading there as well, but not a single person was able to detect his presence. Lu Yin entered the space where Heaven's Pit was located through a pillar of light. When he looked up, he saw that it was not Heaven's Pit above him, but rather spatial cracks that flowed like water. The first time he had come here, he had been shocked. This space had been specially cut out, and if there was a problem with the space, everything here would disappear. The dense, water-like cracks in the void above his head made him panic. Heaven's Pit was a palm print that was rumored to be Progenitor Chen's. It could be used to pry into Progenitor Chen's secret technique, but to this day, there was no clear evidence that anyone had succeeded. Lu Yin walked to the side of Heaven's Pit. In front of him, 5 stone pillars soared into the sky and pressed down on the palm print's fingertips. Only by standing on the pillars could one see the palm print clearly. At this moment, there were people on the stone pillars. Aside from the time when the 6th mainland had invaded the 5th mainland, the stone pillars had always been occupied. There was also a familiar face among them, Di Luo, who had replaced DFA as a realmling. The 6th mainland's talent had also withered. Even Progenitor D had died, but Di Luo had still been able to become a realmling. He had truly suppressed the younger generation of the Bloodburn realm. Lu Yin quietly snatched a stone pillar and studied the palm print. He leisurely studied Progenitor Chen's palm print in Heaven's Pit, and the 9 cauldron space grew more and more lively. Powerhouses arrived one after another, and even the old woman and Senior Chow had to bow. More than 10 days later, a 9th-stage blacksmith from the forging family arrived. He was a world imprinter, and everyone bowed to him. Lu Yin? That kid actually returned. He's been missing for 2 years, and the first cauldron shattered before he went missing. That means that he obtained the opportunity to learn the 9 cauldrons battle techniques when the first cauldron shattered, the 9th stage blacksmith said in a low voice. Someone else chimed in, that's right. This kid's opportunities are truly heaven-defying. During the final battle of the Sovereign Tournament, the ancestor guessed that he might have obtained the legendary Death God's inheritance and become invincible among his peers. Everyone fell silent. Luin was like a mountain that not only weighed down on his peers, but even they felt pressured. In particular, the image of the Death God during the final battle of the Sovereign Tournament represented invincibility. This kid would be invincible no matter what realm he reached. There's no need to think too much about it. Seniors, breaking through to become an imprinter is fair. The stronger Luin is, the stronger his origin tribulation will be. He might not even be able to survive his tribulation, Xianxia said in a crisp voice. The junior arrow saint gloomily said, if he can survive his origin tribulation, then he'll become the strongest imprinter in history. Xianxia rolled her eyes. That's so exaggerated. Are you scared? The junior arrow saint gritted his teeth, but he did not retort. The 9th stage blacksmith's eyes flashed with a gloomy light, and he exchanged glances with the other imprinters. He then waved his hand. Disperse. From now on, this place is sealed, and we will take turns guarding it. The space within the 9 cauldrons is now sealed. When they heard this, the youths were unwilling to give up. If Luin could obtain an opportunity, then they wanted to stay here even more. Who knew, they might be able to comprehend something as well. The ruins of the Daosaur sect had existed for countless years, and even its history had been forgotten. The number of opportunities that could be obtained was extremely small, such as Heaven's Pit, the Scripture Pavilion, and the Primordial Enlightenment Platform. It was rumored that there were great opportunities within those places, but no one had ever obtained them. Now, it was confirmed that an inheritance had appeared within the 9 cauldrons, so they were naturally unwilling to leave. Thank you, Book 579235593, Brother Yi Ian, for your tip. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Star Stomp Senior, if Luin can comprehend it, then we might be able to as well. Please allow us to stay and comprehend it, and also cut off Lu Yin's path of retreat, Shang Rong pleaded. The level 9 refiner replied, you may leave. We'll discuss who can enter and who can't. We'll have an answer. Xiaoqing muttered, so overbearing. I can't comprehend it myself. The level 9 refiner immediately glared at her, which startled her. She stuck out her tongue, fine, I'll leave. With that, she turned and left. Xiaoqing's status in the 6th mainland was special because she had defeated Bukong once during the Sovereign Tournament. She was considered the best candidate to replace Bukong as the Daosaur's 3 skies. If not for the fact that she was from the progenitor of Combat Realm, she would have already succeeded Bukong as the Daosaur's 3 skies. However, Bukong was dead, Wu Taibai and Ziyi were missing, and none of the Daosaur's 3 skies were present. It was only a matter of time before she became one of the Daosaur's 3 skies. The 9 cauldron space attracted most of the people there, and once they received the news, many left as well. Di Luo left as well, leaving only Luin to study the palm imprint. He studied it for more than 10 days without any progress. He really wanted to learn the 9 clones' secret technique, but that was just wishful thinking. Even after the 9 cauldron space closed and everyone returned to Tianqing, Luin was still at a loss. What was so interesting about this palm imprint? Who had said that he could comprehend progenitor Chen's secret technique? Had he comprehended it? It couldn't be a scam, right? I've never seen you before. Where are you from? A voice traveled to Lu Yin's ears, and he looked over to see Di Luo. Di Luo hadn't noticed Luin at first, but after the news had spread, everyone had gone to the 9 cauldron space. Luin hadn't moved, and when he returned, he was still here. This wasn't right, as even the 9 cauldron space's inheritance couldn't attract this person. Could he have comprehended something in Tianqing? What's up? Luin asked. Di Luo stared at Luin. Where are you from? What did you see in Tianqing? Nonsense, Luin spat out before disappearing. Di Luo's pupils shrank. How is this possible? Who is this person? Wait, is there someone here? What the hell? After leaving Heaven's Pit, Luin considered whether or not he should go to the beginning enlightenment platform. Perhaps he could meet Xian Nu there. If he wanted to do something, then he would do it. In any case, he had nothing else to do in the Daosor sect's ruins. Right, the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Back then, he had come to the Spirit Palace to search for the mountains and seas inheritances. Now, he could finally go and do that. Back in ancient times, Patriarch Hui had set up a trap to detonate the mountain and sea realm, preventing the Eternals from invading the 5th continent. He had also set up a trap for the 6th continent. The fact that the mountain and sea realm had been detonated so easily proved that it wasn't very valuable, and had been nothing more than a prelude to Patriarch Hui's plans. But was that really the case? It should be known that the 9 mountains and 8 seas had already existed during the Daosor sect's era, and the 6th mainland had yet to invade at that time. So, how could Ancestor Hui have predicted that the 6th mainland would invade and even left behind such a huge trap? Moreover, at that time Ancestor Hui was not the only progenitor in the 5th mainland. It was impossible for him to use the other progenitors' mountains and seas as chess pieces. There had to be some sort of truth that he did not know about, so he decided to head to the mountain sea to investigate. Suddenly, he thought of something else. The Eternals had invaded the 6th mainland, and it was said that the Daosor sect had collapsed. If he could snatch a futon from one of the 6th mainland's cultivators, then wouldn't that mean that he could enter the 6th mainland's Daosor sect? Just as this idea popped up in his head, Luin immediately dismissed it. He estimated that the 6th mainland's Daosor sect was filled with Eternals, and going there would be suicide. The Mountain Sea inheritance was a progenitor's inheritance, and many people knew about this. However, there were very few people who could come here to search for it. The Realmlings, the 10 Arbiters, and the others could come here, but Luin had not seen anyone else yet. This should be an unwritten rule or restriction. Luin leaned against the wall with interest as he watched several figures battle on the distant sea. He had not expected to see familiar faces fighting as soon as he entered the Mountain Sea inheritance. Arbiter Wen Sansi and the War King were fighting Nan Yanfei and DFA. When he had merged with the bodies of the 6th mainland's experts, he had indeed heard Nan Yanfei and DFA discuss coming to the Daosor sect's ruins to cause trouble for the 10 Arbiters. The 10 Arbiters and the Realmlings were old enemies. In the 2 years that Luin had been gone, these people's strength had not changed much. Luin was most curious about War King Xianxia, as he was one of the few 10 Arbiters that Luin had not fought, but he was the first to hear about him. War King Xianxia had a powerful physical body and was 3 meters tall. Lu Yin's greatest impression of him was that he had once killed a realmling in the Daosor sect's ruins. Above the sea, Xianxia and Nan Yanfei fiercely clashed against each other, causing the heavens and earth to shake and the surface of the sea to tremble. When Sansi was trying his best to trap DFA, as DFA's ghostly raccoon bloodline was very troublesome and could penetrate through anything. The 4 of them fought for an unknown amount of time, and Luin was puzzled as he looked at the tall mountain on the other side of the sea. These people seemed to think that the Mountain Sea inheritance was fake. That made sense, as the 5th mainland had detonated the 5 mountains and 5 seas to become pawns in progenitor Hui's scheme. These people probably believed that the Mountain Sea inheritance did not have a progenitor's inheritance. Regardless, Luin still wanted to explore the Mountain Sea inheritance, as these people had already explored it countless times. With Lu Yin's current strength, it would not be difficult for him to bypass them and reach the tall mountain without attracting their attention. Soon, the 4 of them were fighting fiercely, and a tall mountain appeared in front of him. Just as Luin was about to climb up, his body was suddenly pulled, and he was sucked into the mountain without any resistance. At the same time, a loud voice rang out in Lu Yin's mind. "Challenger, enter." Lu Yin's body swayed, and he almost lost his footing. He looked up and saw a circle of torches surrounding him. The flames suddenly rose up and merged in front of him. Every time a flame merged, the color of the flames would darken a bit. Eventually, the color of the flames could no longer be seen, and neither could Luin. All he could feel was an indescribably high temperature that was enough to turn him to ash. It was like a normal person facing the sun, unable to touch it or approach it. This was exactly what he was feeling at this moment. He was certain that if he touched that flame even a little bit, he would be turned to ash. No amount of defense would be able to do anything about it. This flame brought him a fatal crisis. However, it only lasted for an instant. When the torches around him lit up again, Lu Yin's entire body was drenched in sweat, and beads of sweat were dripping down his fingers. Challenger, fail. A voice rang out in Lu Yin's mind. After that, Lu Yin returned to the surface of the sea. In front of him was the same mountain, but behind him, the War King and the other three were still fighting fiercely. Lu Yin had just experienced a true life and death situation. Even when he had faced the sorcerer god's murderous intent and Wang Xi's attack, he had not felt such despair. It was not despair, but rather reverence for the natural order of life. That flame had surpassed the scope of his understanding. Although he did not understand the might of a half-ancestor, he did not know why, but he felt that even if a half-ancestor had been in his previous position, it would have been the same. That flame couldn't have been the power of a half-ancestor, right? Lu Yin looked at the tall mountain in shock, as there was a progenitor's inheritance here. He suddenly looked at Xianxia and the others, as he desperately wanted to know if they had experienced it. The four were still fighting, and it seemed like this battle would last for a long time. Lu Yin did not want to wait. He estimated that he would be leaving the Daosaur Sect's ruins in less than 10 days, and he still wanted to explore another mountain. There were only 2 mountains and 1 ocean left in the Daosaur Sect's ruins. There was a thump, and Xianxia was forced back. Nan Yanfei used his imprint on old man Songqiong and used his Taotai bloodline to suppress Xianxia. On the other side, DFA also imprinted on old man Songqiong and used his ghost raccoon bloodline. Xianxia, back then, you severed one of your fingers to kill Tang Wei's realmling, and then you said that you would sever all 10 fingers and destroy all of the realmlings. Try it. Nan Yanfei shouted. Xianxia's gaze was calm as he raised his hand. A Taotai descended in front of him and roared fiercely. There was a boom, and Xianxia's entire body was sent to the bottom of the sea. When Xianxia acted, using his literary prison to trap Nan Yanfei while simultaneously avoiding DFA's attack. He looked at the bottom of the sea. There's no need to go all out. Xianxia charged out of the sea with a solemn expression. I know. Nan Yanfei and DFA were even more cautious of Xianxia. This person had displayed extraordinary talent during the sovereign tournament, and his innate gift was too difficult to defeat. Just as they were about to continue fighting, a cool breeze swept past them, and Nan Yanfei and DFA fell into the sea before floating up. Xianxia and Xianxia were shocked. Who's there? They had not been attacked. Lu Yin walked out of the void and smiled at the two. Long time no see, you two. The two looked at Lu Yin in shock. Lu Yin? Didn't you go missing? Lu Yin replied, I just returned. Xianxia was shocked. Were you the one who attacked just now? Lu Yin nodded. He had used his spiritual force to directly defeat Nan Yanfei and DFA. With his current strength, it was not difficult for him to do so. Not to mention the fact that he had once been a realm hunter, even his current cultivation had surpassed these people. When Xianxia and Xianxia exchanged glances, their faces filled with disbelief. They had not even sensed any traces of Lu Yin's attack, but they had still been defeated by powerhouses at the same level. This was an absolute suppression, and it was even more shocking than Lu Yin's final battle in the sovereign tournament. At the very least, they had been able to put up a fight back then. What's your current cultivation? Xianxia asked. In lighter, Lu Yin replied. He then pointed at a distant mountain. Have you guys been there? Xianxia nodded. Of course. It was once a progenitor's inheritance ground, but it was just a cover. Lu Yin raised his brows. Nothing at all? There were a few inheritances that you fought for, but there was nothing at all. Why would you lie? Lu Yin muttered to himself. It seemed that he was the only one who had experienced what had just happened, and Xianxia did not seem to be lying. Brother Lu, where have you been? It's been 2 years since we last met, and you've changed a lot, Xianxia asked curiously. Xianxia's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, as if he wanted to fight Lu Yin. However, Lu Yin was curious about Xianxia's severed finger. He said that you could defeat a realmling with a severed finger. What's your innate gift? Do you want to try? Xianxia smiled. I was absent from the Star Tower contest and the Sovereign tournament. Brother Lu, I really want to fight you. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Sorry, but you won't have the chance. What do you mean? Xianxia did not understand. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Just his domain alone was enough to suppress Xianxia and Xianxia. The two were shocked, as this domain's strength definitely surpassed invisible lights, and it made it difficult for them to even move. If you have the strength to challenge an emissary, then you can play with me. Otherwise, forget it. The difference between you two is too great, Lu Yin said confidently. Xianxia raised a hand, causing a barrier to appear and push it towards Lu Yin. He wanted to test the strength of Lu Yin's attack. Lu Yin raised his hand and flicked his finger. A blast of wind from his finger shattered the barrier, leaving Xianxia and Xianxia in disbelief. Lu Yin had the ability to shatter the barrier. They knew that Wang Yi had been able to do the same back then, so there was no need to mention Lu Yin. However, the fact that Lu Yin could do it with just his finger wind defied common sense. Wang Yi had relied on battle techniques to break the barrier, but what about Lu Yin? The gap between them was so big that it was exaggerated. I already said that there's no need to test me, Lu Yin said. Xianxia was shocked. Every time he saw Lu Yin, he felt something new, and this time it was the most intense. This person would surpass everyone in the future. Lu Yin looked at Xianxia. You still haven't answered my question. Is finger severing an innate gift? Xianxia then said with a deep voice, cutting off a finger will allow you to perfectly replicate your enemy's talents. It reminded him of the Shi family's 8-direction secret technique, which allowed the user to borrow the enemy's battle techniques to attack. It was a different approach, but it was a pity that Xianxia's broken finger innate gift was too damaging to his body. Looking at how Xianxia now had 9 fingers, it was obvious that he could not recover them. This was an innate gift that hurt both the enemy and the user. Lu Yin looked at Xianxia. The Wen family's literary prison only has 1 level? Xianxia was puzzled. What's the first level? Lu Yin thought about it. Literary prison can be stacked. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. Didn't you know? Xianxia was confused. There's such a way to use it? Lu Yin laughed. You don't know how? Or have you never heard of it? Xianxia stared at him. You know how? He didn't really believe it and thought that Lu Yin was just spouting nonsense. Who knew more about the literary prison than the Wen family? Lu Yin raised his head and raised a hand, using his star energy to imitate Wen First's attack. Of course, he did not know the 7-fold literary hell, but he could still use his star energy to imitate Wen First's attack. Xianxia stared at the 7-fold literary prison in a daze. There was such a way to use it? Lu Yin wasn't afraid that the Wen family would learn it just by looking at it, as that was impossible. Otherwise, the Wen family would have learned it long ago. Where did you see it? Xianxia asked anxiously, his eyes filled with excitement. The 7-layered literary prison had opened up another path for the Wen family's cultivation. It could be said that once they learned the 7-layered literary prison, the Wen family's power would surpass all the other powers in the Innerverse, and they would become the most powerful family in the Innerverse. The first layer of the literary prison might not be able to trap a realmling, but what about the 7th layer? Nan Yanfei didn't even need to think about moving. Victory and defeat could be decided directly. Lu Yin looked at Xianxia seriously. He had been looking forward to this ever since he brought Wen First and the others into Mount Supreme in the meditative ruins. He had lost too many resources in the starry sky of trees and had to make up for them here. It looks like we should find some time to have a good talk. The literary prison isn't limited to just 7 levels, Lu Yin said with a smile before vanishing. He didn't plan to talk to Xianxia now because he hadn't thought of what he needed. Judging from Xianxia's performance, the 7th layer literary prison was extraordinarily attractive. It was enough to change the power structure of the Wen clan in the 5th mainland. Then, this matter would have to be slowly studied. He didn't consider Wen No. 1's attitude at all. They were just captives. Xianxia calmed down as he stared at the empty surface of the sea. The appearance of the 7-fold literary prison had caused him to lose his composure. He knew that he had made a huge mistake by placing the entire Wen family in Lu Yin's hands. Based on his understanding of Luin, the Wen family would have to pay an extraordinary price. The ruins of the Daosor sect had been left with 2 mountains and 1 sea, and it seemed that only when the mountains and seas were connected together would the sect be complete. Among these 2 mountains, there was one mountain that did not have a sea. Luin found that mountain. He approached it, and as expected, he was sucked into it. "Intruder, enter." A voice rang out in Lu Yin's mind. Luin opened his eyes, and what he saw was completely different from the mountain he had seen before. This time, there were no torches, and there was only a pool of spring water that continuously gushed out. It didn't extend further, but it also didn't stop. It continued to gush out in a 1-meter radius, as if there was no end to it. Luin slowly approached the pool of spring water and looked at it for a while, but he couldn't see anything. He then squatted down and reached out to touch it. It was warm to the touch, but at the same time it was icy cold. It was a very strange feeling. Suddenly, the voice rang out in his mind again. "Intruder, fail." He then appeared outside the mountain. Luin was stunned, as he hadn't done anything. He looked at the mountain in front of him and charged over again. He then merged into the pool of spring water, but he failed again and tried again. It was the same, and he tried again, and it was the same. He tried again and again, but he still couldn't succeed even when the time was up in the Daosor sect's ruins. If when Xianxia and the others hadn't lied to him, then he was the only one who had entered the so-called mountain. Did this mean that there was a progenitor's inheritance? If that was the case, then how could Elder Chan and the others have been willing to use the 5 mountains and 5 seas to set up this trap? In the end, they had indeed saved the 5th mainland, but using 5 progenitors' inheritances to set up this trap didn't seem like something progenitor Hui would do. Unless, of course, the mountain and sea realm that had been detonated was fake. The scene in front of Lu Yin's eyes changed, and he returned to the Black Street. He stood up. During this trip to the Daosor sect's ruins, besides absorbing the cauldron qi, his greatest gain was that he had learned that a progenitor's inheritance truly existed. However, it wasn't easy to obtain one, and he didn't dare to try absorbing the first inheritance a second time out of fear that he would turn to ash. He also didn't know which progenitor's inheritance it was. As for the cauldron qi, it was a bit of a headache. After causing such a huge commotion, the 6th mainland definitely wouldn't let him absorb it again so easily. They could have just sent a random world imprinter, and even Flying Willow would not have been a match for him. Luin didn't know when he would be able to absorb the cauldron qi again, and it would be troublesome. "Brother Lu, all of the materials have been smelted." Ming Yan was very happy to see Luin. Luin had enjoyed spending time with her, but unfortunately, he had to leave in the end. "Yanner, listen to me and leave this place." Luin tried to persuade her one last time, but he still failed. Ming Yan was very gentle towards him and would listen to everything he said, but she was very insistent on this matter. Whenever Luin pushed her too hard, the white-haired Ming Yan would appear, and when the black-haired Ming Yan reappeared, she would lower her head and look like she was admitting her mistake. Luin was helpless. In the end, Luin could only give Ming Yan the dagger that he had obtained from Wang Su and that he had upgraded himself. This dagger had helped Luin kill many enemies, and its power level was close to 800,000. Combined with Ming Yan's Moonstar battle technique and the white-haired Ming Yan's vitality poison, it should be enough to deal with any crisis. Luin also changed his itinerary. He had originally planned to head to the Sirius sect after his trip to the Black Street in order to learn the next stage of the Sirius art. However, Banjiu had suggested that Luin change his itinerary and head to Aurora Corporation instead. This was because Aurora Corporation had technology that surpassed Banjiu's, and they could help Luin create a new set of universal armor. Without any external defenses, Luin felt a sense of insecurity. He was more eager to upgrade his universal armor, so he headed directly to Aurora Corporation. Besides, he would have to pass by Aurora Corporation if he wanted to get to the Sirius sect. Aurora Corporation was located in the Neoverse Northern Territory, and when Luin and Ada used the Flying Willow Flower Void shuttle to reach the Northern Territory, they returned to their spacecraft. Luin also brought Luotian out of Mount Supreme once more. She did not ask Luin about what had happened in the Black Street. After a while, more and more spacecraft appeared in the area. Luin could only recognize their grades, but he could not tell where they came from. Some of the spacecraft were unique and seemed to be custom-made. He suddenly wanted to customize a spacecraft that belonged to the Great Eastern Alliance. Br. Brother Lu, is that Aurora Corporation? Luotian exclaimed as she looked at the colossal object in the distance. Luin walked forward and looked into the distance, where he saw a fort that was similar to Ironblood Weave's. That's right, that's the Aurora Corporation's headquarters. Aurora Corporation was a colossus in the Neoverse, and although it could not compare to the Sirius sect or the Mavis family, it was still an existence that had the qualifications to own a part of the universe. Aurora ships were sold well on the fifth mainland, and even the most backward solar systems could be seen everywhere. Each Aurora ship was worth quite a bit. One could imagine how wealthy Aurora Corporation was, second only to the Mavis Bank. Mr. Luyi looked at the fort in the distance with a shocked expression. It actually makes me feel threatened. Luin glanced at him. Although the Aurora Corporation was a commercial organization, to be able to stand tall in the Neoverse meant that their foundation was unimaginable. It would be a joke if an emissary with a power level of over 700,000 was able to ignore them. Luin was certain that the Aurora Corporation had the ability to instantly obliterate the flying willow flower. Luin had already notified Aurora Corporation before his arrival, and the person who welcomed him was Chairman Ji, the boss with the greatest authority in the company. The ship docked at the harbor, and Luin stood at the window and looked down to see Chairman Ji's group. Chairman Ji was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance, and he had the smile of a businessman that was very sincere. If it weren't for his identity, it would be impossible to tell that he was in charge of such a colossus like Aurora Corporation. He wasn't very strong, at least from Luyin's perspective. There was a soft sound as the ship docked, and Luin walked out with Luo Shen, flying willow flower, and awed Chairman Ji led a group of people from Aurora Corporation and stood nearby, smiling at them. Welcome to Aurora Fort, Alliance Leader Lu. Chairman Ji walked forward and greeted him warmly. Luin smiled. Chairman Ji, you're too polite. It's my honor to be able to come to Aurora Fort. I've long heard of Aurora Corporation's reputation, and it would be inexcusable if I didn't come to the Neoverse. Haha, in front of the Great Eastern Alliance, my Aurora Fort is just a small place. Alliance Leader Lu, please, I'll show you around. Thank you, Chairman Ji. Luin smiled and did not decline. With his status, it was only natural that Chairman Ji would show him around. As the leader of the Great Eastern Alliance and the master of the Outerverse, Luin had the right to do so. Luin did not stand on ceremony, and Chairman Ji's smile became even more enthusiastic. However, there was caution in the depths of his eyes. This was the youth who had prevented Shamrock Enterprises from moving their headquarters into Jia Mountain. Even though he didn't think much of Shamrock Enterprises, the mysterious Leaf King was still a force to be reckoned with. However, this person didn't seem to care at all and even secretly controlled the directors, which was equivalent to controlling a portion of the Realm Mountain's authority. This was what Ji Dong feared the most. The Realm Mountain was the core of the human domain, and anyone who controlled it was far more powerful than an Outerverse lord. This person also had the support of the head Inquisitor and Elder Chan, as well as the troublesome Leon's Armada. In the entire Fifth Mainland, there weren't many people that Ji Dong feared, and Luin just so happened to be one of the youngest. Flying willows and flying flowers weren't as important as Luin had expected. They were envoys and top powerhouses in the Fifth Mainland, but they weren't the strongest in the Aurora Corporation. The Aurora stronghold was huge, and it would take at least a few years to tour the entire place. Ji Dong brought Luin around the core area, such as the construction of Radiant-grade spacecraft and Black Hole-grade Aurora spacecraft. He even showed Luin their newly developed Black Hole-grade collapsible spacecraft. Collapsible spacecraft can break through to the Black Hole-grade? Luin was astonished. Previously, collapsible spacecraft had been at most Radiant-grade. Because the collapsible parts couldn't withstand the pressure of a Black Hole-grade spacecraft. Ji Dong was helpless. We already have the technology, but we don't have enough materials. We can only make a few, and most of them are custom-made. The buyer has to pay for the materials for the collapsible parts. Speaking of materials, Ji Dong, I have some here. Would your company be able to help me make universal armor according to the blueprints? Luin took out the blueprints. Ji Dong took a look. No problem. Universal armor is simple, but what are the materials that Alliance Leader Lu has? Some materials are very difficult to smelt and combine. Luin took out the materials and spread them out on the ground. Someone behind Zhidong exclaimed, "Pentecost gold?" He excitedly stepped forward and picked up a piece of metal that emitted a faint gray glow. Luin looked at Zhidong curiously. Zhidong replied, "Please don't mind him, Alliance Leader Lu. He's an engineer of the Aurora Stronghold and is obsessed with manufacturing. He has some understanding of all sorts of materials." Luin nodded. Star Mother stone, orbit lines, colored glass, they are all extremely rare materials. Especially Star Mother stone, it should have gone extinct. How could it be here? That person was agitated as he muttered to himself. Another person walked out from behind Mr. Xi. It was an old man, and he hesitantly looked at a thin piece of metal on the ground that looked like a plant. He squatted down to examine it carefully before looking up at Luin. "Is this alive?" Luin raised a brow. "Alive? Alliance Master Lu, this is a living metal." The person from before looked at the metal in the elder's hand in shock and asked in disbelief. "To make? To? No way." The person who had recognized the winter dust gold looked up in agitation and glared at Luin. "You want to use Star Source to make universal armor? Make universal armor from living metals? I don't agree either." While they could not recognize all of the metals, they recognized all of them, but just a few of them were enough to shock them. Luin had Banjo verify these materials, but he had not been able to recognize even a tenth of them. Here, however, he had already recognized most of them. The Aurora Company truly lived up to its name. Even though these people had been promoted to management, their knowledge was not to be trifled with. Every one of them had sharp eyes. Luin watched the scene unfold. So what if the materials were precious? Once they were made into universal armor, he would be able to upgrade it. "Alliance Master Lu, you've really given me a difficult problem. To be honest, these materials are very precious, but it would be too wasteful to use them all to make universal armor. You won't be able to fully utilize the properties of these materials. Take that Star Mother, for example. If you used it to make a folding part of a spacecraft, it would be enough to support a cosmic-grade spacecraft." Zhidong sighed. Luin shrugged. "I have no choice. I've offended too many people. Zhidong, you should know that I was once chased by the 7 sky gods." At Zhidong's level, he naturally knew about the 7 sky gods. "That's too wasteful. It's impossible to make universal armor." "I don't agree. That's a blasphemy to these materials," the elder shouted. Although the people around him did not say much, they all had the same expression. Luin understood their stubbornness. "Zhidong, I'll pay you the full cost of the materials." The others looked at Zhidong with pleading eyes. Zhidong was helpless. "Alliance Master Lu, is it possible for the Aurora Company to purchase these materials?" Of course, the Aurora Company can also provide the life-saving items that Alliance Master Lu needs. Luin refused. "It's a matter of life and death. Even if these materials are wasted, it's enough to improve the universal armor's performance by just a little bit." Zhidong was helpless. If anyone else had brought these materials to the Aurora Fort, they would have left some behind no matter how high their status was. However, he could not use force on Luin. The others tried to persuade him, but Luin refused as well. Even Zhidong's offer of a power vessel that could defend against a powerhouse with a power level of 600,000 was rejected. Luin believed that once these materials were made into universal armor and upgraded, it would be comparable to the cloud landing robe. That's too wasteful. Even if these materials were made into universal armor, it would only be able to defend against an attack with a power level of 400,000 at most. It would be very difficult to break through the limits of an emissary. "Alliance Master Lu, please reconsider. The Aurora Company can provide you with even better protection, which is more in line with your wishes," the elder pleaded. "Senior, can the materials compare to these?" Luin retorted. The elder was stunned. "As long as the defense is better, why do you need better materials?" They could not understand Lu Yin's thinking. Luin was like a wastrel who only used the most expensive materials and did not use the best. Zhidong stopped the others from trying to persuade Luin any further. Luin did not agree, and if they continued, it would only cause resentment. These materials are only a portion of what I have. If Zhidong is willing, I'm willing to make a deal with the Aurora Company. As for items, they are similar materials. Luin smiled. Zhidong and the others were shocked. You have more materials? Luin nodded. Not right now, but I'll have some in the future. Zhidong did not believe him. The Aurora Company searched the entire universe for rare materials, and even the Hall of Honor could not compare to them. Most of the materials in the universe were concentrated in the Aurora Fort, and they only lacked rare materials from ancient eras. However, Luin had these materials. Could it be that his previous guesses about this kid had been true? Luin had continuously taken out foreign objects in the outerverse to challenge those at a higher realm than him. Others had long since guessed that Luin had discovered the ruins of an ancient power, and those foreign objects had come from that era. Thus, these materials should be the same as well. You really have more? The elder asked with an excited expression. Luin nodded. Since you said so, I have more. Alright, Alliance Master Lu, if you have more, you can sell them to the Aurora Company. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied with the price. Luin had already thought of a price, which was a custom-made spacecraft that belonged to the Great Eastern Alliance. He wanted the Great Eastern Alliance to be unique. Sigh, what a pity. It's too wasteful to make universal armor. How about this? The person who had discovered the Wudingchen gold looked at Luin. We'll make a miniature armor for you. What's a miniature armor? Luin was curious. Miniature armor is a type of armor that's similar to skin. It's the armor that fits the human body the best when it comes to combat. Humans won't even be able to sense its existence, and it won't affect their movements. Universal armor is just a tool that ordinary people use to travel through outer space. It's completely useless, and it's also inconvenient for combat. Lu Yan's eyes lit up. Better than universal armor in terms of defense? Defense depends on the materials used. The advantage of miniature armor is that most people won't be able to see it. Luin nodded and smiled. Alright, miniature armor it is. It took much longer to make miniature armor than universal armor, so Luin stayed at the Aurora stronghold during this time. Brother Lu, aren't you afraid that they'll steal the materials? Luotian muttered softly as her eyes darted around. Luin laughed. Don't worry, they won't. Over the next few days, Luin was brought around by Chairman Ji. Luin was very interested in the Aurora stronghold. Chairman Ji, how strong is the Aurora stronghold's defenses? Chairman Ji smiled. 1,000,000. Lu Yan's eyes lit up. 1,000,000? Even Master Yuan can't break through? Chairman Ji smiled, but he didn't continue the topic. Luin looked down and saw a huge city. There were no less than 10 billion people living in the Aurora stronghold, and they were all employees of the Aurora Corporation as well as their families. Among them were the Mavis Bank and many other commercial giants that dominated the universe, including Shamrock Enterprises. In the distance, a glaring light shone from the top of the Aurora stronghold and illuminated a corner of the city. Luin looked over and heard rumbling sounds. It's that brat again. He's getting more and more overboard. Luin was curious, and he looked towards a corner of the city where he saw a group of people racing. That's right, they were racing, and it was a very ancient car that moved on 4 wheels. Is that a car race? Luin was astonished. Chairman Ji sighed. It's that brat from my family. He's racing with a bunch of idiots who have nothing better to do. Every time he races, the city becomes restless. I'll definitely catch him this time. Luin was interested. That's a very ancient car. It's meaningless to cultivators since it's not exciting at all. Chairman Ji replied, that's why they emit star energy. Those cars are specially modified and are very fast. It's enough for them to get excited. Chairman Ji, I'll leave you to your work. I'd like to take a look. Chairman Ji was astonished, but then he smiled. That's fine. I forgot that Alliance Master Lu is about the same age as my brat. Are you interested in these things as well? My brat has a racing car at home. Would you like to try it out? Thank you, Chairman Ji. These ancient cars reminded Lu Yin of his days on Earth. He had stayed there for 2 years, and the outskirts of the city he lived in were often raced. He would go there to watch when he had nothing better to do, and it made him reminisce. He had also raced with others on Xinyu Star. The sky above Aurora Stronghold was filled with air bridges, and the surroundings were illuminated by lights. The lights above were like the sun, illuminating the cars and the racers. Countless people stood on both sides of the bridges, and the surrounding buildings were filled with people shouting. There was no lack of beauties among them. This place was filled with passion and zhongyang. They weren't afraid of being arrogant, but they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to be arrogant. The cars all had 4 wheels, and each one was more domineering than the last. Some were in the shape of beasts, some were in the shape of spaceships, and some were even in the shape of swords. The most exaggerated one was in the shape of a beautiful woman, and it was an eyesore. With a whoosh, hundreds of cars charged out and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The city was huge, and the cars could easily fit in. Young Master Xi rushed to the front, and a beautiful woman sat in the front passenger seat. He kept shouting, and all the cars had beautiful women in the front passenger seats. Not long after, the collisions began. These cars didn't prohibit collisions, and for cultivators, even if the cars exploded, it wouldn't matter. The constant collisions sounded like the rhythm of the night, and the entire city was stirred up. In every race, the final victors were always the same few people, and young Master Xi had won the most times. Only a few cars could compete with him. Young Master Xi, your legs must be weak. You can't go fast enough, ha ha ha. A car passed by, and a young man laughed arrogantly. He wore a tattered shirt that was stained with rust, and he looked like a beggar. Young Master Xi was furious. Just you wait, old one. I'll smash you to death. You think you can? Bang. 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 The collision made the beautiful woman even more excited. Suddenly, a racing car fell from the sky and smashed into another racing car. Then, it quickly rushed out and took the lead. Young Master Xi and the rest were stunned. Since when could cars fly? Wait, why does this car look so familiar? Isn't that mine? Young Master Xi's eyes turned red. Someone had stolen his car. Old Wan was shocked. Young Master Xi, isn't that your last champion car? Someone stole your car. Get out of the car. You dare to steal my car? You must be tired of living. I've even participated in the Supreme Tournament. Young Master Xi was extremely angry, and he sped up. Wan Lauer immediately rushed up as well. Someone was trying to steal young Master Xi's carriage. Interesting. Lu Yin's lips curled upwards. To him, racing was too slow and he couldn't get into it. He'd just treat it as a game. In the front passenger seat, Luoshan was so excited that her face was flushed red. She looked at Lu Yin with sparkling eyes. This was a wonderful feeling. No one had ever done something like this with him before. This was an experience that belonged solely to the two of them. Brat, how dare you steal my car? Get out. Young Master Xi rushed over and glared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin turned to look at him. Young Master Xi was taken aback at first. How familiar. Then, he remembered who he was, and his expression changed. Drastically. You. Why are you here? Lu Yin smiled, but then, his car was suddenly bumped into, and he turned to look to the side. Wan Lauer looked at Lu Yin and gave him a thumbs up. You've got guts, kid. You actually dared to steal young Master Xi's car in the Aurora Stronghold. Lu Yin smiled nonchalantly, but just as he was about to speak, his pupils suddenly shrank as he saw something on old Second Wan's collar. This chapter isn't finished. Please turn the page. It was a very familiar symbol, Earth Invisibility. This person's clothes had the symbol of Earth Invisibility? It was dark red, and it looked like a bloodstain. Hey, bro, what's your name? Old Second Wan asked loudly. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. What's your name? Old Second Wan was shocked. You don't know me? You don't even know who this racer is? You must be new. Lu Yin looked at Old Second Wan, curious that this person didn't know him. Had he never watched the Sovereign Tournament before? That's right, he's new. Young Master Xi, this brat is new. You have to teach him well, ha ha ha. Old Second Wan laughed, and the car sped up again. Luin turned to look at young Master Xi and smiled. I think we've met on Mount Supreme. Young Master Xi gulped. Hello. This game is very interesting. Let's continue tomorrow, Luin said with a smile before chasing after Old Second Wan. Young Master Xi stared blankly at Lu Yin's back, and the beauty beside him urged him to hurry up. However, young Master Xi didn't move as the cars behind him overtook him. Young Master Xi, did your legs really go soft? Looks like that little beauty from yesterday made him want to die, someone mocked loudly after the race. Young Master Xi, you're welcome to come again tomorrow. Young Master Xi, hurry up and modify your car. Young Master Xi didn't seem to hear the mockery as he looked for Luin, but he was nowhere to be found. Young Master Xi, what happened? Did you go crazy? Old Second Wan stopped his car excitedly. He was the winner tonight. Young Master Xi looked at Old Second Wan. Where's that guy? Who? The brat who stole your car? I didn't see him. That's strange, where did he go? Young Master Xi left immediately. The Aurora Corporation was a business giant, and it wasn't ruled by a single person. Although young Master Xi was in charge of the Aurora stronghold, that didn't mean that he could do whatever he wanted. Young Master Xi himself wasn't a spoiled brat, and he had a good relationship with everyone in Aurora City. It should have been a night of fun, but young Master Xi wasn't in the mood. He found young Master Xi and asked solemnly, Luin is here? Young Master Xi looked at his screen and replied, he arrived a few days ago. Did you guys meet? Luin isn't a good person. Why is he here? Young Master Xi asked. Young Master Xi was surprised and looked at him. Are you afraid of him? You're concerned about the company? Young Master Xi sat down and took a sip of wine, no longer looking like his usual playful self. He said in a low voice, I don't care about the 10 arbiters or the 5 astral children. No matter how strong they are, they're just inheritors of their predecessors. But Luin is different. He's too ambitious and wants to unify the outerverse. Now that he's back, he'll definitely target the innerverse. Young Master Xi put away his screen and sat across from young Master Xi. You once said that I'd give you time to enjoy life. Why are you asking about him now? I'm afraid that he'll devour me, young Master Xi said unhappily. Young Master Xi laughed. You don't know my Aurora Fort's background. Even the 7 quartz wouldn't be able to easily devour it, let alone Luin. I'm only afraid of Luin because of his background in the Hall of Honor. Apart from that, unless he can unify the innerverse, he won't be able to threaten my Aurora Fort. I hope so. What's he doing here? Young Master Xi asked. He's using rare materials to create external defenses, young Master Xi replied. He then looked at young Master Xi, maintain a good relationship with him, even if we can't be friends. This chapter is not finished. Please continue to read. Shamrock Enterprises lost the opportunity to move their headquarters to the Realm Mountain because of him. That's why I said that he's too ruthless. Young Master Xi rolled his eyes. Young Master Xi didn't seem to mind, just play with him. No matter how ambitious he is, with the Hall of Honor suppressing him, he won't affect us. He doesn't have the ability to deal with my Aurora Fort. Besides, we've already reached an agreement. He'll provide us with rare materials, and we'll help him create a spacecraft that belongs to the Great Eastern Alliance. This is a huge deal. Young Master Xi nodded. The next night, a bright light shone down from the sky above Aurora Fort, illuminating all of the racing cars. Young Master Xi, Old Second Wan, and the rest were already waiting. Luin was among them, and he had already put on his helmet. News of his appearance had already spread throughout the universe. Although he wasn't sure why Old Second Wan didn't recognize him, it was still better to be safe than sorry. Hey, kid, you're using a stolen car to race against us, aren't you? Old Second Wan laughed. Young Master Xi looked at Luin with a rare desire to fight. In terms of strength, he wasn't qualified to compete for the Star Tower in the Mountain and Sea Realm, and he had even been eliminated by the Little Arrow Saint's Arrow Rain during the Sovereign Tournament. But here, he was determined to win. With a roar, all of the racing cars charged out. Several hours later, Luin looked back and saw that the closest person to him, young Master Ji, was about 5 minutes away from him. This was his level. With his current strength, he could easily leave these people in the dust. Lu Yin's strength aroused everyone's enthusiasm to challenge him. The third, fourth, and fifth day continued for 7 consecutive days. Luin was always in first place, and no one could catch up to him. In the end, almost no one wanted to challenge him anymore. No one could see any hope of winning, and they all dispersed in boredom. During these 7 days, the happiest person was Luotian, who followed Lu Yin around every night. Old Second One returned home and sat down tiredly to drink some water. The door opened, racing again? You're not allowed to go starting tomorrow. Come with me to learn some techniques. How can you survive in the Aurora Fort without any techniques? The one who spoke was a middle-aged man, the first person to recognize the pentacled gold. Old Second One returned to his room in a bad mood, muttering something under his breath. In the distance, Lu Yin saw everything. He hadn't raced with these people for fun, but to find the source of the Hidden Earth Society's bloodstains on Old Second One's clothes. Now, he was sure that the clothes belonged to Old Second One's father. Did that mean that the person was from the Hidden Earth Society? After confirming the source of Old Second One's clothes, Lu Yin didn't race again. There were only a few days left before the miniature armor would be completed. On this day, he was looking at the surrounding star charts when an oppressive feeling surged out. At the same time, an urgent voice sounded out, "Not good, I'm about to break through to Envoy." Lu Yin was astonished. Break through to Envoy? Who? He looked up and saw Ada charge into outer space, leaving the Aurora Fort in the blink of an eye. Ada was about to break through to Envoy? Breaking through to Envoy would bring about an origin tribulation. The origin tribulation's power was determined by the astral source within the person undergoing the tribulation. If Ada remained at the Aurora Fort, then the origin tribulation might sense the astral sources of the other envoys within the fort and increase its power. This was something that Ada could not endure. The Aurora Fort also couldn't help Ada pass through the origin tribulation. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance that the astral source within the fort could be sensed, it would still be a disaster. Ada left the Aurora Fort and stood in outer space. Above him, the void distorted as if a terrifying beast had descended. It released an extremely oppressive aura that could destroy the world. End of chapter. President Xi and the other envoys appeared one by one in outer space. Lu Yefei and the others also appeared far away from Ada, but most of them were in lighters. Watching others transcend their origin tribulation was very beneficial to their future. Lu Yin also appeared in outer space, his expression solemn as he asked in a low voice, "Mr. Lu Yi, in your opinion, can Ada survive this origin tribulation?" Mr. Lu Yi shook his head. It's hard to say. It depends on what form the origin tribulation takes. Everyone's origin tribulation is different. The origin tribulation's power should be determined based on the amount of astral sources that the cultivator has attracted, Lu Yin said. Mr. Lu Yi nodded. Breaking through to become an emissary requires the formation of an astral cyclone, which is determined by the amount of star energy in a person's body. The more star energy one has, the more astral sources one needs to form an astral cyclone, and it cannot be hidden. Ada doesn't have much star energy, so as long as he's prepared well, he should have a 20% chance of breaking through. Only 20%? Lu Yin was astonished. Big Sister Feihua said unhappily, "Do you think transcending the origin tribulation is a joke? Out of 10 initiates, it's already pretty good to have one emissary. If he's undergoing his origin tribulation here, he's either fighting someone and couldn't suppress his origin tribulation and had to break through, or he was careless. Otherwise, there's no way he would be undergoing his origin tribulation here. 20% is already very high. What if there are external objects?" Lu Yin asked in a low voice. Mr. Lu Yi replied, "With an external object, as long as it doesn't involve an astral source, it won't affect the origin tribulation. However, the origin tribulation is mysterious. External objects that you use all year round won't affect you, but if you borrow an external object from someone else, it'll be easily detected. Once detected, its power will increase dramatically, and you'll have no hope of surviving. The origin tribulation can detect whether or not an external object is borrowed." Lu Yin was horrified. Wasn't this the same as life? No, it was more intelligent than life itself. At the very least, when he took out an external object, no one would know if it was borrowed or not. Big Sister Fei Hua rolled her eyes. If it's that easy to fool an origin tribulation cultivator, then envoys would have already flown all over the place. Everything else aside, any Enlighter Realm envoys who break through to the Enlighter Realm will be able to stay at Aurora Fort for as long as they stay there. Lu Yin pursed his lips, as Ada's words made sense. If that was the case, then Ada's departure from the Aurora Fort wasn't because he was afraid that his tribulation would sense the astral source within the fort. Instead, he was afraid that an external object like the Aurora Fort would be discovered. There's one more thing. The power of the origin tribulation mostly affects the astral origin cyclone. External objects can't resist it, Lu Yi said. Not far away, Zhizong sighed, the origin tribulation is really like a life of its own. It's even more intelligent than life itself. It's like a law that no one can reverse. One can only endure it. Only by becoming stronger can one deal with the origin tribulation. Everyone looked at Ada, looking at his solemn expression. At this moment, the vortex above his head was getting bigger and bigger. Thunder rumbled, and the sharp light tore the space apart, tearing many cracks. It's the saber. His origin tribulation is related to the saber, said an emissary from the Aurora Corporation. He should also be a master of the saber, Mr. Lu Yi said. In the next moment, there was an intense explosion that sounded like two blades clashing against each other. Sparks appeared in the void and lit up the entire universe. Then, two long blades materialized and slashed at Ada. The first blade was like a dragon, and its roar shook the entire universe. The second blade kept flickering and was accompanied by a peculiar power. It wasn't just a saber, but also a battle technique. Lu Yin's eyes filled with star energy as he looked at the rune lines of the two blades. They were about the same as Ada's. No, the two blades were descending at the same time, which meant that Ada would have to endure two attacks that were equivalent to his own power. This was the origin tribulation. Ada retrieved a grayish-white blade from his cosmic ring and slashed upwards, clashing with the first blade. The first blade was like a dragon as it ruthlessly pressed down. Ada growled, and at the same time, the second blade descended and slashed at his chest. His clothes were stained with blood, as he couldn't defend against two attacks at the same time. The origin tribulation wasn't a test, it was truly meant to destroy the nirvana tribulation. To the astral source universe, the nirvana tribulation was an enemy. Ada pushed away the first saber, trying to cut the second saber in half. However, there was a strange power on the second saber that blocked Ada's blade. The crowd sighed, as the chances of success were very low. At that moment, a third blade appeared above Ada's head. Fei Hua shook her head, he's dead. Zhizong was just as helpless, this is the origin tribulation. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. They really weren't giving him a chance to survive. Ada looked up and saw the third blade taking shape. There was a sudden clap of thunder in his ears. He took out his power vessel and other external items, but they were all useless. These items weren't strong enough to withstand the origin tribulation. When he saw the first blade slash down again, Ada's eyes grew crazed. At that moment, he heard a sound, and his blade suddenly changed direction and slashed at a certain spot on the second blade. The second blade strangely changed direction and blocked the first blade's attack. Ada grew excited and attacked again. His continuous attacks were so fast that the surrounding enlighters couldn't even see them clearly. These attacks didn't hit the same spot, and each time, the direction and position of the blade changed. The strange power was also forcefully changed, and each time, it blocked the first blade's attack. Zhizong and the others were shocked. How had this person changed? Lu Yifeiwa and Lu Yifeiwa looked at each other, then turned to Ada in shock. Every time he attacks, he hits the most appropriate spot. It's like the second origin tribulation blade is blocking the first one. With his understanding of the blade, he shouldn't be able to do this. Not too far away, Lu Yin's eyes grew solemn as he transmitted a message to Ada. He was the one helping Ada. Even if the origin tribulation could sense external items being borrowed, it couldn't possibly sense that someone was transmitting a message to help. That would be too ridiculous. Whether or not an external item was borrowed could be determined by its aura, but there was no way to check if someone was using a voice transmission. Perhaps this was the Origin Tribulation's lifeline. If this Origin Tribulation wasn't a blade but something else, then Luin wouldn't have been able to help Ada. However, since it was a blade and a weapon, then he had the ability to do so. He hadn't learned how to use a sickle to break through 10,000 weapons for nothing. He had been receiving the sword steel's inheritance for a longer time than by Xianxia. Finally, there was a soft sound as the second blade shattered. Ada growled and slashed at the first blade, shattering it as well. He panted heavily as blood flowed down his chest and onto his hand. He looked up as the third blade took shape and slashed down. There was no battle technique involved, it was simply aimed at Luin. Lu Yin's pupil shrank. This wasn't good, the rune lines far exceeded the previous two blades. He looked at Ada, as he couldn't help with this attack. This attack's power wasn't something that could be broken by techniques. It was over. President Xi and the others shook their heads, Ada had failed. Even the enlighters around them could see how terrifying this attack was. Even if Ada had been at his peak, he wouldn't have been able to block this attack, let alone with his heavily injured body. Ada looked up and watched as the attack descended. The gray blade in his hand disappeared, and a blade that looked exactly like the gray blade appeared. The only difference was that this blade had a scabbard. This was an innate gift. Ada's eyes widened as he grabbed the hilt of his sword with his right hand and swung it towards Lu Yin's head. In that instant, boundless rune lines shook Lu Yin, and the boiling star energy shook everyone around him. This was an attack with far more star energy than Ada's, and it was as if there were several or even a dozen Adas attacking at the same time. The attack shattered the third blade and slashed at the Origin Tribulation vortex. Everyone was shocked. They sucked in a breath of cold air. How was this blade possible? President Xi was shocked and blurted out, an innate gift for drawing the blade. You're De Qiu. Luin looked at President Xi. You know him? President Xi was astonished. Yes, I should have remembered. The old Hall of Honor's methods have been lost for decades. Luin looked at Ada. Was he the Hall of Honor's method? In the distance, Ada sheathed his blade, and the gray blade gradually disappeared. He stood in place without moving. Others couldn't see anything, but Luin could tell that Ada's rune lines were rising. He had successfully faced his tribulation and was now an emissary. Above his head, the vortex slowly dissipated, and everyone looked at Ada enviously. He had successfully faced his tribulation. Mr. Lu Yi sighed. Innate gift. His innate gift is quite good, and his blade technique is even better. He's lucky to have survived this tribulation, but he might not be able to survive the next one, Fei Hua said. Everyone looked at Ada and watched as his body occasionally disappeared and entered the astral source universe. Enlighters didn't know this, and only emissaries could experience it. Once an emissary entered the astral source universe, others couldn't see him, and they couldn't block the attacks from the astral source universe. This was what it meant to be an emissary, a godlike existence compared to an enlighter. The crowd gradually dispersed, and President Xi left as well. Emissaries were indeed worthy of attention, but Ada belonged to the Hall of Honor and was from the Interstellar Arbitration Center. President Xi didn't even care about Lu Yefei, let alone Ada. Of course, there were also people who stayed behind to ask about Ada's tribulation. Ada opened his eyes and looked at his palm. Although his injuries were serious, they weren't a problem for him at this moment. After successfully overcoming his tribulation, an astral source cyclone had formed in his body, and he had become an emissary. He immediately turned around to look for Luin. Luin didn't leave, and neither did Lu Yefei. Ada arrived in front of Luin and bowed respectfully. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Lu Yefei looked at him strangely. Luin smiled. There's no need. It was nothing. Ada solemnly replied, it may have been nothing to you, but it saved my life. Thank you again, De Qiu. Luin curiously asked, De Qiu? President Xi said that you were once a member of the Hall of Honor, Fatsi? Ada nodded. I used to be. After I became an enlighter, I joined the Interstellar Arbitration Center and changed my name. I've been there ever since. Luin was amused. I never thought that I would be so lucky as to randomly pick a tour guide who used to be Fotsy. Big Sis Fei Hua sneered. Randomly pick one? You're looking for the most powerful one, and you still have the nerve to say that. Luine was speechless. Was there a need to expose him? However, she wasn't wrong. After going to the arbitration center, he had found Ada because he was infinitely close to being an emissary. The others were much weaker than him. Since you used to be Fotsy, and now that you've become an emissary, will you become an elder when you return to the World Mountain? Or will you leave the Interstellar Arbitration Center? Ada replied, I haven't thought about it yet. This tribulation was an accident, so I'll think about it after helping Mr. Liu return to the Outerverse. Louis nodded. That's fine. I'm familiar with the head Inquisitor, so let me know if you need any help. Ada felt strange. In the eyes of everyone in the Interstellar Arbitration Center, the head Inquisitors were mysterious, dignified, and inviolable. They represented justice, judgment, and faith, but why did Louis make it sound like the head Inquisitor was an uncle next door? Ada suddenly thought of the head Inquisitor's warrant that Louis had. Could this person be the head Inquisitor's illegitimate son? Before the tribulation, Ada's attitude towards Louis had been lukewarm, but after the tribulation, his attitude had completely changed. Louis had basically saved his life, and he now looked at Louis with even more respect. Louis was also a member of the Hall of Honor, and he hadn't used this identity. When he revealed it, Ada looked at him even more affectionately. Ada had broken through to become an emissary, and this was a good topic for discussion in the Aurora stronghold. That night, Wan Lauer was taught a lesson again, and in his anger, he wanted to race with Ji Hao and challenge Louis. Unfortunately, Louis was no longer interested in racing. He was more interested in Wan Lauer's father. When Wan Lauer stormed out of the house, his father, Wan Gong, sighed. Useless thing. He shook his head and was about to return to his room when the lights in the hall suddenly lit up. Wan Gong felt strange and looked towards the living room. Wan Gong, let's talk, a voice called. Out. Wan Gong's expression changed, and he subconsciously tried to contact the outside world. There had always been people who wanted to steal the Aurora Corporation's technology, and the technicians all had bodyguards who were not weak. Don't waste your energy. I've already made preparations since I was able to come. Wan Gong felt that the voice sounded familiar, and he slowly walked downstairs. He saw Louis sitting on the sofa, leisurely looking at some blueprints. The blueprints were just ordinary spacecraft parts, and Wan Gong didn't care. He stared at Louis. Alliance leader Liu, why are you visiting so late at night? If it's about the miniature armor, you can rest assured that it will be ready in 2 days. Louis placed the blueprints on the table, and beside them was a tattered old shirt. Wan Gong's face sank when he saw the shirt. Louis picked it up and flipped open the collar, revealing the bloodstain of the Hidden Earth organization. Wan Gong, can you explain this symbol? Wan Gong stepped forward, puzzled. That's just blood. Louis looked at Wan Gong. You, or your ancestors, should be from Earth. Wan Gong's fingers trembled, and his gaze sharpened. What Earth? Never heard of it. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Since that's the case, it's fine even if President Ji discovers the significance of this symbol. I've already sent someone to report to the higher-ups of Aurora about second bro one wearing clothes with this symbol. Wan Gong, think of a way to explain this to them. Wan Gong's expression changed drastically. Alliance Lord Liu, what is the meaning of this? Lu Yin replied, nothing much. I just want to have an open discussion. There's nothing to talk about. So what if my ancestors came from the Hidden Earth realm? The Aurora stronghold won't care. I didn't say Hidden Earth. I said Earth, Lu Yin replied. Wan Gong replied in a low voice, the Aurora stronghold doesn't care about Earth's Hidden Earth. To them, it's just an insignificant small organization. Maybe, but if you don't. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Who knows if I'm related to Earth invisibility? I'm from Earth, and if someone sees us talking in the middle of the night, think of a way to explain this to President Ji. Wan Gong frowned, what are you trying to do, Lu Yin? Lu Yin looked at Wan Gong, you betrayed Earth invisibility. I didn't. I admit that my ancestor did come from Earth, but that was a long time ago. That shirt isn't mine, it's my ancestor's. We didn't betray Earth invisibility, but we've already settled down in the Aurora stronghold. We don't want to have anything to do with Earth invisibility. Why? This is my home, Wan Gong said in a low voice. Luin understood. All right, I understand. With that, he prepared to leave. Wan Gong had no value, and the only reason Luin had sought him out was to learn more about Earth invisibility. Since Wan Gong had already left Earth invisibility, and he hadn't joined Earth invisibility himself, but rather his ancestor, there was no need for him to continue pestering him. Luin wasn't from Earth invisibility, and it had nothing to do with him. Wan Gong didn't seem to believe that Luin would leave just like that. What do you want, Luin? Luin replied, nothing much. Since you've decided to leave Earth invisibility, then live your life well. You didn't tell anyone about me, did you? Wan Gong asked anxiously. Luin waved a hand. Don't worry. With that, he left. Wan Gong looked at the empty living room and the shirt with a complicated expression. It had been many years since he had heard of that name, and now it had appeared again. Back then, his ancestor had been valued by the Aurora stronghold due to his technical talent. He had then coveted the Aurora stronghold's luxuries and didn't want to suffer with Earth invisibility. He had then pursued the primeval surname alliance, but he had paid a huge price. It wasn't as simple as leaving Earth invisibility, but rather betrayal. A true betrayal. Everyone who knew that his ancestor was from Earth invisibility had been silenced. More than 10 people from Earth invisibility had been killed, and that was a blood debt. Earth invisibility didn't know about his ancestor's betrayal, which had allowed his bloodline to remain stable for so many years. Wan Gong didn't plan on getting involved with Earth invisibility, but why had Luin come looking for him today? How had Luin discovered this? Wan Gong looked at the shirt on the table and the bloodstain. Blood debt, blood debt, blood debt, blood debt, blood debt. Wan Gong's heart sank, and his face paled. Luin was definitely here for revenge. What was there to live a good life? What awaited him was despairing revenge. Wan Gong wasn't afraid of death, but he didn't want his son to die with him. His eldest son's premature death had left him in despair, and he couldn't allow anything to happen to his second son. He didn't doubt Lu Yin's ability. Even President Xi had personally received this person, so dealing with him would be too easy. No, he definitely couldn't allow Luin to take revenge on him. That was his ancestor's debt, so why should he pay for it? Wan Gong immediately walked out. He couldn't let a tragedy happen again. Not long after Luin returned to his residence, Wan Gong arrived. He found it strange, especially since Wan Gong's face looked as if his son had died. Wan Gong immediately knelt down. Alliance Master Lu, I beg you to let my son go. I'll do anything you want. Please, I'll pay for what you owe me. Luin was stunned, but then his eyes flickered. He grunted and casually sat down. How? When Wan Gong heard Lu Yin's words, he was certain that Luin was here for revenge. I will repay the lives that my ancestors owed to Earth Hidden. Our family has been rooted in Aurora Stronghold for many years, and we've gained their trust. I've also participated in the core research of Aurora Spaceship Company, so all I can do is take control. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. I'll tell you everything I know about the Aurora Stronghold, and I'll tell you everything I know. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Core technology? What technology? Wan Gong hesitated for a moment. Lu Yin snorted coldly. Wan Gong's heart sank, and his gaze hardened. Microarray technology. Lu Yin didn't understand. Explain in detail. Wan Gong exhaled, as there was nothing he wanted to hide now that he had mentioned microarray technology. Ever since the Aurora Corporation was established, 1/10 of its annual profits disappeared without exception. It was a huge expenditure, and many people were curious as to where it went, but no one knew. That was until one day, when my skills and background were recognized, and I was allowed to participate in a research project called microarray technology. That sum of money was invested in this project. Lu Yin was shocked. The Aurora Corporation's annual profits were enormous, and it wasn't any less than the Great Eastern Alliance's. How much resources would 1/10 of the Aurora Corporation's profits be? It was simply unimaginable. Microarray technology takes everything that can be seen in the universe, including objects, life forms, and even attacks. Everything tangible and intangible can be stored into a small device that can be activated by anyone. This is the core and goal of microarray technology. It sounds similar to cosmic rings, but cosmic rings can only store objects and not life forms or attacks. Microarrays, on the other hand, can do that. No matter how incredible the idea is, the Aurora Corporation has always believed that it can succeed, and they've invested a huge amount of money into it. Now that the project has reached a bottleneck, they'll continue to invest without a single cent less, or even more. Luin leaned forward, as if he had thought of something, but he couldn't recall what it was. Continue. Wangong continued, microarray technology is the Aurora Corporation's core project. If it succeeds, it will change the entire human race, and it can be used in daily life and even in war. Think about it, a person's attack can be stored in a device that can be fired at any time. What would that be like? Lu Yin's mind flashed, and he suddenly remembered the Splitting Skies Array. The Splitting Skies Array was a sourcebox array that could be used at any time. Right, there were also power vessels, but those could only be created by special people. Microarray technology, on the other hand, could be used by everyone, including the average person. What would it be like for a normal person to use a Splitting Skies Array and fire it, instantly destroying a planet? Luin shook his head. This technology isn't practical. I know, but the Aurora Spaceship Company is certain it can be done. The microarmor and the energy vortex decomposer are all derived from this technology. The Aurora Spaceship Company makes money by manufacturing spaceships, but in essence, they're investing in researching this technology. Over the years, countless geniuses have been brought to the Aurora stronghold and invested in this research. Those people died of old age and couldn't leave the Aurora stronghold, and I'm no different, Wangong said. Luin took out the Splitting Skies Array and tossed it to Wangong. Take a look at this. Back when he had used the heaven-splitting formation's 4 moves, he hadn't thrown it away. Wangong took the Splitting Skies Array and took a closer look. His expression changed, and he looked at Luin in disbelief. Alliance leader Lu, where did you get this? Is it useful? Luin was interested. Wangong was excited. Yes, it's very useful. This is basically a model for microarray technology, and it might even lead to a breakthrough. End of chapter. Luin fell into deep thought, as this was not a model, but rather a true copy of the 4 forms of Split the Heavens. However, it also contained a sourcebox array. There should be an origin array master among the researchers of microarray technology. Wangong replied, there's a powerful GUN array master. Luin exhaled, as this made sense. This technique had to be used in conjunction with a sourcebox array. The Aurora Corporation was really willing to invest heavily in this project. Forget about Realm Force Array Masters, even an Origin Array Master was not something that just any organization could possess. Even the White Dragon Clan, one of the 4 scales of the Cosmic Tree, could not produce an Origin Array Master and could only hire them. There were even Array Masters in Real Yuan, which was something that Luin could not afford to invest in. Wangong excitedly studied the heaven-splitting formation, as if this was the first time he had seen the materials that Luin had brought over. He went crazy. This was the nature of a technician, and nothing could change that. With this, will there be any progress in microarray research? Luin asked. Wangong subconsciously replied, of course there is, there definitely is. He then looked at Luin longingly, not even willing to let go of the heaven-splitting array. You've forgotten why you're here. We still haven't settled our debts, Luin said. Anyone who knew about microarray technology was passionate about it. Even if they didn't believe the technology could be realized, the Aurora Corporation had invested so much money into it, so they would pour all their passion into it. Because of the Splitting Heavens Array, Wangong had forgotten his purpose for coming here. Lu Yin's reminder caused his entire body to turn cold. Luin smiled and waved his hand, causing the Splitting Heaven Array to disappear from Wangong's hand. Wangong was reluctant, but he still looked at Luin with pleading eyes. With your status, no one is keeping an eye on you. Wangong replied, yes, I have a way to get rid of them. Luin nodded. I'm looking for you because of the debt from back then. It's time for you to pay it back. Wang Gong's face was pale. Alliance leader Lu, I'll pay you back. Let my son go. Let him go. Lu Yin looked at Wang Gong. With this splitting heaven array, how long will it take to realize microarray technology? Wang Gong replied, based on my understanding, I can break through within 10 years, but I've been away from this project for a long time, so I'm not sure about the progress. Based on my understanding of this project, it should take around 10 years. 10 years was too long, but it was worth it when compared to microarray technology. Lu Yin looked forward to the day when he could incorporate all sorts of attacks into his microarrays, allowing each soldier to use one. What would it be like if hundreds of thousands of soldiers simultaneously unleashed an envoy-level attack? Let alone the sixth mainland, even the starry sky trees and the Eternals would be dumbfounded. As he thought about it, he tossed the splitting the heavens formation to Wang Gong. I'll give you a chance. Stay here and research the microarray technology. Once you succeed, hand over the complete technology to me, and you won't have to pay back your debt. Wang Gong was overjoyed. Really? Lu Yin nodded. This person was a technical genius, but he didn't understand the changes microarray technology would bring to the universe in the future. Or rather, he didn't see the big picture. The Aurora Corporation was different. They had invested an unimaginable amount of money since their establishment. They could see the big picture, but they didn't have the technology. What he was most curious about now was how the Cold Immortal sect made the heaven-splitting array. Was the heaven-splitting array something they researched, or was it something they already had? If it was something they researched, it meant that they had mastered the microarray technology. This wasn't good news. What was he planning to do if he didn't use the microarray technology against the Eternals? You may return. Remember, if Fort Aurora acquires any important skills, let me know, Lu Yin said. This meant that Wang Gong had become a traitor to Fort Aurora. His ancestor had betrayed Hidden Earth and joined Fort Aurora. Now, he was going to betray Fort Aurora and join Lu Yin's faction. He had to pay back his debt. Wang Gong sighed, stood up, and slowly left. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something and said to Lu Yin, the Aurora Corporation might be related to the Sirius sect. Lu Yin was stunned. What did you say? Revealing the microarray technology meant that Wang Gong had completely betrayed the Aurora Corporation. He couldn't turn back, and his change in stance made him more inclined towards Lu Yin. I once used the technology to detect that more than one person in Aurora Corporation is using the Sirius arts. Although I can't see how the Sirius arts are used, the technology was able to detect it. However, I'm not completely sure. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The Aurora Corporation and the Sirius sect shouldn't be related at all. I understand. 2 days later, the miniature armor was completed, and Lu Yin took it and touched it. Micro-armor was not so much battle armor as it was clothing. It was a very thin piece of clothing, similar to the Cloud Lair garment. However, the Cloud Lair garment relied on its material and sourcebox arrays, while micro-armor only relied on material. Its defensive capabilities were far inferior to the Cloud Lair garments, but that was only for now. Across from him, President Xi sighed in admiration. With so many rare materials and the Aurora Fort's technology, this miniature armor's defense can reach a power level of more than 400,000. It's already very close to an envoy's power level. Unfortunately, it still hasn't broken through. Lu Yin smiled. That's enough. Thank you, President Xi. Lu Yin's group watched the Aurora Fort gradually disappear as they headed towards the Sirius sect. Lu Yin's original destination had been the Sirius sect, and he wanted to study the Sirius technique. Wang Gong's words had also made him want to investigate them. For a long time, the Sirius sect was located in the Western Realm, while the Aurora Corporation was located in the Northern Realm. The two were unrelated, and Lu Yin had never heard of any connection between them. However, if Wang Gong's investigation was correct, then the Sirius sect and the Aurora Corporation were related, which meant that the union of these two behemoths would change the entire structure of the Neoverse. The possibility was not high, or else the Hall of Honor would not have noticed it for so many years. Mr. Liu, there's something strange up ahead, Ada's voice rang out. Lu Yin was tasting the fine wine that President Xi had given him with Luotian, and he hurriedly walked out when he heard the voice. There was an astral city in front of the spacecraft. There were many astral cities in the Neoverse, such as the Great Red Star and Xianxia City that Luyin had visited before. However, the astral city in front of them was actually cracking apart. "Let's go take a look," Luyin said. There were many people living in the astral city, and it would be difficult for them to survive if it was destroyed. If possible, Luyin wanted to help. The spacecraft appeared above the astral city, and Luyin and the rest looked down. Two groups of people were fighting fiercely within the city, and it was their battle that had caused the city to collapse. Countless people were fleeing in despair, and many nearby spacecraft could not even start. Lu Yin's gaze trembled, as both groups were using the Aeon evolution scripture. They're from the home of the gods, and the other group is one of the cosmic sea's 4 tyrants. The Mastiff Society, Ada said. The Mastiff Society was the main culprit behind the death of 72 people. Even though Lu Yin had killed Fu He during the sovereign tournament, Fu He had been ordered to do so by the Mastiff Society. "Mr. Lu Yi, please suppress them," Lu Yin said. There was a sourcebox array inside Lu Ye's body. As long as Lu Yin wanted to, he could kill them at any time. Ever since they had followed Lu Yin, he had never ordered them to do anything. Sister Feihua had not been polite to Lu Yin, and he had not minded. However, this was the first time he had asked them to do something. Sister Feihua wanted to say something, but Mr. Lu Yi stopped her and shook his head. They had interacted with Lu Yin for the past few days, and they had seen through the network and had a better understanding of Lu Yin. They knew his temper, and if they dared to contradict him now, Lu Yin would not hesitate to destroy them. The two groups of people fighting in the city were mostly explorers, with a few enlighters and 2 envoys. It was precisely because of these 2 envoys that Astral City was on the brink of destruction. Get lost. You ants only know how to sit in the Neoverse. One day, our Mastiff Society will take over your home of the gods and enslave you trash. A man laughed maniacally and raised his hand, causing an arc to appear in front of him. Opposite him, the old turtle from the home of the gods, who was dressed in luxurious robes, shouted, "Impudent." He attacked as he spoke. Both sides cancelled out each other's rune lines, but they also used their rune lines to attack each other. They would occasionally disappear into the astral source universe, and the destructive power of their attacks caused the city to rapidly collapse. They did not care about the destruction of Astral City at all. The other cultivators who were fighting did the same, and the cultivators who were originally in Astral City did not dare to interfere. This was a competition between giants. Suddenly, a terrifying aura swept past, and the 2 envoys who had entered the astral source universe were jolted out. They looked up in shock and saw Mr. Lu Yi standing high up in the sky. The city regained its calm, and there was a loud explosion as flames soared into the sky. Some people looked up in despair, as they had thought that they would definitely die. Beneath their feet was an invisible space. Both sides stopped fighting and looked at Mr. Lu Yi. The old woman spoke up. "I wonder which senior has descended, but please assist our home of the gods in destroying the traitors of the Mastiff Society." The man from the Mastiff Society spoke up as well. "I didn't know that senior was passing by, so I apologize for disturbing you. When you visit the Cosmic Sea in the future, the Mastiff Society will definitely welcome you with open arms." Everyone looked at Mr. Lu Yi, waiting for him to speak. Mr. Lu Yi did not move, and the void beside him distorted as Lu Yin appeared and looked down at both sides. "Lu Yin," someone recognized him and cried out. The others stared at Lu Yin. "That's right, it's the champion of the sovereign tournament, the only prime. It's him, it's Lu Yin." Within the city, the old woman was delighted. The home of the gods was not popular, and not many people liked it. However, Lu Yin was familiar with Taishan and could be considered half a friend. More importantly, Lu Yin had killed Jin He during the sovereign tournament, who was the most outstanding successor of the Mastiff Society and had even been ranked among the 10 arbiters of the Innerverse. Lu Yin and the Mastiff Society were enemies. When he saw Lu Yin appear, the man from the Mastiff Society did not hesitate to flee into the astral source universe. However, he had only taken a few steps when a willow leaf appeared in front of him. No matter how the man attacked, he could not break through the leaf. Mr. Lu Yi was astonished. This person was only at the first tribulation, and it seemed like he had just broken through. How was he able to weaken his attacks? The man was clearly at the third tribulation, but the strength that Lu Yi had displayed was only at the second tribulation. No matter how hard he tried, he could not increase his strength. The man gritted his teeth and looked at Lu Yi. Alliance Master Lu, what do you want? What's going on? His methods are very strange, Mr. Lu Yi asked in a low voice as he looked at Lu Yi curiously. Lu Yi smiled. Have you heard of the rune progenitor? Mr. Lu Yi was confused. What's the rune progenitor? Lu Yin's eyes flickered, as it seemed that the cosmic tree did not know much about the rune progenitor. The rune progenitor created rune technology, which can create something out of nothing and weaken enemies. It's a very mysterious civilization, and it uses the rune progenitor's offensive techniques. You can treat them as battle techniques. Lu Yi then looked at the man. Who was the one who gave the order for Coquettish to banish Big Sister's mercenary group? The man answered, Coquettish acted on her own initiative. Heizage Lian also asked us about it, but it wasn't our group's doing. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Listen to my question carefully. I'm asking who gave the order for Coquettish to banish Big Sister's mercenary group. The man clenched his fists. He had come to the Neoverse to recruit experts to join his group. The previous incident had caused Leon's armada to go to war with his group, and the group had suffered heavy losses. Over the past 2 years, Leon's armada had mainly focused on the Great Eastern Alliance, which had allowed the group to take a breather. They had wanted to strengthen themselves as much as possible, but they had been unlucky and had been discovered by someone from the home of the gods. Today, he had bumped into Lu Yi again. Alliance Master Lu, I've already said that the incident was entirely Coquettish's doing. It has nothing to do with my group, the man said. Lu Yi frowned. Mr. Lu Yi, please deal with him. You can feel what a mysterious technique is. Mr. Lu Yi's eyes lit up. Thank you. Below them, the man charged into the astral source universe again. Mr. Lu Yi sneered. Even if his strength had been weakened, he still possessed strength that surpassed this person's. He wanted to see what mysterious technique this person had. Could a mere wasteland have a technique that could surpass the cosmic trees? With Mr. Lu Yi's help, that person would not be a problem. The rest of the group was terrified. Lu Yi ignored them and landed in the city. The old woman from the home of the gods walked over. Thank you for your help, Alliance Master Lu. On the other side, an old man arrived. He was an enlighter with a power level of 300,000, and he bowed to Lu Yi. Thank you, Alliance Leader Lu, for saving this city. I thank you on behalf of the citizens. Lu Yi ignored the old woman and helped the old man up. You're welcome. Go do your work. The city has been destroyed, so it'll take some time to clean it up. The old man thanked Lu Yi once again, and he quickly left. The old woman's expression turned ugly. Lu Yi had just ignored her and paid attention to an ant. He looked at the old woman. I'm not helping you. Besides, you're not worth my help. The old woman's gaze turned cold. Alliance Lord Lu, do you not accept the friendship of the home of the gods? You don't represent the home of the gods. In that case, I'll take my leave. I'll take the rest of the Pyrolite regiment with me. Alliance Master Lu, you don't have any objections, right? She did not ask Lu Yi to hand over the Pyrolite regiment's emissary to her. She was not stupid. Back when the mountain and sea realm had fought over the Star Tower, Lu Yi had not given the home of the gods any face. Aside from his relationship with Tai Yixing, Lu Yi and the home of the gods could only be considered not enemies, but not friends. As you wish. Lu Yi watched the old woman leave and then looked into the distance. Not long after, the man from the Nightmare Regiment was caught by Mr. Lu Yi. He was heavily injured and thrown in front of Lu Yi. Lu Yi squatted down and looked at him. Same question. Who was it? The man's face was ashen, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. There was a huge wound on his abdomen, and he stared at Lu Yi savagely. It was Long He herself. It has nothing to do with the Pyrolite regiment. Lu Yi frowned and disappeared. Destroy. Not long after, the spacecraft continued towards the Sirius sect. There were many places in the Neoverse that Lu Yi wanted to visit. He wanted to go to the Sirius sect to learn the Sirius art. He also wanted to visit the Mavis clan to see how much money they had and whether they could share it with him. He also wanted to go to the 7 courts to see if there were any records of the progenitor realm. He also wanted to go to the home of the gods to see if he could break through the Aeon Evolution true scripture. However, he did not have the time at the moment as he had too many things to do. He did not desire the Aeon Evolution true scripture as much as he had in the past. After all, it had too many restrictions and could not be used in many places. If he could use it in the astral tree realm, then he would have gone to the home of the gods long ago. Long he had cultivated the Aeon Evolution true scripture to the knower realm, and that strange method made him envious. After passing through the northern region, the Sirius sect appeared in front of everyone. Luotian covered her mouth and stared in shock. Seeing the Sirius sect for the first time was indeed shocking. Countless stars seemed to be held up by a palm, and that was the Sirius sect. It could be summed up in one sentence, but it was impossible to describe its stunning beauty. Mr. Luyi sighed in admiration. It's similar to the Wang family of the 4 cardinal scales, but the Wang family used a broken palm to hold up the entire family. Here, the stars revolve, but they seem to be held up by an invisible hand. Sister Feihua nodded. I thought that the wasteland would be a cultivation desert, but it seems that it's not that bad. Mr. Luyi said, not only is it not bad, but it even exceeds our expectations. You haven't fought with that person from before. He was able to create something out of nothing and even weaken my attacks. It's very mysterious, and not even the astral tree realm has seen such a technique before. He then looked at Luyin. Is the simple progenitor a progenitor from the wasteland? Luyin replied, something like that. An unrecognized progenitor created an unrecognized civilization. Mr. Luyi sighed. He created a civilization with a clear conscience. I really want to take a look at the true scripture of Aeon Flow. Luyin smiled. That person only cultivated the true scripture of Aeon Flow to the spiritual realm. I've seen a genius who was an enlighter who cultivated the true scripture of Aeon Flow to the knowing realm. He was able to negate the effects of certain things, which means that he could even ignore attacks that exceeded what he could withstand. He could truly ignore them. Mr. Luyi's eyes lit up. Where is this person? I really want to meet him. I killed him, Luyin said. Mr. Luyi choked. Feihua was furious. Then why are you still talking about it? Just because I killed him doesn't mean that he's not powerful, Luyin said. Luotian giggled, as this was a compliment. Brother Lu was really interesting. With Lu Yin's current status, when he returned to the Sirius sect, he was welcomed by sect master Yuan Xiong. Yuan Xiong led Elder Yuan Shou, Elder Yao Shan, Elder Yuan Ku, Elder Yuan Miao, and a group of core disciples to welcome Luyin. When Luyin saw Elder Yuan Xiong and the rest, he hurriedly walked over and bowed deeply. The 5th core disciple, Luyin, greets the sect master and the various elders. Yuan Xiong was stunned. The person he was welcoming was the Outerverse Great Eastern Alliance's alliance master, who was also a supreme of the 5th mainland's younger generation. Only someone like that was worthy of his personal greeting, not a core disciple. Why would he need to personally welcome a core disciple? Since he was welcoming Luyin, it meant that the Sirius sect had recognized Luyin as the Alliance Master and the only Supreme. What did this mean? Alliance Master Lu, back then, you only exchanged disciples with Eternal Sky Island. Your title as the 5th core disciple was already gone when you left, Elder Yashan said. Luyin sincerely replied, once a disciple of the Sirius sect, I'll always be a disciple of the Sirius sect. This disciple will never forget the teachings of the sect. In that place, this disciple regrets not being able to save eldest senior sister. Well said. With such a heart, you're a disciple of the Sirius sect, Elder Yuan Shou praised. Luyin bowed again. Yuan Xiong's eyes flashed. No, this isn't right. This kid's attitude is too good, and he's too sincere. There must be something wrong. Even though he could not figure it out, Yuan Xiong still made a mental note. Let's not talk about this today. Alliance Master Lu, you've come from afar. Please enter the sect. Luyin hurriedly replied, how could I trouble the sect master to lead the way? This disciple is afraid. Elder Yao Shan's eyes suddenly flashed, as if he had thought of something. Alliance Master Lu's heart is with the serious sect, and this sect is comforted. However, you must never mention my name again. You're not a true disciple of the serious sect. Elder Xianxia barked, Yao Shan, what are you doing? Lu Yin has treated our serious sect with sincerity, but you're rejecting him at the door. Is this the responsibility of a serious sect elder? Are you still an elder? Elder Yao Shan's expression turned ugly. Alliance Master Lu is the leader of the Great Eastern Alliance, and he's the only paragon. I also want him to become a disciple of the serious sect, but he's not. Our serious sect does not want to take advantage of this. What are you talking about? Lu Yin cultivates the serious technique, and he used the third method to become a true disciple. That's why he's a disciple of our serious sect. That's because he exchanged disciples with Everlasting Sky Island. The time limit has already passed. But his heart is with the serious sect. There are many people who are with the serious sect. Are they all disciples? Lu Yin pursed his lips and quietly listened to the two argue. He had considered himself a disciple because he wanted to learn the serious technique. If he was not a disciple, then why would they teach him? Enough. You're all elders, but look at yourselves. Yuan Qiong shouted angrily. Behind them, Mu Ziying, Hua Xiao, and the rest were speechless. How could this Lu Yin cause trouble the moment he arrived? He even had an innocent look on his face. Yao Ji looked at Lu Yin, and his entire body itched. This bastard really deserved a beating. Yuan Ku admired Lu Yin a lot. Sect Master, it's rare for a child to be so filial, and he's even thinking about the serious sect. We can't disappoint him. Yuan Qiong looked at Lu Yin. Alliance Master Lu, let's not talk about the matter of being a disciple for now. Let's first enter the sect. Lu Yin nodded. After you, Sect Master. Yuan Qiong knew that Lu Yin would not allow him to lead the way, and he also understood what this kid was trying to do. He had his eyes on the serious technique, but that would not do. The first 3 stages of the technique were fine, but the 4th stage of the technique required one to open all 36 death acupuncture points, and it could not be easily taught to an outsider. Back then, they had paid a great price to obtain the first stage of the technique in the smog-gulping mountains in order to allow that lonely little fool to become a lockbreaker. Who would have thought that the kid would fail to live up to expectations and lose the technique? Serious Sect had always kept this matter in mind, and the serious technique could not be casually taught to outsiders. Who are these two? Elder Yuan Shou finally noticed Lu Yehua and Lu Yehua. Yuan Qiong and the rest had been stunned by Lu Yin's interference, so no one had noticed Lu Yehua and Lu Yehua. The serious sect was different from the Aurora Corporation, as the latter was a business giant. Lu Yehua and Lu Yehua were of no use to them, so they did not care about them. The serious sect was a sect, and its disciples were always outside, so they naturally wanted to make friends with experts. Yuan Qiong was rude and did not notice the two of you. Please forgive me, Yuan Qiong apologized to Lu Yehua with a solemn expression. His power level exceeded 800,000, and his cultivation surpassed Lu Yehua's, but he still treated them with respect. This was the difference between a sect and a business giant. Mr. Lu Yi smiled. Sect Master Yuan, please don't mind us. We're just Alliance Leader Lu's bodyguards. Yuan Qiong and the rest were shocked. They could sense that Lu Yefei was powerful, and she even surpassed Sirius's elders. She was second only to the Sect Master and other top powerhouses. There were actually 2 of them protecting Lu Yin. Big Sis Feihua was displeased. Lu Yin smiled. Mr. Lu Yi is too humble. They are my seniors, and it's just a coincidence that they're traveling with me. Right, there's also this person. Sect Master and the other elders should have heard of him. He's De Qiu. The former Hall of Honors method? Yuan Shou was shocked. Elder Yao Shan looked at De Qiu in shock. You've become an envoy? Duh. Qiu replied, I was lucky to have broken through with Mr. Lu's help. At that moment, Lu Yin's image in everyone's minds became even greater and more mysterious. He had 3 envoy-level bodyguards by his side. Who else in the 5th mainland could do such a thing? Even the Shangqing, who had been groomed by the Hall of Honor, could not reach such a level. Right, the Shangqing had been defeated by Lu Yin. Yuan Xiong looked at Lu Ying deeply. He knew a few things, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that Lu Ying was very likely to be a future progenitor of the Fifth Mainland. Even though Elder Gong had not explicitly stated it, this kid might have succeeded in that place. If that was the case, then even a nominal disciple would be acceptable. A future progenitor was worth the Sirius sect's sacrifice. His thoughts changed. Within Sirius Main Hall, Lu Ying refused to sit in the guest seat no matter what, and Yuan Xiong did not stop him. Instead, he allowed him to sit in the disciple's seat. Elder Yuan Shou and the rest were seated while Lu Yefei was invited to the guest seat. Lu Ocean sat with Lu Ying, and De Qiu was second only to Lu Yefei. Mu Ziying and the rest had no seats, so they could only stand and watch. Lu Yin's main goal in coming to the Sirius sect was to learn the serious arts, but he did not know how to bring it up, especially with Elder Yashan present. This person had always been hostile to Lu Ying, and as long as Lu Ying asked, he would definitely be obstructed. Besides, Elder Yuan Shou and the rest valued him, but they might not be willing to pass on the serious arts to an outsider. Left with no choice, Lu Ying could only exchange pleasantries with Yuan Xiong and the others. It really did seem like he was visiting Sirius. Half a day later, Lu Ying stood up. This disciple has seen Elder Gong before, and I'm here to pay my respects to Elder Gong. I hope that sect master will allow me to do so. You've seen Elder Gong? Yuan Shou was astonished. He had never seen him before. The Patriarch of Sirius was one of the 7 half-ancestors and had an extremely high seniority. When Yuan Shou had just stepped onto the path of cultivation, the Patriarch was already a half-ancestor. Not only Yuan Shou, few people present had seen Elder Gong before. Lu Ying replied, I have indeed met him once. Yuan Xiong's eyes twinkled. He was sure that Lu Ying had returned from that place. Elder Gong had been there for a while and had only returned recently. Lu Ying had definitely gone there, even if he didn't know how. I'll immediately report this to Elder Gong. Thank you, Sect Master, Lu Ying said. He really did pay his respects to Elder Gong and then went to find Yuan Xiong alone to find a way to learn the serious technique. After cultivating for so long, Lu Ying had discovered a pattern: the older the senior, the more ordinary the residence they lived in. Elder Gong was the same. He lived on a very ordinary planet near the Sirius sect, but the environment was very beautiful. There were no cultivators on this planet, only ordinary people. At most, these ordinary people had practiced some battle techniques that strengthened their bodies, and they had formed a mortal kingdom of conquest that reminded Lu Ying of star picking. When Lu Ying set foot on that planet, he saw 2 large empires fighting. Millions of ordinary people were slaughtering each other on the battlefield. Although it wasn't as grand as the intense battle between cultivators, the ordinary people's battles were just as hot-blooded. Every blade was bone-piercing, and blood flowed like rivers. Killing intent filled the air, and some ordinary people's heroic spirit was something that cultivators could not achieve. Elder Gong sat outside the battlefield and watched quietly. He looked like he was about to die of old age at any moment. Of all the half-ancestors that Lu Ying had seen, he was the oldest one. Disciple Lu Ying greets Elder Gong. Lu Ying walked up behind Elder Gong and bowed. Elder Gong's body twitched. Disciple? Lu Ying replied respectfully. This disciple represented Everlasting Sky Island in the Sirius sect for an exchange and was promoted to the 5th disciple. Oh, yes, that seems to be the case, Elder Gong said, and then he stopped talking and quietly watched the battlefield. Lu Ying blinked. Elder, what are you looking at? Elder Gong replied in a hoarse voice, a general. A general? Lu Ying was curious and looked at the battlefield. Although there were millions of soldiers fighting each other, it was still easy to find someone with a general status. His attire was too conspicuous. The general that Elder Gong was referring to was an old man dressed in black armor who wielded a halberd and charged into the battlefield. This planet restricts cultivation methods, so ordinary people will always be ordinary people. No matter how much they train their bodies, they won't be much stronger than others, especially on the battlefield. That general has already killed 1,000 people, Elder Gong said calmly. Lu Ying was shocked as he looked at the old general on the battlefield. This was an amazing achievement, as it was equivalent to killing 1,000 people who were about the same level as him. Furthermore, this was on the battlefield, where one could easily die if they weren't careful. I've stopped him from cultivating 3 times, but on this battlefield, he comprehended a heroic spirit similar to battle force. He's fearless, and it's unique, Elder Gong continued. Luin was puzzled. If that's the case, then this person should be extremely talented. Why didn't you bring him into the sect? He rejected me, Elder Gong replied. Luin was stunned. He said that 100 years is enough for a person's life. In this short 100 years, he left behind a glorious record in history. From birth to death, no matter how long one lives, it's just a process. Even if a cultivator lives for 10,000 years, they will still turn to dust, but his name will remain forever, Elder Gong explained. Luin frowned and looked at the old general. Everyone had their own goals, and this person wanted to leave his name in history. However, some people just wanted to live longer. Kid, what's the purpose of your cultivation? Elder Gong asked. Luin thought about it and then smiled. I also want to leave my name in history, but what I want to leave behind is not the history of this planet, but the history of the entire universe. Elder Gong smiled faintly. This is the height. Do you think that general can see this height? Luin answered without hesitation, yes. Elder Gong nodded. His wife is dead, and he wants to accompany her. Not only does he want to leave behind a legacy, but he also wants to quickly accompany his late wife. The only way for him to die on this battlefield is to kill. He has chosen the path that he wants the most, but it may not be the right path. Elder Gong then fell silent and did not say anything else. Luin bowed deeply. Elder, this disciple will take his leave. He then slowly left the planet. Walking the path that he wanted to walk might not be the right path? Luin thought about the astral tree and the shaman spirit god scheme. This might not be the right path for humans, but it was what he wanted. In that case, he would continue walking down this path, just like that old general. After leaving Elder Gong's planet, Luin went to visit sect master Xianxia alone. This disciple wishes to learn the 4th level of the serious technique, and I hope that sect master will grant me permission, Luin said respectfully. Xianxia looked at him. Is this why you consider yourself a disciple? Luin replied, one of the reasons. The other reason is that once I enter the serious sect, I am a disciple of the serious sect. I will never forget this identity. Xianxia looked at Luin deeply. You went to that region of space, didn't you? Luin nodded. Many people knew about this, but of course, it was limited to people at Xianxia's level. People like Elder Xianxia definitely did not know about this. You succeeded? Xianxia stared at Luin. Luin smiled. This disciple will definitely become a progenitor in the future. Xianxia's eyes flashed. Did you know that Senior Lingji Mavis, who died a while ago, also succeeded in that starry sky? Or rather, Elder Chan, Elder Gong, and the other half-ancestors also succeeded. Even if they failed, they still obtained what they needed. No matter what the reason is, you and the others were on the same starting line. Senior Lingji Mavis died of tribulation, so what makes you think that you will definitely become a half-ancestor? Luin was shocked. Only now did he know that Elder Chan and the others also had an origin item. Xianxia's words meant that some of them had gone to the astral tree and succeeded in bringing back an origin item, while others had failed. However, there were still origin items, and those who had failed could still obtain more. Could it be that the origin item belonged to this region of space? This was truly unexpected. Elder Chan and the others had gone to the astral tree, but they had not encountered the 4 cardinal scales, but rather the Lu family. The Lu family was much more powerful than the 4 cardinal scales, so they must have been lucky to have succeeded there. This disciple has been cultivating for nearly 16 years. Sect Master, who else has been able to reach my level of strength in 16 years? This disciple can defeat an emissary, Luin answered seriously. His voice was sonorous and his gaze resolute. Xianxia sighed. Not bad. Even Progenitor Chen and the others might not have been able to reach your current level at your age. After a moment of silence, Xianxia asked, how did you learn about the Greater Transfer Array? Back during the Sovereign Tournament, when he had revealed the array during his battle with the Prime Clear, he had considered this question. I learned it from Chen Fu. Yuan Xiong was not surprised. The Great Red Star? Lu Yin replied, yes. This disciple discovered that the Great Red Star City Lord, Shangju, killed Chen Fu and coveted the Greater Transfer Array. This disciple secretly stole it. Yuan Xiong laughed. No wonder you couldn't find the array. You don't even know where Shangju is. They had already guessed this answer, and it was not Lu Yin's fault. No matter who it was, as long as they could take something away, they would not voluntarily hand it over. This was cultivation. It was a struggle against the heavens, and one could be unscrupulous. The only difference was whether or not one could maintain one's bottom line. No one's path of cultivation was smooth, and no one dared to say that they had not made a single mistake on their path of cultivation. The simplest path of cultivation was to see who was stronger. If Lu Yin had been discovered stealing the Greater Transfer Array, he would have been punished. But now, who could punish him? If Lu Yin had not taken the initiative to come to the serious sect, then even the serious sect would not have been able to force him to answer for this matter. Yuan Xiong only wanted an answer. You didn't lie to me. Not bad. Lu Yin replied, when I saw the array, I was confident that I could learn it, which is why I. Yuan Xiong waved a hand. Don't mention it again. Then, can I learn the serious technique? Yuan Xiong replied, if you want to learn the serious technique, you have to be a disciple of the serious sect. He then added, even if you're an exchange disciple. His body then vanished. Lu Yin was stunned, and then he was delighted. He understood and immediately contacted Xing Wudi. Powerless Saint's gadget beeped. Who is it? Senior, it's me, Lu Yin. Powerless Saint was astonished. You? You came back alive? Didn't the sage tell you? I wasn't at Eternal Sky Island. Where did you go? The astral tree. Powerless Saint was silent for a moment. You left early? Yes. Did you succeed? Yes. Amazing. Senior, I'm currently at the serious sect and would like to learn the serious technique. Can you ask the sage to give me another exchange disciple slot? It's a small matter. Many people from the serious sect have come to Eternal Sky Island. We can give you as many exchange spots as you want. Thank you, Senior. You're welcome. You can learn freely in the serious sect. If anyone dares to bully you, just look for me. With just a few words, Lu Yin quickly became a disciple of the serious sect. When Elder Yao Shan found out about this, he was furious. What does Eternal Sky Island think of the serious sect? Lu Yin isn't even a disciple of Eternal Sky Island. Why should they exchange him? Elder Yuan Shou replied, this isn't right. Does Lu Yin have any thoughts about this? Elder Yao Shan scolded, that brat wants to learn the serious technique, and you only just realized? Elder Yuan Shou coughed awkwardly. Yuan Xiong said, alright, since he's already a disciple of Sirius, there's no reason to stop him. Sect leader, the serious technique cannot be taught to outsiders. There was also a time limit when we agreed to exchange disciples with the Long Sky Island. Within the time limit, those disciples could only learn the first 3 levels. At most. No one has ever learned the 4th level of the serious technique, Elder Yao Shan said anxiously. Elder Yuan Shou didn't help Lu Yin either. Serious contributions were too great, and it was the foundation of the serious sect. Nothing could go wrong. Yuan Xiong said, I've already made up my mind. Do you want the serious sect to go back on its word? How will the disciples of the serious sect face Long Sky Island in the future? But Elder Yao Shan still wanted to say something, but Yuan Xiong stopped him. Change the conditions for the exchange of disciples. Every disciple can only be exchanged once. This will prevent this from happening again. Yao Shan, you will negotiate with Long Sky Island. Elder Yao Shan was helpless, as this was indeed the first time something like this had happened. Who would have thought that it would happen to Lu Yin, who he disliked the most? It was hard for him to accept that Lu Yin had to learn the 4th level of the serious technique. Yuan Xiong replied, how can the 4th level of the serious technique be so easy to learn? Let's not even talk about opening the 36 death acupuncture points. Even if he starts cultivating, how many stars will he be able to revolve within the serious jade disc? He won't be able to stay in the serious sect for long. These words made Elder Yaoshan feel much better. Yuan Shou, personally opened the 36 death acupuncture points for Lu Yin, Yuan Xiong said. Elder Yaoshan looked at Elder Yuan Shou. How long will it take to open the death acupuncture points? Yuan Shou. The elder replied, 1 day is enough. Lu Yin has reached the enlightened realm, and his meridians have stabilized. Elder Yaoshan gritted his teeth. 1 day isn't enough. 1 month. Yuan Shou was stunned, as that was too long. Yuan Xiong shook his head and ignored the elder. He was willing to allow Lu Yin to learn the serious technique because of the youth's potential. If Lu Yin succeeded, then it was indeed possible for him to become a progenitor in the future. Yuan Xiong wanted to do Lu Yin a favor first, but whether or not he could learn the technique was up to him. In the end, Elder Yaoshan and Elder Yuan Shou came to an agreement. They would try their best to buy as much time as possible so that Lu Yin could spend less time cultivating in the serious sect. Once he left the sect, his progress in cultivating the serious technique would definitely slow down. From what they knew, the 4th level of the serious technique would be enough for Lu Yin to cultivate for a long time. The 3rd level of the serious technique required 726 stars to revolve, while the 4th level required 3,600 stars. They were not on the same order of magnitude. Within Xianxia's astral hall, Elder Yuan Shou looked at Lu Yin. You've always wanted to learn the serious sex techniques, which is why you consider yourself a disciple, right? Lu Yin seriously replied, as a disciple of the serious sect, isn't it normal for me to learn the sex techniques? Elder Yuan Shou wanted to retort, but when he saw Lu Yin's sincere expression, he recalled how this youth's worship had attracted Elder Jioshan's attention. This youth's temperament should be genuine, so he nodded. That's right. You should have heard that the 4th level of the serious technique requires you to open 36 death acupuncture points. It's a rather long process, so you should be mentally prepared. Lu Yin was astonished. Mu Ziying said that it would take a few days at most. That's because his cultivation is weak. You're an enlighter now, and your meridians are tough. It won't be that easy to open them. Lu Yin thought about it and felt that it made sense. He then respectfully said, I'll have to trouble you, Elder. Please help me. Elder Yuan Shou grunted in acknowledgement, and when he saw Lu Yin close his eyes, he raised a hand. Lu Yin's body floated into the air as a strand of astral source entered his palm, causing him to feel pain as the 36 death acupuncture points began to open. Lu Yin had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The serious technique was the first technique that he had cultivated on his path of cultivation, and it had helped him greatly. He had learned the serious technique not only because it was powerful, but also because he wanted to fulfill his own wishes. He still remembered the excitement he had felt when he had first obtained the 1st level of the serious technique, and now, he was finally going to learn the next level of the serious technique. The 36 death acupuncture points began to open from the 4 limbs. It took Lu Yin nearly 10 hours to open the one on his right palm, which meant that it would take him exactly half a month to open all 36 death acupuncture points. Elder Yuan Shou had been stuck for half a month. After opening the death acupuncture points in both hands, he raised his hand and sent the astral source into the soles of Lu Yin's feet, shattering them. As the astral source entered the death acupuncture points, a pattern appeared on the soles of Lu Yin's feet. The moment the pattern appeared, Xianxia shuddered slightly, and another person appeared in the astral hall. It was a shocked youth. Elder Yuan Shou was shocked, and he stared at the pattern on the soles of Lu Yin's feet. He had even forgotten to open his death acupuncture points, and it was as if he had seen a ghost. Why was this pattern on the soles of his feet? Move aside. The youth pushed Elder Yuan Shou to the side and took his place in opening Lu Yin's death acupuncture points. In less than an hour, all 36 of Lu Yin's death acupuncture points had been opened. He opened his eyes and felt the star energy flow in his body become smoother, especially when he activated the serious technique. Lu Yin, the youth said, looking at Lu Yin. Lu Yin landed on the ground and looked at the youth in confusion. Who was this? He then looked at Elder Yuan Shou with a confused expression. Elder Yuan Shou had a strange expression, as if he had 1,000 things to say. This is Elder Jioshan from the serious sect. Elder Jioshan? Luin was shocked. That was an old freak second only to a half-ancestor. Disciple Luin greets Elder Jiaoshin. The youth stared at Luin with a sinister gaze. How do you explain the pattern on the soles of your feet? Luin was confused. What pattern on the soles of my feet? Elder Jiaoshin's eyes narrowed as he stared into Lu Yin's eyes. Elder Yuan Shou said, I'm under your feet, but before he could finish, Elder Jiaoshin raised a hand to stop him. Elder Gong walked out of the void, no longer looking like he was about to die of old age. Although he had been through a lot, he was still full of vigor. Luin felt that something was off. Even Elder Gong had been alerted, so why was there a pattern on the soles of his feet? Why didn't he know about it? That shouldn't be the case. Cultivators had a clear understanding of their own bodies, so how could they not see a pattern? Elder Gong didn't say a word. He drew in the air, drawing the image of a person. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed when he saw the image. Why was it him again? It looks like you know him, Elder Jiaoshin said as he stared at Luin. Lu Yin's mouth went dry. This disciple knows him. He was the one who saved this disciple on Drift Charge Planet in the Outerverse. Otherwise, this disciple would already be dead. Where is he? Where is he? Elder Jiaoshin barked. Luin replied, he's dead. Impossible. Elder Jiaoshin couldn't believe it. How could that old man die so easily? Elder Gong asked, what did he say to you? Luin carefully recalled what he said. Back then, this senior planted a hidden energy in this disciple's body and told me to come to the Neoverse to find someone. However, he changed his mind for some reason, and that's all. What about the pattern on the soles of your feet? Elder Jiaoshin asked anxiously. Luin shook his head. I don't know what the pattern is. If Elder Yuan Shou hadn't helped me open my death acupuncture point, I wouldn't even have known that there was a pattern on the soles of my feet. Elder Jiaoshin looked at Elder Gong. What's your choice? Elder Gong looked at Luin. This old man told you to come to the Neoverse to find someone. Did he say anything else? He told me to bring some things to the person I was looking for, but he didn't mention anything after that. Luin tried to recall what had happened. He was starting to feel that this elder from Drift Charge Planet was not simple. Kue Luo from the Astral Tree Domain had been looking for him, and the Fifth Mainland Sirius sect had been looking for him as well. Who exactly was he? Elder Gong clasped his hands behind his back and slowly spoke, recounting a story that only a few people knew about. Many years ago, a very ordinary and lighter cultivator brought a child to the Sirius sect to seek refuge and become an outer sect deacon. The Enlighter was rather old, and he was very kind. Although his position in the sect wasn't high, he lived a carefree life. The child gradually reached the age of cultivation, but because of his mediocre aptitude, he was unable to cultivate the Sirius technique no matter what. The child had a stubborn personality, and he wholeheartedly wanted to cultivate the Sirius technique. He didn't care about other techniques or battle techniques, and he was ridiculed by the sect's disciples. In a fit of anger, the Enlighter sneaked into the Sirius Jade Annulus and stole our sect's most valuable treasure. However, I discovered him, and it was at that moment that I found out. Elder Gong's eyes were filled with amazement. He was a half-progenitor, and one who had been heavily injured and was unable to recover from his injuries. Lu Yin's gaze turned solemn. Where had an unfamiliar half-progenitor come from? This was the Fifth Mainland, not the Astral Tree Domain, and there weren't that many half-progenitors here. A half-progenitor was hiding in our Sirius sect and stole our sect's most valuable treasure. How could we allow him to leave unscathed? However, this half-progenitor was very powerful, and even though he was heavily injured, I wasn't able to stop him and allowed him to escape the Neoverse. Even so, his injuries were even more severe, and I'm sure that he won't be able to live for much longer. What's even more tragic is that the shockwaves from the battle back then might have affected that child as well. Luin thought back to Drift Charge Planet, where the elder had wept at his grave and said that he was his grandson. That grandson must have been that child. This matter has nothing to do with right or wrong. For the sake of his own grandson, he stole the cosmic sect's most precious treasure in order to let that child cultivate the cosmic art. However, the child's death was the result, and the whereabouts of the cosmic sect's most precious treasure have been unknown ever since. At this point, Elder Gong looked at Luin. The most precious treasure is the pattern beneath your feet. Luin didn't understand, how can a diagram be a valuable treasure? Elder Jioshin answered, no one in Sirius has ever been able to cultivate the Sirius art to the highest level. The highest level of Sirius art must be compatible with this diagram, and that is progenitor Chen's realm. Luin was shocked and looked at the bottom of his feet. Was he stepping on the highest level of Sirius art? Elder Gong explained, this diagram not only represents the highest level of Sirius art, but it also hides progenitor Chen's secret. Because of this, that person was certain that this diagram could help the child cultivate the Sirius art. Luin finally understood why the diagram's appearance had attracted Elder Gong and the others. Elder, this disciple really didn't know the importance of this diagram. How about you take it away? Elder Jioshin was annoyed, how can it be considered a treasure if it's taken away so easily? Elder Gong was helpless, we don't know how that old man took it away from the Sirius jade disc, and it's the same now. The diagram has been carved into the bottom of your feet, and it will only appear after you open your death acupuncture point. We don't know how to get it back. Cut off your leg, Elder Jioshin said directly. Lu Yin's mouth twitched. Elder Gong shook his head, if it's that easy, then it won't be progenitor Chen's secret anymore. Elder Jioshin stared at Lu Yin with a murderous look, kid, I admire you. When you left your name in the Starry Hall, I even showed up. Unfortunately, you have Sirius's most valuable treasure, so don't even think about leaving. Stay in the sect for the rest of your life. Luin blinked, I don't have time, I'm very busy. Elder Jioshin sneered, do you think you can leave? Luin looked at Elder Gong. Elder Gong fell into deep thought. Elder Yuansho could not help but speak up. Luin, it's not like there's no benefit in letting you stay. You have the diagram, and if you stay in the sect, you'll one day be able to cultivate the Sirius art to a level close to progenitor Chen's. Then, you'll be able to leave. Elder Jioshin added, that's right. Since Ancestor Chen, no one has been able to cultivate Sirius to the highest level. Even though the diagram was left on the Sirius Jade Annulus, we were unable to use it to cultivate. But you're different. The diagram is in your body, and as long as you cultivate the Sirius technique layer by layer, you'll be able to use it one day. Luin, this is a chance to change your fate. Once you reach the peak of the Sirius art, you'll be able to rival progenitor Chen and become the next progenitor Chen, Elder Yuansho tempted. The diagram also contains progenitor Chen's secrets. One day, you'll find out. That's progenitor Chen's secret. It might even contain the 9 clones technique, or the reason why progenitor Chen is so powerful, said Elder Jioshin. The two of them spoke in tandem. Luin rolled his eyes, as the elder from Drift Charge Planet had given him a difficult problem to solve. At the same time, he was also glad that he had reached a certain level of strength. Even if the Sirius sect wanted to force him to stay, it would be very difficult. This was why Elder Gong was pondering this, if not for his current status, he would definitely have been forced to stay in the Sirius sect. The elder from Drift Charge Planet wasn't trying to harm him, but to Luin, having his freedom restricted was more terrifying than anything else. Kid, speak. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. As a powerhouse who was second only to Elder Gong in the Sirius sect, he had never been so patient with a youngster before. He had even tried to entice Luin slowly, it had been a long time since he had felt this way. Luin respectfully replied, I'm sorry, senior. This disciple does not wish to remain in the Sirius sect. Is that up to you? Elder Jioshin sneered. Elder Yuansho hurriedly whispered something to Elder Jioshin, who grew more and more surprised. He had been in seclusion for a long time and wasn't aware of the outside world. Now that he heard this, he looked at Luin in shock. Your status is quite high, but it's useless. Even if you're a disciple of the Hall of Honor, you still have to stay. Elder Gong calmly replied, all right, there's no need to force him. Elder Jioshin hadn't expected Elder Gong to say such a thing. Elder Yuansho only knew a small portion of the situation, and he didn't know what Luin had gone through. He also didn't know about the origin item, but Elder Gong was different. He knew that Luin was currently being watched closely, and even Elder Chan and the Sage Celestial Master wouldn't allow anything to happen to him. You've officially joined the Sirius sect, and there's no need to take a master. You'll be ranked first among the outer disciples, Elder Gong said as he looked at Luin. Before Luin could speak, Elder Jioshan immediately expressed his opinion. Senior, this won't do. An outer disciple doesn't have the qualifications to learn the higher levels of the serious sect. Elder Gong calmly replied, he's the same as us. Elder Jioshan was puzzled. What's the same? Suddenly, he reacted and looked at Luin in shock. You've been to that place? Luin nodded. Yes, and I succeeded. Elder Jioshan was stunned. He hadn't been able to see through Lu Yin's cultivation, which meant that there was a powerhouse backing him up. The Hall of Honor's method of exchanging disciples with Everlasting Sky Island was either Elder Chan or the Sage Celestial Master. It was no wonder that they couldn't force Luin to stay. Elder, this disciple is willing to become an outer disciple of the serious sect, Luin said respectfully. Elder Gong replied, since you don't want to take a master from Everlasting Sky Island, there must be a master behind you. Naturally, you won't want to take a master from the serious sect either. Outer disciples don't need to take a master, and you'll just be a disciple in name. However, on the day of the ceremony, you must swear an oath that you will never betray the serious sect and that you will protect the serious sect for all eternity. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as his thoughts raced. He bowed solemnly. This disciple understands. You may leave. I'll personally teach him the 4th level of the serious art, Elder Gong said, dismissing Elder Jioshan and Elder Yuan Shou. Luin was excited. Elder Gong's personal teaching was much better than a true disciple's treatment. After Elder Jioshan and the others left, Elder Gong looked at Luin seriously. The diagram beneath your feet can change your fate. When you succeed in the serious art and become comparable to progenitor Chen, you must leave behind this inheritance for the serious sect. Are you willing? Become comparable to progenitor Chen? Who knew how long that would take? Luin replied, this disciple is willing. Elder Gong lowered his head and looked deeply at Lu Yin's feet with a complicated expression. Luin asked curiously, Elder, what secrets does this diagram hide? Can this disciple know? Elder Gong thought for a moment and then raised his hand, causing stars to revolve around him. This was the serious art, and Luin was no stranger to it. How can you be sure that the planet you're on doesn't originate from the serious art? Luin was stunned at first, but then his scalp went numb and his mouth fell open. You mean? You can't say it. This is the serious sect's greatest secret. With that, Elder Gong brought Luin out of the starry hall and descended. This chapter is not complete. Please turn the page. Outside the jade disk of Sirius. Coincidentally, a disciple was about to enter, but Elder Gong pushed him back. He sealed the jade disk of Sirius and explained the 4th level of the serious art to Luin. The 4th level of the serious art opened 36 death acupuncture points, and there was a unique way to circulate them. It could only be cultivated with the help of the various serious stars within the jade disk. On the other side, Elder Yuan Shou was reporting to Sect Master Yuan Xiong. When Elder Yao Shan saw Elder Yuan Shou appear, his eyes turned red. Elder Yuan Shou, didn't I tell you to delay for half a month? Why did you come out in one day? No, it hasn't even been a day. Elder Yuan Shou looked at Yuan Xiong helplessly. Yuan Xiong said to Elder Yao Shan, from now on, don't target Luin. He will be the leader of the outer disciples of Sirius, and his importance is no less than yours. Elder Yao Shan was stunned and did not understand. What do you mean, Sect Master? Yuan Xiong looked deeply at Elder Yao Shan. The one teaching Luin the serious art is Elder Gong. Elder Yao Shan was shocked, and then his face turned pale. Elder Gong was one of the strongest people in the human domain, and he knew what it meant to be personally teaching Luin. Lu Yin's future position in the serious sect would be unshakable. Elder Gong explained the essence of the 4th level of the serious art to Luin and then left. Luin entered the Sirius jade disk and looked at the stars of Sirius. The 4th level of the art of Sirius revolved around 3,600 stars, which was 5 times more than the 3rd level. Luin was excited as he looked at the stars of Sirius. This was only the 4th level. The 5th level of the art of Sirius revolved around 99,000 stars, and there would be even more as it progressed until it reached progenitor Chen's mastery of the stars of Sirius. He thought back to what Elder Gong had said about controlling progenitor Chen's stars through the diagram. If there were already people living on those stars, did that mean that they could also control them? This was what Elder Gong meant by changing one's fate. Drift charge planet Samsara had indeed changed his fate. In the glory realm, there were many worlds of different shapes and sizes. There were streams of water, cards, lights, and even leaves. Shamrock Enterprises' headquarters was a patch of clover, a very ordinary grass. No one would have thought that a single blade of grass would determine half of the Fifth Mainland's medicine supply. Within Shamrock Enterprises' headquarters, Yen stood respectfully beneath a tree, waiting for something. The tree was beautiful and filled with pink flowers. As the wind blew, the flowers landed on Yan's head and shoulders, but he didn't dare to move. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Even after a month, he still didn't dare to move. His head and shoulders were covered in pink flowers. Luin, a pleasant voice called out from behind Yen. Yan's expression changed, and he hurriedly turned to bow. President. A beautiful woman appeared behind Yen. She had an elegant temperament and was dressed in plain clothes. She did not wear any makeup, but her beauty could not be hidden. She raised her hand and a pink flower fell on her palm. It was dazzling with her snow-white palm. She was the president of Shamrock Enterprises Innerverse, Balsam Ji. No one would have thought that the president of Shamrock Enterprises Innerverse would be such a beautiful woman. Yen had been handling Shamrock Enterprises Innerverse affairs on her behalf all this time. Even the higher-ups of Shamrock Enterprises rarely saw her, and some had never even heard of her before. She was just as mysterious as the Leaf King. Yen was very respectful towards Balsam Ji, and he didn't even dare to raise his head. It was as if this beauty was terrifying. Did this child cause you to fail? Balsam Ji asked gently. Her gaze was as calm as water, and her entire body exuded a pleasant orchid fragrance. End of chapter 1. Yen respectfully replied, yes, he controlled the 9 directors and voted. Half of them rejected the proposal, so I failed. What do you want? Balsam asked. Yen answered, Lu Yin's background is enormous. He has the support of a half-step ancestor, the Hall of Honor, Leon's Armada, and the Outerverse hidden powerhouse, Master Yuan. He's not someone to be trifled with, but if we don't directly confront him and just withdraw all of the medicine from the Outerverse, we might be able to deal with him. Shamrock Enterprises cannot be humiliated so easily. The pink flower in Balsam's hand disappeared, and she turned to leave. Up to you. Yan's eyes grew cold as he looked at the empty ground. Shamrock Enterprises might not be a business giant like Aurora, which could establish itself in the Neoverse, but they were not a company that could be offended so easily. He wanted to see how Luin would deal with them. Unless he invited someone stronger than Master Yuan, Shamrock Enterprises was not afraid of anyone. Within Sirius Jade Disc, Luin opened his eyes and saw 890 stars revolving around his body. This was the 4th level of the Sirius art. He remembered that Xianxia had been able to circulate 932 stars during the Sovereign Tournament. Even if her cultivation had improved greatly during the past 2 years in the Cosmic Tree domain, she probably could not have surpassed 2,000 stars. Saying 2,000 stars was an understatement. It was time to roll the die. He had never been afraid of anyone when it came to time. Once Luin left Sirius Jade Disc, the Sirius Jade Disc could be used normally. Sect Master Yuan Xiong was already waiting for him in Starry Hall. Luin bowed respectfully, his attitude definitely not lacking. Yuan Xiong looked at Luin with a complicated expression, especially at the bottom of his feet. His Sirius Sect's greatest treasure was actually beneath this brat's feet. If not for this brat's insistence on learning the 4th level of the Sirius art and opening his death acupuncture point, they would never have found out about this and would never have been able to find the treasure. When are you leaving? Yuan Xiong asked. Luin replied, half a month at the latest. Yuan Xiong thought about it. Just stay in Starry Hall and cultivate. There's a forbidden area here that's suitable for you. Luin was grateful. Thank you, Sect Master. Yuan Xiong wanted to ask if this brat had planned everything from the beginning. He had tried his best to break through the Achilles heel just so that the Sirius Sect would discover the pattern on the soles of his feet. However, after thinking about it, he decided not to ask. If that was really the case, then this brat was too deep. No matter what, the serious sect couldn't do anything to this kid. Out of sight, out of mind, Yuan Xiong didn't say anything else and simply left. Elder Yuan Shou entered and brought Lu Ying to a restricted training area behind the Star Palace. This had originally been a training area for the elders, but it had now been given to Lu Ying. Lu Ying expressed his gratitude once again, and Elder Yuan Shou's attitude changed as well. They had all guessed that Lu Ying had long since known about the diagram and had been pretending all this time. Although they could not be sure, their attitudes had changed because of their guesses. Lu Ying felt helpless, as he really didn't know what to do this time. He had been wronged, and this feeling was unpleasant. In any case, he had achieved his goal. Lu Ying wasn't worried about being spied on in the Elder's cultivation area. On the Fifth Mainland, even if someone discovered his innate gift with the dye, it wouldn't matter. There were too many people protecting him. He looked up and saw his dye appear. Lu Ying tapped it, enhance. His luck was too good. The scene in front of him changed, and Lu Ying entered. The time-stop space. He could definitely roll enhance. Since that was the case, he decided to cultivate first since he could only roll it once every 10 days. He naturally cultivated the serious technique. 10 days passed quickly, and Lu Ying rolled his dye, enhance. It was useless, so he continued cultivating. Another 10 days passed, and he rolled enhance again. After a month in the time-stop space, he only rolled enhance. Lu Ying looked at the two screens and placed the miniature armor on top of them. He excitedly tossed in star essence. The miniature armor was of a much higher grade than the universal armor from before. Although the universal armor had materials from the technocracy, most of the materials were useless. The miniature armor also contained materials that could not be decomposed from ancient times, and it had been combined with the Aurora Corporation's technology. The first upgrade cost him more than 1,000,000 star essence, and the more money he spent, the better. Lu Ying was excited, and he wished that he could upgrade it a few hundred times until even a half-ancestor would not be able to touch it. It was a good idea, but the materials used for the miniature armor could not be upgraded indefinitely. Lu Ying upgraded it 11 times and spent nearly 1,000,000,000 star essence to upgrade it to a level where it could defend against a power level close to 900,000. However, it should not be able to exceed that level. Lu Ying was excited as he picked up the miniature armor. It was already pretty good, and there were definitely some precious materials inside. Otherwise, it would not have been able to upgrade it to such a high level. It should be known that even the aquatic plant power vessel, the armed puppet, and other power vessels that surpassed the envoys could not upgrade it to such a high level. It was no wonder why the people from the Aurora Corporation were so envious when they saw these materials. Lu Ying felt that he would have to visit the Black Street occasionally in the future, as that place was filled with all of the Neoverse trash that could not be processed or decomposed. Much of it came from the distant past, and the materials used were all very precious. After upgrading the miniature armor, Lu Ying still had 1.4 billion star essence left, which was enough for emergencies. He did not upgrade anything else and instead focused on cultivating the serious technique. The initial duration of the time-stop space was 3 days, and he could upgrade it to 300 days at most. It did not cost much, only about 2 million star essence, but it would be more in the future. 300 days was close to a year's time, and Lu Ying did not know how many stars he could revolve. There was no concept of time in cultivation, and the higher a cultivator's level, the more years they would spend in seclusion. For example, someone at Master Yuan's level would spend 1,000 years or even longer in seclusion. 300 days passed by very quickly. Lu Ying opened his eyes, and the scene in front of him changed. He had appeared in the Star Hall's forbidden cultivation area, and he had only been there for a second. He raised his hand and continued rolling his die. He wanted to cultivate the 4th layer as quickly as possible, and it would be best if he could cultivate the 5th layer before leaving. The 5th layer of the serious technique would be enough for him to cultivate for a while. 3 pips was useless, so he continued. 2 pips was useless, so he continued. 4 pips was useless, and the scene in front of him changed again. This time, he was back in the time-stop space, and he continued cultivating the serious technique. The past year of cultivation had allowed him to revolve more than 1,800 stars, and he did not know how many more he could revolve in the next 300 days. As the number of stars increased, Lu Yin's understanding of the serious technique would become more thorough. Although it would become more difficult in the future, he still had time. 300 days passed once more, and Lu Yin returned to the real world. He had to wait 10 days before rolling his die again, or else he would easily get dizzy. At this point, he had already revolved more than 2,600 stars. Lu Yin walked out of the forbidden cultivation area and saw Elder Xianxia looking at the names carved into the star hall. Lu Yin's name was there as well. Elder Xianxia was surprised to see Lu Yin come out. "You're not cultivating?" Lu Yin had been cultivating for almost 2 years, but to Elder Xianxia and the others, it had only taken a few seconds. The main thing was the time he spent rolling his die. Lu Yin suddenly sighed. "Elder, this disciple would like to ask a question." "Speak." The elder's attitude was neither warm nor cold. "Elder, how many stars can you revolve?" Lu Yin asked curiously. Xianxia glanced at Lu Yin. "Normally, envoys with power levels below 700,000 will only be able to reach the 5th level of perfection, which is 99,000 stars. Only those with power levels above 700,000 can attempt to cultivate the 6th level of the cosmic art. If they aren't careful, their bodies will collapse, and their astral source will be forcefully extracted." Lu Yin looked at Xianxia. "I've cultivated the 6th level." Lu Yin had not expected Elder Xianxia to have a power level above 700,000, which was on the same level as Lu Yefei. "What about Elder Yaoshan?" "The 5th level," Elder Xianxia replied. Lu Yin nodded. It seemed that Elder Yaoshan's power level was over 600,000. In the Neo-verse, Lu Yin did not dare to casually look at someone's rune lines, as it was easy to get into trouble. The home of the gods had long since alerted the various powers of the Neo-verse. "What does Elder Jioshan look like?" Lu Yin probed. He was also curious about this. Elder Xianxia frowned. "Go back and cultivate. Don't you want to leave?" Lu Yin could tell that Elder Xianxia did not want to talk about this, which made sense. After all, this was related to Elder Jioshan. Elder Xianxia's standards were high, and he did not care too much. However, Elder Xianxia was different. To them, Elder Jioshan was the heavens, and he was an old freak with a power level of over 1,000,000. Lu Yin returned to the forbidden cultivation area and sat down cross-legged, closing his eyes to rest. 2 years of continuous cultivation had been very tiring. 10 days later, Lu Yin raised his hand and his die appeared. It had returned to normal. He tapped it, and it slowly spun until it finally stopped at 6 pips. Lu Yin sighed. Fortunately, he had placed his cosmic ring aside in advance and only kept a small amount of star essence in case he rolled 6 pips. Now, it seemed that it had been a wise decision. Lu Yin appeared in a strange space and did not hesitate to fuse into a ball of light that was not particularly bright. The small amount of star essence he had was not enough to last him more than a few seconds. When he opened his eyes, he saw a dusky sky and ordinary buildings. Before he could see anything clearly, memories flooded into his mind, and his face changed in shock. What kind of memories were these? Slaughter, slaughter, and more slaughter. Emotionless, cold, just like a corpse. What was this? A corpse king? He suddenly looked in all directions and saw the 7 familiar towers in the distance. Weren't those the Dark Towers? This was the Eternal Kingdom. "Lu 7, someone shouted. Lu Yin was shocked. Someone was calling him? How was this possible? Someone had discovered him through the fusion of the die? Lu Yin's entire body instantly went cold, as if his secret had been exposed. He slowly turned around and looked in the direction of the voice. Was it the ghost monkey? In the distance, the ghost monkey had already returned to his original appearance from when he had first fought Lu Yin. He was no longer a shadow, and at this moment, he was sitting in a palanquin raised by 2 corpse kings. He raised his whip high and viciously whipped the back of one of the corpse kings in front of him. "Lu 7, I'm calling you. Can't you hear me?" "Yes," the corpse king replied in a hoarse voice. "Idiot, what should you call me?" Louder, the ghost monkey shouted, baring his teeth with an arrogant look on his face. Ho, ho bro, the corpse king mumbled. The ghost monkey was pleased. Lu 7. Ho bro, Lu 7. Ho bro, awesome, Lu 7, thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. The system was surprised, and Windborne was also helpless. Luin stared blankly at the palanquin as it passed, but at the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. They hadn't discovered him. That damn monkey, how dare you do such a thing? Just you wait, I'll beat you to death sooner or later. That had scared him to death, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Since he had fused with the corpse king's body, he might as well take a look at the 7 sky gods. He was most curious about Bai Wuxian, who was rumored to possess a list of traitors to humanity, immortality. Luin controlled the corpse king's body to rush towards the dark tower. Soon, the corpse king approached the tower, and suddenly, Lu Yin's vision blurred. Not good, I'm about to leave the fusion. He was helpless, as he still hadn't seen Bai Wuxian. Suddenly, Luin stared at a distant dark tower. A figure slowly walked in from outside, and Luin felt as if he had been struck by lightning. It was Undying Yushan. Lu Yin's consciousness returned, and he gasped for breath as his eyes flashed. He had never dreamed that he would actually see Undying Yushan in the Eternal Kingdom. He wasn't dead, he really wasn't dead, and he didn't look like a corpse king either. He was a living person, Undying Yushan. Luin had always guessed that Undying Yushan might not be dead, but he didn't know his whereabouts or why he was pretending to be dead. The closest guess was that he was hiding in order to cultivate the Undying Manual. When Luin Zishan had been controlled, Luin had suspected that the person controlling her was Undying Yushan, but he hadn't been able to find anything. As time passed, Luin had gradually forgotten. He hadn't expected to see Undying Yushan in the Eternal Kingdom. Why had he appeared in the Eternal Kingdom? Also, hadn't the Eternal Kingdom been destroyed by Mystery Progenitor? Why did it still exist? Or was it another Eternal Kingdom? Luin was confused by what he had seen after fusing with the Corpse King, and he desperately wanted to know the truth. Unfortunately, the truth was too difficult to uncover. Perhaps he could find out if he found the monkey. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. The monkey had been forcefully extracted by the Witchling god, and that fellow had been living so comfortably in the Eternal Kingdom. Perhaps he would know something. Luin couldn't accept Undying Yushan, as the man had treated him well in the past. On the other side, Undying Yushan was unaware that Luin had discovered his tracks. I can easily control the Great Eastern Alliance and even influence the 7 courts. You should give me more of your life poison, he said as he stood in the dark tower. We're just cooperating. We have no obligation to provide you with resources. Luin is back, and I can control that kid. I don't believe that he has no value to you. Are you sure you can control him? Do you know that he's from the Lu clan? The invincible Lu clan. Undying Yushan smiled. In the beginning, I only wanted to cultivate the Undying Scripture, and controlling him was just a side benefit. Who would have thought that a child who pretended to be a member of the Zishan family would reach this level? Let him grow until he reaches the level that you all hope for. I will continue to hide and control him when the time is right. He will not be able to escape. I hope so. Don't underestimate the Lu clan. He rolled the die again, and after 2 rolls, he rolled possession and entered the time-stop space. Another 300 days passed, and when Luin left the time-stop space, his serious art had reached the 4th level. The 3,600 stars brought about the transformation of serious art. Luin stayed in the Star Hall for a few more days, which added up to about half a month. He couldn't stay any longer. After leaving Qinxing, Luin went to the ordinary planet where Elder Gong was to meet him. If you're not cultivating, what are you doing here? Elder Gong asked calmly. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. In the distance, there was no focus. Luin said respectfully, disciple has reached the 4th level of the serious art. I wish to learn the 5th level of the serious art. Elder Gong's eyes widened as he looked at Luin. What did you say? You've reached the 4th level of the serious art? Luin knew that this was unbelievable, but he had no choice. He couldn't cultivate here for too long just to hide his progress in the serious art. There was no need to enter the time-stop space to cultivate. Disciples' cultivation of the serious art has been surprisingly smooth. It only took me half a month to reach the 4th level, Luin said. As he spoke, the stars on the surface of his body revolved. A total of 3,600 stars enveloped the planet and spread out, causing many in the serious sect to look over in shock. On Xinxing, Elder Jioshan walked out and blinked. Is this that brat? That's ridiculous. It's only been half a month. Elder Yuan Shou was stunned as well. Luin had reached the 4th level of the serious art in half a month. This talent was too monstrous. Yuan Xiong's gaze turned solemn. No, Qiushi's talent in the serious art was already monstrous, surpassing that of her predecessors. In theory, no matter how talented Luin was, he shouldn't be able to surpass her by that much. There must be a problem. He immediately thought of the diagram, which was the only thing that Qiushi didn't possess. Lu Yin's ability to reach the 4th level of the serious art in half a month definitely had something to do with that diagram. It had been left behind by progenitor Qin. Yuan Qiong wasn't the only one who thought of this, everyone else did as well. Elder Gong sighed in amazement. A progenitor's power was unfathomable, and the diagram that had been left behind had allowed Lu Yin to reach the 4th level of the serious art in half a month. How long would it take for him to reach the 5th level? How long would it take for him to reach the peak? He had thought that the process would take a long time, but he hadn't expected it to be so fast. Lu Yin looked expectantly at Elder Gong. Elder, can this disciple learn the 5th level of the serious art? Elder Gong sighed in admiration. You have met the requirements to learn it, but before that, you must learn how to use the stars. Serious art not only aids in cultivation, but also serious palm and serious swordsmanship. Do you know any of serious swordsmanship? Lu Yin shook his head. He had seen Qiushi use it more than once, but he had never learned it. Serious swordsmanship was quite powerful, and the more stars there were, the more powerful it would be. Lu Yin was looking forward to it. With Elder Gong's guidance, Lu Yin felt at ease to stay here and receive guidance on serious swordsmanship. A few days later, a person arrived at the serious sect, bringing with him some mysterious smoke. It was Gu Shower. In the main hall of Sirius, Elder Yao Shan was the one who received Gu Shower. You lost the 1st level of the serious art back then, and you still have the face to come and learn it? Elder Yao Shan barked, glaring fiercely at Gu Shower. Gu Shower shrank back in fright and smiled sheepishly. Elder, I brought the cigarettes that the serious sect needs. I heard that you like to smoke? Nonsense. Elder Yao Shan shouted. Gu Shower pursed his lips. Wrong? Then who likes to smoke? Elder Yao Shan said coldly, leave the cigarettes. I can give you the 1st level of the serious art. But remember, if you lose it again, I'll skin you alive even if I have to chase you all the way to the Smokescreen Mountains. Gu Shower nodded obediently, cursing the old fart in his heart. After successfully obtaining the serious art, Gu Shower was about to leave. He did not want to stay in the serious sect, as the serious sect disciples did not like him. Unfortunately, he bumped into Yao Ji as soon as he walked out of the main hall of Sirius. Gu Shower grinned. Bad luck. Yao Ji glared at him. What did you say? Gu Shower was afraid of Elder Yao Shan, but he was not afraid of Yao Ji. Nice words. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. I won't repeat myself. Yao Ji blocked Gu Shower, and behind him, several inner disciples surrounded him, all of them staring at Gu Shower with hostility. Since Gu Shower had come to the serious sect, he had naturally been protected by experts from the Smokescreen Mountains. However, they had all remained outside the serious sect and were not allowed to enter without permission. Oh, you want to fight? I've never been afraid of anyone in my entire life. Come, kid, let me teach you how to write submit, Gu Shower taunted. Yao Ji had been suppressing his anger because of Lu Yin's arrival, and now that he had been provoked by Gu Shower, he did not look around and immediately attacked. Gu Shower was not to be outdone, as he was stronger than Yao Ji. Even though Yao Ji had broken through to the hunter realm, only the 2nd disciple of Sirius sect, Mu Ziying, could match up to him. Yao Ji was still slightly weaker. Outside the main hall of Sirius, Yao Ji led several inner disciples to surround and beat up Gu Shower. However, Gu Shaoer's cigarette was too mysterious, and no matter how Yao Ji attacked, he could not break it. It was not easy for Gu Shaoer to hit Yao Ji, and in a short period of time many people had gathered to watch. Serious palm. Block it. Limitless explosion. Block it. Don't use cigarettes if you dare. Yao Ji roared. Gu Shaoer taunted, don't use serious art if you dare. Don't you feel embarrassed ganging up on me? Yun Feifei, Yan Kuan, and the third disciple, Hua Xiao, as well as a few deacon elders had also arrived. Finally, Elder Yao Shan arrived, and he waved his hand to disperse the people fighting. He glared at Gu Shaoer, you're causing trouble right after getting your hands on the technique. Do you want to lose it again? Gu Shaoer was sullen. He had clearly been ganged up on, but he was the only one being taught a lesson. He had never suffered such humiliation in his entire life, they were the ones who started it. Does your serious sect only know how to protect its own? How dare you? Elder Yao Shan shouted angrily, and an enormous pressure descended upon Gu Shaoer. Gu Shaoer gritted his teeth and was almost crushed to the ground. At that moment, someone appeared in front of him and blocked Elder Yao Shan's pressure. Elder, this is my friend. Please allow me to take him away. The person who had appeared in front of Gu Shaoer was Lu Yin. Since he was cultivating Sirius's sword techniques, he did not have to stay by Elder Gong's side all the time. He had just happened to be wandering around when he saw the scene. When Gu Shaoer heard Lu Yin's voice, he looked up with tears in his eyes. Brother, big brother, is that you? Big brother Lu Yin, you're back. Lu Yin looked at him, why haven't you apologized to the elder yet? Gu Shaoer glanced at Elder Yao Shan and snorted. Elder Yao Shan's eyebrows almost shot up, you have no manners. Get out of my serious sect. Gu Shaoer was furious, who are you talking about, you old geezer? Elder Yao Shan's eyes widened, and he raised a hand to suppress Lu Yin. Impudent. Suddenly, Lu Yin raised a hand and sent an emptiness palm towards Elder Yao Shan. The void exploded, and a crack opened up between the two of them, forming a void ravine. Elder Yao Shan's eyes narrowed. His attack had not only been aimed at Gu Shaoer, but also at Lu Yin. He had wanted to teach him a lesson, but he had not expected to be hit back. He was an envoy whose power level was infinitely close to 700,000, but Lu Yin had actually been able to block his attack. Even if it had been a casual attack. Lu Yin's body only swayed slightly, and he waved his hand dismissively, Elder, I was just saying a few words. Although it wasn't very polite, there was no need for you to attack. Gu Shaoer was shocked, as he had not expected Elder Yao Shan to attack without warning. If Lu Yin had not blocked the attack, he would have been embarrassed. At the same time, he was shocked that Lu Yin had been able to block an envoy's attack. Lu Yin's attack had shocked everyone. End of chapter. Elder Yao Shan looked deeply at Lu Yin, his eyes filled with fear. Tell him to be careful with his words. He then glared at Yao Ji. Get lost, you disgrace. Yao Ji's face paled as he looked at Lu Yin, who happened to be looking back at him. Yao Ji's heart trembled as he recalled what had just happened. He quickly lowered his gaze and left, not daring to say anything else. The crowd gradually dispersed as well, but the shock still lingered in their hearts. In the final battle of the Sovereign Tournament, Lu Yin had challenged all the experts of the same level as him. Although that had shaken the Fifth Mainland, it had still been within acceptable limits. However, what they had just seen was that Lu Yin had actually blocked Elder Yao Shan's attack. That was no longer common knowledge. Even in the astral tree realm, that scene would have been equally shocking, let alone the Fifth Mainland. Once the crowd had dispersed, Lu Yin looked at Gu Shaoer. Why are you here? Gu Shaoer shouted exaggeratedly, I should be the one asking you that. Didn't you go missing? When did you come back? Don't tell me you've been hiding in Sirius all this time. Bro, you're too mean. You didn't tell me anything. Lu Yin rolled his eyes and left Sirius's main hall with Gu Shaoer. This place was too conspicuous. Half a day later, Lu Yin stopped talking. Do you understand now? Gu Shaoer nodded. I understand. You went to a very powerful place, and then you were abandoned. It was like throwing away a rotten fruit, right? Lu Yin was speechless, this comparison was very unpleasant. But you've changed so much since you came back. You could even repel that old bastard's attack. Tell me the truth, did you break through to become an envoy? Of course not, I just learned a few things, Luine answered casually. What did you learn? Have you heard of smoke cloud incarnation? What's that? Let me show you. Luine then took out Mount Supreme and brought Gu Xiaoer inside. There were 5 people inside: Long Shi, Wen Shishir, Prince Guiqian, Lu Hao, and Yun Tingting. Luine had brought Gu Xiaoer here to find her. Ever since they left the meditative ruins, Yun Tingting and the others had been trapped in Mount Supreme. To cultivators, a few years passed very quickly. Even though they were trapped in Mount Supreme, they were still cultivating and slowly improving. Luine and Gu Xiaoer appeared about 100 meters away from Yun Tingting. Yun Tingting was flabbergasted by their arrival, but she ignored Gu Xiaoer and fixed her gaze on Luine. She gently asked, "Have you arrived at the abandoned grounds?" Luine nodded. Yes. Gu Xiaoer blinked and stared at Yun Tingting before looking at Luine with a strange smile. Bro, are you hiding a mistress in the mountains? Luine looked deeply at Gu Xiaoer and said, "The smoke from your smokescreen mountain range is very mysterious. That woman has it as well." Impossible, Gu Xiaoer asserted. Aside from the bridge on Long Sky Island, there's no other place in the entire Fifth Mainland that has this kind of smoke. Yun Tingting heard this from the other side. What kind of smoke? Gu Xiaoer stretched out his index finger and a wisp of white smoke floated out. It spun around the tip of his finger and took on various forms. This smoke is very powerful. Even the Sirius sect needs it. That's why I was able to get the first-level Sirius technique. Do you think just anyone can get it? Yun Tingting's eyes flashed and she raised her hand, causing a wisp of white smoke to float out and spin around her index finger. Just like Gu Xiaoer, the white smoke took on various forms. Gu Xiaoer was disdainful. Imposter, I couldn't tell that you're a gentle person, but you're a liar. He waved his hand and the white smoke turned into a sharp blade that shot towards Yun Tingting. Yun Tingting's gaze deepened and she waved her hand as well, causing the white smoke to turn into a sharp blade that was identical to Gu Xiaoer's. There was a clang as the sound of metal rang out. Gu Xiaoer was stunned as his white smoke had been blocked. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, as he had guessed correctly. The Smoke Cloud Sect and Smoke Gulp Mountain Range both originated from the same source, and they cultivated using smoke, which was extremely mysterious. During the battle in the Cosmic Sea, Gu Xiaoer had relied on this white smoke to block Zi's life energy, and it had been extremely difficult to invade. The old smoker had also relied on this smoke to avoid the Red Lord's pursuit and had even been able to successfully escape after his assassination attempt had failed. Gu Xiaoer had also mentioned the bridge, which meant that they both originated from the same source. That was incredible. Who had created this smoke? Gu Xiaoer and Yun Tingting clashed, as he did not believe that Yun Tingting's smoke could compare to his Smoke Gulp mountain range. Yun Tingting felt the same way, as someone in the abandoned lands had actually grasped the smoke ancestor's power. In terms of cultivation, Yun Tingting was an enlighter, and she was qualified to accompany Bai Xiaohong to the sovereign realm. Gu Xiaoer was far from her level, but they were now competing in smoke. Luine watched as the two smokes intertwined and resisted each other, yet they were still able to fuse together. He had a vague guess. Not long after, Yun Tingting spoke up. Is that all? Gu Xiaoer's eyes turned red. Smoke was the foundation of the Smoke Gulp mountain range, and it was a huge blow to him that someone else had grasped it. I don't believe that your smoke is real. Can it strengthen the body? Yes, but can your smoke form clones? Yun Tingting countered. Gu Xiaoer was stunned. Clones? He had never heard of such a thing. Can your smoke hide your aura? Yes, but can your smoke resist a secret technique? Yun Tingting asked again. Gu Xiaoer's heart skipped a beat. Your smoke, your smoke. He suddenly could not say anything else. Yun Tingting frowned. Can your smoke deduce battle techniques? Lu Yin's eyes lit up. That was a function of the bridge. Gu Xiaoer retreated and stared blankly at Yun Tingting. In midair, his smoke had completely disappeared, having been absorbed by Yun Tingting's smoke. He could no longer control it, as this was an absolute suppression. Yuntingting retracted her hand, and the white smoke vanished. She looked at Gu Xiao'er. It seems that you have only obtained a portion of the smoke ancestors' inheritance. My smoke cloud sect is the true orthodox. Gu Xiao'er was confused. Smoke cloud sect? Yuntingting looked at Luin. How much does your abandoned land know about my cosmic tree sect? Almost nothing, Luin replied. Yuntingting shook her head. What a pity. The smoke ancestors' battle techniques are very mysterious. Rumor has it that he was able to roam the astral source universe as an emissary and create clones that can replace ordinary objects with smoke. However, whether it's the abandoned land or my cosmic tree sect, the smoke ancestor did not leave behind much of his inheritance, not even a secret technique. This person just used the white smoke, and I thought that it would be something new. Gu Xiao'er stared at Yuntingting. You're saying that the power of my smokescreen mountain range is only your entry technique? You have doubts? Yuntingting asked indifferently. She did not mock Gu Xiao'er, but rather disregarded him as if she was looking at an outer disciple of the smoke cloud sect. Gu Xiao'er was sullen. He had dared to talk back to Elder Yashan, but what could he say to this woman? Even the best of his skills had been crushed. Today, his pride had been trampled on. Luin laughed and left Mount Supreme with Gu Xiao'er. Yuntingting tried to stop them, but she could not stop Luin from leaving. When they returned to the serious sect, Gu Xiao'er was dejected, as if he had no goals in life. My smokescreen mountain range stands tall in the Neoverse because of the white smoke. Everyone needs it, the serious sect, the Hall of Honor, and even the 7 courts. Everyone wants it because it can be used as a power vessel to protect themselves. However, we've failed miserably. It turns out that we've always been frogs in a well. Luin replied, that woman isn't from the 5th mainland. She's from the place I told you about. Gu Xiao'er looked up. The place where you were abandoned? Luin pursed his lips. The place where I'm viewed as an enemy, so she's our enemy. Gu Xiao'er lowered his head again. So what? Learn from her and strengthen ourselves. One day, we'll be able to surpass them. She accompanied you just now because she wanted to know if the smokescreen mountain range had any inheritance related to the smoke ancestor that the smoke ancestor didn't have. Why can't you learn from her? At the very least, she definitely has an inheritance that your smokescreen mountain range doesn't have, Luin said as he looked into the distance. Gu Xiao'er thought about it and then slapped his thigh. That's right. He looked at Luin excitedly. Bro, hurry up and take that woman away from me. I want to interrogate her. Luin was amused. It's time to meet your father, the leader of the Great Eastern Alliance. Gu Xiao'er was not stupid. Luin had specially brought him to meet Yuntingting and had even said those words. How could there be no reason for this? This was the universe, and this was reality. Gu Xiao'er and Luin did not have much of a relationship to begin with. Gu Xiao'er's gadget beeped, and he quickly contacted his father, the master of the smokescreen mountain range, Old Fogey Gu. Brat, did you get the serious technique? Old Fogey Gu's voice was coarse. Perhaps it was because he had been smoking for so long that his throat was not good, but his voice sounded like metal grinding against metal. I got it. Gu Xiao'er picked his ear. Then why haven't you come back yet? Don't lose it again. If you do, I'll sell you to a brothel. Old Fogey Gu bellowed, not caring about his image at all. Gu Xiao'er sighed. Dad, we're in trouble. Old Fogey Gu was stunned. What trouble? Dad, our worldview might be shattered, Gu Xiao'er said slowly. His words made Old Fogey Gu want to jump out of the screen and kill him. Brat, you dare to make fun of your father? I think you're itching for a beating. Just you wait, just you wait. At that moment, Luin arrived beside Gu Xiao'er and looked at the screen. He saw the coarse, middle-aged man with a scar on his face. Senior Gu, it's nice to meet you. I'm the leader of the Great Eastern Alliance, Luin. Old Fogey Gu had not expected Luin to appear, and he was stunned for a moment. Then, his expression changed, and he seemed to become a different person. So it's Alliance leader Lu. Didn't you go missing? Why are you with my brat? Luin smiled. It's a coincidence. This junior is also in the serious sect. Old Fogey Gu looked deeply at Luin. What a coincidence. He did not dare to underestimate Luin at all. From all the information he had gathered, this young man was both brave and resourceful. He was far-sighted, and he was extremely calm. However, his background was complicated, and he seemed to be related to everyone. If anything happened, someone would always be there to take the blame. More importantly, his relationship with the Interstellar Arbitration's head inquisitor and half-ancestor Elder Chan was unclear. Nobody could guess what was going on. Luin was young, but he had even ventured into the Seven Courts progenitor Chen's tomb, experienced trials, and even started a great battle. He was not someone to be trifled with. I'll have to trouble Alliance Master Lu to take care of my son. If you have the time, you can come to my smoke-gulping mountain range for a chat, old Mr. Gu said. Even though he was wary of Luin, he knew that Luin had a good relationship with Gu Shower. Luin smiled. I can't go for now, but I can make a deal with Senior Gu. Oh? What kind of deal? Old Mr. Gu was curious. Gu Shower immediately said, Don't be so wishy-washy, Dad. Brother Lu went to a strange place and captured a woman. That woman has a higher grade of smoke than we do, and she even said that she has the smoke ancestor's inheritance. Old Mr. Gu was shocked. What did you say? Luin smiled. Gu Shower was speechless. That's enough to topple your worldview. Old Mr. Gu looked at Luin. Is there a very large tree in the place that Alliance Master Lu went to? Luin was surprised. Senior knows about it? Have you been there before? Old Mr. Gu did not dwell on this topic. Instead, he said, It looks like Alliance Master Lu wants to help my smoke-gulping mountain range increase its strength. Luin smiled. Of course. I love doing things that benefit both parties. Then, what can my smoke-gulping mountain range do to help Alliance Master Lu? Old Mr. Gu asked. Luin looked at Gu Shower. What did you use to exchange for the serious sex serious art? Gu Shower blinked and then looked at the screen. Do you understand now, Dad? Old Mr. Gu smiled. That's easy. How much white smoke does Alliance Master Lu need to be willing to give that woman to us? Luin smiled. That woman is my friend, so I won't give her to you. However, I can persuade her to help you increase the quality of your white smoke, and she can also teach you more of the smoke ancestor's inheritance. In return, I want the smoke-gulping mountain range to provide the Great Eastern Alliance with enough white smoke for 100,000 people. The white smoke is like a power vessel, and once released, it can protect your entire body. This is something that the Sirius sect needs, right? Old Mr. Gu immediately replied, That's impossible. 100,000 people. Does Alliance Master Lu know how many people that is? Luin did some calculations. Compared to the Great Eastern Alliance's army, that's not much. Old Mr. Gu. This was also the reason why he brought Gu Shower to Mount Supreme to meet Yintingting. In the future, whether he faced the Sixth Mainland, the Starry Sky Trees, or the Eternals, he would need a powerful army. He wanted to build an invincible army. Old Mr. Gu was adamant that he would not agree to the number of 100,000. At most, he would accept 1,000. This was awkward, as the difference was too great. Luin shrugged. Since we can't reach an agreement, then forget it. Senior Gu, let's not ruin our relationship even if we can't work together. I'll visit the mountain range. He then turned to leave. Gu Shower hurriedly stopped Luin and bitterly said, Brother, your appetite is too big. You know that even if the Smoke Gulp mountain range used everything, it wouldn't be able to produce enough white eye for 100,000 people. We only have 10,000 disciples, and even if we don't sleep, we won't be able to produce that much. We can't have the smoke ancestor's inheritance but not have the time to cultivate. Luin did not believe him. Old Mr. Gu said loudly, Alliance Master Lu, I know about your relationship with Eternal Sky Island and the Hall of Honor. You can ask them. They know exactly how much white eye the Smoke Gulp mountain range produces every year. I won't lie to you about this. Luin paused. It seemed that the Smoke Gulp mountain range really did not have the ability to produce 100,000 people. 10,000. That should be fine. If not, then there's no need to continue the discussion. Gu Shower looked at old Mr. Gu. Old Mr. Gu's expression changed, and he looked up at Gu Shower. Gu Shower was anxious, and he kept glancing at Lu Yin's cosmic ring. In the end, old Mr. Gu agreed, but the condition was that he had to obtain the smoke ancestor's inheritance and not just increase the quality of his white smoke. Lu Yin agreed. The moment he handed over the inheritance to the Smoke Gulp mountain range, it would mean that the Great Eastern Alliance would have an additional army of 10,000 that could use the white smoke for protection. The next step was the most important, which was to get Yun Tingting to cooperate. This would not be easy, and Lu Yin had to think about it. Within Mount Supreme, Lu Yin once again appeared not far from Yun Tingting. Yun Tingting looked at him. "When will you let us go?" Lu Yin smiled and brought Yun Tingting out of Mount Supreme to appear in the Sirius sect. Yun Tingting was astonished. Lu Yin raised his gadget. "Take a good look at this universe. This is where you'll be staying for the rest of your life." He then turned on his screen and opened a star chart. Yun Tingting looked at the screen and the introduction on it, and she was unknowingly drawn in. After a period of time, she retracted her gaze and looked around. "Where are we?" "This is the Sirius sect, one of the Neoverse sections. Its status is equivalent to the Lu family and the School of Agriculture in the Cosmic Tree realm. The only difference is that the Hall of Honor is the strongest here, and there is no balance between the four sides." Yun Tingting had been hoping that Lu Yin was lying to her and that they were still in the Cosmic Tree realm. However, there were no trees. In the Cosmic Tree realm, the mother tree could not be seen unless it was in a hidden civilization, such as a lake or a mountain range. However, those places did not have the same powerful aura as the Sirius sect. Yun Tingting could easily sense the presence of astral envoys here, which made her feel uneasy. She had truly arrived at the abandoned lands. "Alright, it's enough that you understand. Return to Mount Supreme and wait there," Lu Yin said. Yun Tingting stared at him. "You're still going to imprison us? The fifth mainland is what you call the abandoned lands. The people here don't know anything about the Cosmic Tree realm, so you can't leave to prevent information about it from leaking out. Then why did you bring me to understand this place?" Even with her graceful personality, Yun Tingting was furious. She felt like Lu Yin was toying with her. Lu Yin said, "I have to let you know where you are." Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. "I forgot to tell you that the Misty Cloud sect leader, Yun Mubai, has been confirmed as a redback and has been arrested by the 9 Humble Schools superintendent, Xianxia. The Misty Cloud sect is now under Yun Wang's control." Yun Tingting was shocked and her eyes went wide. "Impossible, my father isn't a redback." Lu Yin shrugged. "It's up to the Humble School to decide. It's not up to you or me. Let me go, I want to go back." Yun Tingting said anxiously. She was worried about Yun Mubai's safety. Redbacks were well hidden, and Yun Mubai couldn't possibly tell her. He had taught her the same thing as everyone else, which was to get rid of redbacks. In her mind, her father was ruthless and had a cold personality, but he had always resisted those monsters. How could he be a redback? Someone must have wrongly accused him. "Of course not, you can't even leave Mount Supreme," Lu Yin said. Yun Tingting's gaze turned cold, and white smoke appeared around her body. One Yun Tingting after another materialized from the smoke and rushed out in all directions. Lu Yin's interest was piqued. When he had fought in the Oblivion ruins, this woman had used clones. These clones were different from the Xia family's 9 clones, as they could exist for a long time and were independent of each other. They each had their own opportunities and thoughts, but these clones were merely battle techniques. It would have been fine if they were just battle techniques, but what interested Lu Yin the most was these clones. Each clone had the same power level as the original, and it was difficult to distinguish between them. Because they were formed from white smoke, they could resist many attacks and even secret techniques. It was very strange. Yun Tingting had wanted to escape with her clones, and she had created 10 of them. Unfortunately, since Lu Yin had dared to let her out, he had obviously made preparations. The 10 clones were instantly trapped in his domain. Lu Yin's domain was stronger than anyone in his generation, including Obscurus. Even if he didn't use it as well as Obscurus, it still didn't affect its power. Although Yun Tingting was an enlighter, she was no different from a child in front of Lu Yin. The 10 clones were trapped by his domain and couldn't escape. Luin raised his hand and unleashed an empty palm strike. It was too fast, and invisible palm prints bombarded each of Yuntingting's clones. In the end, all 9 clones were scattered. Yuntingting's face was deathly pale, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. She looked at Luin with despair and unwillingness. Luin approached her step by step. "You're too weak. Even the 4th young ancestor wouldn't be able to escape from me, let alone you. What do you want?" Yuntingting wasn't stupid. Luin had specially brought Xianxia to compete with her and confirmed that the Smoke Ancestors' inheritance existed in the abandoned lands. He had also brought her out to learn more about the abandoned lands and told her about Yun Mubai. Lu Yin's lips curled up. "The person you just saw is my friend. He wants to learn the smoke cloud sex battle techniques, and he also has requirements for the quality of the white smoke." "Impossible," Yuntingting refused. Luin nodded. "I understand. Then you can stay in Mount Supreme forever. By the way, I broke through 3 stages and obtained the origin item. My status in the universe is even higher than the 4th young ancestors in the Astral Tree sect. I have many envoys protecting me, so it's impossible for anything to happen to me. You'll have to stay in Mount Supreme for as long as I live. Think about it carefully." Luin then tossed Yuntingting into the mountain. How could it be so easy to obtain another sex battle techniques? It all depended on Yuntingting's choice. Within Mount Supreme, Yuntingting wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, feeling uneasy. She didn't believe that her father was a redback. Someone had definitely set him up, but who could it be? Did the Cloudwatch ancestor not want to save her father when he was overseeing the sect? Or was he planning to support someone else to become the sect master? After a while, Yuntingting found Xianxia. He was the only one she could find in Mount Supreme. "We're already in the abandoned land? Looks like it's not long before we leave," Xianxia sighed. Yuntingting told him what had happened to her, and Xianxia was shocked. "If Ancestor Yan's inheritance exists here, could it be related to me as well?" "Very likely," Yuntingting said. Xianxia was helpless. "You came to tell me this bad news?" Yuntingting was helpless. "I want to know what to do." Xianxia shook his head. "I'm meat on the chopping block. I can only listen and accept." "Can we trust his words?" Yuntingting asked. Xianxia thought about it. "I've heard of his name in Xian Academy. He was the one who personally exposed the 3 Guan brothers of the humble Huayuan school as redbacks." Yuntingting's eyes flashed as she thought of something. She looked outside Mount Supreme. "Long 7, I want to see you." There was no response. Yuntingting called out again, but there was still no response. "We can only wait for him to find you himself," Xianxia said. Luin was currently helping Xianxia cultivate the 1st level of the serious art. With Xiao's current cultivation, it wasn't difficult for him to cultivate the 1st level, unlike when Luin had just started cultivating. Every star had been difficult to revolve, especially when the 9th star had been forged by the crazy headmaster. The 1st level of the serious art is missing the 9th star. "I can't exchange for it," Xiao said helplessly. Luin was glad that he had become an exchange disciple of Eternal Sky Island. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the chance to learn the rest of the serious art. However, that might not be the case since Mr. Mu could let him learn it. "Brother, that woman still doesn't agree?" Xiao asked a few days later. He had already revolved 8 stars at a very fast speed. The serious art wasn't of much help to him, and the only reason he wanted to learn it was to become a lockbreaker. This was his wish. If Xiao hadn't mentioned it, Luin would have forgotten about Yuntingting. He was just about to find Elder Gong to learn the 5th level of the serious art. Avoiding Xiao, Luin brought Yuntingting out. Yuntingting stared at him. "Did you wrongly accuse my father of being a redback?" Luin was furious. "Of course not." Yuntingting stared at Luin in disbelief. "It definitely wasn't me who found out that your father was a redback. The one who captured him was Superintendent Xianxia of the 9 Gates. You'll know if you can return to the Cosmic Tree." Indeed, he wasn't the one who found out that Yun Mubai was a redback, nor was he wrongly accused. That old man Kue Luo had found out that Yun Mubai was redback. Of course, after the battle at Dragon Mountain, Luin had a new understanding of the old man's character. He couldn't rule out the possibility that he had deliberately framed Yun Mubai, and the one who had captured Yun Mubai was indeed Xianxia. From beginning to end, he had only been a messenger, nothing more. Really? Yun Tingting was still doubtful. Lu Yin frowned. With my strength as an enlighter, how could I have found out that your father was Redback? Even entering the smoke cloud sect is unlikely. Moreover, how long has it been since I, Long Qi, left the Lianshan mountain range? Is it so easy to find out that I'm still a Redback? At most, they'll be spies. Yun Tingting thought about it and agreed. The 3 Guan brothers. Those 3 were unlucky. They found someone to scheme against me and happened to find my friend. Right, you've met her before. She's Yuhua Mavis. Yun Tingting's expression turned strange, and she didn't know what to say. Redbacks and stowaways were both enemies of the cosmic tree. Redbacks had actually found a stowaway to scheme against another stowaway. They were truly unlucky. Have you thought it through? I'm going into seclusion. If you haven't, it might be a long time before we meet again, Lu Yin said impatiently. Yun Tingting gritted her teeth. I have a condition. Speak. Since you were able to sneak into the cosmic tree, you must have a way to go back. Send me back, and I'll tell you the smoke cloud sect's ancestor Yan's battle techniques. Lu Yin laughed. Don't you know how often stowaways go there? If it's so easy to get to the cosmic tree, would they have forgotten about us so easily? Wouldn't there be rumors about the 5th mainland? Yun Tingting's eyes flickered. Lu Yin activated his gadget, and a screen appeared. It was a scene of Wang Yi's match in the Supreme Tournament. Do you know this person? Yun Tingting was shocked. The martial god Emperor Yi? Lu Yin replied, I can tell you how he got here. You can find him yourself, but whether or not you can return is up to you. In any case, I won't help you. At most, I won't get in your way. Yun Tingting thought about it for a moment. Alright, you have to keep your word. Long Shi is my witness. She knows me well, and I'm a trustworthy person, Lu Yin said matter-of-factly. Not long after, Lu Yin told Gu Shower the method to upgrade the white smoke. Of course, he knew about it himself, but he had never cultivated the white smoke, so he didn't know the smoke ancestor's inheritance. He wasn't even interested in the smoke cloud incarnation, but the 9 clones technique was different. Gu Shower excitedly explained the method to Old Lonesome, and Lu Yin and Old Lonesome came to an agreement. If they could successfully upgrade the quality of the white smoke, they would send 10,000 wisps of white smoke to the Great Eastern Alliance. Only after ensuring that 10,000 people could use it normally would Lu Yin give them the smoke cloud incarnation battle technique. Yun Tingting also had to wait for Lu Yin and Old Lonesome to fulfill their agreement before she could leave. Lu Yin was also worried that Yun Tingting would tamper with the battle technique. After settling this matter, Lu Yin went to find Elder Gong and applied to learn the 5th level of the serious art. Elder Gong did not refuse and personally taught him. 10 days later, Lu Yin bid farewell to Daikyu. With Elder Jioshin's help, Lu Yin brought Luoshan and Lu Yefei across the cosmic sea and into the innerverse. Of the 5th mainland, Lu Yin had explored the cosmic sea the least. He had only fought here when the 6th mainland had invaded, but he had never been here again. The cosmic sea had many changes, and he had always relied on the strength of absolute powerhouses to pass through, such as Elder Jioshin. Kid, take this. Elder Jioshin tossed something to Lu Yin that looked like a token. Lu Yin caught it and filled his eyes with star energy. He saw a sea of rune lines that were comparable to the upgraded miniature armor. That's the Star Lord token, a power vessel that I created. It contains stars and is activated by the Sirius art, allowing you to use Sirius sword techniques and Sirius palms. It's used to protect your life. Be careful, don't die, Elder Jioshin warned. He looked like a youth, but his voice was filled with vicissitudes of life. Lu Yin did not dare to underestimate Elder Jioshin, as this old freak's strength was comparable to invincible sages. I understand. Elder, I have a request. Speak. Although Elder Jioshin found Lu Yin to be an eyesore because of the diagram, he had to be patient. Even he had to admit that this kid had a high chance of becoming a progenitor in the future, and the Sirius sect's supreme inheritance still depended on him. Lu Yin coughed. The sect seems to have a secret technique called stellar shift, Elder Jioshan grumbled, you really guessed it. You've been staring at stellar shift all this time, haven't you? Luin smirked. No. Luin was stunned. Why? Elder Jioshan's expression turned solemn. What do you think a secret technique is? A cabbage? Can anyone learn it? And there's no limit? Every secret technique was created by a progenitor and contains their comprehension of cultivation. It's fine if you learn one or two, but if you learn too many, your body will be crippled. That's right. You can't learn too many secret techniques, Mr. Lui added. Luin was disappointed, but it did not matter to him. Revolving star passage technique was a secret technique for escaping, and he had the secret seal of plan as well as a sourcebox array like the greater teleportation array. It did not matter whether or not he had revolving star passage technique. Elder Jioshan left, and Luin looked towards the north. He had finally returned to the innerverse. If he had not guessed wrong, this should be the first flow zone. Luin took out his collapsible spacecraft and headed towards Fennel Flow Zone with Luo Shen and Willow Flyflower in the other. Although the spacecraft was slow, Luin could still handle some matters calmly. When he left the Sirius sect, he did not pick up a few calls. Not long after, his gadget rang. It was Xianxia. Brother Lu, why don't you come to my Wen family for a chat? It's about the sevenfold literary prison, Luin said directly. The reason why he had imprisoned Wen Yisan and the others in Mount Supreme was slowly starting to show. He had spent a lot of money to trap them, and he had to make them cough up this debt. The first was the Smokescreen Mountain Range, and the second was the Wen family. Brother Lu is straightforward. What price does my Wen family have to pay for Luin to be willing to teach us? Xianxia asked. If you're sincere, then go to Fennel Flow Zone for a chat, Luin said before ending the call. He was not worried about angering the Wen family, as he really did not care right now. He had just ended his call with Xianxia when someone else contacted him. This time, it was Madame Yu. When Luoshan heard Madame Yu's voice, her expression changed, and she looked at Luin nervously. Year has been taken away by the Sword Sect. Alliance Master Lu, I heard that you're back. Can you help my court? Madame Yu's voice was bleak, and she sounded exhausted. Luin replied, if you want to join the Great Eastern Alliance, then we'll talk at Fennel Flow Zone. He then ended the call. The Yo court had split from the Yu family, but they were still one entity. When Madame Yu had contacted him for the first time, he had felt that something was amiss. Since the Yo court had been discovered to be in possession of the Yo symbol, why hadn't the Yu family pursued the matter? Why hadn't the Yo court returned to the Yu family after being threatened by the Sword Sect? They were facing some unknown danger, and Luin did not want to shoulder it, even if he was not afraid. There was nothing in the Fifth Mainland that he was afraid of. Of the remaining 6 half-ancestors, 3 of them were helping him, and the head inquisitor was even his senior. If word of this relationship got out, then he would truly be the Fifth Mainland's crown prince. The spacecraft headed towards Fennel Flow Zone, and Luoshan subconsciously leaned against Lu Yin's shoulder. She knew that once they returned to the Outerverse, it would be difficult for them to spend time together like this again. This period of time had been wonderful for her, and the racing within Aurora's stronghold had been especially beautiful. Luin did not know that while he had been at the Sirius sect, something major had happened in the Outerverse. Shamrock Enterprises had cut off all supplies of medicine to the Great Eastern Alliance, and they had refused to sell it even if they had the money to do so. Luin had also stopped Shamrock Enterprises from moving their headquarters into Jia Mountain, so Shamrock Enterprises naturally retaliated. And the one who had dealt with Shamrock Enterprises was Xianxia. Shamrock Enterprises had not expected that Xianxia had been guarding against them all this time. Ever since the Great Eastern Alliance had been established, she had been secretly buying up pharmaceutical companies of all sizes. Now that Shamrock Enterprises and the Great Eastern Alliance had started fighting, the medicines that she had bought from over 100 pharmaceutical companies had flowed directly into the Great Eastern Alliance. At the same time, she had cut off the supply of medicines to Shamrock Enterprises. No matter how powerful Shamrock Enterprises was, they could not survive on their own. They needed to buy all sorts of raw materials, whether it was medicine or equipment, but Xianxia had cut them off. She had cut off Shamrock Enterprises' source of raw materials, causing them to be unable to produce half of their medicines. However, the other half could still be produced. Shamrock Enterprises had more than 100,000 planets that specialized in growing raw materials, so they were able to guarantee a supply for a short period of time. A fight in the pharmaceutical industry had begun in the outerverse and spread to the innerverse. Xianxia remained calm as she continuously used her gadget to communicate with someone. Her maid, Xiaonan, followed her instructions and gave orders to various departments. Young master, 27 companies have already been paralyzed. Most of their raw materials come from Shamrock Enterprises, and now, they've cut off their exports, Xiaonan reported to Xianxia. Xianxia did not mind. That's expected. Shamrock Enterprises took longer to act than I expected. It seems that Luin has caused them some misgivings. Young master, the number has increased to 40. I estimate that in less than 2 days, all of the pharmaceutical companies under our control will be paralyzed, and the losses will be great. Shamrock Enterprises will only lose 1 batch of medicines at most. 1 batch? No, half. Shamrock Enterprises has been monopolizing the pharmaceutical industry for so many years. Do they really think that no one else has done anything? These 100 companies have perished together with them, Xianxia said. Any giant that monopolized an industry would be secretly boycotted by its peers, and Shamrock Enterprises was no exception. They had never cared, and without the Great Eastern Alliance, they would have continued to monopolize the industry and become the overlord. Xianxia had seen this and had been preparing for this for several years. The Great Eastern Alliance could not be choked by others. Half of their medicines are only for the outerverse. Their business in the innerverse hasn't been affected, Xiaonan mumbled. Xianxia was about to speak when her gadget rang. She glanced at it. They've finally contacted me. The call connected, and Lu Yin's voice came through. I heard that the outerverse is very lively. Xianxia smiled. Alliance Master, what are your instructions? Nothing, just asking. Do you want me to help? Luin asked, as he had only just found out about what had happened in the outerverse. It was an all-out confrontation with Shamrock Enterprises, which was a huge matter. Even though Shamrock Enterprises could not compare to the Day-Night clan, they were still a colossus. If Luin did not have enough experts on his side, then Shamrock Enterprises would be able to suppress the Great Eastern Alliance. Those from the outerverse would be completely useless, even if the Sea King's Dome and the Elders were added to the mix. It's different for the time being. I have a way to deal with them. I definitely won't be able to win, as their foundation is too deep. However, I can delay them and discuss them. I've already calculated the losses, and it's within an acceptable range, said Xianxia. Luin grunted. What do you plan to do next? He was really curious. If he did not make a move against Shamrock Enterprises, would Xianxia be able to do anything? Xianxia smiled. I've always believed in one principle. The enemy we're facing is, first and foremost, people, resources, heritage, and strength. They're all additional, so we just have to deal with people. What do you mean? Luin was flabbergasted. Beside him, Luoshan heard the conversation and was curious as well. Xianxia explained, everyone has to eat and live. Everyone has their own desires. How many people does Shamrock Enterprises employ? How much do they spend on living? Luin understood, as Xianxia was targeting the most basic of people. He had to admit that this woman was indeed smart. Shamrock Enterprises might have thought that the Great Eastern Alliance would go against them in the pharmaceutical industry and even send out powerhouses to rob them of their medicine, but they would not have thought of these most common things, which just so happened to be the most basic of things. Life, transportation, and so do cultivators, Luin muttered. After ending the call, Luin saw Luoshan's astonished expression and found it funny. What are you thinking about? Luoshan sighed in admiration. She's so smart. Luin replied, the higher you stand, the further you can see, and you tend to overlook the bottom of your feet. You might not even know how to solve a child's problem. That's not being smart, it's just looking at the problem from a different perspective. Oh, Luoshan acknowledged. Since he did not need to do anything, he was happy to watch the show. He wanted to see how long Xianxia could cause a ruckus. The universe was dark, but there were also gorgeous celestial bodies that were of all colors. Spacecraft after spacecraft flew out from the planet and headed towards the innerverse. Shamrock Enterprises' logo could be seen on the exterior of these spacecraft, which meant that they had come from the planet where they cultivated medicinal ingredients. "Captain, there's still half a month before we reach the Astral River, Arkansas. You should rest first," a woman said in the spacecraft's control room. She held a drink in her hand and looked at the man in front of her with admiration. This man was the captain of the spacecraft, a cruiser who had worked for Shamrock Enterprises for 100 years and had never made a mistake. It was said that he would soon break through to the hunter realm, and at that time, his status would change greatly. He might even be able to take up a post in the innerverse. Rest? Where would I have time to rest? I can't be careless, the captain said with a heavy tone. The woman was puzzled. We've been transporting medicinal ingredients for many years, and no one has ever dared to touch Shamrock Enterprises' goods. What are you worried about, Captain? The captain smiled bitterly. That's because we didn't have any enemies before, but now, we have the outerverse's greatest enemy. Just as he finished speaking, a ray of light flashed in the distance, and the spacecraft's alarm sounded. Captain, the spacecraft has been damaged. An enemy attack, someone cried out in alarm. The captain's eyes widened as he stared into the distance. A man was standing in space, and from his attire, it was obvious that he was an interstellar pirate. He hurriedly shouted, "This is Shamrock Enterprises' spacecraft. Do you wish to become enemies with Shamrock Enterprises?" The man carried a broadsword and grinned cruelly. "Leave the goods behind, and you can scram." "How dare you," the captain barked, and the spacecraft shot beams at the man. Shamrock Enterprises had naturally made preparations for transporting medicinal ingredients, and they were more than enough to deal with an ordinary attack. However, in the outerverse, a hunter was already considered a powerhouse, and the defenses that Shamrock Enterprises had prepared for their outerverse transport spacecraft were clearly not at the level of a hunter. Soon, all of the medicinal ingredients were stolen, and everyone from Shamrock Enterprises, including the captain, could only take a small spacecraft. "Captain, these pirates actually dare to rob Shamrock Enterprises' goods. They're too impudent." The woman inside the spacecraft was furious. The captain was bitter. "Do you really think that he's a pirate?" "A pirate?" The woman was confused. The captain looked to the east. The conflict between the Great Eastern Alliance and Shamrock Enterprises was becoming more and more intense, and they had even resorted to such methods. It seemed like Shamrock Enterprises could not even take away the medicinal ingredients that they had cultivated in the outerverse. "Let's head to the innerverse first." The captain made a prompt decision. Even if they returned to their planet and transported the medicinal ingredients, it would be useless since they could not take them away. There was one thing that the captain was overthinking. He wanted to return to the innerverse and wait for orders from headquarters, but to do so, he had to take the Astral River Arc, which was controlled by the Great Eastern Alliance. Although the Blazing Mist Flow Zone had been handed over to the Ross Empire and the Dragon Clan, the Astral River Arc had not been abandoned, and it would not be abandoned. No one from Shamrock Enterprises was allowed to leave the outerverse. Xianxia's method of dealing with Shamrock Enterprises was to prevent them from operating normally, at least in the outerverse. It would be very difficult for them to return to the innerverse. A similar scene was occurring in various parts of the outerverse. The innerverse was also being restricted by the mainland's shipping routes and the various flow zones pirates. Under these circumstances, Shamrock Enterprises activated all of their hidden seeds. Any seed that had been recognized and cultivated by Shamrock Enterprises was no ordinary person. Lu Yin's classmate, Jisoo, had the innate gift of void explosion. The moment that Shamrock Enterprises' seeds were mobilized was also the moment that the company revealed its fangs. This commercial giant that had dominated the Fifth Mainland displayed a shocking strength. The seeds that they had cultivated were all experts, and they caused the pirates to suffer heavy losses. There were also seeds within the Great Eastern Alliance, and they were hidden within the Astral River Arc, which had nearly caused the vessel to lose control and change owners. To the Great Eastern Alliance, this was a war. Thus, the Alliance's experts were mobilized, and the conflict with Shamrock Enterprises grew more and more intense. Far away from the Astral River Arc, within the dark mist weave, a figure was fleeing towards the north while being chased by Great Eastern Alliance experts from various places, including the 9 allied nations, even Ground Palace, and Aegis. Suddenly, the figure was enveloped by a black fog, and he died. Topmist walked out with an astonished expression. That's one of Shamrock Enterprises' seeds? What a powerful innate gift. He was only a cruiser, but he almost escaped. This person almost caused the Astral River Arc to change owners. If he had succeeded, no one would have been able to withstand His Highness' fury. A woman's voice came from not too far away from Topmist. It was the Melder Mistchild from before, and she had now become an explorer. Her cultivation was progressing rapidly. One person can't steal the Astral River Arc, but Shamrock Enterprises' seeds are truly powerful. If all of the Innerverse seeds are mobilized, then the Great Eastern Alliance will be in trouble. The explorer Mistchild looked towards the south. When would His Highness return? She desperately wanted Lu Yin's poison, as only Lu Yin could provide her with enough to increase her strength. In the Glory Realm, Yan's expression turned ugly, as he had underestimated the Great Eastern Alliance's preparations. Based on the current situation, the Great Eastern Alliance had definitely been prepared to make an enemy out of the Outerverse Weave. At the very least, they had treated the Outerverse Weave as an imaginary enemy. The Outerverse Shamrock Enterprises could be considered to have been crippled. Not to mention the medicinal ingredients, even Yumu could not return. The seeds that had been scattered throughout the Outerverse had also been severely damaged. If the Innerverse wanted to provide reinforcements, it would be tantamount to declaring war on the Great Eastern Alliance. Yan had never imagined that the conflict would develop to this point, and he was starting to lose control. He could not declare war on the Great Eastern Alliance. Although the Great Eastern Alliance had not been established for long, it was very stable due to the fact that it had combined the interests of all parties. The Great Eastern Alliance could afford to waste time, but Shamrock Enterprises could not. Not only because of the resources, but also because of the confidential project. That project required too much resources and could not be delayed. As he thought about it, he immediately contacted Yumu. King Yi is about to come out of seclusion. If this matter isn't resolved, I won't have a good time, and you'll be in an even worse state. This whole thing started because of your stupidity. Yumu ended the call, and his eyes flickered. Shamrock Enterprises wasn't afraid of the Great Eastern Alliance, but they couldn't afford to suffer such great losses. The Great Eastern Alliance's preparations were far too thorough, and this had completely exceeded his expectations. Helpless, Yumu finally contacted Lu Yin. Lu Yin was already very close to the Fennel Flow Zone, and he had left the matter of dealing with Shamrock Enterprises to Xianxia. He had not interfered since it would not cause too much of a ruckus. Shamrock Enterprises knew about Lu Yin's background, and it was impossible for them to escalate into a full-blown war. Now, it all depended on who would compromise first and who would not be able to hold back. His gadget beeped, and he glanced at it. His lips curled up as he answered, "Speak." Yumu's voice rang out. "Alliance Master Lu, I was wrong about Director Tsung Ying. I can compensate you. The Hall of Honor is one of the 9 directors of the Hall of Honor, and you're specifically targeting my Great Eastern Alliance. Can you afford to compensate me?" Yumu clenched his fists. "Alliance Master Lu, you've already made it impossible for Shamrock Enterprises to gain a foothold in Border Mountain. Do you really want to become enemies with Shamrock Enterprises? Are you threatening me? I wouldn't dare. With Alliance Master Lu's current status, I, Yumu, am only a nobody. Please give me a chance. Both Shamrock Enterprises and the Great Eastern Alliance hope to end this dispute. You're the ones who started this conflict." Yumu felt helpless. He had been very happy when he had started the conflict, but who would have thought that the Great Eastern Alliance would be so well prepared? They had completely treated Shamrock Enterprises as their mortal enemy and had not played by the rules. This had caused Shamrock Enterprises to suffer losses that exceeded their initial estimates, and their subsequent losses might even affect their grand plan. This was absolutely unacceptable. "Alliance Master Lu, you can take a look at the data I sent you. It's only been half a month since the conflict began, but the Great Eastern Alliance has already lost 3 times as many cultivators as usual due to the lack of timely medical supplies. Moreover, this number will only increase due to the conflict. This is not a good thing for the Great Eastern Alliance," Yumu said. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. "So many losses?" The data is proof, Yumu said seriously. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. I didn't even manage to check the Great Eastern Alliance's data, but you managed to do it before me. Impressive. Yumu's heart sank, and his voice was a little hoarse. Shamrock Enterprises has accumulated a lot of information and data over the years. It's not difficult to calculate them. Lu Yin did not harp on this point. Data was a weapon, and he was clear that he would leave this matter to Wei Rong, as he had to obtain Shamrock Enterprises' data. So, does Boshu intend to resolve this dispute with just a few words? I, Yumu, am willing to pay the price and do my best, said Yumu. Lu Yin thought about it. There's nothing about you that's worth my attention. Yumu asked, Alliance Master Lu, do you know anything about King Yi? Tell me about it. The Leaf King is the founder of Shamrock Enterprises. He has a long history, and even Master Yuan might not be his match. He represents creation and healing, and his combat power is at least over 1 million. It's not that Shamrock Enterprises doesn't have the ability to move our headquarters to Jia Mountain, but we haven't done so. Although we can't compare to the Mavis Bank and Aurora Corporation, we still have the ability to protect ourselves. Offending King Yi over a meaningless dispute isn't a good thing for Alliance Master Lu, Yumu said slowly. He was not threatening Lu Yin, and his words were rather pertinent. Lu Yin replied, offending such a powerhouse is indeed unwise. Then, let's talk about compensation. Yumu's eyes lit up. Please. Shamrock Enterprises is supposed to provide 10 times the resources to the Great Eastern Alliance. At the same time, Shamrock Enterprises will bear all of the losses caused by this dispute. Don't try to deny it. You've already shown me the data, Lu Yin said. Yumu was stunned, as he had never thought that the data that he had used to convince Lu Yin would become the standard for compensation. Alliance Master Lu, your request is too much. I'm not discussing this with you. This dispute is just a small matter, and I'm not getting involved. If I do, I can mobilize Leon's armada to stop Shamrock Enterprises' development in the Cosmic Sea. I can also mobilize the Sirius sect to stop your development in the Neoverse. I forgot to tell you, but I'm now a disciple of the Sirius sect. I don't even need to bow when I see the sect master, Lu Yin said slowly. He did not care if Yumu could accept this request, as Yumu did not have the qualifications to agree to his conditions. I have to report this to the higher-ups, Yumu said helplessly. Lu Yin immediately hung up. Aren't you afraid that he won't agree? Luotian was curious, and her eyes sparkled as she looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin replied, it doesn't matter. They don't have a choice whether they agree or not. Then, what about the medicine? Luotian asked. Lu Yin smiled. I'll ask the Hall of Honor for it. There are a few directors helping me, so I won't run out of medicine. Luotian nodded and looked at Lu Yin with admiration. Lu Yin enjoyed this gaze, but he found it hard to accept Luotian's feelings. He could only wait for time to fade away. One day later, just as Lu Yin was about to reach Fennel Flow Zone, his gadget beeped again. It was an unfamiliar number. Lu Yin accepted the call, and a pleasant voice answered, Alliance Master Lu? You are? Lu Yin was puzzled. Shamrock Enterprises Innerverse President, Balsam. Lu Yin was stunned. So it's the Innerverse President. Yen is your secretary? That's right. Does Alliance Master Lu have time? Let's have a chat, Balsam said. Lu Yin replied, go ahead. Balsam switched the call to a screen, and Lu Yin's eyes lit up. He had never thought that the president of Shamrock Enterprises Innerverse would be such a stunning beauty. Lu Yin's gaze was pure, and there were no distracting thoughts. Balsam met his gaze and calmly said, Shamrock Enterprises is not afraid of competition or war. However, we are businessmen, and if we can solve problems with money, we try not to use force. So you agree to my conditions? Lu Yin asked. The Outerverse Shamrock Enterprises has already allocated a lot of resources to the Great Eastern Alliance. Those resources were originally provided to deal with the Sixth Mainland, and even after the war with the Sixth Mainland ended, we did not withdraw those resources. This is a sign of respect to the Great Eastern Alliance. Thank you, Lu Yin said, as he was aware of this. Every year, although those resources aren't much, they aren't little either. After all, they are provided to the enormous Great Eastern Alliance. But if we increase those resources by 10 times, do you know what that means? It means that the Outerverse Shamrock Enterprises will be on the verge of collapse, and they will only be able to replenish their resources from the Innerverse. Luine did not believe her. Balsam tried her best to appear sincere. She intentionally explained the situation of Shamrock Enterprises' operations to Luine. If we increase our resources by 10 times every year, it will be quite a burden for Shamrock Enterprises. Since we previously provided a lot of resources to the Great Eastern Alliance, Alliance Master Lu should be able to sense Shamrock Enterprises' sincerity. Luine did not know whether she was telling the truth or not, as he did not have any talent for business. Xianxia was able to argue with Balsam, but he did not even have the heart to argue with her. He immediately took out the red bell that was the head referee's command token. Balsam's pupil shrank, and she stared at Luine in shock. Luine raised a hand, and the stars revolved, transforming into serious swordsmanship. Balsam was shocked once again. You should understand what serious swordsmanship means to the serious sect, and you should also understand the significance of this bell. In that case, if you include the influence it will have on the 9 directors, then I'd like to hear what kind of price Shamrock Enterprises will have to pay if they want to stop this dispute. This dispute had started because of Shamrock Enterprises, and Luine also wanted compensation from Shamrock Enterprises. He did not think that he would be able to subdue Shamrock Enterprises with a single dispute, as that was not realistic. Thus, he had also agreed to Xianxia's request not to interfere. Now that Balsam had specifically contacted him, he knew that this dispute would not last for long. The only issue was compensation, so there was no need to drag it out any longer. Balsam knew that Luine could influence the 9 directors and that he had a good relationship with the head referee and Elder Chan, but she had never thought that Luine would even have the head referee's command token. Furthermore, his cultivation of serious swordsmanship had allowed her to understand Lu Yin's status in the serious sect. Furthermore, he had Master Yuan, Everlasting Sky Island, and the Lockbreaker Society behind him. All of these factors added up to make Lu Yin's status incomparably high. Balsam had never thought that a youth like Luine would be able to reach such a level. The halo of the Great Eastern Alliance's Alliance Master had attracted all of their attention, and they had neglected the even more terrifying influence behind him. To be able to become the president of Shamrock Enterprises' Innerverse, Balsam was much more decisive than Luine. 10 times the resources is impossible. I'm willing to pay 500 million star essence to resolve this dispute as well as compensate the Great Eastern Alliance for the losses caused by the lack of medicine. Alliance Master Lu, this is the bottom line that I can accept, Balsam said. 10 times the resources was not as much as 500 million star essence, but that was an amount that had to be paid every year. Adding it all up over many years was not a simple matter. Furthermore, Shamrock Enterprises had the money, and they were only afraid that they would run out of medicine, which would cause them to be unable to operate. That would be the worst-case scenario. Luine agreed, and the dispute ended there. Shamrock Enterprises would be on high alert against the Great Eastern Alliance because of this dispute, but this time, only Xianxia had acted. Wei Rong, who was the most sinister, had not acted. Next time, when Luine was ready, he would swallow Shamrock Enterprises whole. His main concern was still the mysterious Leaf King. Right, stop the dispute, and don't spread the news of the compensation. It'll be beneficial to both of us, Luine reminded. Balsam took a deep look at Luine, and her heart filled with boundless apprehension. This person had just ended his dispute with Shamrock Enterprises, and now he was scheming against others. It was no wonder why he could become the Great Eastern Alliance's Alliance Master and unify the Outerverse. 500 million star essence was not a lot to Luine, but it was not a small amount either. Xianxia received an order to stop all actions against Shamrock Enterprises and return everything to normal. However, she also received another order at the same time, Shamrock Enterprises recapture plan. There were only 9 words, and the rest were to be filled in by Xianxia and Wei Rong. Luine did not need to do everything himself. He looked up and saw that they had arrived at Fennel Flow Zone. Fennel Flow Zone was the gateway to the Gu Flow Zone, and it was like a small island in the middle of the Astral River. Although it was small and was not even as large as Northline Flow Zone, it was still very lively. The Gu flow zone was unique in the Innerverse, and it hid all sorts of poisonous insects and monsters. Many people's cultivation levels were not high enough, so they wanted to learn these unorthodox techniques. Even the Sixth Mainland had not been able to attack the Divine Gu dynasty, which made the Gu flow zone even more mysterious and attractive. The price of the venomous worms from the Gu flow zone was also very high. Now that Gu flow zone had been occupied by the Great Eastern Alliance, the former powers would either have to submit or be dealt with. Luoying did not care about any of that. Ah! Luotian screamed. Her face was pale as she stared at the venomous bug that was crawling outside the spacecraft. She quickly hid behind Luoying. Luoying looked over, and his mouth twitched. How disgusting. This poisonous insect was like a combination of a centipede and a toad. It had 100 legs, but it had a toad's head. There were many pustules on its head. It was disgusting no matter how one looked at it. With a casual wave of his hand, the venomous bug fell to the ground. Lu Yin's eyes filled with star energy as he looked into outer space. There were rune lines everywhere, some more, some less, and all of them were floating venomous bugs. Some venomous bugs were even bigger than spaceships, and there were many spaceships in space. These spaceships were all hunting for venomous bugs. Venomous bugs were not limited to the starry skies. There were countless types of venomous bugs in the surrounding planets. Goddess Luo was afraid. In a place like this, even man would be afraid, let alone her. Fennel Flow Zone had been occupied by the Great Eastern Alliance, and when Luoying arrived, he was greeted by Wei Rong and Ku Wei. Boss, you're finally here. Boss, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Ku Wei immediately hugged Luoying. Luoying was speechless, and he kicked Ku Wei aside. How rude. Call me master. In order to rescue Ku Wei from the Ku family, Luoying had become Ku Wei's lock-breaking master. Master, you're finally back. Little Wei has suffered without you. Ku Wei held. At this moment, another miserable howl resounded in the surroundings, attracting the attention of countless people within the Great Eastern Alliance. Alliance Master, you're back. Little Tan has been waiting for you for a long time. It was Elder Tan from the Blaze Realm, who had completely changed after joining Luoying. Ku Wei angrily glared at Elder Tan. Get lost. Don't get in the way of me being close to my master. Elder Tan ignored him. Alliance Master, Little Tan has been waiting for you for a long time. Luoying rolled his eyes, and his star energy surged, sending the two of them flying. Luotian giggled at the sight. Wei Rong bowed to Luoying. Welcome home, Your Highness. Luoying nodded and had someone help Luotian settle down. He then led Lu Yefei and Wei Rong to the green light forest that was closest to the Gu flow zone. This was also where Wei Rong and the other upper echelons of the Great Eastern Alliance were staying. The green light forest was the most valuable place in the Fennel flow zone, and it was also the closest place to the Gu flow zone. It was neither a planet nor a continent, but rather the shriveled corpse of a giant poisonous insect that had died countless years ago. The corpse was covered in trees, and the most amazing thing was that these trees could produce green light fruits that were immune to most of the Gu flow zone's poisonous gas. They could also avoid being corroded by many poisonous insects. The green light fruit was a must-have item for cultivators entering the Gu flow zone. It had once been in the hands of the Divine Gu dynasty, but now, it had been obtained by the Great Eastern Alliance. The Divine Gu dynasty allowed us to obtain the green light forest? Wei Rong explained, the legend of the Divine Gu dynasty was established in the Gu flow zone, which is too difficult to attack. However, outside of the Gu flow zone, their methods are more bizarre than the sword sex, but they aren't that strong. This chapter is not finished, so please turn the page. My Great Eastern Alliance could only retreat from the Gu flow zone, but as compensation, we promised to guard the Fennel flow zone for them. We also promised to share the information of anyone who enters the Gu flow zone with the Divine Gu dynasty. The Divine Gu dynasty values the Gu flow zone's geographical environment too much. Luoying immediately saw the problem. The Divine Gu dynasty did not care about the Gu flow zone too much, and they believed that no one could invade the Gu flow zone. Not even the Sixth Mainland could do so, let alone the Great Eastern Alliance. Wei Rong smiled. I like their confidence. Luoying smiled and then looked to the west. Master, I'll show you around the Fennel Flow Zone. Kuwei found an opportunity to flatter Luin. Elder Tan was not to be outdone. Alliance Master, I'll show you around the Gu Flow Zone. Master, I prepared many delicacies for you. Alliance Master, I prepared many beauties for you. Luin did not want to bother with them. Lu Yefei was rather curious about the Fennel Flow Zone, and she did not speak along the way. Wei Rong and the others could not tell how strong Lu Yefei was. If they knew that Lu Yefei was a powerhouse with a power level of over 700,000, their attitudes would definitely change. Not long after, Luin stepped into the Green Light Forest and arrived at the first stop in the Innerverse that truly belonged to the Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Yin's arrival attracted the Divine Gu Dynasty's attention, but it was just attention. The Divine Gu Dynasty did not care about anything in the outside world. Every once in a while, the Gu Flow Zone would have a poisonous tide that would spread to the surroundings. Even the tributaries of the Astral River would be contaminated, and Lu Yin's arrival had coincidentally coincided with a poisonous tide. He stood in the Green Light Forest and looked at the countless strange poisonous creatures that streaked across the universe. There were also all sorts of poisonous gases. Lu Yin sighed. How spectacular. He felt that he should make a trip to the Divine Gu Dynasty and obtain some poisons so that he could improve rapidly. Facts had proven that poisons were very useful in battle. Every year, a huge group of people will be attracted to the Gu Flow Zone after the poisonous tide. The poisonous creatures that are rarely seen in the depths of the Gu Flow Zone will be spewed out, including some celestial bodies that are covered in poisonous creatures. Wei Rong's expression changed. It's a nascent soul. It's a very powerful poisonous creature that's as large as a planet. It's not easy to provoke it in the Gu Flow Zone. A shadow passed overhead, and Luin looked up to see an incomparably large monster covered in poisonous gases of various colors. He could even see mountains and swamps. This nascent soul was definitely a powerhouse in this region of space, and its rune lines neared 450,000. This nascent soul has appeared. Even if the poisonous tide ends, it'll have to wait for a few days before leaving. It'll only be safe after it returns to the Gu Flow Zone, Wei Rong said helplessly. What an interesting bug. Lu Yi, do you remember the poisonous bug we encountered in the mortal realm? It's very similar, Fei Hua said. Mr. Lu Yi replied, it's indeed similar, but it's a little smaller. I'll go catch it and take a look. Let's go together. The two then vanished. Wei Rong was confused. Your Highness, what about these two? Let them be. They're just bugs, Lu Yin said nonchalantly. Wei Rong's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Lu Yin seriously. Things had changed. In the past, Lu Yin would have treated this nascent soul seriously, but now, it was just a bug? Regardless of whether it was Lu Yi or Lu Yin, this nascent soul was just a bug that Lu Yin could easily deal with. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Lu Yin had survived half a team of ordinary envoys with a power level of more than 500,000, and his perspective was completely different from before. Lu Yi and Fei Hua were both terrifying powerhouses with power levels over 700,000. If they worked together, even Long Kuei would admit that he was no match for them. They were strong enough to fight against powerhouses with power levels over 800,000. They were already close to Master Yuan, and this nascent soul was just a bug. The Great Eastern Alliance had many experts in the Fennel Flow Zone, but none of them were top-notch. The strongest was Duan Day Knight, who was a powerhouse with a power level of 430,000 from the Day Knight clan, but he could not deal with this nascent soul. What they did not know was that this nascent soul had not been spat out by the toxic tide for no reason. Instead, it had been released by the Divine Venomous Dynasty. They had not done anything to the Great Eastern Alliance, but rather to intimidate them. The Divine Venomous Dynasty did not care about the Fennel Flow Zone, as they believed that no one could do anything to them. However, that was only because the Fennel Flow Zone was easy to defend and difficult to attack. They needed to maintain the Gu Flow Zone's mysteriousness and fear. Once this nascent soul appeared, no one would dare to enter the Gu Flow Zone, and their impression of the Gu Flow Zone would only deepen. This was the Divine Venomous Dynasty's method. They had their own way of surviving, and they did not disregard the other powers of the Fifth Mainland. Within the goo flow zone, a group of people stood in outer space. Countless poisonous creatures streaked past them, but they did not react to them at all. It was as if they did not exist. Prince, those people outside probably won't dare to enter for at least half a year after seeing this nascent soul, someone said with a flattering smile. The rest of the people quickly followed suit. The person in the middle was a middle-aged man. When he heard this, his lips curled up, and he proudly said, "Of course. They wouldn't dare to enter even if they had 10 times the guts. The Great Eastern Alliance must be frightened as well. Every year during the poisonous beast tide, the prince will toss out some powerful poisonous creatures, which should be enough to deter the Great Eastern Alliance from acting rashly. The prince's wisdom is unparalleled. If those idiots from the Blaze Realm had even half of the prince's wisdom, then they would not have been destroyed by the Great Eastern Alliance." The man laughed. "How can the Blaze Realm compare to the Divine Venomous Dynasty? Since my brother has entrusted this task to me, I naturally have to handle it well." At that moment, a mournful cry rang out from the distance. Everyone's expressions changed as they looked over. They saw the nascent soul struggling violently as if it had suffered an unimaginable attack, but it was completely useless. A strange laugh rang out. "Little bug, you still dare to resist?" The nascent soul's body then shrank, and it fell into the green forest before disappearing. "Be gentle. Don't kill it." Another voice rang out. "Don't worry. Bugs can take a beating, so they won't die. Be gentle." The group within the goo flow zone was stunned. The nascent soul had been captured? A little bug? The prince gulped. It had to be an emissary. Aside from an emissary, who else could have captured the nascent soul so easily? The Fennel Flow Zone actually had an emissary, and it was an expert from the Great Eastern Alliance. Wasn't there supposed to be no emissaries within the Great Eastern Alliance? The nascent soul had only managed to capture the nascent soul because of the experts from the Sea King's Dome. Where had this emissary come from? Furthermore, there were 2 of them. "Let's go back to the dynasty," the prince said decisively. He then turned around to leave, as he wanted to report this matter to his brother. The Great Eastern Alliance had concealed itself too deeply, and there were actually 2 emissaries overseeing the Fennel Flow Zone. What were they planning to do? With the 2 emissaries' abilities, they should have been able to destroy the Ross Empire and the Sylvan Dragon clan long ago, so why had they come to the Fennel Flow Zone? Although the Great Eastern Alliance's strength was far inferior to the 6th Mainlands when it had first attacked, the prince felt that the Great Eastern Alliance's threat was greater than the 6th Mainlands. At the very least, the 6th Mainland's enemy was the entire 5th Mainland, while the Great Eastern Alliance might have set its sights on the goo flow zone. End of chapter. Just as they were about to leave, a figure appeared behind them. The prince and the rest were shocked, as they had not noticed this person at all. "Everyone, Mr. Liu invites you in." It was Mr. Liu Yi. They had discovered the prince's group while capturing the baby, and they had told Liu Yin about it. Liu Yin had then asked Mr. Liu Yi to bring them here. Mr. Liu Yi had taken action, and the prince and the rest could not resist, so they could only allow him to bring them to Greenlight Forest. In the distance, the baby's body had shrunk to the size of a mountain range, but its powerful aura was still shocking. Liu Yin stood not too far away from the baby and looked at Sister Fei Hua, who was muttering something to herself. Behind him, the prince's group arrived. Liu Yin turned around and looked at the prince. The prince was embarrassed, as his scheme had been discovered. "So Alliance Master Liu has returned. We heard that Alliance Master Liu had gone missing, and our Divine Gu dynasty was worried about your safety." Liu Yin smiled. "Thank you. So, who are you?" "Qing Li, the prince of the Divine Gu dynasty." Liu Yin was surprised. "So it's your highness." "Excuse me, but why did your highness appear at the border between the Gu Flow Zone and Fennel Flow Zone?" Qing Li replied, "My brother was worried about the safety of the cultivators in Fennel Flow Zone during the poison tide, so he had me bring some medicine to help everyone resist the poison." Liu Yin was amused, as Qing Li had lied without batting an eye. He looked at the baby. "Your Highness, you should know that even though this poisonous creature has no intelligence, it has a power level of over 400,000. It should be able to recognize who threw it out of the Gu Flow Zone." Qing Li's expression changed, and he fell silent. Lu Yin smiled, as he was just making a casual remark and not pursuing the matter further. Besides, why should he pursue the matter? Even if the Divine Gu dynasty had intentionally thrown the poison into Fennel Flow Zone, it was their freedom to do so. When Qingli remained silent, Lu Yin suddenly asked, I've heard that the Divine Gu dynasty specializes in poison research. Are there any poisons that cultivators can't detect at all? Are there any poisons that cause their bodies to become numb and slow down after being poisoned? Qing Li's eyes narrowed, but it only lasted for a moment. There are many poisons that cultivators can't detect, and there are quite a few in the Divine Gu dynasty. Why are you asking about this? Lu Yin was surprised. Quite a few. Can you take a few out for me to take a look? Qing Lu was put in a difficult position. Alliance leader Lu, you might not know this, but poison is one of the most versatile offensive techniques of the Divine Gu dynasty. It's like a cultivator's battle technique, and it cannot be casually shown to others. What about purchasing? Lu Yin asked. Qingli was put in a difficult position. We usually don't sell this. Old man, do you know who you're talking to? My master is the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance leader, the supreme of our generation, the Hall of Honor's Fatsi, the eldest disciple of Sirius sect, an in-name disciple of Everlasting Island, a 2-star boundless advanced lockbreaker, a member of Leon's Armada, a frequent visitor of the Seven Courts, a top VIP of the Aurora Corporation, and a top VIP of the Mavis Bank. I'm doing business with you because I think highly of you, so don't be so ungrateful, Ku Wei shouted as he jumped out of nowhere. His voice was so loud that Qingli jumped in fright. As a prince of the Divine Gu dynasty, he had never been shouted at like this before. Behind Qingli, someone shouted, Impudent! Impudent! Don't you know who you're talking to? My master bought your poison because he thinks highly of you. Don't be so ignorant, roared Ku Wei. Lu Yin looked at Ku Wei in admiration. Sometimes, it required such a person to be effective. However, it was difficult for Lu Yin to reveal the identities that Ku Wei had mentioned all at once, and there was no hindrance to it at all. It was the same as many times. Qing Li's face turned ugly, and he glared at Ku Wei. I'm not selling it. Can I take a look? Lu Yin asked, his tone slightly unpleasant. Ku Wei grew impatient, and he glared at Qing Li. Hurry up and take it out. Do you want our alliance leader to do it himself? Take a look at that poisonous bug. If you don't take it out, I'll stuff you into its mouth. Qing Li was disgusted by Ku Wei, and he snorted before retrieving a poison from his cosmic ring. This is a poison that I personally developed. It's called the 5 Steps Powder. Anyone below the hunter realm who is poisoned by this poison will die after taking 5 steps. There are no exceptions. Ku Wei hurriedly stepped forward and carefully handed it to Lu Yin. He smiled fawningly. Master, take a look. Lu Yin did not take it, and he merely glanced at it. The rune lines were close to 100,000, and its strength was similar to what Qingli had described. Your Highness, are you trying to fool me? What's the point of looking at this poison? Old brat, be sensible. Ku Wei roared. Qingli glared at him and then gritted his teeth as he took out another poison. Although it was called a poison, it was more like a colorful snake that was only the size of a fingernail. This is a snake poison that my Divine Gu dynasty developed. It can enter a person's body at a speed that hunters cannot avoid. Even enlighters will find it difficult to neutralize this poison. Lu Yin's eyes grew cold. I'm talking about a poison that can paralyze a cultivator's body without them noticing. Qingli took out a few more poisons, and the most powerful one was only difficult for an enlighter to detect, not impossible to detect. It seems that your Highness is joking with me. I can easily tell if these poisons are poisonous or not. I hope that your Highness can take out a poison that I can't detect, Lu Yin said slowly. Ku Wei threatened, do you want to play in that baby's mouth? Qingli was helpless. Alliance leader Lu, there are a few other poisons in the dynasty that even enlighters can't detect. However, those poisons can only be obtained by my brother. Your Highness, have you heard of rune lines? Lu Yin asked. Qingli was confused. The legendary power of the rune progenitor? Lu Yin looked up into the distance. Everything under the heavens has rune lines. The poisons that you mentioned earlier, which are supposed to be difficult to detect, all have rune lines. What I need are poisons that don't have rune lines at all. They're like mystical items. Qing Li's expression did not change. Our dynasty doesn't have that. But I heard that Night King Zhenwu obtained a poison from the Divine Gu dynasty, and I've experienced that poison before, Luyin said. Qing Li immediately denied it. That's impossible. Night King Zhenwu's poison definitely didn't come from my Gu flow zone. Luyin looked at him. Qing Longlong told me. Qing Li was shocked. How did she know? The moment he spoke, he was stunned. When he saw Lu Yin's smug expression, his heart sank. He had been tricked. Your Highness, how long are you going to hide this? I'll invite you to stay here as a guest, or I'll take you to the Great Eastern Alliance as a guest. I believe that young King Qing will find it difficult to stop me. 1 year, 100 years, or 1,000 years? Qing Li's face twitched, and he hesitated for a moment before saying, "Tell everyone to leave." Luyin waved his hand, and everyone else left, leaving only him and Qing Li in the room. Qing Li looked at Luyin seriously. Alliance Master Lu, my Divine Gu dynasty has no enmity towards you. Luyin did not respond, and he merely looked at Qing Li calmly. The poison that Night King Zhenwu obtained from my Divine Gu dynasty is called impermanence. That poison was developed from a strange flower that my brother obtained by chance. It's truly colorless and odorless, and it's comparable to a wonder item. Even if you cultivate the rune progenitor's power, you won't be able to see rune lines. It's the most precious poison in my Divine Gu dynasty. The reason why we gave it to Night King Zhenwu is because an ancient powerhouse from the Day-Night group helped us establish the Divine Gu dynasty. My Divine Gu dynasty owes the Day-Night clan a favor, but we're not helping the Day-Night clan deal with Alliance Master Lu. It was only now that Luyin learned that the poison that he had been afflicted with on Night King planet was called impermanence. He had not even realized that he had been poisoned at the time, and if not for his withered wisdom root and his innate gift with dice, he would have died on Night King planet. I almost died back then, Luyin said with a sullen expression. Even though this matter did not have much to do with the Divine Gu dynasty and they did not want to deal with Luyin, this was still a hurdle that Luyin could not cross. Qing Li understood as well. What do you want, Alliance Master Lu? Luyin stared at him. I want impermanence. Qing Li frowned. My brother won't agree. Aside from Night King Zhenwu, no one else is given impermanence. Even the eldest princess, Qing Longlong, can't touch it, let alone me. I want to speak with young Empress Qing. Unfortunately, my brother is in seclusion developing poisons. If you don't believe me, you can contact the eldest princess. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. What? Does your highness think of the Fifth Mainland? Qing Li was confused, as he did not understand why Lu Yin had changed the topic so quickly. What does Alliance Master Lu mean? If your highness is willing, I can help you go anywhere you want. You don't need to be trapped in Gu Flow Zone. Qing Li shook his head. Alliance Master Lu, you're overthinking things. Anyone born in Gu Flow Zone will spend their entire lives dealing with poisons, and it's difficult for them to leave or adapt to the outside world. That's why the Hall of Honor has never paid much attention to my Divine Gu dynasty since we have no interest in the outside world. Luyin was helpless. He wanted to find a spy within the Divine Gu dynasty, but it did not seem to be easy. Those poisons were given to Alliance Master Lu as a greeting gift and also as compensation for the incident with the infant. Alliance Master Lu, I know that you want to obtain a Hellguard. Actually, anyone who has heard of a Hellguard would want one. Unfortunately, even I don't have one, so you should give up on that idea. Not long after, Qing Li left, and Luyin did not make things difficult for him. Now was not the time to become enemies with the Divine Gu dynasty, and there was no reason for him to make things difficult for Qing Li. As for a Hellguard, he would definitely think of a way to obtain one. Those poisons that were comparable to wondrous items were too useful, and once they were upgraded, they would definitely be of great use. However, it was not the right time to go to the Divine Gu dynasty, as he did not know anything about that place. Even if he went there, it would be difficult for him to obtain a Hellguard from young Empress Qing, and he could not just go around threatening her. Young Empress Qing also did not care about Lu Yin's status. Lu Yin's goal in Fennel Flow Zone was to wait for someone from the Wen family. He did not know what he could obtain from the Wen family, so he decided to discuss it with them first. In the Outerverse, on a planet belonging to Shamrock Enterprises, Yumu was panting heavily and half-kneeling on the ground. Blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth and dripping onto the ground. His eyes were bloodshot, and one of his eyes had been blinded. A pair of long, snow-white legs swayed in front of him. It was a young girl with bright eyes and white teeth. She was beautiful, and there was a crafty look in her eyes that carried a hint of charm. She raised her head and looked at the sky. Actually, I prefer the feeling of a normal person. The position of Outerverse CEO does not suit me, but it's your fault, Master. Yumu looked at the girl in fear. You're not dead. She smiled brilliantly. Of course not. Your seed? Yumu spat out a mouthful of blood. The girl nodded obediently. I was from the start. The company arranged for me to be your disciple, but you were worried about my innate gift and killed me. How sad. Yumu smiled bitterly. I never thought that this day would come. You heir, do you still recognize me as your master? Of course. You'll always be my master, a master worth remembering. The girl's gaze turned cold, and her voice chilled him. Yumu lowered his head. That's good, that's good. It's great that I can see you before I die. Actually, I feel very guilty. The girl's gaze turned cold, and she suddenly reached out to grab Yumu. Yumu's body was pierced, but no blood flowed out. His body simply vanished. The girl was shocked. The Astral Source Universe. That was definitely the Astral Source Universe, but how was this possible? He didn't even have a power level of 400,000, so how could he have entered? The girl was at a loss, and she looked at the blood on the ground with a sinister expression before leaping into space. That old bastard couldn't have gotten far. In outer space, Yumu coughed up blood and rushed towards an abandoned planet to hide. This place wasn't far from Shamrock Enterprises, and Yuer would definitely chase after him. If he wanted to live, he could only ask for help, but there was only one person who could save him, Luin. This was an enemy who had forced him into a desperate situation, but only Luin had the ability to save him. Yumu immediately activated his gadget and tried to contact Luin. After a long time, a vast aura descended. Dear Master, I know you're here. You can't escape. Come out, I won't kill you. The girl's clear voice sounded out, but it was like a nightmare to Yumu. He looked up in terror and saw the girl standing in space, her hand pressing down on the planet. At that moment, the gadget connected, and Luin appeared on the screen. The moment he appeared, he saw the girl attack the planet and destroy it before the screen disappeared. Within the green forest, Luin was stunned. What was going on? Had Yumu just died? Who was that girl? Brother Lu, you should get back to work, Luotian said gently. I'm fine. Not long after, his gadget rang again, and he immediately accepted the call. A fish screen appeared on his screen, showing that he had lost an eye and was in a miserable state, which gave Luotian a fright. Lu, Alliance Master Lu, save me. Yumu cried for help with a hoarse voice. His eyes were filled with fear. What's going on? Luin was puzzled. Because of the conflict with you, the company suffered heavy losses. Not only did the company order me to be replaced, but they also wanted to kill me. They want to hide a huge secret, Yumu panted as he spoke. He looked above his head and waited in fear. Continue. Alliance Master Lu, only you can save me. I swear that if you save me, you'll get Shamrock Enterprises' greatest secret, Yumu said urgently. Luin narrowed his eyes. Why should I believe you? Yumu gritted his teeth, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. Just because I escaped, I can escape into the Astral Source Universe. Lu Yin's eyes widened. The Astral Source Universe was a place only envoys could enter, and only cultivators like him could travel through it. Yumu's power level was at most 300,000, so how could he enter the Astral Source Universe? I don't believe you, Luin said directly. There was no way for an enlighter to enter the Astral Source Universe in the Cosmic Tree domain, so how could Yumu do it? Yumu anxiously said, Alliance Master Lu, save me. If I'm lying, then I'll just die, but what if it's true? I can tell you that the thing that helped me enter the Astral Source Universe is called the Astral Source Pill. It's something that Shamrock Enterprises has been researching for a long time, and it's a precious pill that they've only recently succeeded in producing. It can be mass-produced. Location: Luin Bart. Yumu reported his location, and Luin immediately contacted Elder He. Yumu's current location was not far from Amlin Planet, where the people from the Sea King's Dome lived. Alliance Master Lu, hurry. Shamrock Enterprises people will find me soon. I only have one astral source pill left, so I can only escape once, Yumu said anxiously. Luin suddenly shouted, run. Through the screen, he saw a figure appear behind Yumu. It was that girl. The screen disappeared, and Luin stood in place, deep in thought. Was the astral source pill real or fake? Yumu would not dare to lie, as he was Lu Yin's enemy, not his friend. If Yumu had asked Luin to save him, then Yumu would definitely die if the pill was fake. There was no need for Yumu to make such an unnecessary move. Could Shamrock Enterprises really have developed a pill that could allow Enlighters to travel through the astral source universe? That was a little against common sense. In the outerverse, Yu stared at the empty space in front of her. She had clearly seen Yumu, but Yumu had actually escaped right under her nose, and through the astral source universe at that. She did not know how Yumu had done it, but that old geezer seemed to have contacted someone just now, and that person was Luin. Yu was no stranger to Luin. During her time in hiding, she had joined the Great Eastern Alliance and visited the Innerverse and the Cosmic Sea. Luin had been a legend for nearly a decade, and she had seen too many records about him. That old geezer had ended up like this because of his conflict with Luin, so how had he managed to contact Luin? Yu had too many questions, and she needed to find that old geezer. Half a day later, she found Yumu on a meteorite that was flying east. Yumu was sorrowful. Was it still too late? Luin could not save him in time. Dear Master, are you contacting Luin? Why? Also, how are you able to travel through the astral source universe? Can you tell me about it? Yu stood in front of Yumu and asked gently. Yumu sneered. What? You don't know about the astral source pill? Astral source pill? Yu had never heard of it. Yumu sneered, it seems like the company doesn't trust you. They didn't even tell you about the astral source pill. Then, Master, can you tell me? Yu asked as she stared at Yumu. Her snow-white legs and the silent meteorite were two completely different scenes. Yumu shook his head. Since we're master and disciple, I'm warning you not to get too involved. The company's waters are murkier than you think. Yu grabbed Yumu. Come back with me. At that moment, Yu's body suddenly stiffened, and the void tore open. An elder walked out from within the astral source universe. Young lady, please put him down. He's my guest. Yu turned around and saw the elder. Her expression turned serious. An emissary? Yumu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the shattered meteorite behind him. He had survived. In front of him, Elder He clasped his hands behind his back and led him in a certain direction. Elder He was rather curious about Yumu. He knew about the grudge between this person and Luin, but he had never thought that Luin would ask him to save this person. There had to be some other relationship between the two. However, Elder He did not care about this. He had actively tried to save Yumu so that Luin would owe him a favor and use it to find the Sea King. They were absolutely certain that the Sea King was not dead, but they did not know where he was. They also did not have the ability to save him, so they could only rely on Luin. Luin was already on his way to the Outerverse. He was very interested in the astral source pill that Yumu had mentioned, as well as the ore concealing stone from Aegis. Right after Luin left, the Wen family's people arrived at Fennel Flow Zone. When they learned that Luin was heading to the Outerverse, they had no choice but to chase after him. Almost half a year had passed since Luin had returned to the Fifth Mainland from the Cosmic Tree Realm. On this day, in the distant west, some people from the technocracy arrived at the Genesis Court. The Genesis Court was the core of the technocracy, and it was located in the largest main city. It could also be said that the main city was the Genesis Court. During the Tournament of the Strongest, Yun, Domi, and Yar Patel had represented the technocracy in the Astral Combat Academy. Wang Yi had also represented the Genesis Court during the Supreme Tournament. There were many research teams in the Genesis court, and Hui Kong often appeared here. However, Hui Kong was not at the Genesis court at this moment. Instead, he was on a barren planet far away. A giant mechanical monster had descended and was smashed to pieces by Hui Kong. "Damn Baldy, I'll tear you apart sooner or later," the mechanical monster said in a crisp voice. It seemed to be very angry. Hui Kong grinned. "Go home and drink milk, kid. You're so old that your teeth are falling out. Grandpa Hui is still so young. Shameless Baldy." With a bang, the mechanical monster was smashed to pieces. Hui Kong looked up and sighed. If only Brother Lu was here. With so many materials, it would be enough for him to play with. A day later, Hui Kong was roasting a giant beast that he had caught from somewhere when his expression suddenly changed. He stood up and looked into the distance with a solemn expression that had never been seen before. Not long after, an old man tore through the void and walked out. He looked at Hui Kong calmly. "Someone from the abandoned lands?" Hui Kong narrowed his eyes. "Someone from that planet. I'm Wang Shang from the Four Cardinal Scales Wang family. I heard that you're from the abandoned lands. Do you recognize this person?" The old man raised his hand and drew an image in the void. Hui Kong's eyes narrowed when he saw the image that Wang Shang had drawn. "Brother Lu? It seems like you recognize him." "Take me to him," the old man said in an unquestionable tone. He was one of the few experts in the Wang family who had undergone 6 origin tribulations, and he had always been on the northern battlefield. He had only returned to the family by chance and had been given a mission by half of Wang Xi's team. He did not know much about the abandoned lands, but he did not need to. It was just a cultivation desert. Although there were a few experts, they were all ants in his eyes. He had lived on the northern battlefield for 1,000 years and did not take anyone from the abandoned lands seriously. He was even confident that he could fight even half of Wang Shang's team. Hui Kong's expression was grave. He could sense how terrifying this old man was. He had been tempered through blood and fire, and he had a murderous aura. Even though he had been in the technocracy for so many years, he could not compare to this old man. Perhaps this old man had surpassed him. "I don't know him," Hui Kong said. Wang Shang sneered. "I'm sure you know him, so take me to him." He raised his hand and slammed down with his palm. At the same time, black ropes appeared in the void from all directions to bind Hui Kong. He had directly used a forbidden secret technique. Hui Kong's expression changed. Huizi's secret technique, break all things, could see through weaknesses and defeat stronger opponents. Hui Kong had seen through the forbidden secret technique and was not trapped. Wang Shang was surprised. "I underestimated you." The sky exploded as 2 powerhouses with power levels over 1,000,000 clashed, causing the technocracy to be alarmed. However, the technocracy did not react to Wang Shang's appearance. Pfft! Hui Kong spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Wang Shang in shock. He did not know what had happened just now. How could this be? Wang Shang also seemed to be in a difficult situation. He looked at Hui Kong in shock. "I underestimated you. I didn't think that there would be an expert like you in the abandoned land. However, against my Wang family's art of forgetfulness, your loss is not unjustified. Take me to this kid. Or do you have some sort of connection with him?" Hui Kong rubbed his bald head. "Go to hell. He's my brother." He raised his hand and pressed down with both hands. A golden meteor fell from the sky, slamming into Wang Shang. Wang Shang sneered. "Petty tricks." He raised his hand and unleashed Heavenly Blade. The sharp blade cut through the meteor, but the meteor was also extremely powerful. It passed through the might of Heavenly Blade and forced Wang Shang back. It also caused his organs to tremble, and cracks appeared on his arm. This was Hui Kong's inherited battle technique, the Golden Meteor. It contained Hui Kong's powerful strength, and it was not so easy to withstand. Wang Shang raised his hand again and aimed it at Hui Kong. He planned to seriously injure him first. Golden meteors had a special characteristic, and that was that they could be cultivated. Every once in a while, one could cultivate a golden meteor that contained more than half of one's strength, and there was no limit to the number. Hui Kong had stayed in the technocracy for so many years and had always cultivated golden meteors to guard against the technocracy. Now, he was using it on Wang Shang. Wang Shang was just about to attack Hui Kong when a dense cluster of golden meteors appeared above his head, all of them whistling toward him. Even though Wang Shang had experienced the battlefield on the other side and did not fear death, he was now scared. He could not withstand so many golden meteors, so he had no choice but to tear through the void and try to escape. If golden meteors were so easy to avoid, they would not have become the Hui family's inherited battle technique. One golden meteor after another entered the void and chased after Wang Shang. Hui Kong panted heavily. He knew that even if this person did not die, he would be seriously injured. His own injuries were not light either. The starry sky contained too many strange battle techniques, and there was an irreparable gap. Fortunately, he had a backup plan. What had Brother Lu done? Why was he being chased by so many experts from the starry sky? However, being chased after him proved that Brother Lu was living well. This was good news. It seemed that he could not stay in the technocracy any longer. This person had been beaten back, so the next one would definitely be even stronger. Accidents had occurred in the technocracy, and so had the outerverse. Elder He took Yumu to Enlon planet. Along the way, they encountered a powerful being from the 6th mainland who was heading to Aegis. There were not only experts from the D family but also experts from the Autumn Frost family. The 6th mainland's Bloodburn realm had 3 top-notch families, the D family, Emojong's bloodline, and the Autumn Frost family. Among them, the Emojong's bloodline and the Autumn Frost family's ancestors were both world importers, and only the D family's ancestor was a cosmic importer. Furthermore, he was one of the 6th mainland's Daosaur sect's 10 elders. However, as the calamity descended, the D family's ancestor had died in battle, and the Emojong's bloodline's ancestor had also died in battle, leaving the Bloodburn realm with only the Autumn Frost family. The 6th mainland had moved into the 5th mainland's outer verse, and although the 9 filaments could no longer be further divided, each filament was naturally closer to the other. Most of the people from the Bloodburn realm had joined the Autumn Frost family. "Who are you?" Elder He asked solemnly as he looked at the group of 6th mainland's cultivators who were blocking his path. He was filled with hostility towards the 6th mainland. The expert from the Autumn Frost family was called Uncle Hua, and he was an emissary with a power level of over 600,000. Behind him were DFA, Autumn Frost Qing, and the rest of the 6th mainland's cultivators. "Elder from the Autumn Frost family, who are you?" Uncle Hua asked. When he saw that Elder He was an emissary, he had purposely stopped him. Now that the 6th mainland had moved into the outerverse, they wanted the outerverse to acknowledge their rule, and roping in the outerverse experts was the fastest way to do so. This was especially true for emissaries, as they had a large number of cultivators following behind them. Elder He's tone was unpleasant. "I'm just a passerby. Please make way." Uncle Hua frowned, and behind him, Autumn Frost Qing spoke up. "Aren't you being too rude? You don't even dare to introduce yourself?" Elder He's eyes flashed with murderous intent. "What do you want?" Uncle Hua asked, "Since you've appeared in the outerverse, are you an outerverse cultivator or just passing through?" "That has nothing to do with you." Uncle Hua coldly replied, "The 5th mainland's outerverse now belongs to the 6th mainland, and anyone who appears in the outerverse is under the jurisdiction of the 6th mainland. How can it have nothing to do with me?" "What 6th mainland? You're just a stray dog." Elder He was disdainful. Autumn Frost Qing and the rest were furious, and Uncle Hua's eyes widened. "How dare you?" He then imprinted an imprint on Elder Autumn Frost behind him, and a terrifying aura stirred the heavens. Elder He was not afraid, and he was about to attack. Yumu, who had been standing behind Elder He, suddenly shouted, "Senior, Junior Yumu has something to ask of you." Elder He suddenly turned around, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Shut up." A strange weapon appeared in Uncle Hua's hand, and he swept it out. Elder He hurriedly blocked the attack, and with just one strike, Elder He was sent flying. Uncle Hua's power level was over 600,000, which was already above Elder He's. The 6th mainland's cultivators had the advantage against the 5th mainland's cultivators, and with Uncle Hua's imprint and bloodline, Elder He was no match for Uncle Hua. Uncle Hua snorted and looked at Yumu. "What is it?" Yumu was ecstatic. He did not care about the sixth mainland or the fifth mainland, he just wanted to survive. Relying on the sixth mainland's cultivators, whom he did not know, was better than relying on Luin. He did not believe that Luin would let him off. Junior Yumu is the Outerverse president of the fifth mainland Shamrock Enterprises. I wish to rely on the Autumn Frost family. Yumu bowed respectfully. The Astral River arc had once seemed majestic to Luin, but after visiting the Neoverse, the Astral Tree, the Glory Realm, the Bifrost Bridge, and the Mother Tree, everything about the fifth mainland seemed ordinary to him. Beep beep beep. Luin accepted the call. Alliance Master Lu, I'm sorry. I failed. Elder He's voice sounded weak and coughing. Luin was shocked. Shamrock Enterprises sent out an emissary? It's the Autumn Frost family. Luin was puzzled. How is this related to Autumn Frost Chiao? Elder He explained what had happened and then apologized. Yumu was taken away. It's my fault. Luin hurriedly replied, Elder, you're being too serious. This has nothing to do with you. I'll handle this matter. Elder, please return to Calm Orchid Planet and rest. Alright, Elder He agreed and then ended the call. Luin immediately contacted Star Fox. The appearance of the sixth mainland's Autumn Frost family could not be a coincidence. The sixth mainland had taken over the Outerverse peacefully for the sake of peace, and because of the Eternals' invasion, the sixth mainland had acted peacefully in the Outerverse and had not caused any wars. They had slowly moved eastward, but now, the Autumn Frost family had appeared near the central weaves. Luin guessed that this might have something to do with Aegis. Luin told Star Fox about this conjecture, and Star Fox was shocked. He thanked Luin profusely and hurriedly led everyone from Aegis away. He had gone to the Western Weaves to talk to the D family, but the results had not been good. Luin had given him information that confirmed that the Autumn Frost family's target was them. The D family had already secretly sided with the Autumn Frost family. Luin informed Star Fox and told Aegis to retreat, and Yumu did the same to Uncle Hua. Aegis is Lu Yin's subordinate organization. Luin has an identity as a member of the Hall of Honor that allows him to recruit subordinate organizations. That person just now was an expert from the Sea King's Dome, so he'll definitely tell Luin about Senior's arrival, Yumu said. Uncle Hua immediately sped up and headed towards Aegis. He was also familiar with Lu Yin's name. Even though they had never interacted before, this person's battle during the Sovereign Tournament had shocked everyone. Furthermore, this person was the sixth mainland's greatest obstacle to smoothly taking over the Outerverse. If not for the Great Eastern Alliance's influence, they would have been able to take over the Outerverse even faster. When Autumn Frost Qing heard Lu Yin's name, he clenched his fists and a sinister look appeared in his eyes. It was Luin again. If he could, he really wanted to destroy this person. When he thought of Luin, he thought of Third Fatty and Yan Xiaojing. He had been searching for them all this time, and both of them had to die. Neither of them should even think about escaping. DFA looked up into outer space. Luin was someone he had not seen in a long time, and he had never thought that Luin would still be alive. He had disappeared for 2 years, and when he had reappeared, he had caused a huge commotion in the Daosor Sect's ruins. He had even beaten DFA and Nan Yanfei into the ocean, where they had almost died. The gap between them was growing wider and wider. Would they meet Luin again on this trip to Aegis? When Uncle Hua and the others arrived at planet Aegis, it was already empty. There was not a single person on the planet. Not only had Luin informed them in time, but Star Fox and the others had also been prepared. Uncle Hua's expression turned ugly. Yumu hurriedly said, Senior, that person from the Sea King's Dome must have told Luin. This junior knows where those people from the Sea King's Dome are. Lead the way. Uncle Hua's tone was rather unpleasant. In the distance, on Tranquil Orchid Planet, Elder He recounted everything that had happened to Elder Tong and the others after they returned. Hai Chi-Chi displayed her usual venomous tongue and ridiculed Uncle Hua and the others as if they were worthless. Elder Tong muttered to himself for a moment before giving the order to leave. Elder, do we need to leave? Hai Dashao asked. Elder Tong's eyes flickered. Yumu recognizes us, and he knows about our relationship with Luin. Even if we don't know why those people from the Autumn Frost family are here, Luin definitely won't allow Yumu to be taken away. A conflict will definitely break out between them, and our position here is too obvious. It's easy for us to become sacrificial lambs. Then let's leave, Hai Daxiao said. Hai Chichi was unwilling. Why do we have to clean up Lu Yin's mess? After all these years, she had gradually walked out of the shadow of losing the Sea King. Even if she had not completely let go, her mood had improved greatly. If we want to bring the Sea King back, we'll need to borrow Lu Yin's strength. Only the Great Eastern Alliance can intimidate those from the Sixth Mainland. Lu Yin's background is too deep, and his influence is greater than anyone else's. Elder Tong sighed and then glanced at Hai Chichi. It would be great if Luin could be together with Chichi. Back then, the Sea King had been able to force the two of them to be together, but now, that was no longer possible. Uncle Hua brought Yumu and the others to Tranquil Orchid Planet, but all they saw was an ordinary planet with many ordinary people living there. However, there was no trace of the people from the Sea King's dome. This angered Uncle Hua. When an emissary was angered, the heavens shook, and natural disasters such as tsunamis and earthquakes erupted on the planet. No one dared to stop Uncle Hua, as they did not care about the lives of these ordinary people. Suddenly, the void in front of Uncle Hua split open, and a palm slammed out. Uncle Hua saw it, but he was unable to dodge in time. His body was struck by the invisible palm, and his defenses weakened. He spat out a mouthful of blood as his body was sent flying into outer space. The palm contained traces of gold that pierced through his body and exploded on his back. Uncle Hua spat out another mouthful of blood and used his imprint on Elder Autumn Frost. He forcefully twisted his body and stabilized himself in outer space. He panted heavily, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth as he stared at and launching. That palm had been extremely powerful and contained overlaying stacks. If not for the fact that the attacker was not an emissary, he would have been in danger. Even so, that palm had injured him. Who's there? Uncle Hua barked, his eyes bloodshot. His imprint remained behind him as he activated his bloodline to deal with the attack. Autumn Frost Qing and the rest quickly returned to outer space and appeared behind Uncle Hua. In front of them, Luin walked out with a gloomy expression as he stared at Uncle Hua. When they saw Luin, their expressions changed, especially Yumu. His face went pale, and a chill ran down his spine. You're from the Autumn Frost family? Who gave you the guts to behave so atrociously in my Great Eastern Alliance? Luin shouted as golden battle force wrapped around his arm. Uncle Hua stared at Luin. You're Luin? Answer me. Who gave you the guts? Elder Autumn Frost? Luin asked. Impudent. You're just a puny and lighter, yet you dare to question an emissary. Autumn Frost Qing shouted. Luin glanced at Yumu and then back at Uncle Hua. Uncle Hua stared at Luin fearfully, as he had never expected that palm to come from this person. This person definitely had the power to challenge an emissary, which was too terrifying. How could he be so strong? Even the Daosource Three Skies cultivators would not be able to face an emissary in a direct confrontation. This person was terrifying. If this person was allowed to grow, then it would only be a disaster for the Sixth Mainland. Uncle Hua barked, the Outerverse already belongs to the Sixth Mainland, so why would there be a Great Eastern Alliance? Luin, do you want to become enemies with the Sixth Mainland? Nonsense. Luin raised a hand and unleashed an empty palm. Uncle Hua's expression changed, and a strange weapon appeared in his hand. He swept out with this attack, and it had severely injured Elder He. Luin looked at Uncle Hua's rune lines. This attack's power exceeded 600,000, and it was indeed powerful. However, the Codex of Aeon Evolution had been weakened. Uncle Hua's attack swept past Luin, but he could clearly sense that something was amiss. The power of his attack had suddenly weakened, and Lu Yin's hollow palm descended upon Uncle Hua's weapon. Uncle Hua was sent flying along with his weapon. This time, he was prepared, and he was not as miserable as he had been when he had been hit by Lu Yin's palm. However, he was not much better off. He had not expected that he would not be able to safely receive Lu Yin's palm strike even though he had been prepared. The difference in Lu Yin's power was so great that even DFA and the others who had fought with him before could not accept it. that was an emissary, but he had actually been beaten back. Uncle Hua stepped through the void and vanished, and Lu Yin disappeared at the same time. Then, within the astral source universe, Lu Yin unleashed a series of palm strikes that landed on Uncle Hua's body. Uncle Hua had not expected Lu Yin to be able to step into the astral source universe, and he had been caught off guard. The star chessboard appeared beneath Lu Yin's feet, and he quickly moved to appear behind Uncle Hua. Uncle Hua seemed to have expected this, and his strange weapon swept out from a strange angle, forcing Lu Yin to retreat. Uncle Hua was just about to continue attacking when a willow leaf appeared and bound him up. "Mr. Lu, with us here, why bother fighting?" The flying willow leaf appeared. Lu Yin had brought them with him to the outerverse, and Luotian was still in the fennel flow zone. Wei Rong sent someone to escort him to the Great Eastern Alliance. The appearance of the flying willow leaf shocked everyone from the Sixth Mainland, especially Uncle Hua. He had not expected such a powerful powerhouse to be by Lu Yin's side. If he had known earlier, he would not have taken action. So this is an imprint? What a strange power. Big Sister Fei Hua sized up Elder Autumn Frost, who was standing behind Uncle Hua, and sighed in admiration. Mr. Lu Yi was curious as well. This power can make a person even stronger. This person's current power level has already surpassed his own. Because of this imprint, there really is something in the wasteland that is worth researching. Lu Yin calmly asked, "Have you guys never seen this power before?" Mr. Lu Yi was astonished. "We should have seen it before?" "Visualize." Lu Yin uttered 2 words. Mr. Lu Yi was stunned. Indeed. Uncle Hua was restrained, and he could not even threaten the 2 powerhouses, Lu Yi and Fei Hua. He was immediately captured by Lu Yin. "Alliance Master Lu, what do you want?" Uncle Hua asked. Lu Yin had originally wanted to release someone to report back to the Autumn Frost family so that they could redeem the captives and intimidate the Sixth Mainland. However, he thought of something else and did not release anyone. He took all of them with him and sealed off all information. "Director Yu, you really know how to take advantage of the situation." Lu Yin spoke to Yumu alone. Yumu smiled bitterly. "Alliance Master Lu, you and I have always been enemies. You only saved me because my conditions moved you. Now, I've just found a better buyer. This is just a transaction." Lu Yin nodded. "That's right, it's just a transaction. However, you brought these people to Enlon planet, which went beyond the scope of the transaction. You're trying to trip me up. Those people from the Sea King's Dome are not from the Great Eastern Alliance. They have nothing to do with you, Alliance Master Lu," Yumu quibbled. Lu Yin laughed. "I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying that you're causing trouble for me." Yumu sighed. "I'll tell you everything about the astral source pill. I just hope that Alliance Master Lu will let me live." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "Sure, go ahead." Yumu went on guard. "I'm talking about Alliance Master Lu and your subordinates. You are not allowed to act against me, and you are also not allowed to hire others to escort me safely to the astral wilderness. You don't have the right to talk about conditions with me. I promise that my subordinates and I will not act against you, but if you want to go to the astral wilderness, you have to go by yourself." Yumu hurriedly said, "Alliance Master Lu, that's the astral source pill. Once you get your hands on it, it will be of great use to your Great Eastern Alliance. Is it not worth as much as my conditions?" "Right, I'll add one more condition. Give me that universal armor that you've been wearing all this time." Lu Yin stared at Yumu. "You're quite interesting. Since you already know that Shamrock Enterprises has the astral source pill, then I have a way to find out. I'm only asking you to save me some trouble. Not only are you my enemy, but you're also two-faced. You even want to take away my defensive items. Do you really think that I won't dare to kill you?" Yumu snorted. "I'm afraid of death, but I know that if I don't meet the conditions, I'll still die. Shamrock Enterprises has too many hidden seeds, and they might even have some by your side. If I don't have the ability to protect myself, then I'll just die anyway. I'll send you to the astral wilderness. That's my bottom line. If you don't want to, then you can die," Lu Yin said. Yumu gritted his teeth. He was sure that Lu Yin really wanted the astral source pill, or else he would not have asked Wang Hai to help him. Wang Tian's men were protecting Yumu, so they would not immediately rush over. However, there was one thing that Yumu was right about. Since Luyin knew about the astral source pill, then he would definitely be able to find out where it was. Yumu did not dare take the risk, as he was afraid that Luyin would really fight to the death. If he did not cherish his life, then he would not have asked Luyin for help, nor would he have turned to the Autumn Frost family. He cherished his life more than anyone else. I want to join the Great Eastern Alliance, Yumu said in a low voice, changing his conditions. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he thought about it. All right. The Great Eastern Alliance welcomed anyone, but as the alliance leader, Lu Yin had the authority to arrange for personnel to be transferred. Yumu could only serve on the front lines and in the most dangerous places, and his identity had to be changed. As for what would happen to him, no one could say for sure. The Astral Source Pill is a research project that Shamrock Enterprises set up a long time ago. I don't know exactly how many years they've been working on it, but I only had the right to know after I became the president of the Outerverse. At that time, the Astral Source Pill was enough to break through the Astral Source universe, but it could not allow people to travel through it. Now, the Astral Source Pill can allow Enlighters to instantly travel through the Astral Source universe. Traveling through the Astral Source universe is just one of the uses of the Astral Source Pill. There are other uses for it as well. Shamrock Enterprises not only did they set up a research team to manufacture the Astral Source Pill, but they also set up a research team to study its uses. The most valuable use of the pill is to attract the attention of the Astral Source universe. Luyin was curious, and he vaguely thought of something. Continue. Yumu continued, when envoys fight, they not only have to face their enemies, but they also have to face the Astral Source universe. Once they're noticed by the Astral Source universe, the Astral Source in their body can be easily extracted. Without Astral Source, it's not a big deal, but once it's extracted, it'll have a huge impact on the battle. Using multiple Astral Source pills at the same time can achieve this effect. Luyin understood, as this was also why envoys needed strange items. These strange items could conceal their astral source and prevent them from being noticed by the Astral Source universe. They were beneficial in both battle and absorbing Astral Source. However, the Astral Source pill was equivalent to poison to envoys. It was a poison that was specially made for envoys. Where's the research team for the Astral Source pill? Luyin asked. Yumu answered, the headquarters world. In fact, it was precisely because of the success of the Astral Source Pill that the headquarters decided to move to the Realm Mountains. Otherwise, they wouldn't have entered the Realm Mountains to avoid attracting attention. This cleared up Lu Yin's doubts. He had always been curious as to why Shamrock Enterprises had not moved to the Realm Mountains earlier, as it would have been best for them to obtain protection there. So this was the reason. So the Astral Source Pill was also recently developed? Luyin asked. Yumu replied, it was developed 10 years ago, and we've been testing it for the past 10 years. That's how I was able to obtain a few pills, but I used them all up when I was trying to escape. Aside from the headquarters, are there any other branch companies that have Astral Source pills? Absolutely not. The Astral Source pill is the company's biggest secret. Even the woman who tried to kill me, Yu Er, who took over the position of CEO of the Outerverse, doesn't know about its existence. I only know about it because of my seniority. Luyin was astonished. That woman's name is Yu Er? Yumu's face darkened. She's my disciple, and she actually betrayed me. She's a hidden seed. Alliance leader, you must be careful of Shamrock Enterprises' hidden seeds. Not only are these people powerful, but they're also terrifyingly powerful. There are definitely hidden seeds within the Great Eastern Alliance. Yu Er was once hidden there, and she only appeared because she wanted to replace me. Luyin did not care about Yu Er. Someone with a power level of 400,000 was not important to him. How can I get a Star Source pill? Yumu fell silent. He was being hunted down by Shamrock Enterprises, so it was impossible for him to get one. Luyin looked at Yumu. I believe that you have people in the headquarters who are familiar with you. Find a way to get a Star Source pill. As long as you can get one for me, I can guarantee that your future will be bright. At the very least, you won't have to worry about your life. Mu's eyes burned with eagerness, but he concealed it. There's no other way. The company's management is very strict, and I've already been removed from the list. My acquaintances in the headquarters will hunt me down if they see me. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. I can give you the universal armor that can block envoys. I'll do my best, Yumu replied. He was very interested in Lu Yin's universal armor, as everyone knew that Lu Yin's defensive items were extremely powerful. If he could get one, he would not have to worry about being hunted down. He decided that if he could get his hands on the universal armor, he would sleep with it on. Lu Yin did not believe that Yumu could get a Star Source pill from Shamrock Enterprises headquarters. He believed that Yumu had hidden it away and would hand it over to him at the appropriate time. The Star Source pill was Yumu's life-saving treasure, and threats were useless. Yumu would not admit to anything, and Lu Yin could not force him to do so. He could only wait for Yumu to hand it over, which would not take long. One day later, Lu Yin appeared on Aegis planet. The black-masked assassin, Star Fox, and the rest were all present. The current Aegis was much weaker than it had been at its peak. The Enlighter Realm assassin who looked like a child was dead, and Lord Egret, as well as Poison Master, Magistrate, Unparalleled Beauty, Feng Zi, Black Tiger, and the others who had once been on the Outerverse assassin rankings. Although there were many low-level assassins, the loss of these assassins had caused Aegis business to decline. They could not send the black-masked assassin to assassinate a hunter. The Sixth Mainland has already taken over the Western Weaves, and it's not that far from here. They can come over at any time. Why are you still here? Lu Yin asked. He stood on the planet's highest peak and looked down. Behind him were the black-masked assassin and Star Fox. Star Fox answered, "We're used to this place." So you're saying that you plan to join the Sixth Mainland? Lu Yin. The black-masked assassin replied, "No." Does that mean you want to die? Lu Yin laughed. Star Fox and the black-masked assassin looked at each other, speechless. Is there anything you can't let go of here? Lu Yin asked. Alliance leader Lu, Star Fox said helplessly. I'm a member of the highest management of Aegis, and I have the right to know everything about Aegis. Think carefully before you speak. Star Fox muttered to himself for a moment. There's a spatial rift within this planet, and there are ruins of an ancient sect within it. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and he looked at Star Fox with a cold glint in his eyes. The black-masked assassin stood in front of Star Fox. We were the ones who discovered the ruins. There's no need for us to tell you everything, Alliance Master Lu. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Bring me there. The planet was desolate. From where the black-masked assassin and the others were sleeping, one could see a protruding dagger. It looked ordinary, but on the dagger, there were 2 words carved in ancient characters. Qizong. That's the word Qizong, said Star Fox. With that, he touched the dagger with one hand, and then vanished. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. The spatial rift was similar to the ancient centipede. Back then, the ancient centipede had emerged from a spatial rift, and this dagger was connected to one of those spatial rifts. Lu Yin touched the dagger, and the darkness in front of him expanded. In an instant, he entered the spatial rift and appeared in a dusky space. He looked up and saw that there was no light around him. There was only a black sun in the distance, and he had no idea how long it had been hanging there. This place was in ruins, and it was even more dilapidated than the Daosor sect's ruins. This space was neither too big nor too small. Lu Yin's domain spread out, and all he could see were broken buildings. Some of the buildings that came into contact with his domain immediately turned to dust. Alliance Master Lu, the buildings here are too ancient. Don't touch them, or else everything will be gone, Star Fox reminded him. The black-masked assassin walked in as well. The Odyssey sect is the name of this sect. We've discovered some battle techniques here, but they're all incomplete due to the passage of time. During the Astral Combat Tournament, Calcifer's 10 steps, 1 kill battle technique came from this place. We've also cultivated some of the techniques, but they're all incomplete and not very useful. Aside from those broken battle techniques, what else is there? Lu Yin asked as he carefully walked through the space. This sect should have been quite powerful in ancient times. Lu Yin saw some traces of battle, but because it had been so long ago, he could not discern the power of these traces. There's nothing else. If this sect can really bring us any benefits, then Aegis would not just be an assassin organization that can only stay in the Outerverse, Star Fox said. That was not wrong, and it did not sound like there was anything wrong with it. However, were they not willing to leave just because of this? Luwine looked at Star Fox. Was the ore concealing stone obtained here as well? Star Fox's body trembled imperceptibly. Yes, Alliance Master Lu, take a look. Among those broken buildings, there are some that were built with ore concealing stones. They were probably built by the cultivators here in ancient times to prevent others from spying on them. It's the only thing that's useful. Is that so? It seems like this sect was really powerful in ancient times. Even such a wondrous item was used as a building material, Luwine commented. Star Fox's expression changed, and he exchanged glances with the black-masked assassin. Luwine looked at the two in amusement. Sometimes, I really don't understand why you two are guarding against me. Without me, Aegis would be in a miserable state right now, and it might even be destroyed. I'm still your benefactor. The black-masked assassin lowered his voice. If Alliance Master Lu had known that the ore concealing stone was a wondrous item, would you have left it to us assassins? Luwine was stunned and shook his head. It's too wasteful to use it to kill people. Wondrous items are useful to envoys, but Aegis does not have any envoys. We don't have the qualifications to trade with those envoys, and any one of them could easily destroy us. Alliance Master Lu should be clear about this, Star Fox said, making up an excuse. Luwine nodded. I understand. Then, you can trade with me. I won't destroy you, and I definitely won't steal from you. Besides. Luwine smiled. We're on the same side. Star Fox's lips twitched, and his heart sank. On the same side? These words made it sound like Luwine wasn't planning on using money to buy the ore concealing stone. Star Fox and the black-masked assassin glanced at each other bitterly. The problem they had been most worried about had come. They had guessed that Luwine would one day discover that the ore concealing stone was a wondrous item, but they hadn't expected it to be so soon. How old was he? We found 59 ore concealing stones from the Odyssey sect. How many do you want? Star Fox asked. Luwine blinked. You want them too? Star Fox was furious. We found them. Luwine waved a hand. What I mean is that it's a waste for you to keep them. Sell them all to me. State your conditions. Alliance Master Lu, the ore concealing stone is the foundation of Aegis. Without it, we can't hide our auras, the black-masked assassin said. Luwine thought about it. I'll leave 2 for you. Star Fox gritted his teeth. Alliance Master Lu, you're even more than we expected. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. This person was no longer someone Aegis could afford to offend. Luwine looked around. Actually, compared to the ore concealing stone, you should be more concerned about your own lives. Also, Aegis's name is Aegis. If you stay here, you'll be devoured by the 6th mainland sooner or later. Go to the Innerverse? There's no space there. Forget about the Cosmic Sea or the Neoverse. Only the Great Eastern Alliance can protect you. I'm protecting you, so it's only right that you give me some compensation, right? Besides, I won't take it for free. Just tell me if you need anything. Right, I have something good. Luwine took out the giant's right arm and tossed it to Star Fox. Try it on. Star Fox's eyes lit up, as he had seen the giant's right arm before. Luwine had used it during his conflict with Yumu, and it could resist powerhouses with a power level of 300,000 to 400,000. After putting on the arm, Star Fox immediately felt that something was amiss. He looked at Luwine in shock. Alliance Master Lu, this is. Luwine smiled. It's enough to display a power level of 500,000. Consider it the payment. For the ore concealing stone. Is it worth it? In addition, the Great Eastern Alliance will provide Aegis with protection. Regardless of whether it's in the Outerverse or the Innerverse, Aegis will always be a member of the Great Eastern Alliance. Star Fox's eyes lit up as he stroked the giant's right arm. A power level close to 500,000 meant that it was an envoy. With it, Aegis's power would be close to an envoy's. He looked at the black-masked assassin, who was also staring at the giant's right arm. This item was not very tempting to him, as he was an assassin, and it was too eye-catching. Not enough? Then, what about this? Luin took out a super flash tear bomb. This can instantly blind an enlighter, and it's also effective against powerhouses with power levels of 300,000. This should be your favorite, right? I can give you 5 of these. Star Fox's eyes lit up, and he accepted the super flash tear bomb. They did not doubt Lu Yin's words. Even though Luin was overbearing, he was very honest, and he would not lie to them about something like this. If this isn't enough, Luin said. Star Fox and the black-masked assassin could not help but look at him. This means that you want to betray the 5th mainland and join the 6th mainland. If that's the case, then I'm sorry. Lu Yin's tone was icy as he stared at the two. Star Fox hurriedly spoke up. That's enough, Alliance Leader Lu. I can give you 50 ore concealing stones. You should know the value of these strange objects. Luin thought about it and then agreed. 50 ore concealing stones were enough, and he did not have that many envoys. These things could be used to recruit envoys. Then, can you tell me what it is that makes you unwilling to leave this place? Luin asked. Star Fox was helpless. Their unwillingness to leave was too obvious, and anyone could tell. The black-masked assassin looked up at the black sun. That. Luin followed his gaze and was astonished. The sun? When we discovered the Qi Zone, there were already people here, the black-masked assassin said. They were already dead, and their bodies were stiff. Those people were all kneeling and praying to that sun. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Everyone in the strange sect is worshipping that sun. We've tried to get close to it, but we couldn't. Over the years, we've determined that it's the most valuable, and it should be a terrifying power vessel. From the fact that we can't get close to it, it must be related to space, Star Fox said. Luin raised a brow. The most mysterious things in the universe were space and time. His die had the power to stop time, which had allowed him to evolve to his current level and overcome countless dangers. When Long Tian had used his innate gift to grab space, Bai Xiaohong and the others had misunderstood and thought that Lu Yin's innate gift was related to space. Anything related to space or time, regardless of whether it was an innate gift, battle technique, or power vessel, was enough to cause the entire universe to boil over, and everyone would scramble for it. It was no wonder that Star Fox and the others were unwilling to leave. A power vessel that might be related to space was right in front of them, and no one wanted to give it up. I can't get close no matter what. Luin asked. Star Fox replied, this space is only so big, but I can't get close to the black sun. Luin put on his miniature armor. He didn't believe that he couldn't get close to the black sun, so he leapt up and tore through the void. The black-masked assassins didn't stop him, as they didn't believe that Luin could get close. Luin tore through the void and walked out. The black sun wasn't too far away, so he tore through the void again and rushed over. He was still traveling through the astral source universe, but he was still far away. He didn't tear through the void, but instead flew towards the black sun. He could see the end of the space, but he couldn't get close to the black sun. This shouldn't be the case, as this didn't conform to common sense. Either the black sun was too far away, or it was fake. How could a fake solar energy be preserved for so long? The entire strange sect had been eroded, and Star Fox had said that everyone was worshipping the black sun, so it shouldn't be fake. Luin continued to try. Below, Star Fox and the black-masked assassin watched Lu Yin's figure in the sky. It looked like he was flying towards the black sun, but in reality, he wasn't moving at all. This strange scene sent chills down their spines, but it also excited them. They were increasingly convinced that the black sun was related to space. If it wasn't for the power of space, then how could it be possible? Luin was a powerhouse who could injure an emissary and travel through the astral source universe. Half a day passed, but Luin still couldn't get close to the black sun. He felt helpless, as he couldn't force his way through it. Was there any other way? He immediately thought of the Stonewall scriptures. In any case, no matter what happened, he would just recite it. This time, he had guessed wrong. It was useless to recite the Stonewall scriptures. he still couldn't approach the black sun. The more it was like this, the more Luin wanted to approach it. He wanted to see what it was, and so he used all of the techniques at his disposal, including the secret art, the so-secret art, his domain, battle force, the greater teleportation array, and the true scripture of Aeon evolution. However, it was all to no avail, as he still couldn't get close. Suddenly, something within his body vibrated. He lowered his head and clutched at his heart. There was a slight tremor. It was the black and white fog. He had unintentionally touched it, and when he looked up, the black sun had grown larger. Larger meant that it was getting closer. Lu Yin's eyes shone with a strange light. He shifted his fates in, causing the black and white fog to churn as death energy flowed out of his body. Instantly, the black sun drew closer, and Lu Yin could faintly see strands of blackness spreading out from within the sun. It came out and connected with him. Lu Yin stared at the black sun. Could that be death energy? Was that black sun death energy? Below, the black-masked assassin and Star Fox were stunned. They watched as Lu Yin slowly approached the black sun. How was he doing this? Star Fox's eyes flickered. Impossible. We've tried for so many years, but it's still useless. He's getting closer. That thing is his, the black-masked assassin said bitterly. They had never thought of snatching it, as it was simply impossible. Furthermore, there were envoys like Lu Yafei and Drifting Flower outside. Even though Lu Yin was getting closer, his speed was very slow. But no matter how slow he was, he still had to get closer. The Reaper transformation required the black and white fog within his body, and he had used up too much of it during the battle at Mount Supreme. He had also relied on Crown Prince Gui Qian's strength during the battle in the Cosmic Tree Realm, or else he wouldn't have been able to use it. If that black sun really was death energy, then it would be perfect to replenish the black and white fog. But why was there death energy here? What did the Mysterium sect have to do with the Reaper? Lu Yin thought back to the Reaper's force field that Xianxia had mentioned. Could it be that? He didn't know how much time had passed, but he was now very close to the black sun. Compared to the black sun he had seen at the start, it was now more than 10 times larger. This proved that he was getting closer and closer to the black sun. The black-masked assassin and Star Fox also tried to get closer, but they couldn't get any closer. The death energy spreading out from the black sun became more and more obvious, and the two watched as the black gas connected to Lu Yin. They grew nervous, not knowing what would happen next. The death energy entered his body, and Lu Yin directly absorbed it to replenish the black and white fog. From below, Lu Yin was connected to the black sun by a black line, but he was still getting closer and closer. That black line was the death energy, and it grew thicker and thicker until it was like a river flowing through the sky. Even though Lu Yin was still getting closer to the black sun, there was still a great distance between them, which was why the black river was so majestic. The more death energy he absorbed, the more condensed the black and white fog within his body. Lu Yin's eyes gradually turned pure black, and the death energy wrapped around his body like chains. He hadn't undergone the Reaper transformation, but his current appearance was getting closer and closer. Suddenly, Lu Yin rapidly descended, moving further and further away from the black sun. The death energy spreading out from the black sun grew thinner and thinner until it finally returned to the sun. Lu Yin smashed into the ground with a loud bang, and a gale swept out in all directions, turning all of the Oddity sect's buildings into ashes. Star Fox and Star Fox felt that it was a pity, but they couldn't stop him. They looked at Lu Yin and could feel the terrifying aura that he was emitting. That aura made them panic from the bottom of their hearts. Lu Yin's back was facing the two, and his breathing was sometimes rapid and sometimes slow. It gradually stabilized, and his eyes gradually returned to normal. He looked up, but it had been too dangerous. He had almost lost consciousness, and death energy was something that could cause one to lose their mind. Even he couldn't absorb too much of it. Moreover, he had absorbed it so far away from the sun. If he had really entered the sun, he would have been turned into a puppet of the death energy. The death energy here might not be any less than the death energy in the Eternal Kingdom, and he guessed that this was most likely the Reaper's force field. After absorbing the death energy, the black and white fog within his body had become much more condensed than it had been during the Supreme Tournament. This also depended on his strength. With an increase in strength, he could absorb even more. The more death energy there was, the stronger the Reaper transformation would become. He didn't know how powerful the Reaper transformation was now. Alliance Master Lu? Star Fox hesitated for a moment before calling out tentatively. Lu Ying turned around and looked at the two. Let's go. We can't get it. Star Fox and the black-masked assassin looked at each other. Can Alliance Master Lu tell us what it is? Lu Ying replied, it's not something you can touch. Once you do, you'll definitely die. Can Alliance Master Lu explain? The black-masked assassin asked. He was unwilling to give up. They had been guarding this place for so long, but they still didn't know what it was. Lu Ying thought about it. Have you heard of the Spectre race? The black-masked assassin blurted out, that race that should be destroyed? Lu Ying nodded and looked at the black sun. That thing belongs to the Spectre race. Once you touch it, you might be assimilated and become a walking corpse like those monsters from the Neo-Human Alliance. Then how can you touch it? Star Fox asked, as he felt that Lu Ying was lying to them. Lu Ying smiled. Because I was modified by the Spectre race and managed to survive. Star Fox and the black-masked assassin were shocked, as they had never expected Lu Ying to tell them such a thing. This was not a secret, and all of the upper echelons of the Hall of Honor knew about it. Lu Ying had no intention of hiding it, as his appearance after the Death God transformation was too demonic, and he couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. Let's go. There's no need to care about this place. Even if the Sixth Mainland discovers it, it'll be useless, Lu Ying said. Aside from the death energy, there was nothing else of value here. That death energy was also of no value to the Sixth Mainland, and those from the Sixth Mainland might not be able to discover this place. Even if they did, they wouldn't be able to approach the Black Sun. If the Black Sun really was the Death God's force field, then its origins were too great. Forget about the envoys, even half a team might not be able to approach it. After leaving the Odd-Sec space, Lu Ying took the 50 ore concealing stones and headed back to Xianxia Star with the willow leaves. The people from Aegis would also be moving to Frostwave Weave as soon as possible. Aside from Aegis, the people from the Sea King's Dome would also be moving to Frostwave Weave, and the Central Weave would soon be taken over by the Sixth Mainland. This was a situation that would be difficult for Lu Ying to change. After such a long time, he was finally going to return to Xianxia Star, and Lu Ying finally experienced the feeling of homecoming. Xianxia Star and Earth were both his hometowns, but the astral tree that represented Lu Shaoxian felt so foreign to him. Even if he recovered his memories, he would still be Lu Ying, and he would always be Lu Ying. Beep 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 beep. His gadget beeped, and Lu Ying glanced at it. It was Madame Yu. Lu Ying did not want to get involved in the matter between the Yo Court and the Sword Sect, at least not for now. There was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the universe. Regardless of what the Yo Court was planning, the moment Lu Yin's involvement in the Yo Court was exposed, the other 8 flow zones would be on high alert, and there would be no point in him withdrawing from the Blazing Mist flow zone. After a while, his gadget beeped again. This time, it was not from the Yo Court, but from Balsam, the CEO of Shamrock Enterprises Interverse. Lu Ying knew that she would contact him, but he had not expected her to wait until now. It had been more than 10 days since Yumu had been hunted down, and she had only contacted him when they were about to reach Frostwave Weave. This meant that she must have been investigating for some time. Alliance Master Lu, I'm sorry to disturb you, Balsam said politely. Lu Ying asked, what is it? May I ask if Yumu is in your hands? Balsam asked, getting straight to the point. Nope, Lu Ying answered immediately. Balsam fell silent when she heard Lu Yin's denial. Because of Yumu, Shamrock Enterprises became enemies with the Great Eastern Alliance, causing the company to suffer huge losses. The company decided to punish him, but during the punishment process, Yumu was taken away by your people. Alliance leader Lu, don't you know about this? That's right. Yumu proposed a deal, saying that he would give me some sort of pill in exchange for his life. I asked the Sea King and Elder to rescue him, and I planned to bring him to the Great Eastern Alliance. However, he was intercepted by the Sixth Mainland's Autumn Frost family along the way, and his whereabouts are still unknown. Balsam was astonished, as she had not been aware of this matter. When Yuer had reported to her, she had been busy and had not received the message in time. When she saw Yuer's report, she had immediately contacted Luin, but she had not expected that the 6th Mainland's Autumnfrost family would be involved. The 6th Mainland's Autumnfrost family had once been one of the 3 great families in the Bloodburn realm. Even after the 6th Mainland had been invaded by monsters and lost many experts, the Autumnfrost family still had a world imprinter, which was a powerful existence with a power level of over 800,000. It was comparable to the Day-Night clan and the Sword sect, which were the top powers of the Innerverse 8 great flow zones. Why would the Autumnfrost family appear there? And why would they intercept Yumu? Balsam asked curiously. Luin snorted. Yumu is a despicable person. On one hand, he tried to tempt me into saving him, but on the other hand, he immediately joined the Autumnfrost family. Not only did he violate the deal, but he also heavily injured Elder He. I hope that Shamrock Enterprises can capture Yumu from the Autumnfrost family, and please invite me to watch the punishment so that I can vent my anger. Balsam did not know if Luin was telling the truth, as this matter concerned the Autumnfrost family. Shamrock Enterprises still had some intelligence network in the western weaves of the Outerverse, but they could not infiltrate the Autumnfrost family. It would not be easy to verify this information. Alliance leader Lu, Yumu is very treacherous. His words might not be trustworthy. Lu Yin's tone turned cold. You don't trust me? Do you think that I hit Yumu? Go investigate and see if the Autumnfrost family sent an expert to a weave in the Outerverse. Right, that expert seems to be called Uncle Hua or something. Elder He heard him. Balsam was silent for a moment. Alright, we'll investigate. Sorry for disturbing you, Alliance leader. Lu Ying continued, actually, I'm very curious. Yumu said that Shamrock Enterprises had developed a type of astral source pill that could allow one to break into the astral source universe. This should be the bargaining chip he used to join the Autumnfrost family. Do you really have such a pill? Balsam Ji sneered. Break into the stellar source universe? That's the privilege of an emissary. The universe is mysterious, and it's not something that can be done with pills. If Shamrock Enterprises really had the ability to create the so-called astral source pill, we would have been on the same level as the Aurora Company and the Mavis Bank. Why would we even fail to move our headquarters to the World Mountain? Alliance leader Lu, you're a smart person. You don't believe Yumu's lies, do you? Lu Yin hesitated. But he did break into the astral source universe to escape. Otherwise, how could he have survived? Yumu has obtained quite a few good things over the years as the Outerverse president. It's said that he's even discovered quite a few sects and clans that have been hiding in the void since ancient times. It's normal for him to have some life-saving methods, Balsam explained. She then continued, if Alliance Master Lu doesn't believe me, you can come visit Shamrock Enterprises. With Alliance Master Lu's status, you'll be able to see all of Shamrock Enterprises' products. Alliance Master Lu can also come and check if there are any astral source pills. Lu Yin's tone turned cold. It looks like this Yumu really did lie to me. My apologies, Miss Balsam, for interfering with your company's punishment of Yumu. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page, you'll compensate me. There's no need for that. He's just a stray dog and doesn't have much value. I'm contacting Alliance leader Lu because I don't want any more misunderstandings because of this person. Since he's been taken away by the Autumnfrost family, we'll ask the Autumnfrost family for him. Alliance Master Lu, sorry for the disturbance. Lu Ying grunted an acknowledgement and then hung up. Behind him, Big Sis Fei Hua squeaked in surprise. You're really good at making things up. You didn't release the Autumnfrost family because you were afraid that the company would find out. You even specifically reminded that woman that Yumu would use the astral source pill as a bargaining chip to join the Autumnfrost family. This way, no matter how much the Autumnfrost family denies it or even tells Shamrock Enterprises that Uncle Hua and the others have gone missing, Shamrock Enterprises won't believe him. Mr. Lu Yi sighed. It's no wonder that he was able to deceive gods and ghosts. The entire starry sky of the trees was thrown into chaos, and the White Dragon clan will become a laughingstock for a long time to come. Even the Dragon Ancestor and the Frigid Ancestor will not be able to detect his presence. How ruthless. Lu Ying didn't feel like Mr. Lu was praising him. I was just protecting myself. Can that astral source pill really allow an enlighter to break into the astral source universe? Big Sis Feihua asked, as she had never heard of such a thing in the astral tree realm. Luyin shrugged. I don't know, but I hope so. In the current universe, who knows if it's true or not? Lu Yi and Feihua exchanged glances, and then they both looked at Luyin. This kid's words were the most fake. Sometimes, if you wanted to take advantage of the situation, you had to muddy the waters. Shamrock Enterprises might not believe the Autumnfrost family's words, but that was only if the Autumnfrost family was willing to explain themselves. Given the Autumnfrost family's personality, they might not explain themselves to Shamrock Enterprises, and they might even suspect that Shamrock Enterprises had done something to Uncle Hua and the others. Of course, they would definitely suspect Luyin as well. All he needed was time, and he wanted to give Yumu some time to bring the astral source pill. As long as the astral source pill was in his hands, he could release the Autumnfrost family, and he could chat more with Shamrock Enterprises. As he looked at the 3 rings of land in front of him and the familiar planet, Luyin grew excited. He was back. Ever since he had left Earth, stepped onto Xenu Star, and then embarked on the path to the Astral Combat Academy, he had returned to Xenu Star many times, but he had never been as excited as he was now. This excursion had been extremely dangerous, and he had thought that he would never return from the astral tree. Now that he saw Xenu Star again, he felt a sense of familiarity. Luyin was not qualified to be the Great Yu Empire's royal regent. It had been a long time since he had held a court meeting, and he had no plans to do so in the future. His status as the Great Eastern Alliance's leader was much higher than that of the Great Yu Empire's royal regent. Lu Yin's return did not alarm Xenu Star, and only a few people knew that he had returned. At the entrance of King Zishan's palace, Kaze looked at the familiar figure and trembled. He quickly bowed. Your subordinate welcomes your highness back. Luyin grunted and looked at Kaze. Not bad. You've improved quite a bit. Kaze bowed, not daring to look at Luyin directly. Thank you for your praise, your highness. Back then, Luyin had subdued Kaze on a whim, as he had thought that he might have a chance to interact with the Dire Barbarian clan in the future. But now, the Dire Barbarian clan was insignificant to him, and they did not even have an emissary. Luyin could easily destroy them, but Kaze had been guarding the door for many years, so he had gotten used to it. Ah, your highness is back. I'll go prepare some flower tea. Zhao Ran was startled when she saw Luyin, and she quickly skipped away. She was still as carefree as ever, but Luyin was still comforted that she had remembered him. The flying willows were settled in King Zishan's palace. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. This was because they could not leave Luyin, and he needed these 2 bodyguards. Your highness, try it. Zhao Ran poured a cup of flower tea for Luyin. Luyin stared at it in a daze. Why was its appearance becoming stranger and stranger? In the past, flower tea had at most a horrifying color, but now, Luyin felt as if he could see creatures swimming within it. Was this thing even drinkable? Zhao Ran looked at Luyin expectantly, as if she were a child waiting for a reward. Luyin pursed his lips. Have a sip first. Zhao Ran was confused. Why? It's delicious. Doesn't your highness like it? Luyin coughed. No, it's just that. At this moment, Kaze's voice rang out. Your highness, the city lord of Million City, Jade Mountain Sea, requests an audience. Please enter, Luyin hurriedly said. He then looked at Zhao Ran. You can leave for now. I'll call for you later. Zhao Ran grunted and looked at the flower tea with a slightly aggrieved expression. Not long after, Jade Mountain Sea entered and immediately bowed when he saw Luyin. Jade Mountain Sea Cucumber greets the alliance leader. Luyin gestured for him to enter. Where's Xier? She didn't come with you? Jade Mountain Sea smiled bitterly. That girl has been busy for the past few days and hasn't come out yet. My apologies. Luyin waved a hand. It was thanks to her that we were able to deal with Shamrock Enterprises. Please thank her for me. We should be the ones thanking the alliance leader. If not for the Great Eastern Alliance taking us in, who knows where our Million City would have gone. It's not that exaggerated. Luyin smiled. Jade Mountain seaside. Your Highness, you don't know about the Phineas clan's situation. It's said that they're not doing too well. The Phineas clan was also known as the Dark Phoenix clan, and they were located in the Endless Weaves in the west. During the war with the Sixth Mainland, Mr. Mu had pushed the entire Endless Weaves towards the Southern Weaves, and the Dark Phoenix clan had naturally been included. Now that the Western Weaves were under the rule of the Sixth Mainland, the Dark Phoenix clan was naturally included. The Dark Phoenix clan had once joined the Great Eastern Alliance, and when the Sixth Mainland was about to take over the Outerverse, Longwen had contacted the Dark Phoenix clan. The Dark Phoenix clan was not willing to leave the Western Weaves, and the Great Eastern Alliance would not start a war with the Sixth Mainland because of them. That would be insane. In the end, the Dark Phoenix clan naturally fell under the rule of the Sixth Mainland. Which family from the Sixth Mainland rules the Dark Phoenix clan? Luin was curious, as he did not know much about the current situation in the Western Weaves. It seemed that he should find some time to chat with Uncle Hua. Jade Mountain Sea replied, the Arrow Sect. Luin was astonished. What? The Sword Sect? The Arrow Sect used to be a power in the eastern region of the Sixth Mainland's concealed progenitor realm, and they gave birth to the savage archer god, an absolute expert with the heavenly imprint. They instantly became one of the top powers in the Sixth Mainland. Their members are all giants, and they specialize in using arrows. Each arrow is more than 5 meters long, and they specialize in killing. They are a terrifying power, and the Dark Phoenix clan was taken over by the Arrow Sect and became their mounts. Lu Yin's expression changed. Mounts? Jade Mountain seaside. The Arrow Sect is made up of giants who kill in outer space and use their archery to kill their enemies. Naturally, they would need mounts, and the Dark Phoenix clan became their mounts. Actually, the Dark Phoenix clan should be regretting that they did not move to Frostwave Weave. Lu Yin had not expected the Dark Phoenix clan to be in such a miserable state. No matter what, they were still a powerful clan that had fought their way out of the Innerverse, but they had actually been reduced to being mounts. However, they had brought this upon themselves. It was not that the Great Eastern Alliance had not given them a chance, but they had rejected it. End of chapter. Alliance Master, I've heard that the Arrow Sect has always been interested in the Taimo Hall, and they've even sent a few groups of people to the Taimo Hall to learn archery, Xianxia said as a reminder. Lu Yin was not worried that the Temple of Taimo would side with the Arrow Sect, as that would be impossible. Ancestor Arrow Mountain had died at the hands of the Sixth Mainland, and Lu Yin was worried that the Sixth Mainland would make a move against the Temple of Taimo. The Sixth Mainland had sent people to infiltrate the Hall of Honor and indirectly control the Hall of Honor's directors. There had to be many more things going on behind the scenes that Lu Yin did not know about. The Sixth Mainland would not be satisfied with just the Outerverse. Sooner or later, they would become enemies as well. Thank you for the reminder, City Lord, Lu Yin said gratefully. He then pointed at the flower tea on the table. Please have some tea, City Lord. Actually, Jade Mountain Sea had noticed that cup of flower tea the moment he entered. No one would overlook something as strange as a poison. That was Zhao Ran's flower tea, and Lu Yin also had a cup that he had poured for Jasper Mountain Sea. Alliance Lord, what's this? Jasper Mountain Sea asked cautiously, his hair standing on end when he saw what appeared to be creatures swimming within the flower tea. Lu Yin smiled. This is a flower tea that Zhao Ran recently developed, and it should taste pretty good. Please have a taste and give me some suggestions. Jasper Mountain Sea was stunned, and his first thought was that Lu Yin was plotting to seize the million cities and poison him to death. However, after thinking about it for a bit, Jasper Mountain Sea didn't have much value to Lu Yin at the moment. Even if he had money, Lu Yin wouldn't poison him just because of that money. Xianxia drank a mouthful of the wine while feeling uneasy and suspicious. Lu Yin stared intently. Xianxia put down his teacup and was astonished. It's delicious. Lu Yin smiled. Zhao Ran will be very happy to hear that. Not long after, Jasper Mountain Sea left, and Elder Iron went to pay his respects. The Lan family, Wan Qianqing, the Sea King's Dome, Aegis, Amethyst Trading Company, and many other great powers had all rushed into Frostwave Weave to seek protection. Now that Lu Yin had returned, they naturally had to pay their respects to him. Lu Yin did not have much to say to Elder Iron. The Lan family was in Frostwave Weave, and they also had to protect it. Elder Iron was one of the protectors of the Great Yu Empire, as well as someone from the White King's bloodline. It wasn't until 3 days later that Luin finally met with all of them. These people wanted to see Luin for safety, and if Luin didn't meet them, they would panic. Wendy Yushan had gone to the Innerverse Lingling clan, and Luin didn't ask where Shui Day Knight had gone. He also didn't know where Lanxi was cultivating. Luin wondered if he should let Longxi and the others out to get some fresh air, but after some thought, he decided against it. It would be hard to control them. Your Highness, Wangwen requests an audience, Kay's voice rang out. Let him in. Soon, a sleepy Wangwen walked in and yawned. Your Highness chess piece, are you done with your work? Luin was a little tired. Yeah, it's finally over. You can't blame them. You haven't returned for a long time, and the situation in the Outerverse is so complicated. They want to meet you and find out more about you, Wangwen said. Where do you think the future of the Great Eastern Alliance will be? This was also the true reason why Elder Iron and the others had come to probe the Sixth Mainland. It was only a matter of time before the Outerverse would be handed over to the Sixth Mainland, and it would not be long before even the Great Eastern Alliance would have to leave. The 8 great flow zones of the Innerverse had long since stabilized, and the influx of so many powers from the Outerverse would definitely cause a backlash. The biggest problem was how to settle them down. The Hall of Honor would definitely not ignore this, and they had been making plans all this time. But no matter what plans they made, it was impossible for them to avoid conflict with the 8 great flow zones. After all, their interests would be affected. This would depend on the Great Eastern Alliance. They could choose to settle down in a small flow zone or start a war with the 8 great flow zones. When the Great Eastern Alliance had first moved to Fennel Flow Zone, it had wanted to give the 8 great flow zones the impression that the Great Eastern Alliance was harmless and that it was showing results. However, in reality, settling down in a small flow zone was not Lu Yin's goal. Even though Blazing Mist Flow Zone was large, it could not satisfy the entire Outerverse. What he wanted was more. Wangwen casually opened his star chart and pointed at the first flow zone. I want this place the most. Luin laughed. The sword sect is not to be trifled with. Wangwen stretched lazily. 2 years ago, the Day-Night clan was also not to be trifled with. That's because they borrowed the strength of Leon's armada. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be qualified to carry their shoes. There's always a way. We've improved a lot over the past 2 years. Your Highness, do you know how many androids have reached the Explorer realm? Wangwen asked. Luin was curious. How many? Banjo had created these androids, but he had not asked. Wangwen raised 4 fingers. 4,000. Luin was shocked. There are only 900 explorers in the Express Response Team, right? Now, there are 2,000. Luin was shocked. That's a huge increase. Wangwen replied, the Sixth Mainland occupies the Outerverse, and normal people can adapt to it. To them, whether it's the Fifth Mainland or the Sixth Mainland, it doesn't have much of an impact. However, it's different for cultivators, especially the higher level ones. In just 2 short years, the number of explorers we have doubled, and the number of hunters and cruisers has nearly doubled as well. That's in addition to the warships that the Alliance has built. With our current strength, even if we don't rely on Leon's armada and don't compete with the top experts, we'll still be able to easily defeat the Day-Night clan. We're much stronger than any of the leading powers in the 8 great flow zones. Just think about how many space-exploring cultivators the Sword Seeker sect, the Day-Night clan, and Chaos God Mountain have. We don't even lack in lighters. What we lack is absolute powerhouses. Luin smiled. We don't lack absolute powerhouses. I brought 2 powerhouses with power levels over 700,000, and if they work together, they can fight against powerhouses with power levels over 800,000. I can also borrow the power of the Interstellar Court at any time. Right, I'm also the most important disciple of the Sirius sect. Wangwen rolled his eyes. You really know how to play. Luin laughed. Putting aside the various troops of the Great Eastern Alliance, just the cultivators and androids that Wangwen had mentioned were enough to attack the entire Innerverse. I want to form an invincible unit, Luin suddenly said. What's the standard? The ones you just mentioned. I want to equip them with the best preparations, and they'll even be able to challenge those who are a higher realm than them. Wang Wen's interest was piqued. The price to pay for this is too high. Lu Yin seriously replied, this is just the first step. If everything goes smoothly, this invincible unit will be promoted to all the other troops. You don't know how terrifying the enemies we'll face in the future will be. Lu Yin was referring to the everlasting race. Those corpse kings were not afraid of death, and they were scheming and scheming. They were also researching all sorts of poisons and planting spies. Although the cosmic tree domain had blocked the everlasting race and had many experts, including progenitors, Lu Yin felt that it was already riddled with holes. This place was still fine. He wanted to complete everything before the everlasting race completely attacked the fifth mainland. Preparations. Wang Wen was puzzled. Are these the powerful enemies you mentioned? Lu Yin nodded. Pass down the order. I've already prepared some mystical items for them. Wang Wen nodded. All right. Right, the entire Great Eastern Alliance lacks a powerful commander. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. I have someone in mind. The Great Eastern Alliance's Rapid Response Unit was composed of experts sent by the various major powers of the Great Eastern Alliance. They were responsible for protecting all of the Alliance's resources as quickly as possible. This unit had also participated in the overthrow of the Day-Night clan in the Innerverse, and it was the Great Eastern Alliance's most elite unit. The Rapid Response Unit's authority had always been in Lu Yin's hands. He had been missing for 2 years, and although the unit still existed, no one had been able to command it. Thus, it had enjoyed the best treatment. Now that Lu Yin had returned, the unit could finally be put to use again. Just as Wang Wen had said, the Rapid Response Unit was constantly being added to. Including the androids, there were over 6,000 space-exploring cultivators at Lu Yin's disposal. This unit would become Lu Yin's sharpest blade, and when the time was right, he would even rename it. In the Outerverse, in the vast Earth sect, Elder Huaqiao found Sect Master Meng Tianlong. Sect Master, we lost contact with that unit. Meng Tianlong was stunned. What unit? Huaqiao solemnly replied, the Rapid Response Unit. Meng Tianlong was shocked. How did it get cut off? Was there an accident? Lu Yin's back, Huaqiao said. Meng Tianlong muttered, you can't contact him at all? We can't contact him. The people we placed in that unit are all elite disciples. We don't know what Lu Yin is planning. Meng Tianlong bitterly replied, no matter what he's planning, we can't stop him. In the beginning, no matter what the Great Eastern Alliance's army did, it could not be hidden from the various major powers, especially a weave like the vast Earth sect. However, as time passed, the Great Eastern Alliance had gradually consolidated, and they could no longer detect it. When Lu Yin returned, they did not even have a trace of control over the Great Eastern Alliance's army. Forget about the vast Earth sect, even the Temple of Tiamo was in the same situation. As one of the 3 major powers of the Outerverse that could not be provoked, the Temple of Tiamo had also sent elite disciples to join the Rapid Response Unit, but they could not be contacted at all. It was as if the entire unit had disappeared. Lu Yin had cut off all contact with the Rapid Response Unit in order to prevent those monsters from infiltrating. He had a deep impression of the Redbacks. In the Outerverse, on Xenu Star, the group from the Wen family finally arrived. The Wen family had sent a senior expert called Wen Yao and Wen Sansi. Lu Yin met the two at King Zishan's palace. When meeting Lu Yin, Wen Yao had thought that he could consider himself a senior, but the moment he saw Lu Yin, he knew that this was impossible. Lu Yin gave him an intense sense of danger, and it was a fear that made him unable to approach him. Wen Yao had cultivated for hundreds of years and had experienced many life and death situations. He was certain that his intuition was not wrong. Lu Yin had the ability to decide his life and death. This was just Lu Yin, and he could not be considered an expert of the Great Eastern Alliance. Wen Yao could not understand how Lu Yin could reach such a level despite being in the same generation as Wen Sansi. No, he was even younger than Wen Sansi. No matter how powerful Wen Sansi was, it would be difficult for him to defeat Wen Yao. After all, Wen Sansi was a powerhouse with a power level of over 400,000. Wen Yao from the Wen family greets Alliance Master Lu. Wen Yao was very polite. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Wen Sansi stood behind Luyin and did not speak. Wen Yao represented the Wen family while Luyin represented the Great Eastern Alliance. Wen Sansi could only be considered a junior. Luyin smiled. Honored guests, please take a seat. He then asked Zhao Ran to serve tea, but he specifically told her not to use any scented tea, as he was afraid of scaring the two. The three of them sat down, and then Luyin said, I heard that Senior Wen went to the Fennel Flow Zone. I had some urgent matters to attend to, so I was unable to wait for you there. I'm really sorry for making Senior Wen and Brother Sansi come all the way here. Wen Yao smiled and said, Alliance Master Lu's matter is of utmost importance. It's fine for us two idle people to make a few extra trips. I wonder how Alliance Master Lu's matter is going? If you need any help from the Wen clan, just ask. The Wen clan will not refuse as long as it is within our capabilities. Luyin was delighted. That's great. Senior, are you serious? Wen Yao was stunned. He was just being courteous. Courteous words on the surface, who would take it seriously? Wen Sansi was speechless. He had some understanding of Luyin, so he wasn't surprised. Alliance Head Lu, if there's anything that you would like the Wen family to do, please feel free to ask. Since Luyin had already said so much, Wen Yao could not refuse, so he decided to be magnanimous. Besides, he was about to ask about the 7-layered literary prison, so it would be best if Luyin owed him a favor. Luyin coughed. It's like this. Senior should know that the Outerverse has been gifted to the 6th mainland, and there are so many people from my Great Eastern Alliance who have nowhere to stay. Would it be possible for us to settle down in the Erudite Flow Zone? Wen Yao had not expected Luyin to say such a thing. How could he say something like that so casually? If not for the smile on Luyin's face, he would have thought that Luyin was provoking him. These words were tantamount to declaring war. Alliance Master Lu, you must be joking. If the Great Eastern Alliance is unable to settle down, my Wen clan is willing to help you find a place, Wen Yao said with a smile. That's too bad. Since that's the case, then we can only look for some small flow zones. Senior, please help us keep an eye out for any small flow zones that are suitable for our Great Eastern Alliance. Of course. Rest assured, Alliance Master Lu, Wen Yao replied. He did not know which of Luyin's words were true and which were false. If Luyin really did have designs on the 8 great flow zones, then why would he say such things? But if he didn't, then why would he deliberately say such things? Luyin's goal was very simple. Even if the Great Eastern Alliance remained in Fennel Flow Zone, the leaders of the 8 great flow zones would still not feel at ease. They would continue to monitor what they needed to monitor, and they would continue to resist what they needed to resist. It was better to muddy the waters first. Wen Yao glanced at Wen Sansi, and Wen Sansi asked, Alliance Master Lu, do you still remember our encounter in the Daosor Sex ruins? Wen Sansi asked. Luyin thought about it. What is Brother Wen trying to say? 7 layers of literary prison. Does Brother Lu have any cultivation methods? Wen Sansi asked. Wen Yao stared at Luyin, trying to discern something from his expression. Luyin replied, you can say that there is, but you can also say that there isn't. What do you mean? Wen Sansi was curious. Luyin replied, there's someone who knows how to use the 7-fold literary hell. Right now, that person is my captive. If you use your brain, you might be able to obtain the cultivation method for the 7-fold literary hell from him. Of course, it's also possible that you won't be able to obtain anything. Who? Wen Yao couldn't help but ask. Luyin's lips curled up. Wen Shixi. Wen Yao and Wen Sansi looked at each other in confusion. My Wen family has hundreds of disciples, but none of them have ever been called Wen Shixi. No one has ever dared to use such a name. Where did this person come from? This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Luyin shrugged. Forgive me for not being able to say where he came from, but in any case, this person knows more than just the 7-fold literary hell. Wen Sansi's eyes flashed. How can you prove Brother Lu's words? Luyin took out Mount Supreme and gestured for Wen Sansi to enter. Brother Wen, shall we have a battle? Wen Sansi's gaze turned cold. Please. Luyin brought Wen Sansi into Mount Supreme and appeared not too far away from Wen Shixi. Luyin was already very familiar with this scene. He had used Yuntingting to bait the Smokescreen mountain range, so he could bait Wenshitzi into the Wen family. However, there was one thing that gave him a headache: Wenshitzi was very difficult to deal with. The more educated a person was, the more unyielding they would be. Regardless of whether they were rotten or just fishing for fame, there was no shortage of unyielding people. Since Wenshitzi dared to call himself number one, his unyielding character was probably even more troublesome. Furthermore, Luyin hadn't thought of what he wanted from the Wen family. Wenshitzi was cultivating with his eyes closed, and he was even calmer than Yuntingting. When he saw Luyin and Wensansi arrive, he asked, "Is it my turn?" "You know why I'm looking for you?" Luyin asked. Wenshitzi calmly replied, "Yuntingting told me that we've arrived at the fifth mainland." He then looked at Wensansi. "If I'm not wrong, you should know the literary hell." Wensansi's eyes flashed. "You're the Wenshitzi that she was talking about?" Wenshitzi's expression was solemn. The Wen family doesn't only exist in the cosmic tree realm. The fifth mainland also has a Wen family. When the cosmic tree realm separated from the fifth mainland, my Wen family left behind a bloodline and an inheritance. He looked at Wensansi. "The fact that you're here means that your inheritance is incomplete. How many layers of the literary hell can you use?" "There's no such thing as the number of layers. The literary hell is just the literary hell," Wensansi replied. Wenshitzi frowned. "The inheritance is indeed incomplete. Since I've come to this part of the universe, I won't be able to return for the rest of my life. I can teach you how many layers of the literary hell, but the condition is that I stay in the Wen family. I'm also a member of the Wen family." Wensansi raised a hand, and the literary hell trapped Wenshitzi. The number 9 was the limit of the Wen family's inheritance, and this was Wensansi's way of probing. Wenshitzi looked at the literary hell around him and took a step forward. A reversed literary hell appeared in front of him and suppressed Wensansi's literary hell. A second layer then appeared and destroyed Wensansi's literary hell. Finally, Wenshitzi acted and used 7 layers of the literary hell to completely trap Wensansi. Wensansi was shocked, as there really was 7 layers of the literary hell. Even though he had believed Lu Yin's words in the Daosor sect's ruins, when he actually faced it in person, the feeling was completely different. The 7 layers of the literary hell had directly broken the Wen family's countless years of common sense. It turned out that they had been cultivating an incomplete version of the literary hell all along. The literary hell has a total of 18 layers in my Leisure Memory Academy. I've only cultivated to the 7th layer, and I don't have the complete cultivation method for the 18 layers. However, this should be enough to make up for some of your shortcomings, Wenshitzi said as he withdrew the literary hell. Luyin looked at Wensansi and then at Wenshitzi. The two of them were about the same level of power, but Wenshitzi had a more complete inheritance while Wensansi had an innate gift that could not be countered. It would be difficult to determine the victor, but if Wensansi also learned the 7 layers of the literary hell, then his power would soar, and the entire Wen family's power would soar as well. This was a huge temptation. What was a cultivator's goal for? They wanted to fight for their lives, and the stronger they were, the more they could fight for their lives. The 7 layers of the literary hell had brought the Wen family their lives. "I agree to give you the inheritance. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. But first, we need to leave." "Brother Long, no, Brother Lu, what are your conditions?" Wenshitzi asked with a curious expression. Wensansi looked at Luyin. "Brother Lu, state your conditions." Luyin had not expected things to go so smoothly, as Wenshitzi had not refused to teach him the 7 layers of the literary hell. Now, the only problem was that he had to state his conditions. What conditions? He really had not thought it through. "Brother Lu, what exactly are your conditions? What are they for us to take Wenshitzi away?" Outside Mount Supreme, Wen Yao had learned of the situation from Wensansi, and he suppressed his excitement. Luyin pondered for a moment. "Let me think about it. Too many things have happened recently, and I haven't had the time to think it through." Wen Yao frowned, as he thought that Luyin wanted more. "Alliance Master Lu, please state a price. As long as the Wen family can accept it, we won't bargain." He had done a lot of research before coming here, especially on Lu Yan's likes and dislikes. He had not expected such a person to love money so much. Lu Yin was tempted, as star essence meant an increase in his strength. However, he did not know how much Xianxia could sell for, and he had no idea how rich the Wen family was. If they had only given him a few 100 million star crystals like the Blaze Realm, then he might as well keep it. Senior and Brother Wen can return to the Wen family first, or you can stay on Xinyu Star to play. I'll let you two know when I've thought it through, Lu Yin said. When Xianxia spoke up. Brother Lu, you should know what the 7 layers of the literary hell means to my Wen family. I won't hesitate to say that it's very important, very important. However, don't forget that in the entire 5th mainland, aside from my Wen family, no one else is interested in the 7 layers of the literary hell. This battle technique belongs solely to my Wen family, and you won't find a second buyer. Lu Yin laughed. Brother Wen, that's where you're wrong. I believe that the Sword Sect, Beast Tamer's Flow Zone, Chaos God Mountain, and even the various great powers of the Neoverse will all be interested in Xianxia. The various great powers were interested in Xianxia, not the 7 layers of the literary hell. All they wanted was to prevent the Wen family from obtaining the 7 layers of the literary hell. It did not matter if they could cultivate it themselves, but once the Wen family used the 7 layers of the literary hell to increase their strength, they would become a threat to everyone, especially the Sword Sect. The Day-Night Flow Zone had been overturned by Lu Yin, and the Wen family and the Sword Sect had become the top powers in the Innerverse. They were both competing against each other. Once the Sword Sect learned of the existence of the 7 layers of the literary hell, they would do everything in their power to destroy it. They would not allow the Wen family to obtain it. When Xianxia's eyes flashed. Brother Lu, have you thought of your conditions? Lu Yin replied, I've already said it. You two can wait on Xinyu Star. I'll tell you once I've thought of my conditions. Wen Yao anxiously said, Alliance Master Lu, you're from the Astral Combat Academy, and my Erudite Flow Zone's Lost Radiance Academy has always had a good relationship with your academy. Xianxia has also helped you in the past, so I hope that Alliance Master Lu can quickly hand Xianxia over to us on account of our past friendship. If we delay any longer, things might change. Brother Lu, the Innerverse hasn't been peaceful recently. My Wen family might have been targeted by someone, and so is Lost Radiance Academy. Han Chong is also dead, so please make a decision quickly, Wen Xianxia said. Lu Yin was shocked. Han Chong is dead? Wen Xianxia nodded. It's not just Han Chong. Several elders of the Han family, including some disciples of my Wen family, have all died. It should be related to the Neo-Human Alliance. They've been targeting us, so I'm afraid that the matter of the 7 layers of the literary hell will be leaked, which will lead to killing intent. Lu Yin was puzzled. Why was the Neo-Human Alliance targeting the Wen family? Was there something about the Wen family that was worth their attention? Even if there was, what did it have to do with Han Chong? Han Chong was just a cruiser cultivator. End of chapter. Back in the Astral Combat Academy, Han Chong had been Astral 2's leader and the Shura Realm's realm master. He'd enjoyed limitless glory, but now, he was just a cultivator who had just broken through to become a cruiser. Han Chong's death had only reminded Lu Yin of his time in the Astral Combat Academy, but he didn't think too much about it since it was the Wen family's business. Don't worry, I'll have Wen Shui leave with you as soon as possible, Lu Yin said. Wen Xianxia and Wen Yuyao felt helpless. If Lu Yin didn't state any conditions, then they wouldn't be able to take him away. Then we'll have to trouble you, Alliance Leader Lu. Wen Yao was a little uncomfortable. This was the first time an expert from the Wen family like him had to thank someone else for raising conditions. As he watched the two leave, Lu Yin suddenly realized that Case had disappeared. He should have been at the door all this time. Lu Yin spread out his domain, and he quickly found traces of Case. He was currently conversing with an extremely ugly man. I won't. Go back, Case whispered stubbornly. You're a member of the Dire Barbarian clan. When the Innerverse and Outerverse were separated, you were forced to guard the door for Lu Yin. It's been a few years since the Innerverse and Outerverse recovered, and we've looked for you many times. Why won't you return to the clan? You were a member of the Dire Barbarian clan in the past, present, and future. Do you really want to be Lu Yin's guard for the rest of your life? Kaze replied, I've had enough of the dire barbarian clan. I was a completely different person there, and I'm living quite comfortably now. What's wrong with being a guard? I like this kind of life. We don't even know where the Great Eastern Alliance is. You can't even guard the door. That's none of your business. You. The man was furious. He wanted to forcefully take Kaze away, but he didn't dare to do so because this was Xinyu Star. Otherwise, he would have taken Kaze away not long after the Innerverse and Outerverse had recovered. The Great Eastern Alliance also had experts, and there were more and more of them now. The man didn't dare to draw attention to himself. Leave. Don't come looking for me again, Kaze said before turning to leave. The man was unwilling to give up. Kaze, with your abilities, you won't be treated any worse than Ailey when you return. He's the leader, while you're an elder, you'll be able to decide the future of the dire barbarian clan. Kaze didn't say anything and quietly left. Luin retracted his domain. This was not the first time that the dire barbarian clan had come looking for Kaze. When Luin had first met Kaze, he was already comparable to a powerhouse in the top 80 of the top 100 rankings, and he was second only to Avery in the dire barbarian clan. The dire barbarian clan would not let go of such a genius so easily. Kaze quietly returned to the entrance of King Zishan's palace and stood there out of habit. He had been doing this for almost 10 years. Do you lack resources for cultivation? Lu Yin's voice rang out from behind Kaze. Kaze was shocked and hurriedly bowed. Your Highness. Luin asked again, do you lack resources? Kaze shook his head. No. Luin looked in the direction of the man from the dire barbarian clan. Why didn't you return to the dire barbarian clan? Kaze's face paled, as he had not expected Luin to know. This subordinate wants to follow your highness even further. The dire barbarian clan is too small. Luin was astonished, as this was the truth. The dire barbarian clan was just an ant in front of the current Great Eastern Alliance. Although Kaze was guarding the entrance to King Zishan's palace, his status was still very high. After all, he was guarding Lu Yin's palace, and no one dared to underestimate him. Although the Great Eastern Alliance has unified the Outerverse, it still lacks the support of the Innerverse great clans. If you're willing, the dire barbarian clan can join as soldiers, and they'll need to be at least explorers, Luin said before returning to the palace. Although the dire barbarian clan could not compare to the current Great Eastern Alliance, they could still provide a few explorers. Luin was not satisfied with an army of less than 10,000 explorers, and he wanted more. Kaze understood that Luin wanted him to persuade the dire barbarian clan to submit, which would be troublesome. Although the dire barbarian clan was not one of the 8 great flow zones, they were not weak either. How could they easily submit to the Great Eastern Alliance? There's no rush. I'll give you enough resources to defeat Avery, Lu Yin's voice rang out from the palace. Kaze was excited, as defeating Avery was his dream. Could it really be realized? Yes, Your Highness, Kaze hurriedly replied. 2 days later, Luin met with Ling Yan. This woman had once worked for the Iltal Corporation, and the mission that Iltal Corporation had assigned to Astral 10 had been the first mission that Luin had accepted. After that, she had joined the Daystar Line, which had an office on the busiest street on Xinyu Star. Luin had met her several times, and each time they met, her status was different. This time, Ling Yan was representing the Giant Financial Group. The Daystar Line originally belonged to the Giant Financial Group, and it was also a part of the mainland shipping network. Most of the Innerverse shipping routes came from the Daystar Line. The biggest difference between the Innerverse and the Outerverse was that the Outerverse business tycoons had their own autonomy and were able to protect themselves well. The Innerverse tycoons, on the other hand, had to serve the various great powers. Even a huge corporation like the Giant Financial Group had to pay a huge amount of resources to the 8 great flow zones, and they also did not allow too many powerhouses to join them. It had to be said that this was a tragedy for the Innerverse tycoons. The Giant Financial Group's situation had only improved after cooperating with the Great Eastern Alliance, and their safety was now under the Great Eastern Alliance's care. Ling Yan greets the Alliance leader. Luin gestured for her to enter. Xianxia is in charge of the mainland shipping line, so I shouldn't be looking for you. However, one of the 9 directors of the Hall of Honor, Songyingdu, has been causing trouble for the mainland shipping line. Do you know why? Ling Yan did not understand. I don't know. She represented the Daystar line and had joined the mainland shipping line, so she was naturally considered Lu Yin's subordinate. Lu Yin lowered his voice. Songyingdu's ancestor participated in the plan to destroy the giant tribe, and he's a very radical representative. He believes that the giant financial group has giant technology and was formed by the giant tribe. Ling Yan's expression changed, but she did not deny it. She remained silent. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Is it really the giant tribe? Ling Yan replied, the giant financial group was indeed formed by the giant tribe from the ruins of giant technology. Many years ago, giant technology existed in the universe, and it was at its peak of glory. This caused some people to become apprehensive, especially the directors of the Hall of Honor. They believed that the further giant technology developed, the more it would threaten the status of the human race. Thus, the 9 directors decided to destroy giant technology. However, they only destroyed giant technology, not the entire giant tribe. The giants are also a branch of the human race. Song Ying's ancestors must have wanted to destroy the giants, but they didn't succeed. The 9 directors decided to destroy the giants, but they didn't do anything to the giants. The giant financial group was founded because of the giants' technology, said Lin Feng. This isn't a secret, and all of the major powers of the 8 great flow zones know about it. They also know where the giant tribe exists in the universe, but they don't interfere too much. Lu Yin tapped a finger on the table. To what extent has the giant financial group's technology reached? Ling Yan replied, it's far from comparable to the giant technology of the past. The current giant financial group's development is mainly for the common people, which is why the major powers don't care. Lu Yin looked at her. You're also a human. There are monsters among the giant tribe that eat raw meat and drink blood. Ling Yan looked at Lu Yin and pursed her lips. Does your highness hate the giant tribe? Lu Yin thought about it. I've never seen a giant tribe that is friendly to humans. The giants on the giant planet in the outerverse Umbral Butterfly Weave and the giants in Progenitor Chen's tomb all ate raw meat and drank blood. Ling Yan continued, if your highness is willing, you can visit the giant financial group for an inspection. The giant tribe will welcome your highness. If your highness feels that these giants are unsafe, you can cancel your cooperation with the giant financial group. However, before that, please do not listen to others. There are good people among the giant tribe. Lu Yin waved a hand and dismissed Ling Yan. There were many branches of the giant tribe, and there were powerful battle giants as well as technological giants. Since they could create technology, it meant that they were extremely intelligent. Lu Yin believed that the giant financial group had survived until now without any problems, but there had to be someone watching over them. Song Ying's ancestors had been prejudiced against the giant tribe, but that did not mean that the board members who had made the decision to destroy the giant technology group were prejudiced as well. There had to be some reason that had led them to destroy the giant technology group. Right, there was also Progenitor Chen. One of Progenitor Chen's 9 clones was from the giant tribe, and he had been hunted down by the Daosor sect because of this. The Daosor sect also had different opinions about the giant tribe, but since Progenitor Chen had chosen the giant tribe, it meant that he did not have any prejudice against them. There were both good and bad people among the giant tribe, but no matter what, Lu Yin had to be on guard against them. Who should he ask to keep an eye on them? Lu Yin felt a headache coming on, and he wanted to contact Wei Rong or Xianxia to ask for their opinions. At that moment, Kei's voice rang out. Your Highness, Ku Wei requests an audience. Lu Yin raised his brows. Let him in. Master, it's great to see you. Master, take me with you wherever you go. I don't want to be separated from you. Ku Wei looked at Lu Yin, and his bootlicking attitude immediately surfaced. Lu Yin sized up Ku Wei, and Ku Wei wanted to continue flattering him, but Lu Yin's gaze made his hair stand on end. He blinked. Master? Lu Yin smiled. Ku Wei, why have you come to Xenu Star? Is Fennel Flowzone alright? Ku Wei felt that there was something wrong with Lu Yin's gaze. No, nothing's wrong. Oh. Lu Yin stared at Ku Wei again. How about I give you a mission? If you complete it well, your future will be bright. Kuwei gulped, and for some reason, he felt a little flustered. Please tell me, master. Go to the giant financial group and keep an eye on the giants, Lu Yin said calmly. Lu Yin's tone was calm, but it sounded like a raging storm to Kuwei. Keep an eye on the giants? Keep an eye on the giants? What did that mean? Why did he want Kuwei to keep an eye on the giants? Did he know something? Did he know that Kuwei could become a giant? Otherwise, why would he want Kuwei to keep an eye on him? Kuwei stared blankly at Lu Yin, trying to figure out something from his expression. Lu Yin's expression was calm, and he looked up. Eh? What kind of expression was that? It was as if he had seen a ghost. What, you don't want to go? Lu Yin retorted, his tone not very pleasant. Kuwei could not understand what Lu Yin was trying to say. He should have known that Kuwei could transform into a giant, or else why would he want Kuwei to keep an eye on the giants? But when had he found out? Should he be honest? Kuwei was conflicted. Master, why do you want me to go? Kuwei probed. Lu Yin raised a brow. You don't know? Kuwei's eyes widened. Lu Yin knew, so he did. When had he been exposed? He had not transformed after leaving progenitor Chen's tomb. Could it have been inside the tomb? Right, this person was the ruthless person who had unified the Outerverse, and he was too shrewd. He must have known that Kuwei could transform into a giant since then, and he had kept it hidden until now. Could it have been for the sake of the giant financial group? Many thoughts flashed through Kuwei's mind. Yes, master. This disciple will help you keep an eye on those giants and make them obedient, Kuwei promised. Lu Yin was puzzled. Obedient? Was there something wrong with this guy's brain? How could the giants listen to him? Lu Yin had only sent Kuwei to the giant financial group because Kuwei had too much free time and was afraid that Kuwei would annoy him. Just do your best. Go. Lu Yin waved a hand. Kuwei repeatedly promised that he would do his best to make the giants obedient, and then he left with some sort of mission. Lu Yin had sent him away. Another 2 days of peace passed, during which Madame Nayland contacted Lu Yin once. She was in the Central Weaves dealing with the Nayland family's matters and had yet to return to Xinyu Star. Lu Yin felt an inexplicable anger whenever he saw her, but he did not know how to vent it. Then, Lanxi arrived. On a barren planet not far from Xinyu Star, Lu Yin had once spent his time lockbreaking here. Lanxi stood across from Lu Yin. It's been 2 years since we last met. Your improvement is a bit exaggerated. Lu Yin raised a hand. It's all right. Take my emptiness palm, Lanxi said, and his palm moved. An invisible palm print streaked across the void and headed straight for Lu Yin. The first time Lu Yin had fought against Lanxi, the emptiness palm had caused him to suffer greatly, and he had had to think of a way to deal with it. It was that battle that had made Lu Yin's interest in the emptiness palm, as it suited him. Now, after 2 years, Lanxi's full power once again, but Lu Yin had dodged it. Lanxi had been mentally prepared for the huge gap between the two of them, but he hadn't expected it to be so huge that Lu Yin could easily dodge his full-powered strike. He had made considerable progress over the past 2 years, and he had not slacked off on his physical body's training. His overlaying stacks had allowed him to unleash close to 200 stacks, which fully demonstrated his talent in physical body cultivation. He truly lived up to his reputation as one of the 10 arbiters. Unfortunately, Lu Yin had improved even more. That palm strike was very powerful. If you had been able to use that during the Sovereign Tournament, you would have been ranked in the top 10. Lanxi said bitterly, only 2 years can make up for the difference in the Supreme Tournament? Those people aren't just standing still either. Lanxi, you only have the emptiness palm? Lu Yin was puzzled. He had always been curious about Lanxi's battle techniques. Lanxi's techniques had been enough to deal with Lu Yin during their first battle, but as time passed and the 10 arbiters were no longer the younger generation, they would have to face the older generation. Lanxi's old techniques were no longer enough to deal with them. Lanxi was helpless. Do you know where I learned the emptiness palm? Lu Yin shook his head. Zhongshan Dojo. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Lanxi said solemnly. Luin was surprised. Zhongshan Dojo? Dao Lord Lan? Lan Si shook his head. No, father. He wouldn't have learned the emptiness palm. You should remember that Zhongshan Dojo has 20 continents, and each continent is built from the bottom up with 100 times the gravity. Every 10 levels has a fist print. The first level has the 10 stacks fist print, the 10th has the 100 stacks fist print, and the top level has the 1000 stacks fist print. The emptiness palm was learned from the first level. Luin was shocked. That fist print contains the emptiness palm? Lan Si nodded. Luin was helpless. He had not touched the first level of the 10 stacks fist print and had gone straight to the 10th level. Unfortunately, he had missed the emptiness palm. The 10th level of the 100 stacks fist print also contains a battle technique. If I'm not wrong, it should be the follow-up to the emptiness palm. Unfortunately, I can't learn it, Lan Si said. Luin was surprised. The 100 stacks fist print also has a battle technique? Why didn't I know about it? Lan Si looked at Luin. Many disciples in Zhongshan Dojo have come into contact with the 10 stacks fist print, but they have not been able to comprehend the emptiness palm. Since ancient times, only I have comprehended it. Luin was speechless. The meaning of this sentence was too simple. It meant that Lu Yin's inability to comprehend it had nothing to do with luck. So you can only use the emptiness palm since you can't return to Zhongshan Dojo? Luin asked. Lan Si shook his head. I tried to cultivate other battle techniques, but I couldn't reach the level of the emptiness palm. I believe that, Luin said. Up until now, his best attack was the emptiness palm. This palm technique was too convenient. Lan Si gave Luin a strange look. This guy's familiarity with the emptiness palm was no less than Lan Si's, and he had even learned it from Lan Si. What realm are you at now? Lan Si asked, as he could not tell Lu Yin's cultivation level. Luin did not want to discourage Lan Si. I'm an enlighter, about the same level as you guys. Lan Si was suspicious, but there was no need for him to dwell on it. The difference between him and Luin was just too great. Luin looked in the direction of the Starfall Sea. If he could learn the rest of the emptiness palm, then his power level would definitely increase once again. He did not know how powerful a battle technique that could eliminate the emptiness palm would be, but it was a pity. Half a month after Luin returned to Xinyu Star, a war broke out in the Blazing Mist Flow Zone. The Ross Empire and the Demon Dragon clan of the Great Ruins had started a war, which swept across the entire Blazing Mist Flow Zone, including the smaller flow zones around it. The Blazing Mist Flow Zone was one of the 8 great flow zones of the Innerverse, and the war that broke out would directly affect many regions of the Innerverse, not just the Blazing Mist Flow Zone itself. Regardless of whether it was the Ross Empire or the Demon Dragon clan of the Great Ruins, their influence in the Innerverse would not be limited to just the Blazing Mist Flow Zone. News of the Blazing Mist Flow Zone's war had been delivered to Luin the day before. Wei Ron had already predicted this war in advance, as he was the one who had instigated it. Luin watched his screen as the Ross Empire's team fought the Demon Dragon clan of the Great Ruins in outer space. He casually turned off the screen and said to Wang Wen, "Keep an eye on them. Let's not move. This war will last for a long time, and it won't just be a war over the Blazing Mist Flow Zone. It's best if we can turn it into a black hole of war that will sweep across the entire Innerverse," Wang Wen said. Luin looked at him. You want to drag all 8 of the great flow zones in? Wang Wen smiled. If we don't do that, how can we escape their sights? Don't be fooled by the fact that the Blazing Mist Flow Zone is having a great time fighting. There are even more people watching us. They don't care about the Ross Empire or the Great Ruins Dragon Clan, but they care about us. Luin understood. The Great Eastern Alliance War. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The potential of this war far surpassed that of the Blazing Mist Flow Zone. Do whatever you want. I'll keep an eye on the Hall of Honor, Luin said. A few days later, Luin went into seclusion. He took out his futon and continued his journey to the Daosor Sect's ruins. The scenery in front of him changed, and Luin arrived at the Futon Plaza. He headed straight for the 9 Cauldron space. He knew that due to the chaos from before, there would definitely be experts from the 6th mainland within the 9 Cauldron space. This time, he had made ample preparations. He wore his miniature armor, held the Star Lord's card, and had the chief referee's warrant hidden in his chest pocket. His weapon was Long Tian's spear, and he had even hidden some chili powder and super flash. He did not believe that anyone would be able to stop him. This time, Luin entered the Nine Cauldrons space with a forceful attitude. He was not disappointed when he arrived, as the person blocking his path was an emissary. "Get out. This place has been sealed off," the emissary barked. It was obvious that he was from the blood progenitor realm. His entire body was surging with blood energy, and he was covered in strange scales. His eyes were cold and emotionless, and he gave off a strange aura. Luin did not hold back, and he raised his hand and used an empty palm to send the emissary flying. This person had probably just broken through to become an emissary, and he had been beaten half to death by Lu Yin's empty palm, which was imbued with golden battle force. The sudden change at the entrance attracted the attention of the other people in the space. A man and a woman attacked at the same time. It was Senior Chao and the old woman, who had forced Luin out of the Nine Cauldrons space. "Brat, you dare come back? You're courting death," the old woman shouted. She stomped on the ground, and something that resembled a door appeared around Luin, sealing him. Senior Chao imprinted an imprint and approached Luin, striking out with a single finger. Both of them were imprinters with power levels over 500,000, so they could not be underestimated. However, Luin had defeated more than one person at this level, so he was not afraid even without his armor. Senior Chao's finger hit Luin without any resistance, and his heart sank. How could Luin be hit so easily? Just as Senior Chao was about to retreat, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Luin had continuously struck out with his empty palm, piercing through Senior Chao's stomach and sending him flying. At the same time, Senior Chao pulled out his spear and thrust it at the old woman. The old woman was shocked, and she clasped her hands together to seal the door around Luin. Then, the door suddenly disappeared. It did not truly disappear, but rather broke into the astral source universe. It was invisible, but it still existed. The star energy in Lu Yin's body was chaotic, and the old woman tried to suppress it. However, she did not understand how Luin could use star energy against an emissary. Luin thrust his spear forward, and with a bang, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The old woman retreated several steps, her scalp going numb. She had not expected Lu Yin's spear to be so powerful. It was not just a single spear, but also a combination of overlaying stacks and battle force. The old woman's pupils shrank when she saw the golden battle force, and she suddenly felt dizzy. Not good. A spiritual force battle technique. Luin had used the Day-Knight's tribute, and the old woman had been caught off guard and almost fainted. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he unleashed his domain and slammed it into her back, sending her flying. Luin had defeated 3 emissaries in a row. The first had been a sneak attack, and the second had been a direct confrontation. He had relied on the invincible defense of his armor to defeat the old woman. Luin pressed his spear against the ground and looked up. There was another person there, the strongest person guarding the space within the 9 cauldrons. He was also the biggest barrier in front of Luin. There was a rumble as a giant figure jumped out from within the cauldron and smashed into the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Lu Yin's gaze turned solemn as he stared at the giant in front of him. End of chapter 1. In front of him was a giant that was 10 meters tall, glaring at Luin with large eyes. He carried a bow on his back and was dressed in simple cloth clothes. He looked like a savage, but this person gave Luin a great sense of danger. This giant's power level was at least 600,000 or 700,000. "You're that kid from the 5th mainland called Luin? I heard that the Temple of Tiamo listened to you and allowed them to join my Arrow sect. Today, I can let you go," the giant said in a loud voice. Luin raised his head. "If I inherit the 9 cauldrons battle techniques, will you let me go?" The giant grinned, raised a hand, and smacked the cauldrons. "What's the use of this thing? Is it as powerful as my arrows? If not for you, I wouldn't have come here. Give me an answer. Do you want your life or the Temple of Tiamo?" "I want your life." Luin barked, raising his hand to attack with an empty palm. An invisible palm shot through the void and landed on the giant's body. The giant's body only trembled slightly, and he looked down. Not bad, but it's useless. He then took out his bow and aimed at Luyin. At that moment, Lu Yin's scalp went numb, and the void around him seemed to be frozen. There was a soft sound, and the star-scattered chessboard appeared beneath his feet. He couldn't move at all, and there was a thump as his body was struck by the giant arrow. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face went pale. His miniature armor had blocked the arrow, but it couldn't block out the shockwave, especially when the arrow was 5 meters long. Luyin was struck by the arrow, and the enormous force pushed him back to the entrance of the 9 cauldron space. Behind him, the giant walked out of the astral source universe and slapped out. "Brat, you're courting death." Lu Yin's eyes went wide, and he roared. He used his golden battle force and immense strength to push away the arrow with great difficulty. Behind him, the giant's palm had already landed, and Luyin took out the referee's token and waved it. Ding ding ding. The crisp sound shook the void, and the giant's body froze as if it had been frozen. It swayed a few times before collapsing to the ground. Luyin panted heavily as he looked at the giant. This fellow was not any weaker than the giant corpse king on the other side of the astral tree world, and it was not a powerful enemy that Luyin could deal with. Fortunately, he had made sufficient preparations, or that arrow would have killed him. Luyin coughed and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He walked over to the giant's head and pressed down with one hand, causing the overlaying stacks to vibrate violently. He didn't know how long the chief judge's order would knock the giant out, but it shouldn't be too long. He had to do it himself. It would be best if he could kill this giant. Even if he couldn't, he had to make it sleep for a while longer. Using overlaying stacks consecutively, Luyin found it difficult to break through the giant's defenses with his own strength, but he was still able to knock him out. This fellow came from the Arrow sect. From his words, it was clear that the Arrow sect had an extraordinary desire for the Hall of Tiamo. Now that he had taken care of the giant, no one else would enter the 9 cauldron space. Luyin leaped into the cauldron and began to absorb the cauldron chi. This was the 3rd cauldron. Hopefully, it could be completely absorbed. Because there were powerhouses standing guard, no one from the 6th mainland dared to approach the 9 cauldron space. This allowed Luyin to safely absorb the energy for more than half a month until the 3rd cauldron shattered and fell down. He looked at the shattered 3rd cauldron on the ground and raised his hand to feel the flow of cauldron chi. It was an ancient and weathered feeling that made him feel as if he had traveled through time and space, returning to the earliest days of humanity. The scene of him comprehending the 9-yang cauldron transformation battle technique once again appeared in his mind. Yin shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He leaped into the 4th cauldron and began to absorb the energy. From this moment on, he could manifest 4 suns. Outside the 9 cauldron space, 2 people appeared. They were the new Realmlings, and they had arrived together. Lu Yin's comprehension of the 9 cauldrons battle technique had caused a huge uproar amongst the upper echelons of the 6th mainland, and this had also given the 6th mainland's geniuses some hope. Regardless of whether they were Realmlings or the top heirs of the various great powers, they all had the qualifications to enter the 9 cauldron space to comprehend the battle technique. As the 2 Realmlings entered, they were greeted by the sight of the shattered earth and the giant that had collapsed on the ground. The 2 were shocked, and one of them quickly retreated from the 9 cauldron space. The other reacted a beat slower, and a domain swept over him, causing him to collapse to the ground. Inside the 4th cauldron, Luyin felt that it was a pity that one of them had managed to escape. What a fast reaction! Luyin had already taken action when he had discovered that the 2 had entered, but one of them had reacted too quickly. It didn't matter. Time was almost up. Half a day later, the Realmlings who had reacted quickly entered and even brought the imprinter with him. Luyin, on the other hand, had already left. His time was up. The imprinter was furious when he saw the shattered 3rd cauldron, but he also rejoiced. Even the powerhouse from the Arrow sect had been defeated. If he had encountered Luyin, he would not have had a good ending. Now that Luyin had left, it was a good thing for him. Report this immediately. We cannot allow any more accidents to happen here, the imprinter said in a low voice as Lu Yin's name repeatedly appeared in his mind. In reality, they had not announced that Luyin had accepted the 9 cauldrons inheritance, and only a few people knew about it, especially the 5th mainland. They were worried that the Fifth Mainland would support Luin and send experts to help him. Now, the imprinter guessed that the Fifth Mainland's experts might have already appeared. Otherwise, how could a youth like Luin defeat an expert from the Arrow sect? The giant from the Arrow sect had an advantage over ordinary people. Although this giant had not reached the level of a world imprinter, he was very close. A single arrow would have been enough to kill him, so the Fifth Mainland must have sent an absolute powerhouse. Luin opened his eyes and appeared in King Zishan's palace. He raised his hand, and 4 suns appeared. With the appearance of the 4 suns, a strange aura swept across Xianxia star. No one could sense it, but their blood flowed faster, as if there was a resonance. Even the 2 experts, Lu Yi and Flying Flower, did not sense it. The 9-yang cauldron transformation required cultivation, and so did the serious art. Now that the outside world's attention was drawn to the war in the blazing mist flow zone, Luin continued to cultivate. As for the Wen family, he still had not decided on his conditions. He raised his hand and his die appeared. The cultivation of the serious art required time, so he could only roll the die. Once he started cultivating, it would take years. When the die stopped rolling, it showed 6 pips. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he appeared in that mysterious space. He immediately merged with a very bright ball of light not too far away, and his body shook as various memories flooded into his mind. Humph, humph. Luin looked up and saw a pig in front of him. A giant pig. When the pig saw Luin open his eyes, he was startled and became very vigilant. He let out an even louder whimper. Luin looked at him with the same gaze as before. The pig had seen this gaze for many, many years, and he could not even remember how many years it had been. This was Earth Swamp, the largest prison in the human domain. Talk? Why aren't you talking? Your gaze has changed. Strange, the pig said with a trembling voice. His huge butt shook as he stared into Lu Yin's eyes. Luin looked back at him calmly. After a while, the pig left. It was Deputy Hell Lord Earth Swamp, and people called him Lord Pig. After Lord Pig left, Luin lowered his head, unable to hide the shock in his eyes. He had actually merged with a prisoner, and this prisoner was not simple at all. This was Earth Swamp, and there were 3,000 chains that locked up 3,000 prisoners. Each chain could trap 1 person. The prisoners were pressed underground in Earth Swamp, and the surroundings were filled with a poisonous gas that corroded every prisoner. This gas could cause a person to lose their minds and even turn them insane. Only a few people with special treatment were not exposed to the gas, but most of the other prisoners would go crazy and die. Their corpses would then be thrown into Earth Swamp to become nutrients. This gas was death chi. The person that Luin had merged with had his limbs pierced through by chains, and he had been imprisoned here for many, many years. His memories were vast, and Luin could not absorb them all in one go. Even so, even a small amount of memories was enough to shock him. This person's name was Lu Huang, and he had been an extremely talented elder of the sword sect many years ago. He could have become the sect master, but because he was too stunning, he had attempted to create the 14th sword and ended up committing suicide. He was a pitiful genius that would be recorded in the sword sect's history. Lu Huang was like Lu Xiaoqiu in that he had been born with a sword. He had easily grasped the 12th sword when he was young, and he had traveled the universe and experienced many emotions. Finally, he had grasped the 13th sword at the age of 20, becoming a genius who could display the 13th sword even though his cultivation had not reached that level. He was a genius that had never appeared in the sword sect's history, and the sword sect called him a genius who could suppress the first Night King. The first Night King had founded the Night King bloodline and led the Day-Night clan to the peak of the Innerverse. Lu Huang was also considered by the sword sect to be a symbol that could lead them into the Neoverse. He was the ruler of the sword sect's future. Lu Huang did not disappoint the sword sect. In just a few decades, his cultivation had broken through to become an emissary, and his origin tribulation had been unprecedented. It was as if a sword had been slashed out from ancient times. That sword had shocked the other emissaries who had been watching, and after that, his meteoric rise had made him an unparalleled powerhouse in the sword sect in the shortest amount of time. However, Lu Huang had been too arrogant, and he had firmly believed that the 13th sword was not the limit. He had decided to go into seclusion and create the 14th sword. Many years later, the current sword sect master had fallen, and Lu Huang had been elected as the new sect master. Unfortunately, he had been discovered to have died in seclusion. This news had shaken the entire Fifth Mainland, and even the Hall of Honor had sent people to mourn the death of this genius. Who would have thought that not only had Lu Huang not died, but he had also been imprisoned in Earth's swamp? Not even the sword sect knew about this. This was a huge secret, and the people who had captured him were the Hall of Honor. Lu Yin had seen Lu Huang's memories and experienced his pain, grief, and deep hatred for the Hall of Honor. Lu Yin had not offended the Hall of Honor, and he could only blame himself for being too much of a genius. He was so talented that he could lead the sword sect into the Neoverse, which was something that the Hall of Honor would not allow. Everyone believed that the Hall of Honor did not interfere in the disputes between the powers because it was fair. However, no one knew just how many things the Hall of Honor had done in secret. In order to maintain the peace of the Neoverse and maintain the balance between the various powers, the Hall of Honor would rather capture Lu Huang and imprison him in Earth's swamp so that he would never see the light of day again. Aside from Lu Huang, the Hall of Honor had captured one person after another over the countless years who could possibly break the balance. They wanted the balance between the innerverse and the outerverse, the cosmic sea, and the Neoverse, not people who could break the balance. The Hall of Honor was carrying out what they believed to be their duty. Lu Yin had only just seen the Hall of Honor's true colors, but he could not blame them. If Emperor Lu had continued to cultivate, the sword sect would have definitely entered the Neoverse, and conflict would have been inevitable. At that time, many people would have died, and it would have caused a huge commotion. It would have given the alliance of rookies an opportunity to take advantage of the situation, which would have been beneficial to the sword sect. But now, Emperor Lu had been captured, and everything had been settled. But was this fair to the sword sect? Was it fair to Emperor Lu? The Hall of Honor had sacrificed Emperor Lu and the sword sect for the sake of balance. From the sword sect's perspective, this was unfair, but many people in the Neoverse rejoiced. The Hall of Honor was not wrong, as they had indeed maintained peace and prevented war. The sword sect could only be blamed for being too weak. This was the law of the universe. All fairness and right and wrong were built on one's fist. Lu Yin could only rejoice that his backer was strong enough. Otherwise, he would have unified the outerverse and coveted the innerverse, and he would have been captured by the Hall of Honor and locked up in Kuan's swamp. Now, he could act without restraint, which meant that he had an unparalleled background in the Hall of Honor. As the memories flooded in, Lu Yin saw Emperor Lu's thoughts. He had already thought things through, and he did not blame anyone. If he could, he would destroy the Hall of Honor for revenge. Regardless of right or wrong, this was the way of the universe. Right or wrong was not built on others, but on one's own fist. Emperor Lu's emotions aside, this person was worthy of being called an absolute genius because he had truly created the 14th sword. Lu Yin continued to read Emperor Lu's memories, experiencing how Emperor Lu had felt when cultivating his sword technique. He could fuse his memories with Emperor Lu's, and he could try anything that Emperor Lu could do. He had seen the right path, and the only thing missing was cultivation. The 13 Swords was an invincible sword technique that could shake even the astral tree domain. The 13th sword, in particular, was unavoidable unless one had no emotions. Anyone with emotions would definitely be struck. Lu Yin had once thought that this was the pinnacle of swordsmanship, and fusing emotions into a sword technique was something that he could not even imagine. However, Emperor Lu had created the 14th sword, creating a wondrous sword technique that could shock anyone in this hell on earth. He had named the 14th sword, Misery. Humph, humph, humph. The look in your eyes just now was very strange. Let me confirm it again. Lord Pig returned. Lu Yin also returned. The Lu Emperor's cultivation was extremely high, and when he had first created the 13th sword, his power level had already exceeded 800,000. However, after so many years of being corroded by the aura of death and tortured by the Kuan swamp, he had become extremely weak. His cultivation was only comparable to that of an ordinary emissary, otherwise, Lu Yin would not have been able to fuse into his body. The Kuan swamp contained death energy, and after fusing with the Lu Emperor and experiencing the 14th sword, all 6 points had been worth it. There was also something else that Lu Yin's gaze froze over. Someone was plotting a rebellion within the Kuan swamp. Most people thought that the Kuan swamp was located in the inner verse, but that was not accurate. The Kuan swamp was located at the border between the inner verse and the cosmic sea. It was the cosmic sea's seawater that had formed the Kuan swamp, which could be accessed from both the inner verse and the cosmic sea. However, the Kuan swamp zone, which was located in the cosmic sea, was even more despairing. Emperor Lu was imprisoned in the cosmic sea, while Xianxia was imprisoned in the inner verse. There were 3,000 chains within the Kuan swamp, and each chain was used to imprison a person. No one could escape, but within the Lu Emperor's memories, someone was plotting a rebellion that had already been going on for 100 years and could be activated at any time. The Lu Emperor did not know who this person was, but he knew that this person was not far from him. If this person could be imprisoned with the Lu Emperor, then this person had to be an old monster. Lu Yining raised his hand and continued rolling his die. He had just seen the 14th sword that the Lu Emperor had created. Although he could not reach the Lu Emperor's level in terms of swordsmanship, he had still experienced the complete 13 swords through the Lu Emperor's memories, which had given him a deeper understanding of swordsmanship. The inheritance that he had received from the sword steel had been a deciphering of swordsmanship, and now, he had verified it with the Lu Emperor's swordsmanship. Lu Ying realized that he had unknowingly become an expert in the way of the sword. If he was given a sword, he would probably be able to defeat Lu Tianmu. Feeling it was one thing, but actually being able to use it was another. The die slowly came to a stop at 4 pips. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he entered the time-stop space. As soon as he entered, Lu Ying transformed his star energy into a sword and raised his hand to unleash the first sword of the 13 swords. The sword slashed through the void with unparalleled power. Lu Ying was satisfied and continued. The 13 swords were not something that just anyone could cultivate. In the entire sword sect, only Lu Tianmu and Lu Xiaoqiu had been able to do so, and sometimes, no one could inherit the 13 swords. Lu Yin's thoughts were too simple. He had indeed experienced the Lu Emperor's experience in refining the 13 swordsmen, but when it was his turn, he could not display it so smoothly. It was like copying a cat to draw a tiger, but he could not draw out the tiger's charm. The 14th sword was even more so. He was certain that he could easily decipher the 13 swords, and he was confident that he could handle the 14th sword that the Lu Emperor had created. He could even teach it to others, but it was very difficult for him to display it. He had already received the inheritance from the sword steel regarding the control and deciphering of weapons, but it was not easy to display the unique battle technique of that particular weapon. Lu Ying sighed. Forget it, he was not that interested in the 13 swords. What was invincible was the person, not the battle technique. However, if the 14th sword was displayed in the sword sect, it should be very shocking. No, if he brought the Lu Emperor to the sword sect, it would be even more shocking. Lu Ying could only think about it. Once the Lu Emperor appeared and revealed the reason, there would be great trouble, and the Hall of Honor's reputation would be ruined. Regardless of whether or not the Hall of Honor treated the sword sect fairly, they had treated him well, and that was enough. Lu Yin's background was the Hall of Honor, and he had Master Yuan, the head judge, and Elder Chan. He could even influence the 9 directors. Lu Ying stopped researching swordsmanship and began to cultivate the serious art. This was his true treasure. Half a year later, the time was up, and Lu Ying left the time-stop space. This time, he had rotated 5,100 stars, which was nearly 1,000 more than when he had first left the serious sect. This was the result of cultivating the 5th level of the serious art. The 5th level of the serious art allowed him to rotate 99,000 stars, which was a huge number. Lu Ying did not know how long it would take him to complete it. Once he completely cultivated the 5th level of the serious art, he might be able to use the diagram on the bottom of his feet. Of course, he might also need to cultivate the 6th level of the serious art. He continued to roll his die, and this time, he rolled 1 pip. He obtained a useless weapon, which he crushed and tossed away before continuing to roll his die. This was his 4th time, and after this roll, he would have to rest for 10 days. His luck was good this time, and he obtained 3 pips. Unfortunately, this was not what he needed, as he did not need to upgrade anything for the time being. During these 10 days, Lu Ying rested well and also took the opportunity to observe the situation of the war in the blazing mist flow zone. The war in the Blazing Mist Flow Zone was escalating, and the Sylvan Dragons and the Ross Empire both had foreign experts joining the fray. The number of strangers entering the Fennel Flow Zone had also increased, and the 8 Great Flow Zones had definitely interfered. Luine was now curious about whether the Hall of Honor would secretly interfere like the Lu Emperor and capture the Luo Emperor and the leader of the Sylvan Dragons to Earth's swamp. That would be bad luck. More and more foreign experts were joining the fray, and Wang Wen hoped to turn the Blazing Mist Flow Zone into a black hole of war that would drag the Sword Sect, the Wen family, and the other powers into it. If he succeeded, it would be a good thing for the Great Eastern Alliance, but it would be even better if the Sixth Mainland and the Neo-Human Alliance were dragged in as well. When he thought of this, Lu Ying sent a message to Wang Wen, reminding him not to forget about the Neo-Human Alliance and the Sixth Mainland. 10 days passed quickly, and Lu Ying rolled his die again. He did not know if his luck was good or bad, but he rolled 6 pips again. The previous 6 pips had cost him tens of millions of star essence, and Earth Swamp had not been too far away. Fortunately, he hoped that it would not be too far away this time. Lu Ying went to the mystical space and found the closest and brightest ball of light to merge with. As he did so, he felt a familiar sensation. This was the feeling of a corpse king. A corpse king was ice cold, and its thoughts were rigid and emotionless. This emotionless coldness could even freeze one's thoughts. The moment Lu Ying merged with the ball of light, he immediately knew that it was a corpse king. When he opened his eyes, he saw that he was on a desolate planet. His surroundings were pitch black, and there were only rotating nebulae in the distance. They were multicolored, but they were not obvious. The Corpse King did not have many memories, and besides killing, there was only killing. These memories made Lu Ying uncomfortable, and just as he was about to withdraw from the fusion, Han Chong suddenly appeared in his memories. Han Chong had been killed by this Corpse King. At this moment, the Corpse King was in the Erudite Flow Zone, not too far from Lost Radiance Academy. When Xianxia had mentioned that Han Chong had died not too long ago, and Lu Ying had not expected that he would coincidentally merge with the Corpse King that had killed Han Chong. When Xianxia and the others had not been sure who had killed Han Chong and the others, and they had only guessed that it had been the Neo-Human Alliance. Now, Lu Ying had confirmed that the Corpse King had killed Han Chong for a painting. Han Chong had been known as the art saint during his time in the Astral Combat Academy. His battle technique had been painting, and he had been able to draw mountains and rivers. He had been the student leader of Astral too, and he had painted during the Astral Combat Tournament. At the time, Lu Ying had been very curious, but he had not paid much attention to it. He would never have guessed that Han Chong's death had been caused by his painting. This Corpse King had been watching Han Chong for many years, and it had not decided to kill him on the spur of the moment. It had been watching Han Chong since before the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, and it had not made a move. It had been observing Han Chong's every move in an attempt to understand his painting. As for the reason, the Corpse King did not know, but it had been ordered by the Neo-Human Alliance. The Corpse King had killed Han Chong because it had not been able to obtain any valuable information from the Corpse King, so it had captured him for interrogation. Unfortunately, Han Chong had not said anything in the end, or rather, he himself did not know that his painting had come from Lost Radiance Academy. And now, the Corpse King was watching Lost Radiance Academy. Lu Ying quickly withdrew from the fusion with a strange expression. Why was the Neo-Human Alliance so interested in Han Chong's painting? He sank into his memories, thinking back to the Astral Combat Tournament and the Tournament of the Strongest that Han Chong had participated in. During the Tournament of the Strongest, Han Chong had been defeated by Yun, but there had not been any abnormalities at that time. Something that had been targeted by the Neo-Human Alliance was definitely not simple. Lost Radiance Academy and the painting. It seemed that Lu Ying would have to find some time to visit the Erudite Flow Zone. Perhaps he could think of that condition. He continued rolling the die, but this time it was a 5, which was useless. 2, which was useless. Again. The 4th time, Lu Ying rolled a 4, and he continued cultivating Sirius. Another half a year passed. Lu Ying rested for another 10 days before continuing to roll the die. To outsiders, Lu Ying had been in seclusion for close to 2 months, but to cultivators, 2 months was nothing. However, to Wen Yao and Wen Sansi, it was a long time, and they had waited for 2 months. Luin watched as the die slowly stopped rolling. It was a 6 again. His luck was too good this time, and he had actually rolled a 6 3 times. This time, Luin did not merge into a person's body. Instead, he merged into a monster, 100-meter-tall corpse king. He looked down at the numerous corpse kings beneath him and then looked up at the waterfall in the distance. This was the Starfall Sea, outside of the horizontal black hole. Luin fused with a 100-meter-tall corpse king that was specialized in destroying sourcebox arrays. This corpse king had a power level of over 500,000, and it slowly made its way up the waterfall. Of course, its destination was the 6th mainland. Another corpse king. Luin felt helpless, as there were too many Eternals. The 5th mainland, the 6th mainland, and even the cosmic tree realm were all included. If he merged into an emissary's body, there was a high chance that he would end up with a corpse king. Right, this was the Starfall Sea. Luin looked towards the south. If he merged with a corpse king that was close to the Greyweed continent, wouldn't that mean that he could control the corpse king to go to Xianxia dojo and come into contact with that fist mark? There was hope, but that did not mean that he could comprehend the rest of the emptiness palm. He himself had not comprehended it before, but there was still hope. Luin grew excited and withdrew from the fusion. This giant corpse king was too far away from the Greyweed continent. Even if he used up all of his star essence, he might not be able to enter the Greyweed continent, let alone the Xianxia dojo and the fist mark. It all depended on luck. After withdrawing from the fusion, Luin still had 3 more chances to roll the die. He did not want to waste them, so he continued. Once, twice, and on his 3rd attempt, he rolled a 4 and entered the time-stop space to cultivate Sirius. Half a year had passed in the time-stop space, but only 1 second had passed in the outside world. Luin had used his die to cultivate the Sirius art for more than 2 years, and he had increased the number of stars in his hand to 5,700. This was 8 times more than when he had first returned to the 5th mainland, which meant that the power of his Sirius palm strike had increased by quite a bit, and he had also learned Sirius swordsmanship. Sirius swordsmanship used stars to form swords, and he wondered if it could be used in conjunction with the 13 swords. While Luin was in seclusion, Kuwei accompanied Ling Yan to the Innerverse Giant Financial Group's headquarters. Cold Beauty, where's the giant? Over the past 2 days, you've been showing me all kinds of services. Brother Wei isn't interested in any of these. I just want to see giants, Kuwei said. He believed that he had come with a mission. Ling Yan's eyes flashed. The giant's temper isn't too good. Please excuse him. Kuwei did not care. It's fine. We'll talk about it when we meet. Ling Yan nodded and took Kuwei to one of the planets under the control of the Giant Financial Group. The Giant Financial Group's headquarters was surrounded by dozens of planets, and one of them was inhabited by giants who were extremely intelligent and could develop technology. The environment on this planet was completely different from that of a normal planet, and the technology here was extremely advanced. The planet was extremely large. Kuwei looked up and saw an enormous flight of stairs, as well as the enormous tables and chairs in the distance. He gulped, this place was really huge. Some giants passed by, but they weren't curious about Kuwei and Ling Yan. There were many giants in the space station, but most of them were ordinary people. I'll take you to see President Qing, Ling Yan said. Kuwei nodded. Please. It was a strange feeling to walk through a giant's kingdom. Kuwei had experienced it before in Progenitor Chen's tomb, but the guardian giants there didn't seem to have any intelligence, and their residences had been very simple. They had only lived in large stone houses, but this was a technological kingdom. Everything was huge, as if a human's technological kingdom had been magnified 100 times. There's a giant kingdom here, but the outside world doesn't know about it. Kuwei was curious. Ling Yan replied, President Qing has decreed that the giants are not allowed to leave this place, and they are not allowed to leave the Giant Financial Group. That's wise. Many people outside aren't friendly to the giants, Kuwei said. Ling Yan glanced at Kuwei. Are you friendly to the giants? Kuwei replied, of course. Otherwise, why would Master send me here? I'm good at communicating with the giants. Is that so? Ling Yan obviously didn't believe him. Not long after, Ku Wei met the true leader of the giant financial group, Qin Kong, with Ling Yan leading the way. He was a very intelligent giant who was at least 100 meters tall. Qin Kong's reception of Ku Wei was quite grand. The grand hall was brightly lit, and the giants were dressed in formal attire just like the ordinary people. They exchanged pleasantries, which was quite strange. Ku Wei and Qin Kong sat across from each other at an enormous dining table. The table was very normal to the giants, but to Ku Wei, it could be used for a race. The tableware in front of him was huge, and there was a huge plate of unknown barbecued meat that completely blocked Ku Wei's view. In the distance, Ling Yan almost laughed out loud. Ku Wei soared into the air and passed by the barbecued meat to look at Qin Kong. Qin Kong looked at Ku Wei with interest, and the giants around them all looked over from time to time. Senior, Ku Wei said. You can call me President Qing or Boss Qing. I like it when people call me that, Qin Kong said with a loud voice and a smile. He did his best to appear friendly. If not for his giant face, he would have looked more like a mature businessman. Ku Wei coughed and was about to speak when a giant woman pushed a cup of wine over. She shook it slightly, and a few drops of wine spilled out, almost drowning Ku Wei. President Qing, you should know the reason why my master sent me here, Ku Wei said. Qin Kong nodded. Humans are suspicious and are worried that we giants are developing too quickly. This is understandable. We cooperated with the Great Eastern Alliance in the beginning because we hoped to be protected. The fact that Alliance Master Lu sent you here proves that he is willing to cooperate with us despite his doubts. I am very grateful to him. Ku Wei smiled. That's good, that's good. Come, let us welcome our guest from afar, the personal disciple of the Great Eastern Alliance's Alliance Master, Mr. Ku Wei. Qin Kong stood up and shouted. All the giants around them cheered, and the sound waves hurt Ku Wei's ears. Ling Yan did not feel good either, as she was not used to interacting with these giants. The meal ended amidst the giants' enthusiastic cheers, and Ku Wei met with Qin Kong in private. Facing the sea, Qin Kong knew how to enjoy himself as he sat down on a giant chair. As for Ku Wei, the chair was too big for him. It was even bigger than a house. It isn't easy for us giants to survive, especially those giants who don't have any intelligence. They kill humans like wild beasts, which makes our situation even worse. A long time ago, the Hall of Honor's board of directors decided to wipe out the giants' technology. Fortunately, even though the technology was wiped out, we were still able to survive. Over the years, we have developed our technology to its current state. The giant financial group only wants to give the homeless giants a place to stay. That's all. For this reason, we will endure even if the Innerverse's various powers exploit us. Qin Kong then looked at Ku Wei solemnly. If Alliance Master Lu is truly willing to accept us, then the giant financial group will definitely do our best to help the Great Eastern Alliance. We will not cause any trouble for him. Please convey my attitude to Alliance Master Lu. Ku Wei quietly listened to Qin Kong's words and thought about it. President Qing, Master does not have any prejudice against the giants. He sent me here to express his attitude. That's good, Qin Kong said. President Qing, do you really understand what I just said? What I meant was that I was sent here to represent Master's attitude, Ku Wei emphasized. President Qing did not understand. Isn't Alliance Master Lu using Brother Ku Wei's words to express his attitude? Ku Wei took a deep breath. It was time. He could not hide the fact that he had transformed into a giant forever. Humans might be prejudiced against him, but these giants would not be. The current Ku Wei was actually more of the same race as these giants. The chair is too big, and it's not comfortable, Ku Wei lamented. Qin Kong immediately ordered, someone, change a chair for Brother Ku Wei. A human chair. There's no need, Ku Wei replied. Then, under Qin Kong's stunned gaze, Ku Wei transformed into a giant that was about the same size as Qin Kong and about 100 meters tall. During his first transformation, Ku Wei had become about the same height as the guardian giant, which was about 1,000 meters tall. Now, as time passed, Ku Wei had become more and more proficient at transforming into a giant. Of course, this was only done in secret, as no one had seen him do it. He could freely control his size, and at his largest, he was even larger than his first transformation. With a clang, a female giant behind Kuwei was stunned. She stared at Kuwei in a daze, her worldview toppling. Even Qin Kong was stunned. He even stood up in shock. Brother Kuwei, what are you doing? Kuwei grinned. This is more like it. Qin Kong's mouth was wide open as he stared at Kuwei's smile. He was completely stunned, and it took him a while to react. He waved his hand and had the female giant back down. He stared at Kuwei and asked, "How did you do it? You're not human?" "You're the one who's not human." Kuwei rolled his eyes and stood up. He stretched comfortably and looked at Qin Kong. "Looking at you guys makes me feel like we're the same kind. This feeling is too strange." Qin Kong suddenly grabbed Kuwei's arm and squeezed it. Kuwei did not feel any pain, as Qin Kong's power level was only around 200,000. These giants who were proficient in creating technology did not have high combat power, so Kuwei could fight 10 of them at once. No, he could fight 100 of them. "You're different from us. You're a giant," Qin Kong blurted out. He looked at Kuwei in shock and hurriedly asked, "Did you obtain giant blood somewhere?" Kuwei was confused. "Giant? I don't understand." "I've been to Progenitor Chen's tomb and entered the guardian giant's blood pool." "No, the guardian giant's beasts don't have the ability to transform you. Think again. Did you obtain extraordinary blood?" Qin Kong asked. Kuwei shook his head. No matter how hard he thought about it, he could not come to a conclusion. There was only one possibility, and that was that Lu Yin had only come into contact with the guardian giant's blood pool. Qin Kong fell silent. Kuwei had given him too much of a shock, and only the giant tribe could understand this kind of shock. "Actually, why do you have to control your body to be 100 meters tall? Isn't it uncomfortable?" Kuwei asked curiously. Qin Kong looked at him silently. "That's our height." Kuwei blinked. "Then how can I become 1,000 meters tall? And I'm still growing?" Qin Kong's eyes narrowed. "Because you are a giant." His eyes then lit up. "Brother Kuwei, I'll take you to see the giant tribe's leader. He might be able to answer your questions." "Giant? You're kind. You're not? There are many types of giants, and mine are the smart ones. Brother Wei isn't stupid either." After seeing the giant that Qin Kong had mentioned, Kuwei finally understood what it meant to be the same kind. When he looked up, Kuwei was stunned. The giant in front of him was more than 10,000 meters tall, which was 10 times taller than him. Qin Kong looked like an ant in front of this giant. He had heard that there were many types of giants, but Kuwei had never thought that he would one day see such a huge one. This giant had a nice and domineering name, Chen Huang. At this moment, Chen Huang's giant eyes were fixed on Kuwei, and he sniffed. Kuwei was afraid, and he immediately transformed into a giant that was 1,000 meters tall. He no longer panicked when he looked at Chen Huang, as at least he would not be swallowed whole. The aura of an ancient bloodline. "You're a tribesman," Chen Huang said, his voice so loud that the void distorted. Qin Kong's eyes lit up. "Chen Huang, he really has the aura of an ancient giant." "That's right. Where does your bloodline come from?" Chen Huang asked. Kuwei gulped. "Progenitor Chen's tomb." In outer space, a white piece of paper flew towards the inner verse. It depicted Lu Yin and Lu Feihua writing on it. Lu Yin had just come out of seclusion when he received a call from Kuwei. Even now, he still could not believe that the giant figure on the screen was Kuwei, and there was an even bigger figure behind him. "Our items are still the best. Your spacecraft is too slow," Feihua sighed. The paper was made from the bark of the mother tree and could be folded into any shape. How fast it could fly depended on the person controlling it. At this moment, Mr. Lu Yi was controlling the paper at a much faster speed than the spaceship. With this speed, it would only take them 2 days to reach the giant financial group. The spacecraft can be used by ordinary people, and there won't be any pressure. Big Sister Feihua disdainfully replied, "Why would a normal person need to be so fast? Senior, you only care about cultivation. Don't forget that you also started out as an ordinary person. The greater the scope of your contact, the more opportunities you have." If I hadn't used the spacecraft back then, I wouldn't have been able to leave that small world, and I wouldn't even exist now. Luin looked at her. Mr. Lu Yi replied, that's right. Out of 10 billion ordinary people, one elite cultivator is enough. These spacecraft are indeed useful. It's just that it's too slow. Big Sister Fei Hua snorted. Luin suddenly thought of a question. Seniors, you've followed me around the fifth mainland. What do you think? Too weak, Fei Hua said bluntly. Luin had no intention of paying attention to her. This woman had a very explosive temper. Mr. Lu Yi thought about it. Although it's far from being comparable to my cosmic tree, it's still quite unique. There are also many inheritances that share the same origin as the cosmic tree. It can't be considered an abandoned land, right? Luin smiled. Big Sister Fei Hua sneered, as long as there's no progenitor, it'll always be an abandoned land. Luin choked, but it made sense. Without a progenitor, it could only be an abandoned land. Lu Yin's sudden departure made Wen Yao and the rest anxious. The Wen family valued the 7-layered literary prison more than anyone else, which was why they had been keeping an eye on Lu Yin while he was in seclusion. They had thought that Lu Yin had other plans for going to the Innerverse. Brother Lu, just state your conditions. The Wen family will do our best to fulfill them, Wen Xianxia said, sounding a little anxious. Lu Yin had rarely seen him speak like this. Lu Yin replied, Brother Wen, I haven't thought of my conditions yet, but you can help me with something first. Please, Wen Xianxia said. Lu Yin said, Yihuang Academy has a landscape painting that Han Chong used to defeat Xia Yi during the astral combat tournament. I'd like to take a look. Wen Xianxia did not understand. A landscape painting? Brother Lu, are you interested in that? A little. It's mainly because with Han Chong's strength back then, it wouldn't have been easy for him to defeat someone on the same level. That landscape painting is not ordinary. If Brother Wen doesn't know what it is, you can go to Yihuang Academy to take a look. Lu Yin then ended the call. The Neo-Human Alliance wanted to obtain the landscape painting, and even if they did not know what it was for, there was no harm in obtaining it first. There was one thing that Lu Yin was absolutely certain of, no matter what he did now, the Neo-Human Alliance would not harm him. His scheme was more important than anything else as it concerned the war between two races. Since that was the case, he could use his advantage to his advantage. Wen Xianxia told Wen Yao about Lu Yin's conditions, but Wen Yao did not understand. Either. He immediately contacted the Han family from Yihuang Academy. Finally, the conditions were presented to the dean of Yihuang Academy. The dean was an elder of the Han family, and he was also the oldest surviving member of the family. He was an emissary. It was far more difficult for cultivators from the fifth mainland to break through to the emissary realm than it was for cultivators from the sixth mainland. This was because there were no imprints and there were not as many opportunities as there were in the cosmic tree realm. As a result, the fifth mainland had the fewest emissaries. Anyone who could become an emissary was not simple. President Han sat quietly with an elder of the Han family waiting in front of him. Tell Lu Yin that Yihuang Academy does not have any landscape paintings. Han Chong's landscape painting was his own opportunity, and it disappeared with his death, President Han said in a low voice. Yes, President. After the elder of the Han family left, President Han had a complicated look in his eyes, as if he was recalling something. So it was because of this. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let Chong'er come into contact with it. That would have led to his death. But how did this Lu Yin find out? Lu Yin quickly received Wen Yao's answer. My apologies, Senior. That landscape painting is a prerequisite. Without it, there's nothing to discuss. Lu Yin was not surprised by Yihuang Academy's answer. In fact, he did not know whether or not there was any landscape painting, but since the Neo-Human Alliance had been willing to send experts to keep an eye on it for nearly 10 years in order to ensure that they did not make any mistakes in finding the painting, Lu Yin believed that the item was definitely very important. It was normal that Yihuang Academy was unwilling to hand it over. Alliance Master Lu, it's just a mere landscape painting. If you want it, there are plenty of people in my Wen clan who are willing to help you draw it. No matter where you want a landscape painting, my Wen clan can satisfy you. Our people are very skilled in this aspect, and they definitely won't be any worse than those drawn by ancient sages, Wen Yao said. Lu Yin replied, my apologies, senior. It has to be a landscape painting drawn by Han Chong after he defeated Xia Yi. I believe that Yihuang Academy has it. Indeed, they don't have it. Yihuang Academy will not refuse any of my family's requests, especially when it's such an important matter, Wen Yao said anxiously. He was certain that the Han family would not refuse, as the Han family had been dependent on the Wen family for many years. However, no matter what Wen Yao said, Lu Yin was the one who had the conditions, and it was only a prerequisite. Without a landscape painting, there was nothing to discuss. Wen Yao asked, Alliance Master Lu, do you not trust my Wen family, or do you have other plans? Lu Yin frowned. Wen surely, I have the final say in any conditions. I can only tell you that I have no other plans at the moment, but I can't say for sure if this drags on for too long. Alliance Master Lu, Wen surely is also a member of my Wen family. You've captured someone from my Wen family, Wen Yao said anxiously. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Senior, you're using the Wen family to threaten me. Since that's the case, then forget it. If the Wen family has the ability, then come and snatch him away yourself. Brother Lu, that's not what we meant. Please don't misunderstand. It's just that Wen surely is indeed a member of my Wen family. Brother Lu, please understand our feelings, Wen Xianxia hurriedly explained. Lu Yin coldly replied, we'll talk after you hand over the landscape painting. There's no need to talk about anything else. He then ended the call. On Xinyu Star, Wen Yao was panting heavily, and his face was flushed red. He had never been so submissive to a junior before, and he had been passive the entire time he had met Lu Yin. He had even tried to put in a good word for him, but he had not been able to control himself. Lu Yin established the Great Eastern Alliance and even negotiated with the leading powers of the 8 great flow zones in the Sword Sect. He's not afraid of anyone, and now that his background in the Hall of Honor is even more profound, no one can touch him. Just bear with it, Wen Xianxia advised. Wen Yao sighed. Forget it. Continue contacting the Han family. Since Lu Yin is so certain, perhaps the Han family really is hiding something. Wen Xianxia nodded, as he had the same thoughts. Otherwise, Lu Yin would not have purposely made things difficult for them. It was unwise, and even if he did not fear the Wen family, there was no need to make enemies. 2 days later, Lu Yin arrived at the giant financial group. Ling Yan was already waiting for him, along with Qin Kong and the rest of the 100-meter-tall giants. When Lu Yin landed on the giant financial group's planet, Qin Kong hurriedly welcomed him with a smile that was even more enthusiastic than when he had met Ku Wei. Alliance leader Lu, welcome to the giant financial group. Lu Yin smiled. President Qin, long time no see. Lu Yefei looked curiously at the giants around him. There were all sorts of people in the astral tree domain, and there were giants as well. However, this was the first time they had seen such a strange giant. Weren't giants supposed to eat raw meat and drink blood? They lived in all sorts of strange ways, but these giants were no different from ordinary people. Qin Kong and the others could not tell how powerful Lu Yefei was, so they assumed that he was a bodyguard. Lu Yin and Qin Kong chatted as they headed towards the planet with the giants. That place was forbidden to the giant financial group, and only Qin Kong could lead the way. Ling Yan and the others could only wait in place. Lu Yefei did not follow them, as this bit of distance made no difference to them. When Lu Yin saw the 10,000-meter-tall giant, he also saw Ku Wei. It was too big, but Lu Yin was not surprised. He had seen ancient giants that were far more than 10,000 meter tall through Progenitor Chen's memories in his tomb. Progenitor Chen's giant clone had been able to casually grab a planet and play with it like a marble. Master! Ku Wei shouted as his body shrank to welcome Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded and looked at the giant. Chen Huang also looked at Lu Yin curiously. His expression was solemn and even a little surprised. You have the same bloodline aura. Can you transform into a giant as well? On the way here, Ku Wei had told Lu Yin about this, and Lu Yin immediately understood. Back in Progenitor Chen's tomb, Lu Yin had absorbed Progenitor Chen's bloodline, and Ku Wei had also coincidentally absorbed a bit of Progenitor Chen's bloodline. The only difference was that Lu Yin's own bloodline had assimilated Progenitor Chen's bloodline, just like how he had absorbed the White Dragon clan's bloodline. I can't transform, Luin said. Chen Huang was confused. Why? Luin thought about it. Maybe it's because I haven't interacted with many giant bloodlines. Master, did you fall into that blood pool as well? Kuwei asked, as he did not know about this. Luin nodded and did not elaborate. He looked at Chen Huang. Your surname is Chen. Are all giants surnamed Chen? That's right. Luin understood. That's why Xiaoshang is also called Progenitor Chen. No wonder. It was precisely because of his giant avatar that Progenitor Chen had been chased by the Daosaur sect and surrounded by various great powers. After he had reached the Progenitor realm, his giant avatar had left the deepest impression on everyone. Since all giants were surnamed Chen, the name Progenitor Chen had been born. Qing Kong spoke up. Alliance Master Lu, we invited you here to express our sincerity. We want you to know that whether it is now or in the future, the giant tribe will always be friendly to you. We hope that Alliance Master Lu will treat us the same. Luin nodded and smiled. President Qing, you worry too much. If I cared about the giant tribe, I would not have kept Kuwei by my side. Kuwei looked aggrieved, as he had thought the same at first. He had thought that Luin had sent him to the giant financial group because he knew that he could transform into a giant. However, when he contacted Luin 2 days ago to specifically transform into a giant, Lu Yin's expression had told him that he had guessed wrong. Luin had not known that he could transform into a giant at all. Kuwei felt aggrieved, as he had actually guessed wrong and revealed his greatest trump card. Alliance Master Lu, I have one more request, Chen Huang spoke up as he looked at Luin and Kuwei. Luin replied, please go ahead. Chen Huang said solemnly, my giant bloodline has actually been extinct since the ancient war with the Sixth Mainland. We perished together with Progenitor Chen, and we can only be considered to have borrowed our thin bloodline to get closer to the giant bloodline. There's still a fundamental difference. If we can obtain Progenitor Chen's bloodline, then we can truly become a giant, and we can truly grow infinitely. I'm 10,000 meters tall now, and that's our limit. Essentially, we can't break through, so I want to borrow the power of that person's blood. Luin was astonished. Borrow? How do I borrow it? Give us his blood. The more the better, said Chen Huang. When Kuwei heard this, his face paled. Impossible. How old am I? How much blood can I give you? Chen Huang hurriedly replied, I don't need too much. Just give me 1/10 of your blood, and that should be enough. I'll break through my essence and truly approach the giant bloodline. As for the rest, we'll break through on our own. No, absolutely not. I'll take even 1/10, Kuwei directly refused. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he looked at Kuwei. When Kuwei saw Lu Yin's gaze, his heart sank, and he grew anxious. Master, do you know how many giants there are? There are more than 1,000 of them, and each of them only has 1/10 of my blood. Master, I would have killed them long ago. Luin smiled. You can replenish your blood. Lu Yin's smile caused Kuwei to grow even more anxious. He understood Luin well, and he knew that Lu Yin's smile meant that Luin had his own thoughts. Master, why should we help them? If we don't help them, then this disciple really can't give his blood. Luin looked at Chen Huang. Did you hear that? Although I'm working with the giant financial group, it's only a partnership. I can't help you for no reason. If I give you my blood, it'll be easy for someone to die. It'll definitely kill. Kuwei shouted. Chen Huang fell silent, as he was not good at negotiations. Qing Kong asked, does Alliance Leader Lu have any conditions? Lu Yin's lips curled up. How many giants are there? 1,152, Qing Kong replied. Luin thought about it. 200. If 200 giants work for me, I can get Kuwei to give you his blood. Kuwei wailed, Master, I don't want that. Luin pressed down on his shoulder. Shut up. Kuwei did not dare to speak, and he just looked at Luin helplessly. If he had known that things would turn out this way, he would not have invited Luin over. Qing Kong looked at Chen Huang. Chen Huang thought about it and then nodded. It's time for our people to go out. Back then, the giant's bloodline shook the sixth mainland and slaughtered many of its cultivators. Today, that day has come again. Alliance leader Lu, only a third of Brother Ku Wei's blood can be given each time. How about this? Let him stay in the giant financial group so that we can take care of him, Qin Kong suggested. Ku Wei's face paled, and he looked at Lu Ying pleadingly. Lu Ying smiled. President Qing, please arrange a secluded place for us so that we can discuss this. Qin Kong nodded. Alliance leader Lu, please. Lu Ying glanced at Chen Huang and then followed Qin Kong. Chen Huang had been looking forward to this day, as the giant's bloodline would soon recover. They had long since wanted to go out and fight in outer space, as the giants were not suited for hiding. The place that Qin Kong had arranged for Lu Ying and Ku Wei was indeed secluded, and the scenery was beautiful. After Qin Kong left, Ku Wei immediately lay down on the ground. Master, please don't give me any blood. I don't want to stay here. I don't want to be taken care of. Lu Ying replied, give me some of your blood. The more, the better. Ku Wei wailed again, but Lu Ying grew impatient. Alright, I have a way to obtain even purer progenitor Chen's blood. Just give it to me. Just a reminder, the more blood you give, the greater the chances of success. If too little causes progenitor Chen's blood to become impure, then you'll have to stay here. Ku Wei was startled, and he hurriedly began to give Lu Ying his blood. He could only trust Lu Yin's words. Of course, Lu Ying would not leave Ku Wei here to be drained. After all, Ku Wei was his disciple, and he was not that cruel. What he wanted was to improve Ku Wei's bloodline. With his dye's 3 pips, he should be able to improve it to the same level as progenitor Chen's bloodline, not just a little bit. Ku Wei was really going all out, and he had given up more than half of his blood. He looked like he was terminally ill, and he could not even walk. The blood floated in the air, but Lu Ying could not sense any trace of progenitor Chen's blood. His own Lu family bloodline was enough to assimilate progenitor Chen's bloodline. Lu Ying took most of Ku Wei's blood and went into seclusion. He told Ku Wei that he would only come out in 10 days. Ku Wei could only wait and hope that Lu Ying would not be so cruel as to leave him here to be drained. Elsewhere, Qin Kong once again approached Chen Huang. Are they willing? Do you agree? Chen Huang asked. Qin Kong replied, don't worry, Lu Ying is very smart and calculative. He won't give up on the giant bloodline. Sigh. Back then, the giant bloodline only fought for themselves and the fifth mainland. Now, they actually have to work for someone else. If progenitor Chen finds out, his heart will ache, Chen Huang said helplessly. Qin Kong shook his head. Times have changed, and there are very few people like progenitor Chen among the humans. Lu Ying is the most outstanding human I've ever seen. If we follow him, we'll be able to establish ourselves on the fifth mainland. I hope that we can really become giants and grow without limit. One day, we'll reach progenitor Chen's level, and we'll be able to destroy stars with a wave of our hands. Lu Ying waited for 8 days before his dye finally returned to normal. He raised his hand, and the dye reappeared, and he tapped it. He had been rolling it quite frequently during this time. 4 pips, and his luck was quite good. The scene in front of him changed, and Lu Ying appeared in the time-stop space. Here, he could definitely roll 3 pips. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times. On the 7th time, Lu Ying rolled 3 pips. 2 screens of light appeared, and Lu Ying took a deep breath and began to upgrade his blood. He frantically tossed star essence into it. Progenitor Chen was a progenitor, and anyone with the word progenitor attached to their name was not simple. Even if it was just a seemingly useless blood, the upgrade cost was much more than ordinary external items. The first upgrade cost him 3 million star essence, and the subsequent upgrades increased exponentially. With each upgrade, the blood fell again and again. Eventually, the blood changed at a speed visible to the naked eye, revealing an indescribable pressure. After the 6th upgrade, the blood's color became much more profound, and the surrounding void distorted as if a giant was roaring. Then, the 7th, 8th, and 9th time fell. The blood was no longer blood, and it seemed to be alive. It clearly existed, but Lu Ying felt as if the space around him could not bear the weight of the pressure. Suddenly, a fist punched towards Lu Ying. Luin was shocked and subconsciously retreated, but the fist disappeared. Was that an illusion? No, that was not right. It was a battle that had been branded into progenitor Chen's blood, and it was a mark that could not be erased. Luin stopped upgrading, as he knew that he would definitely be able to obtain progenitor Chen's blood when he was at his peak. However, he did not know what would happen at that time, and he did not know if he would be able to handle it. The 9 upgrades had cost him more than 1.22 billion star essence, which was another reason why he did not upgrade it. Any more upgrades would cost an astronomical figure, and he might not even have enough money on him. Even now, he had used more than 1 billion star essence, which was enough to make his heart ache. The giant financial group would have to pay for this. Luin shook his head as he looked at progenitor Chen's blood. It was a pity that it was useless to him, but it would definitely be of great use to Kuwei. When the time was up, Luin left the time-stop space and walked outside. Kuwei had recovered quite a bit, and there was a bit of red on his face. He looked at Luin nervously, but his eyes were filled with anticipation. Luin laughed. I'll return some of your blood to you, but you'll have to use the rest of your life to repay me. He then tossed a bottle of progenitor Chen's blood to Kuwei's puzzled gaze. After upgrading most of Kuwei's blood, he had only obtained 3 bottles of progenitor Chen's blood, and this bottle was for Kuwei. Kuwei caught it and stared blankly at progenitor Chen's blood. The blood inside actually made him want to absorb it. Master, what's this? It's progenitor Chen's blood. Absorb it and take a look. Hearing that it was progenitor Chen's blood, Kuwei was overjoyed. He swallowed it in one gulp, and his body started to change. He became extremely large, and the surface of his body became red like steam. Kuwei's body grew bigger and bigger, reaching 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. Then, it continued to grow, surpassing his previous maximum size and still growing. Luin was curious and wanted to see just how tall Kuwei could grow. Qing Kong arrived and watched as Kuwei's body grew from 1,000 meters to 2,000 meters, then 3,000 meters, 4,000 meters, 5,000 meters. Qing Kong's mouth gradually opened wide. How was this possible? This was growing taller, not pulling out radishes. Wasn't this too fast? Was progenitor Chen's blood really that effective? Kuwei was in great pain. Progenitor Chen's blood had brought about a transformation to him. In the past, although he was also of the giant bloodline and did not have any bottlenecks, he still needed to take his time to grow taller. Now, progenitor Chen's blood had allowed him to improve rapidly. It had not only brought about changes to his body. In the end, Kuwei reached a height of 8,000 meters, which was very close to Chen Huang's height of 10,000 meters. Qing Kong was stunned. This was too exaggerated. With a boom, the ground shook and the void cracked open. Chen Huang's huge body walked out and looked at Kuwei with a burning gaze. His breathing was ragged as he said, "Bloodline, your bloodline has changed. It's purer now, and it's filled with majesty. This is Ancestor Chen's bloodline. Are you his descendant?" Kuwei panted heavily, and every time he gasped for breath, the wind would surge. He looked at his hands and felt his current strength. He had actually become an enlighter, and he had broken through in an instant. Clouds swirled around his fingertips, and he could now look down at tall mountains. Everything around him had become smaller. Luin was satisfied. This time, he had discovered that Kuwei had broken through to the hunter realm, but he had only gone through 11 cycles. Now, with the help of progenitor Chen's blood and the special characteristics of the giant bloodline, Kuwei had actually managed to reach the enlighter realm in a single leap. This sort of leap was quite exaggerated. It was no wonder that those clans with progenitor realm experts gave birth to so many geniuses. No matter how weak a disciple was, with the bloodline of a progenitor realm expert, it would be different. At this moment, Kuwei had become an expert. At least in the Outerverse, he was a top-notch expert. With the giant's uniqueness and the Ku family's battle techniques, he could definitely fight against Xianxia and the others without necessarily losing. Kuwei hurriedly shrunk his body and looked at Luin with a burning gaze. "Master, I've become more powerful." "Thank you, Master." Luin nodded. "He's my first disciple, after all." Chen Huang bent down and stared at Luin. "Alliance Master Lu, how did you do it?" Lu Yin originally wanted to take out progenitor Chen's blood, as he still had 2 bottles left. One bottle would be given to the giant tribe to help them improve the quality of their bloodlines, and the other bottle could be sold to Qin Kong to recoup his costs. However, he suddenly thought of a question. With Ku Wei's current blood purity, how much blood would he need to help one of your giants break through their bloodlines? Chen Huang's huge eyes looked at Ku Wei. 1 drop is enough. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Find someone to test it out. Soon, another giant appeared. There were a total of over 1,000 giants on this planet. They formed an existence similar to a tribe and were protected by the giant financial group. The giants were different from the technological giants. They seemed to be part of the giant race, but they were actually 2 different races. What was even more different was that the giants had great combat potential. Once they were exposed, they would be a much greater threat compared to the technological giants. Therefore, even if the technological giants could be exposed, the giants could not. The giant that appeared this time was in its prime and was 7,000 meters tall. The giants were relatively tall, and Qin Kong was the tallest of them all. Ku Wei was second only to Qin Kong. The giant was confused and did not know what to do. He looked at Ku Wei blankly. He had never seen a giant before, and he felt an inexplicable sense of awe. Lu Yin looked at Ku Wei. Ku Wei grinned and carefully took out a drop of blood. He threw it at the giant unhappily. The giant swallowed the blood under Qin Kong's instructions and then roared. His body visibly grew by 1,000 meters until he was about the same height as Ku Wei. Lu Yin could also see that the giant's rune lines had increased by at least 40,000. It was just a drop of blood, and he had not even cultivated it, yet his power level had increased by 40,000. It was like a pie had fallen from the sky. Hold on, these giants couldn't all be enlighters, right? After less than an hour, the robust giant finally calmed down. Giant beads of sweat dripped from his body like a waterfall. He lowered his head and looked at Ku Wei, his eyes filled with respect and even a trace of submission. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he looked at Ku Wei in astonishment. Could Ku Wei's bloodline suppress this giant? Was this why he worshipped him? My name is Qin Ji. Do you have any orders for me? The giant asked as he looked at Ku Wei. Ku Wei rolled his eyes. No orders. Stay away. You're blocking my view. Lu Yin casually patted Ku Wei's head. Be more polite to him. Qin Ji was furious, and he glared at Lu Yin. How dare you? He struck out with a palm, but Chen Huang hurriedly grabbed Qin Ji's arm and growled, Go back. Qin Ji panted heavily and glared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at Qin Ji with interest and pointed at Ku Wei. You respect him a lot? Yes, you're not allowed to be rude. Qin Ji raged, unable to control himself. Chen Huang frowned. Back off. Don't be impudent. He grabbed Qin Ji and flung him away. The giant, who was 8,000 meters tall, was flung away like a baby. Lu Yin looked deeply at Qin Ji, who had been tossed away, and then turned to Chen Huang with what he thought was a friendly and sincere smile. If a single drop of blood can allow a giant to break through his bloodline's limits, then the amount of blood needed to create 1,152 giants won't be much. The giant bloodline will be able to regain its former glory. Qin Kong kept staring at Lu Yin, and when he saw that smile, he knew that something was amiss. He had also seen Qin Ji's performance, and his heart sank. If Ku Wei's blood was used to break through his bloodline's limit, wouldn't that mean that the giant bloodline would respect and even obey Ku Wei's orders? That was not a good thing. However, he looked at Chen Huang again. Breaking through the bloodline's limit and reviving the giant bloodline was the wish of all the giants. Could Lu Yin stop this? Chen Huang did not seem like a good communicator, but he was no fool. He could see the advantage of Ku Wei's bloodline. If Ku Wei's bloodline was used to break through the bloodline's limit, then the giants would respect him from the bottom of their hearts. There was no way around this. Ku Wei's bloodline came from Ku Wei, and his bloodline was the source. Countless years later, Ku Wei would be the progenitor to the giants' descendants. This was the progenitor's bloodline. Lu Yin could give up and allow the giant bloodline to continue in its current state, but the giant bloodline might never be able to break through the bloodline's limit again. This was a difficult problem. Luin was glad that he had not immediately taken out progenitor Chen's blood. With Kuwei's bloodline, he could truly control these giants. Where else could he find such a good deal? He looked at Kuwei with a gaze full of admiration. Who would have thought that someone who called himself Brother Wei and had almost been executed by the Ku family would have such a day? Luin had not lost out on taking in this disciple. Kuwei saw Luin staring at him and subconsciously flashed a fawning smile. Lu Yin's expression changed. Maintain your prestige in front of those giants in the future. Don't smile, got it? Kuwei nodded. He was not stupid, and he could tell what Luin was thinking. He felt that today was a turning point in his life. Alliance Master Lu, how did little brother Kuwei undergo such a huge change? Qin Kong asked Luin seriously as he thought of this question. Chen Huang also stared at Luin. Luin did not avoid the topic. I just remembered that I had a bottle of blood that I obtained from progenitor Chen's tomb. I didn't know if it was progenitor Chen's, so I gave it to him to try. If he was lucky, it really was progenitor Chen's blood. Chen Huang and Qin Kong both exclaimed, progenitor Chen's blood? Is there more? Chen Huang asked anxiously. Luin shrugged. Sorry, there's no more. Chen Huang was disappointed. Qin Kong did not believe him and whispered, Alliance Master Lu, progenitor Chen's blood is very important to the giant bloodline. If there's more, the giant financial group is willing to purchase it at a high price. How about 1.5 billion star essence? Lu Yin's eyelids twitched, and he almost agreed. However, reason prevailed. You're overthinking it, President Qing. There's really no more. Qin Kong still did not believe him, but he had no way of forcing Luin to hand it over. If he were in Lu Yin's position, he would not hand over progenitor Chen's blood either. Using Kuwei's blood would allow him to break through the restrictions of the giant bloodline and also control them. Even an idiot would know what to do, and Luin would not give up on the giant bloodline for 1.5 billion star essence. Chen Huang felt that it was a pity. Alliance Master Lu, is there really no more progenitor Chen's blood? Luin replied, perhaps there's still some in progenitor Chen's tomb, but the place that I obtained it from is definitely gone, and I don't have any myself. He then pointed at Kuwei. His blood is enough for you to break through the restrictions, and it won't consume much of it. The conditions are still the same, 200 giants for me to mobilize. How about that? Qin Kong's mouth twitched. 200 giants? Once Kuwei's blood allowed all the giants to break through the restrictions, then all of them would belong to the Great Eastern Alliance. Even if he could figure it out, in the end, Chen Huang could not resist the temptation of becoming a true giant, and he allowed all the giants to absorb Kuwei's blood. Kuwei continued to draw blood, and his head felt dizzy. He looked at the giants in the distance, who were all staring at him with burning eyes. This feeling was not bad, as these fellows were all his underlings. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. With so many giants here, they could scare anyone to death. Through Qin Kong, Lu Yin had learned that giants were born with the destructive power of an explorer. A single giant was so strong that it could crush a planet. Adult giants had the strength of a hunter, and some of them could even reach the strength of an enlighter. They were basically humanoid beasts, but that was all in terms of destructive power. Destructive power did not represent one's realm. Giants with the destructive power of an explorer could not be said to be able to roam the heavens. They could only be said to be able to survive in outer space. Of course, some giants could roam the heavens with a little bit of training. These giants had not undergone any training, and some of them could easily surpass 300,000 power levels and reach 400,000. They could even break through to become envoys. Back then, one of progenitor Chen's 9 clones had become part of the giant bloodline. From a young age until now, progenitor Chen's path of development had been different from the other giants, but it was very similar. Lu Yin had seen progenitor Chen's memories, and he had seen progenitor Chen competing with the other giants, including the Tomb Guardian. At that time, the giants in front of them could not be compared to the giants in front of them. However, as Kuwei's blood fused with them, these giants would gradually regain their ancient strength. Alliance Master Lu, are we really going to recruit 200 giants into the Great Eastern Alliance army? Qin Kong asked. Lu Yin asked, what's the problem? These giants are all very powerful, so you won't lose out if you join my Great Eastern Alliance. Xianxia explained, the innerverse commercial powers are different from the outerverse. In the outerverse can have the 4 great corporations, which can surpass a weave's leading power. However, this is impossible in the innerverse. There are many innerverse corporations, and in terms of wealth, some of them even surpass the 4 great corporations. However, they are all controlled from behind the scenes. For example, my giant financial group's profits are split among the flow zone's leading powers. Most importantly, there's a hand controlling us from behind the scenes, and that hand comes from Chaos God Mountain. Luin was flabbergasted. He knew that the giant financial group had to have someone controlling them from behind, or else they wouldn't have been able to hide these giants so easily. However, he hadn't expected it to be Chaos God Mountain. The giant financial group was not close to the Chaos Flow Zone. Is Chaos God Mountain protecting you? Luin asked. Xianxia said in a low voice, it's a win-win situation. Chaos God Mountain only cultivates cultivation techniques, not battle techniques. They train their disciples to have abnormal instincts. We giants, on the other hand, are born with powerful physical bodies. Since ancient times, Chaos God Mountain has always kept an eye on the giants, so we have no secrets from them, including the giant bloodline. Every once in a while, the Chaos God Mountain will select a giant from this place to be used as a training tool. If we don't agree, we'll all be killed. We can't stop them. Luin frowned. What about the Sword Sect and the others? Don't they know of your existence? Of course I do, but each of the 8 great flow zones has their own secrets. My giant financial group is Chaos God Mountain's secret, and we just don't interfere with each other's business. Xianxia sighed. If it weren't for Chaos God Mountain's protection, we giants would have been secretly massacred by the Expeditionary Army. That's why we and Chaos God Mountain are using each other. I'm just saying this to tell you that if you meddle in the affairs of the giants, you'll attract trouble from Chaos God Mountain. Luin did not care about Chaos God Mountain. He was more interested in the Expeditionary Army that Xianxia had mentioned. Are you talking about the Expeditionary Army that belongs to the Hall of Honor? Xianxia found it strange. Leader Lu, don't you know that Director Tsong-Ying has some military power in the Expeditionary Army? This is also the reason why he was able to become a director. His ancestor has always been one of the biggest controllers of the Expeditionary Army. Back then, it was the Expeditionary Army that destroyed the Titan technology. The Hall of Honor was the true ruler of the Fifth Mainland. Aside from the top-notch experts and the various large organizations that belonged to the Hall of Honor, the Hall of Honor also had its own army, which was the Beast Destroyer Army, the Guardian Army, and the Expeditionary Army. The Beast Destroyer Army guarded the border between the human domain and the astral beast domain all year round. They were the only army at the border that was not under the command of the Commander-in-Chief. As the name implied, the Guardian Army was an army that protected the Glory Realm and the Realm Mountain. The Expeditionary Army was another sharp blade of the Hall of Honor. Nominally, they were there to suppress the Neo-Human Alliance, but in reality, they could be deployed to the entire Fifth Mainland. If the Hall of Honor wanted to destroy someone, the Galactic Arbitration Institute would not have to act, but the Expeditionary Army would. This was an army composed of explorers at the very least, and it was also the model for Lu Yin's invincible army. He didn't. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. It was no wonder why Tsong-Ying had the confidence to challenge the Great Eastern Alliance, influence the continent's shipping routes, and get the Innerverse various powers to cooperate with her. So you're saying that Chaos God Mountain is secretly protecting the giants and guarding against the Expeditionary Army, while you giants provide them with resources and cultivation resources. Is that right? Luin asked. Xianxia nodded. The relationship isn't complicated. Although the Expeditionary Army is powerful, they still need the cooperation of the 8 great flow zones in the Innerverse. Otherwise, it will be difficult for them to succeed. They aren't the Galactic Arbitration Institute. Once the giants are exposed, Chaos God Mountain and the Expeditionary Army will cause trouble for the Great Eastern Alliance. Luin acted as if he hadn't heard Xianxia's words, and he changed the topic. How many giants are there in Chaos God Mountain? Xianxia did not understand why Luin was asking this. A few dozen, not many. Then, how long until we send the giants to Chaos God Mountain again? How many? Luin asked seriously. Qin Kong's eyes flashed. What does Alliance Leader Lu mean? I'm just curious. Is it inconvenient for you to tell me? Luin asked. Qin Kong thought about it. It won't be long before we send the giants again. About a month or so, and there will be less than 10 of them. 10 of the giants that were sent there will also be returned. Luin thought of a possibility, the possibility of taking over Chaos God Mountain. Chaos God Mountain was the leading power of the 8 great flow zones and controlled the darkness of the innerverse. They had connections with countless powers, and their every move was being watched. Luin had originally not planned to target them, but the matter of the giants had given him hope. After so many years, the giants had not been exposed, which proved that Chaos God Mountain had concealed them well. Since Chaos God Mountain could secretly control the giants, why couldn't the giants secretly control Chaos God Mountain as well? Chaos God Mountain had the ability to conceal the giants' movements, which was equivalent to giving them an opportunity. In the past, the giants had not been able to do so, but now that they had Luin, things were different. When he thought about this, Luin felt that his plan was more feasible. He avoided Qin Kong and contacted Wei Rong directly. Wei Rong's eyes flashed. There's a certain possibility. The giants cannot be exposed. This is Chaos God Mountain's secret, and it's to guard against the expeditionary army. Even if the giants decide to revolt, Chaos God Mountain will definitely do its best to conceal them. With this foundation, it's not impossible to take control of Chaos God Mountain. The only problem is whether we can quickly suppress Chaos God Mountain's top powerhouses. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Chaos God Mountain's top powerhouse was called Songzhou, and Luin had seen him more than once. He was a powerhouse with a power level of over 700,000, and with Flying Willow's strength, he could suppress him. The rest were enlighters. The leading powers of the 8 great flow zones had emissaries, but there were not many of them. Even the Day-Night clan only had Night King Di Jiang. Luin did not believe that Chaos God Mountain had a second emissary. When he thought about the possibility of controlling Chaos God Mountain, one of the leading powers of the 8 great flow zones, Luin became excited. He had destroyed the Blaze Realm, but they only controlled a third of the Blazing Mist flow zone, which was not on the same level as Chaos God Mountain. Once he gained control of Chaos God Mountain, the Great Eastern Alliance would have a foundation in the Innerverse. More importantly, no one would know that he was in control of Chaos God Mountain. With Chaos God Mountain as a starting point, he would be able to conquer the entire Innerverse and point his sword at the Cosmic Sea and Neoverse. All of this depended on whether or not he could control Chaos God Mountain. Before this, all he could do was wait patiently and allow the Great Eastern Alliance to hide in the Fennel Flow Zone and not make any moves for fear of attracting attention. He could only slowly plan for the future, but now, he finally had a direction. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Dealing with Chaos God Mountain was left to Wei Rong, and the overall situation was left to Wang Wen. The most important thing was that Luin absolutely could not expose himself. Once the fact that he had dealt with Chaos God Mountain was exposed, the entire Innerverse would band together to resist him, and controlling the Innerverse would become even more difficult. After a few days, the entire giant bloodline, with the exception of Chen Huang, had all absorbed Ku Wei's blood. They all looked at Ku Wei as if he was their ancestor. Although Ku Wei was weak, he was still very satisfied. He had never enjoyed such gazes in his entire life, and he had subconsciously become complacent. However, Luin woke him up with a slap. "Master, why did you hit me?" Ku Wei shrieked. Luin glared at him. "Cultivate a good relationship with these giants. I'll leave the Great Eastern Alliance's first giant army to you." Ku Wei grinned. "An army? All right, Master, don't worry. Our giant army will definitely be the most valiant army in the Great Eastern Alliance." That would not happen. Luin thought about the invincible army that he wanted to form, and after some comparison, he realized that his army's foundation would definitely not be as good as the giant armies. However, when combined with various external items, they would be able to put up a fight, and they would have an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. 200 is too little. Think. of a way to get more giants to join the army, Luin softly instructed Ku Wei before going to find Chen Huang. Chen Huang sat there like a mountain as he faced the setting sun with a melancholy expression. The melancholy of a giant that was 10,000 meters tall was too contagious. Patriarch Chen Huang, why haven't you broken through your bloodline's limits? Luin asked as he sat down beside Chen Huang. Chen Huang moved slightly, causing the world to tremble. Someone has to remain clear-headed. Lu Yin's gaze shifted. Patriarch, what are you worried about? Chen Huang lowered his head to look at Luin. Can you promise me that my giant blood will not be spilled for nothing? Luin looked into the distance. My future enemies will be the enemies of all of humanity. I can promise you this, Patriarch. My goal is for the sake of all of humanity. That's good, Chen Huang said, and then he fell silent. Luin left. Chen Huang was a sensible person, and for the sake of his pure bloodline, he had no choice but to allow the giant bloodline to accept Ku Wei's bloodline. He himself would become the last impure giant and the last witness to the giant's transition. Luin still felt that it was a pity. With Chen Huang's strength, once he broke through his bloodline's limits, he would be able to touch the bottleneck of an envoy. He might even break through and become the first giant to reach that level in this era. His power level would not be something that ordinary envoys could compare to. However, the remaining giants also gave Luin a pleasant surprise. Aside from Chen Huang, there was another giant whose power level exceeded 300,000. With the fusion of Ku Wei's bloodline, that giant's power level was infinitely close to 400,000, which was slightly higher than Ku Wei's. His name was Qin Jian, and just like Qin Ji and the other giants, he looked at Ku Wei with reverence. As for the remaining giants, there were a total of 16 enlighters. The remaining adult giants were all hunters, and the young giants were all cruisers. This was a very powerful force, and even the Hall of Honor's expeditionary army did not have that many enlighters. These were the giants, and progenitor Chen had chosen to become enemies with the Daosor sect. This was one of the 9 clones of the giant race. One day, when these giants grew to the size of a planet, that would be a spectacular sight. Thank you. Brother AI Xingbook Friend 568399927. Please follow the wind, 4 chapters a day. Thank you for your support, brothers. End of chapter. There was still a little more than a month before the giant would be sent to Chaos God Mountain. Luin decided to stay at the giant financial group and wait for that day to arrive. During this time, Wei Rong was fully focused on making arrangements, and Ku Wei was one of the most important links. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Xianxia had contacted Luin several times, but Luin had not relented. He needed that landscape painting, and if the Wen family could not obtain it, then it either didn't exist, or it was too important. No matter how important it was, Luin believed that it would not be more important to the Wen family than Xianxia. He believed that the Wen family would have a way. Lonely Old Fiend also contacted Luin. The quality of the white smoke in the smokescreen mountains had been improved, and he was working hard to produce it. He sent Luin the first batch of white smoke, and after that, they would officially begin working together. Luin had transferred many of the Invincible Army's rapid response forces and many experts. They had been training for a long time, and they were just waiting for these foreign objects to join. Good news came one after another, and San Liang contacted Luin to tell him that Wan Gong had made a breakthrough in his microarray technology. When Luin had left Aurora Fort, he had given San Liang's contact information to Wan Gong. Since he was in the outer verse, Wan Gong could not contact him directly, so he could only use San Liang. Now, Wan Gong could compress some energy into the microarray technology and maintain the energy's original form. As long as he continued to improve, he would be able to compress the battle technique perfectly and turn it into something like the Splitting Heaven Array. Luin was delighted. The white smoke combined with the microarray technology would become the Invincible Army's fixed equipment. He wanted any cultivator equipped with this equipment to be able to challenge those of a higher realm. In the future, this equipment would be simplified so that all human cultivators could use it to fight against the Eternals. The Astral Tree civilization had not made any progress against the Eternals in the past few years, so they would have to think of another way to defeat them. Good news came one after another, and Luin was in a good mood. However, bad news also followed. Yumu was dead. Lu Yin's mood plummeted when he saw the news of Yumu's death. Yumu was related to astral source pills, and Lu Yin was certain that Yumu had secretly hidden them away. But now that he was dead, there would be no more astral source pills. A screen opened, and Broken White King appeared. "I'm sorry, Alliance Master." "What happened?" Lu Yin asked. Duanbai King shook his head. "I don't know the details either. Yumu died just like that without any warning." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "An assassination attempt? Impossible. Only an emissary would be able to assassinate Yumu right under my nose," Duanbai King said with certainty. Lu Yin muttered to himself. Shamrock Enterprises definitely had an emissary, but it should be that mysterious Leaf King. Lu Yin didn't quite believe that the Leaf King would come to the Outerverse to assassinate Yumu. "What's the cause of death?" Broken White King was distressed. "He was torn to pieces and died a horrible death." Yumu's death was definitely the work of Shamrock Enterprises, as no one else would have bothered to kill Yumu while he was under the protection of the Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Yin didn't care about Yumu's life at all, but even if he had died, he would have needed to wait until he obtained the astral source pill. Now that he was dead, all of Lu Yin's efforts had been wasted. Furthermore, this person had died under the Great Eastern Alliance's protection, which was a huge slap to Lu Yin's face. Did this mean that the Great Eastern Alliance could not protect this person? Lu Yin's face gradually darkened. Duanbai King was apprehensive. In the past, he had been able to consider himself as Lu Yin's senior. Even though he was living under someone else's roof and had been respectful to Lu Yin, it had only been for show. Now that Lu Yin had returned to Xinyu Star, that pressure had caused Duanbai King to feel fear from the bottom of his heart. Duanbai King knew that this person could no longer be measured by age. Thus, every time he met Lu Yin, he would be extremely cautious. After ending the call, Lu Yin casually wrote in the void. Shamrock Enterprises, Aurora Corporation, Giant Financial Group, 6th Mainland, and so on. The 5th Mainland was currently in a state of chaos. On the surface, it seemed peaceful, but no one knew what was going on in the dark. Not even the Hall of Honor knew. There were some things that the Hall of Honor didn't know as much as Lu Yin. Shamrock Enterprises must have contacted the Autumn Frost family, and they must have believed the Autumn Frost family's words. Otherwise, how could they have known that Yumu was in the Great Eastern Alliance and on Xinyu Star and even attempted to assassinate him? But how had the Autumn Frost family convinced them? And how had Shamrock Enterprises accurately located Yumu's location? Was it really an emissary? Lu Yin's mind was in a mess. Suddenly, he had an unlikely but most plausible guess: Yumu's death had not been an assassination attempt. When he thought of this, Lu Yin contacted Wang Wen. "Spread the news that Yumu died on Xinyu Star." Wang Wen was astonished. "Are you serious? If it wasn't done by Shamrock Enterprises, then Yumu's death on Xinyu Star is equivalent to admitting that you were the one who hid Yumu. Even if Shamrock Enterprises doesn't say anything, they won't let this matter go. It might cause trouble in the future. Even if they didn't say anything, it still wasn't done by Shamrock Enterprises. Do you think they'll believe us?" Lu Yin countered. Wang Wen muttered, "You said that Yumu might not have been assassinated. Then, how did he die?" Lu Yin took a deep breath. "First of all, he definitely didn't commit suicide." Wang Wen agreed. "How could Yumu have committed suicide? If it was a homicide, then it must have been an emissary, but that's unlikely. Even if Shamrock Enterprises has an emissary, it should be the Leaf King. He's the leader of Shamrock Enterprises, so it's unlikely that he'd personally act. It's also impossible for someone else to assassinate Yumu. After eliminating all possibilities, there are only two." Lu Yin's expression grew serious. "First, there's a hidden emissary on Xinyu Star who has a motive to kill Yumu." When this possibility appeared in Lu Yin's mind, the first person he thought of was Undying Yushan. When he'd first learned of the man's death, he hadn't been sure if he was truly dead. Then, when he'd seen Undying Yushan appear in Eternal Kingdom, Lu Yin had no idea what this person wanted or where he was. This person had become a thorn in his side. The more hidden a person was, the greater their ambitions. Undying Yushan had been in hiding for more than 10 years and had even cooperated with the Neo-Human Alliance. No one knew what he was thinking. Second, Yumu died at the hands of Shamrock Enterprises. They had the ability to kill him regardless of his location. The second possibility was chilling as well. Shamrock Enterprises had always been mysterious, and if they had such power, then Lu Yin's fear of them would increase by several levels. Wang Wen said, "That's why you released the news. You wanted to see how Shamrock Enterprises would react." Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. "They'll only have one reaction, and that's to question me. Regardless of whether Yumu died at their hands or not, they'll never admit to it." "Then what's your goal in doing all this?" Wang Wen was curious. He could see the big picture and was very smart, but even he couldn't guess what Lu Yin was thinking. Lu Yin's lips curled up. "It's simple. I want them to know that I killed Yumu." Wang Wen blinked his eyes in confusion. Lu Yin answered seriously, "I'm keeping this secret for them. The secret of the astral source pill can only be kept by me. I'm certain that Yumu's claims about the astral source pill are true, so I killed him to keep this secret for Shamrock Enterprises. They should be thanking me." Wang Wen was speechless. "You're forcing them to do you a favor." Not only was this a favor, but Shamrock Enterprises had no choice but to accept it. Everyone knew that Yumu was dead, and once the matter of the astral source pill was exposed, who would believe that it was fake? They would think that someone had killed Yumu to silence him for the sake of the pill. Shamrock Enterprises could ignore the rumors if Yumu hadn't died, but now that he was dead, everyone would believe the words of a dead person. Lu Yin wanted Shamrock Enterprises to silence Yumu. "I have to admit that I'm not as good as you when it comes to disgusting people," Wang Wen sighed. "Alright, I'll do my own thing." He then hung up. News of Yumu's death spread without a hitch, and it spread far and wide. There was even a rumor that he had been silenced to hide a huge secret. A day later, Lu Yin received a call from Balsam. Her expression was calm, but her eyes burned with fury. "Alliance Master Lu, do you really think Shamrock Enterprises is a toy that you can play with as you please?" "What do you mean?" Lu Yin asked casually. She lowered her voice. "Yumu is with you, but you said that he's with the Autumn Frost family. This caused Shamrock Enterprises and the Autumn Frost family to become enemies. The Autumn Frost family even thinks that we've captured one of their missing people. Alliance Master Lu, shouldn't you give us an explanation for Yumu's matter?" Lu Yin leaned forward and said solemnly, "I need compensation for Yumu." Balsam was stunned. Even someone like her, who had been through countless storms, was stunned when she heard this. She couldn't react, as if she was facing a scoundrel. "Yumu wanted to spread the secret of the astral source pill, so I silenced him. I've sacrificed a lot to help Shamrock Enterprises," Lu Yin said slowly, sounding exhausted. Balsam gritted her teeth. "There is no astral source pill, Alliance Master Lu." "Alright, since that's the case, let's not talk about it. By the way, the news about the astral source pill will soon spread. I hope that Shamrock Enterprises can give the outside world a reasonable explanation for this. For example, say that Yumu was joking." Lu Yin smiled before ending the call. Balsam was the president of Shamrock Enterprises Innerverse, so she should have been very cultured. However, she had been forced to contact Lu Yin, even though she was furious. With Yumu's death, the news had spread like wildfire. If the astral source pill was exposed as well, it would be very disadvantageous for Shamrock Enterprises. Regardless of whether others believed it or not, they would all turn their attention to Shamrock Enterprises. The pressure from the Hall of Honor would be unbearable, and even the Leaf King would not be able to withstand it. Beep 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 beep. Lu Yin's gadget rang, and he smiled as he accepted the call. Balsam's image appeared. "Alliance Master Lu, what do you mean by this?" she asked. Lu Yin calmly replied, "Why are you asking me this now? Are you confident or just conceited?" Balsam's gaze turned cold, but she didn't say anything. Lu Yin continued, "Do you have the astral source pill or not?" Balsam's fingers twitched. She wanted to say that she didn't have the pill, but she knew that she was lying to herself. Lu Yin would never believe her. "I do, but I haven't developed it yet." When he heard Balsam's reply, Lu Yin laughed. "Give me 10, and don't tell me that you haven't developed them yet." Actually, I had an agreement with Yumu that he would give me one, but you guys were in a hurry to get rid of him, so this task fell on your shoulders. 10? That's impossible. Not to mention that we haven't developed it yet. Even if we did, there's no way we'd give you 10. Louis nodded. Alright, then let everyone know about the astral source pill. Shamrock Enterprises will become the center of attention of the entire universe, and not just the fifth mainland. Her eyes narrowed. 1. I can only give you one. That's the limit. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he thought for a moment. 3. She took a deep breath. Alright. I'm at the giant financial group. Send it here. Luin ended the call, and his expression changed. He was no longer as casual as before. He had purposely said that Yumu had been dealt with by Shamrock Enterprises, and she hadn't denied it. That had been a subconscious admission. He was certain that Yumu had died at their hands. How had they done it? Luin suddenly felt uneasy, and he immediately contacted Cleaving White King to have him send him all the characteristics of Yumu's death. At the same time, he continued to investigate the cause of Yumu's death. He had to uncover the truth behind Yumu's death, or else he would feel uneasy. Elsewhere, in Shamrock Enterprises headquarters, Balsam ended her call with Luin. Her angry expression disappeared, and she regained her icy demeanor. I'll give it to you if you want, but that depends on whether you're alive to use it. No one was stupid. Luin believed that he had uncovered Shamrock Enterprises' secrets and that everything was under his control. However, Balsam had also gone along with his wishes. As the president of the Innerverse, she was clearly not an ordinary person. Luin was confident that he could control Shamrock Enterprises, but Balsam was also confident that she could turn the tables. In the easternmost part of the Innerverse, President Han welcomed a long-awaited guest in erudite Flowzone's Lost Radiance Academy, Wen Zizai, the head of the Wen family. What are you doing here instead of sweeping the floor? President Han wasn't polite with Wen Zizai, as he knew why he had come. Wen Zizai was the head of the Wen family, but he liked sweeping the floor as a form of training. Hearing President Han's words, Wen Zizai didn't mind. Since the younger generation can't do it, an old man like me has to do it. How about it? Give me some face. President Han shook his head and said solemnly, I'm not lying to you. There really is a landscape painting. Back then, Chong'er saw it and tried to draw it, but it was also because of this that he was killed. Wen Zizai was puzzled. What is the origin of that landscape painting? Even the Wen clan doesn't know about it. President Han sighed. That painting was left behind a long time ago, and it was protected by my Han family. For some reason, it disappeared into the river of history. All I know is that every member of the Han family has to protect this painting. Chong'er only saw it by coincidence. Old friend, this painting is very important, and it can't be given to anyone else. How did Luin know? Wen Zizai was puzzled. President Han's expression changed slightly. That's what I want to know as well. Apart from me, no one else in the Han clan knows about it. Even you don't know about it, so how does he know? He said that Han Chong had used this technique during the astral combat tournament. Could he have seen the remnant painting before? Wen Zizai guessed. President Han frowned, as he wasn't sure either. Do you think that Chong'er's death has anything to do with him? Wen Zizai solemnly replied, it should have. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked for it so brazenly. President Han nodded with a complicated expression. Wen Zizai looked at him. Do you know what conditions Luin offered in exchange for my Wen family's help in obtaining this painting? What conditions? Even you can't refuse, President Han asked. Wen Yao had asked for the painting before, but he had immediately refused without even asking for the reason. Now that even Wen Zizai had stepped forward, he was truly curious. Wen Zizai's voice was low as he answered, literary prison. It's a cultivation technique that my Wen family has lost. President Han was shocked. No wonder you're here. Wen Zizai stared at him. As long as my Wen family exists, your Han family will have nothing to worry about. If my Wen family disappears one day, then forget about that landscape painting, your Han family might not even be able to survive. You and I are here, so don't ever forget. Besides, Han Chang's death is enough to prove that someone in the outside world has set their sights on the landscape painting. Someone who could secretly kidnap Han Chang from Lost Radiance Academy must not be simple. It's very likely that they're from the Neo-Human Alliance. I'm not confident in being able to stop them. What are you trying to say? President Han's tone was unpleasant. Wen Zizai sighed. Hand it over. Consider it repaying the kindness of my Wen family for taking care of your Han family for so many years. President Han's body trembled, and he painfully closed his eyes. Not long after, Wen Zizai personally contacted Luin. This was not his first time speaking with Luin, and each time, he felt something different. This time, however, he could not see any reverence or respect in Lu Yin's eyes for an emissary powerhouse. Instead, he felt as if they were on the same level. Alliance Master Lu, since you want the landscape painting so badly, you should know how important it is. Now, the conditions need to change. I'll hand it over to you, and you'll hand over Wen Zizai to me, Wen Zizai said directly, wanting to take the initiative. After that, Luin ended the call and stopped talking. Wen Zizai frowned and answered again. Alliance Master Lu, what do you mean? You don't want to talk? Luin casually replied, Senior Wen, it seems like you're the one who doesn't want to talk. It's just a painting, and you want to exchange it for the Wen family's chance to become a top power in the Innerverse in the future? Do you think it's possible to exchange it for the Wen family's missing inheritance? Wen Zizai stared into Lu Yin's eyes, unable to tell if Luin was telling the truth or not. Did he know how important this landscape painting was? In the Han family's eyes, it was a treasure. Alliance Master Lu, don't you know how important this landscape painting is? Wen Zizai shouted. I don't, Luin replied directly. Wen Zizai was stunned, as if he had misheard. What did you say? Luin generously replied, I don't know, so I want to take a look. However, if your Wen family isn't sincere, then I won't take it. Even though Wen Zizai had lived for many years, he still found it difficult to respond. Negotiations were based on both parties' recognition of the conditions. If one party held the absolute initiative, then it would not be a negotiation, but rather an extortion. Luin was currently extorting the Wen family. He did not care how important this landscape painting was. In any case, if the Wen family wanted Wen Zizai, then they had to give him the painting. As for whether it was important or not, he did not care. He would get it first. Wen Zizai ended the call, unable to continue the discussion. Luin did not understand what this landscape painting represented. In fact, he did not know either, but the Han family's attitude made it clear to him that this item was more important than their lives. If such an important item was only a prerequisite, then there was no need to continue the discussion. Before the end of the discussion, Wen Zizai asked Luin to change his conditions, but Luin refused. He had not thought of what he wanted. Wen Zizai was sullen. If it had been anyone else, he would have had 10,000 ways to take the initiative and force the other party to negotiate. However, he could not do anything to Luin. This person's background was too powerful, and he had no obvious weaknesses. There was nothing that Wen Zizai could do to him. The Wen family was forced into an absolute passive position in the negotiations with Luin. However, Luin was not in a hurry to negotiate, which made the Wen family helpless. Even Wen Zizai, the family head, was useless. After experiencing the Astral Tree expedition, Luin was no stranger to emissaries. He had long since lost his respect for them. He had killed many of them. Negotiations with the Wen family had failed for the time being, and Luin quietly waited for the day when Chaos God Mountain's people would come to the giant financial group. A giant mountain roamed through the heavens, and regardless of whether one looked at it from a distance or close up, it was still a mountain. One giant after another entered the mountain and disappeared without a trace. Qin Kong looked at the mountain and felt a little nervous. He did not know what Luin was planning, but he knew that Ku Wei had been thrown into the mountain after transforming into a giant. This meant that Luin was definitely planning something big. Qin Kong could not help but look to the side where an elder was looking at the mountain with his hands clasped behind his back. His name was Song Song, and he was an elder of Chaos God Mountain. He was in charge of every visit, and his power level was over 400,000. Song Song coughed and clutched his chest. When the sixth mainland had invaded, he had been struck by an imprinter's palm while transporting goods. He had been lucky enough to survive, but he had been left with an illness that could not be cured. "President Qing, I'll be taking these people with me," Song Song said, sounding a little tired. Qing Kong nodded and did not say a word. The giant financial group was protected by Chaos God Mountain, but they were also exploited. They had no freedom at all. Song Song did not care about Qing Kong's attitude. He leaped up the mountain and entered. A total of 10 giants stood there quietly. The mountain was hollow, and it was incomparably huge. The giants were thousands of meters tall, but they did not even reach half of the mountain's height. Kuwei looked at Song Song. Suddenly, the mountain collapsed, and the giants were pressed down. Kuwei was the same, and he almost reverted back to his original form. "Stay like this until we reach Chaos God Mountain. This is to prevent you from destroying the mountain," Song Song said. He then turned around and left without even looking at the giants. Kuwei gritted his teeth as his entire back was pressed down by the mountain. This mountain was not ordinary, and it was not just its weight. Even someone like Kuwei, who had surpassed an enlighter, found it difficult to resist. This was a weapon specially made by Chaos God Mountain to suppress giants. The giant mountain moved towards the Chaos Flow Zone at a rather fast speed. The giant financial group was not too close to the Chaos Flow Zone, but it was not too far either. There were several smaller flow zones and the Spirit Seal Flow Zone in between. Behind the mountain, Lu Yin and Lu Yefei followed closely behind, heading towards the Chaos Flow Zone. A few days later, the mountain encountered a giant spacecraft. Lu Yin had seen the insignia on it before, and it belonged to the Blackbeard pirates that he had encountered before. After encountering the mountain, the Blackbeard pirates clearly recognized it, and they immediately turned around and left. However, the mountain accelerated and crashed into them. Lu Yin could clearly see from behind that the Blackbeard pirates had been smashed to pieces. Quite a few explorers had tried to escape, but they had been killed by the cultivators from Chaos God Mountain. Lu Yin was puzzled. The Blackbeard pirates were the uncrowned kings of Chaos Flow Zone's pirates, and they were very powerful. Since they were able to survive in Chaos Flow Zone, it was obvious that they had to maintain a good relationship with Chaos God Mountain. How had they been destroyed in a single exchange? In the distance, a figure was fleeing in fear. Lu Yin saw it and was shocked to see that it was the Mad Viper Knight. This person could be considered one of the people who had changed Lu Yin's fate. If not for the Mad Viper Knight, Lu Yin would not have been able to severely injure Xue. Day-night, and he would not have gone to the pirate port. He would not have been thrown onto Drift Charge Planet like a piece of white meat, and he would not have met that elder there. The Mad Viper Knight had changed Lu Yin's fate, but he was still Lu Yin's enemy. A rock distorted the void and viciously smashed into the Mad Viper Knight's head, piercing through it. The Mad Viper Knight's body slowly collapsed and floated in outer space. The mountain then continued moving towards Chaos Flow Zone. Lu Yin used his gadget to find out that the Blackbeard pirates had been destroyed by Chaos God Mountain a year ago, and the one who had just escaped had been a lucky pirate. He sighed ruefully. The Blackbeard pirates that he had once looked up to had been so weak, but now, he even dared to scheme against Chaos God Mountain. Perhaps in another 10 years, his status would be different again. After passing through Spirit Seal Flow Zone, 2 days later, the mountain finally entered Chaos Flow Zone, and they were very close to Chaos God Mountain. When the enormous black mountain entered his vision, Lu Yin's expression changed. He had arrived at Chaos God Mountain, which was the ruler of the Innerverse Dark Organizations. When the Sovereign Tournament had been held in Chaos Flow Zone, the Hall of Honor had forced Chaos God Mountain to purge the entire Chaos Flow Zone. Chaos God Mountain had not disappointed, and they had cleaned up the entire Chaos Flow Zone, making everyone realize how terrifying this colossus was. Lu Yin had once considered Chaos God Mountain a colossus, but now, Chaos God Mountain's strongest powerhouse was not so unreachable in his eyes. Chaos God Mountain was completely black and glossy as if it had been polished. It stretched far into the distance, and stars rotated between the mountains, flowing with brilliance. Above a giant black dome, Ku Wei and the other giants walked out and looked around curiously. A few giants protected Ku Wei in the center, and he hurriedly signaled for them to move aside. If they saw through him, they would be finished. In the distance, there was also a group of giants looking at them. compared to them, the giants were much shorter. After fusing with Kuwei's bloodline, the giant financial group's great giants had grown much taller. Chaos God Mountain had thought that the great giants they had brought back were the strongest of the great giants, but in reality, they could only be considered average. Even so, they were still larger than the great giants in front of them. If Chaos God Mountain truly saw all of the giants that had undergone bloodline fusion, they would definitely be shocked and feel apprehension. On the other side, one of the giants looked on in confusion. Little Chen Chen? How did you grow so big? The giant at the side also looked over curiously, but no one paid attention to them. The black dome was flat, and the ground was incomparably hard. As the 10 giants walked out, stone pillars rose from the surroundings, completely isolating this place. A group of Chaos God Mountain cultivators stood at the top. They were all experts. One of the enlighters looked fervently at the new giants and leaped down. I can't wait any longer. I want to test the quality of this batch. He then stepped into the void and punched one of the giants. The giant watched the tiny human charge at it, but it did not dodge. Kuwei pretended to sprain his ankle and pushed the giant away, causing it to evade the enlighter. One punch. The punch caused the void to explode, and a huge shockwave caused the surrounding giants to retreat. They looked on in shock, as a tiny human could explode with such terrifying strength. The enlighter turned to stare at the giant and punched out again. This time, the giant knew how powerful it was, and it raised its hand and slapped down. Adult giants all had the strength of a hunter, and because of their size and strength, their destructive power was slightly greater. However, because of their enormous size, they were at a disadvantage in battle. Destructive power was one thing, but battle was another. The enlighter from Chaos God Mountain was strong enough to use his star energy to force the giant back, but the enlighter had used his physical body to resist the attack, and he had been slapped to the ground. The enlighter then leaped up again and charged at the giant. The giant slapped down again, but this time, the enlighter dodged. This was what Chaos God Mountain's cultivators needed to train, and it was an instinctive reaction of the body. At the top, Xianxia looked down at Kuwei. Others might not have noticed what had just happened, but he had. Kuwei had tripped the giant, which had allowed the giant to avoid the first punch. Otherwise, that punch would have been enough to make the giant suffer. This giant is interesting. Xianxia leaped down and appeared in front of Kuwei. Come spar with me. Kuwei's face was calm as he raised his hand and slapped out, but Xianxia easily dodged. Xianxia was an enlighter with a power level of over 300,000, which was enough to rank him in the top 5 of Chaos God Mountain. Originally, he did not need to train with a giant like Kuwei, who was barely an enlighter, but he was very interested in Kuwei. Kuwei did not disappoint him, and his attacks were much more agile than the other giants. However, no matter how agile he was, he could not hit Xianxia, and he was beaten up miserably. The group of giants that had followed Kuwei did not act rashly because of their orders, but when they saw Kuwei being beaten up, their eyes gradually turned red. Kuwei was also sullen. If he could display his true strength, then Xianxia would not be his match. He could fight against the 10 arbiters, and each of the 10 arbiters could fight against a powerhouse with a power level of around 400,000. However, because of the plan, he could only endure and endure. There was a thump as Xianxia punched Kuwei's chin. Even though Xianxia was small, the punch still sent him flying, and he crashed into the mountain wall. Taking a beating was a skill, as one had to ensure that they did not suffer any serious injuries. They also had to make their opponents tired, satisfied, and bored. Only then could the fight end quickly. Kuwei also had to ensure that he did not retaliate and that he did not know any battle techniques. The giants did not know any battle techniques, but they could cultivate battle force. It was a pity that the giants of the giant financial group were protected and did not have the courage to cultivate battle force. Kuwei was beaten up for a full hour, and on the other side, Luyin had also entered Chaos God Mountain's territory. Chaos God Mountain was not sealed off, it was just that the sect itself was isolated from the outside world. There were many planets around the mountain for the families of the sect's disciples and those who had come to Chaos God Mountain to rest. There were also various training grounds, trading grounds, and so on. The biggest difference between Chaos God Mountain and the other powers of the 8 Great Flow Zones was that it controlled the darkness of the Innerverse. Here, there was a place that specialized in trading things that could not be seen in the light of day. It was commonly known as Refugee Street, and it was similar to the Neoverse Black Street. However, there was no trash here. Lu Yin's group of 3 concealed their cultivations as they walked along Refugee Street. Lu Yin was no stranger to this place. He had not only been to the Black Street, but he had also been to the ocean. He had also been to a pirate's port, and he had also been to an interstellar pirate gathering. He had experienced everything, and he missed everything here. Unfortunately, he did not have a local to lead the way, so he was not too familiar with this place. Lu Yefei was not interested in this place, and she quickly separated from Lu Yin. The 3 of them together were too conspicuous. There was a dark yellow sun above Refugee Street, which made the entire place seem dusky. The pedestrians on the street were wary of each other, and Lu Yin had already encountered 3 waves of robberies while walking here. There was no order in this place at all. Miserable wails were accompanied by unbridled laughter, which was a unique melody to this place. It was a place that displayed the ugly side of human nature. Anything that could not be seen in the light of day was traded on this street. There were many disciples from great powers here, and there were even more disciples from Chaos God Mountain. However, they all hid their appearances, as they did not want to be recognized. Any random item here could be implicated in a murder case. Lu Yin had not come here to play, and he had no interest in this place. He was here to find someone from the Fisherman's Club. The Fisherman's Club was a loose organization. And it could not really be considered an organization. It was just a group of people who loved to fish in the Astral River, and it was a platform for them to interact with each other. Since the Great Eastern Alliance controlled the Astral River Arc, the Fisherman's Club had to make contact with the Great Eastern Alliance in order to obtain the freedom to fish in the Astral River. Over time, the Great Eastern Alliance had gained a good understanding of the Fisherman's Club, and they knew that the strange fish that the Fisherman's Club caught from the Astral River would be sold to various parts of the Innerverse. Chaos God Mountain also had such fish. The more precious a strange fish was, the more it would be sold to powerful organizations. Back then, the fruit fish had been sold to the Day-Night clan. Now, someone from the Fisherman's Club had caught a strange fish that was rumored to be the favorite of Chaos God Mountain's elder Song. He would be bringing it to Chaos God Mountain in a few days, and that person was the one that Lu Yin needed to impersonate. Chaos God Mountain had kept the existence of the giant under wraps for many years, so if Lu Yin wanted to enter, he would have to either force his way in or find a way to sneak in. These were the most likely methods. Forcing his way in was impossible, as that would be equivalent to exposing the giant's existence, which would be disadvantageous to him. Lu Yin did not know how Wang Wen had managed to get that person to agree to his impersonation, but he did not need to know. Not long after, Lu Yin found that person in a corner of the street, and that person also saw Lu Yin. "This is the fish. I was supposed to deliver it today, but I delayed it by a day. Someone from Chaos God Mountain will come and take you in tomorrow." The person who spoke was a middle-aged man with a gloomy expression. This was the person that Lu Yin needed to impersonate. Lu Yin took the fish and looked at the man with interest. "Your Fisherman's Club fishes in the Astral River all year round. What's the strangest fish you've ever caught?" The man looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. He did not know who this person was, but he knew that the threat from the Great Eastern Alliance meant that this person had to impersonate him to enter Chaos God Mountain. He knew that he would no longer be able to establish himself in the Fisherman's Club after this, and he was in a bad mood. "There are all kinds of fish," he said before leaving. He was not in the mood to chat with Lu Yin any longer. Lu Yin did not mind and looked at the strange fish in his hand. It was indeed very strange. It actually had 2 heads, 3 tails, and was half a meter long. Would a fish like this taste good? He walked to the entrance and looked at Chaos God Mountain. He was truly different from before. Even during the Sovereign Tournament, he had not dared to plot against Chaos God Mountain. Now, Chaos God Mountain only had an envoy, which was a slightly more powerful power. It was not a big deal. The existence of the flying willow flower gave him a lot of confidence. The next day, a female disciple from Chaos God Mountain came to meet Lu Yin. Lu Yin had already disguised himself as that man, and with his current strength, no one from Chaos God Mountain could see through his disguise unless it was Zhao. "Let's go." Elder Xianxia is waiting for you, she said. Luin was stunned. You? She pointed outside. It's not just you. There's another person from your fisherman's club who wants to sell fish. You should know him. Luin followed her gaze and saw a familiar black-faced uncle. His expression changed. Wasn't this the uncle who had cooked fish on Night King Planet? The man looked at Luin, and his expression changed as well. He smiled. Sixth bro, I didn't expect to run into you here. What fish did you catch? Luin raised the bucket in his hand. Elder Xianxia's favorite. What about you? The man looked at the bucket in Lu Yin's hand and frowned. Sixth bro, how many times have I told you that you can't keep fish like this? It'll affect the taste. What if Elder Xianxia isn't satisfied with it? He then looked at the female disciple. Wait for us. I'll help him rearrange the fish. Hurry up, the female disciple said impatiently. She had no interest in the fish. The man brought Luin back into the house, and his expression changed as he stared into Lu Yin's eyes. Who are you? Luin was stunned. I'm sixth bro. Why? The man sneered. Who's sixth bro? Luin raised his brows. Meng Yi. You haven't forgotten my name, have you? Meng Yi was the name of the person Luin had disguised himself as. The man's eyes narrowed. I don't know who sixth bro is. Luin understood that the man had made up the name sixth bro to test him. How did you know? The man snorted. Our fisherman's club fishes in the Astral River all year round, and our auras are different from ordinary people. We always have the smell of fish on us, and it can't be removed no matter what we do. It's our biggest headache, but you don't have that smell. Luin was helpless. I'm just unlucky to run into you. The man suddenly reached out and grabbed at Lu Yin's neck, intending to restrain him first. Luin reacted at the same time, grabbing the man's hand and exerting force. The man's arm bent, and his entire body was pressed to the ground by Luin. He was shocked. You? Luin smiled. If you want to talk, then talk. Don't act rashly. Who are you? The black-faced man was shocked. He had a power level of over 300,000, and he was considered an expert even in the Innerverse and Outerverse. Even in Chaos God Mountain, he could be ranked within the top 5. To many cultivators, he was considered a hidden expert, but he had never expected to meet someone who could render him completely powerless. This person had actually disguised himself as someone from the Fisherman's Club, and he knew that things were not as simple as they seemed. Luin restored his appearance and calmly looked at the dark-faced man. The dark-faced man's pupils shrank. It's you? Luin loosened his grip and smiled. Long time no see. The fruit fish is delicious. Do you have more? The man frowned and rubbed his wrist in disbelief. When he had first met Luin on Night King Planet, Lu Yin's battle with Night King Zhenwu had shaken the universe. However, it had only been a battle between the younger generation, and while Luin might have been able to match up to the man, he might not have been able to defeat him. How much time had passed since then? This person had actually rendered him completely powerless. What do you want? The man asked. His tone was unpleasant, but it only served to increase his fear. He had caught another fruit fish on the Astral River Arc, but it had been snatched away by Tian Shao. He was not someone who did not fear death. Luin replied, it has nothing to do with you. Don't expose me, and everyone will be fine. Otherwise, I won't let you walk out of Chaos God Mountain alive, and the Fisherman's Club will be prohibited from fishing in the Astral River. The man raged, you're using my identity as a member of the Fisherman's Club to cause trouble in Chaos God Mountain. They'll definitely target us, and we won't have good days ahead of us. Do you think they'll have the ability to cause trouble for you in the future? Luin casually asked before walking outside. Take the fish. When Luin walked out, he reverted back to Meng Yi's appearance. Behind him, the man could only helplessly pick up Lu Yin's fish and obediently follow behind. The female disciple of Chaos God Mountain did not feel anything strange, and she led Luin and the man deeper into the mountain. After walking for a long time, they finally arrived at the interior of Chaos God Mountain through a teleportation device. Along the way, they saw many disciples cultivating. These disciples were all very outstanding, and they far surpassed the disciples nurtured by the various great powers of the Outerverse. Even Luin felt that they were qualified to join the Astral Combat Academy. Xianxia had also shone brightly in the Astral Combat Academy's Astral Combat Tournament. Just as Luin thought of Xianxia walked over. Luin was speechless. Xianxia was just passing by. He was no longer a member of the younger generation, and he had become the youngest elder of Chaos God Mountain. Just as Luin entered the interior of Chaos God Mountain, Kuwei looked up from the black dome. The appointed time had arrived. Up ahead, a Hunter Realm disciple of Chaos God Mountain was fighting against a giant. While no one was paying attention, Kuwei's body suddenly shrunk, and he arrived behind the giant that had previously been on Chaos God Mountain. He then flung the blood at them. Chaos God Mountain did not restrict communication between the giants, as they were not prisoners. To put it nicely, they were training with the disciples, but in reality, they were not much better than prisoners. Fortunately, there were no restrictions on communication. The giants had already known what Kuwei was about to do the previous day, and they had not stopped him. As the blood entered their bodies, a total of 20 giants began to change. There were 20 giants left on Chaos God Mountain, and the strongest among them was called Qianling. His cultivation had broken through 300,000, and he was about the same as Qinjian. When Kuwei's blood entered his body, his reaction was the greatest, and his body continuously grew taller. In the distance, the cultivators of Chaos God Mountain looked over in shock and confusion, as they did not understand what was happening to the giants. Xianxia was in charge of watching over the giants, but even he did not know what was happening. As he thought about it, he appeared in front of Qianling. What's going on? Qianling, what are you doing? Qianling's eyes went wide, and a terrifying aura soared into the sky, causing the ground to crack. A slap sent Xianxia flying. Because Xianxia had cultivated for many years, he was able to avoid being hit directly, but he was still swept by the wind. His body slammed into a stone wall, and he coughed up blood. He raised his head in shock. Qianling's strength should have been about the same as his, but this slap was something he had never endured before. Qianling's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Above his head, a mountain pressed down, just like inside the mountain. This was Chaos God Mountain's method of suppressing the giants. Qianling's transformation made Chaos God Mountain unable to sit still. Qianling clenched his fist and punched out, ruthlessly smashing into the mountain. The mountain cracked slightly, and the other giants were forced to the ground like Qianling. Kuwei exploded with all his strength, and he returned to his original height of 8,000 meters. He was about the same as Qianling, and he used the Ku family's one-finger Zen. Xianxia looked at Kuwei as if he had seen a ghost. Since when did the giants know how to use battle techniques? With a cracking sound, the mountain broke apart. Xianxia's eyes narrowed, and he hurriedly ordered the disciples of Chaos God Mountain to suppress the giants. Qianling, are you crazy? Do you want all the giants to die with you? We're the ones who helped you. Qianling slapped at Xianxia, who hurriedly dodged. Many disciples of Chaos God Mountain rushed down in an attempt to suppress the giants. The newcomers were still fine, as they were not in their prime, and they could not stop the disciples. However, the giants that had been left behind in Chaos God Mountain had become much stronger after receiving Kuwei's blood, and they could no longer be suppressed by the disciples of Chaos God Mountain. There were even a few giants that had broken through to the Enlighter realm. Chaos God Mountain quickly received news of this, and various elders and experts were dispatched to the Black Dome. Xianxia arrived as well, and he snorted as he stared at Qianling. Qianling, what are you trying to do? Chaos God Mountain has not mistreated you. Do you want the giant financial group to be destroyed? Qianling punched at Xianxia, who coughed and faced Qianling head-on. Qianling's power level had broken through 400,000, and he was even stronger than Qinjian. He was about the same level as Xianxia, but the giants did not have any battle techniques or comprehended any battle force, so they did not have an advantage in battle. Xianxia was also injured and could not display his full strength, so neither of them had the upper hand. Another elder with a power level of over 300,000 appeared on Chaos God Mountain, and Kuwei faced him head-on. Xianxia ambushed Kuwei from behind, but Kuwei sneered and turned around to point at Xianxia. Brother Wei has tolerated you for a long time. The Ku family's finger tap had the ability to make enemies give up on attacking, and Song Yi was one such example. When faced with Ku Wei's finger, Song Yi was instantly unable to retaliate. Because Ku Wei was a giant, his finger was as large as a mountain, and it slammed into Song Yi and sent him flying. Song Yi spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body slammed into the mountain wall like a pile of mud. His legs were bent, and he was heavily injured. Ku Wei's back was attacked by another elder from Chaos God Mountain, but he only received a small scratch. He turned around and slapped out, "Get lost." That elder narrowly avoided the attack and stared at Ku Wei in shock. "Who are you?" Ku Wei grinned. "Captain of the Great Yu Empire's 10th Imperial Squadron, disciple of the Great Eastern Alliance's Alliance Master, Ku Wei." The elder's expression changed. "You're one of Lu Yin's men?" The giants had gone berserk, and Chaos God Mountain had sealed off the area as quickly as possible. Everything was as Lu Yin had expected, and Chaos God Mountain's blockade was watertight. At this moment, Lu Yin and the dark-faced man could no longer see Song Song. The female disciple looked up at the dome in shock. What was going on? Chaos God Mountain's experts moved out one after another, heading towards the dome. Without anyone else's help, Chen Ling and the rest would eventually be suppressed. The dark-faced man looked at Lu Yin, as all of this had to be related to him. At that moment, the void trembled, and Lu Yin's eyes trembled. The emissaries had taken action, and this was the fluctuation of an astral source. Astral sources swept out, and the star energy within everyone's bodies was unconsciously suppressed. However, this was useless against the Chaos God Mountain disciples and the giants, as they were adept at using their physical bodies. The astral source's suppression of star energy did not affect them much, but it was different for Ku Wei. He had been using his finger tap to attack that elder, but it had been forcefully obstructed. The void then split open, and Song Zhou walked out with an ugly expression. He looked around and raised a hand, pressing down on the dome to suppress all the giants. With his strength, he could easily do this. Ku Wei looked up, his face pale. "Master, why aren't you making a move? This is an emissary. I can't handle it." Song Zhou's palm landed, but suddenly, willow leaves and petals appeared around him, trapping him. His expression changed. "Who dares to be so impudent in my Chaos God Mountain? Come out." A powerful aura swept through the void and set Chaos God Mountain ablaze. These weren't real flames, but rather an explosive force that tore through the void. It formed a terrifyingly high temperature that was faintly discernible, shuttling back and forth between the real universe and the astral source universe. Following Song Zhou's attack, countless bursts of energy swept out and tore apart the peak of Chaos God Mountain like a black hole. The willow leaves and petals cracked apart. Lu Yi and Flying Flower walked out of the void with serious expressions on their faces. "What terrifying physical strength, but you won't be able to escape." As they spoke, the two of them joined forces once again to strengthen Lu Yi and Flying Flower, reducing Song Zhou's range of movement. Song Zhou looked at Willow Leaf and Flying Flower and slapped out with both hands. Countless bursts of fiery energy blasted towards the two. The pressure descended, causing the giant and the Chaos God Mountain disciples to fall to the ground as they trembled in fear. This was the power of an emissary, and not just any emissary. Song Zhou's attack had not only intimidated the entire Chaos God Mountain, but it had also caused a disturbance in Chaos Flow Zone and stirred up the heavens. At the same time, nine-lined battle force appeared around Song Zhou's body, making him even more ferocious. Willow Leaf and Flying Flower looked at each other. Their strength was similar to Song Zhou's, but if they worked together, they could withstand 5 Tribulation Origin Stage powerhouses and fight against 4 Tribulation Origin Stage powerhouses. 4 Tribulation Origin Stage powerhouses had a power level of over 800,000, which Song Zhou clearly could not reach. However, trapping Song Zhou was also quite troublesome. Defeating him was easy, but capturing him was difficult. Lu Yin walked out of the void and arrived at the Black Dome. He looked up. Up ahead, several Chaos God Mountain disciples were surrounding an Enlighter Realm giant. One of them saw Lu Yin and shouted, "What are you looking at? Come and help." Lu Yin's face gradually changed back to his original appearance. As the disciple watched, his expression changed, and he screamed, "Lu Yin." His shout alerted quite a few people, and many of the Chaos God Mountain disciples looked over. They saw Luin and Xianxia among them. When Xianxia saw Luin appear, he instantly understood many things. All of this had to be related to this person. Lu Yin's public image was that of a paragon of his generation, but he was also an ambitious overlord. He had appeared without a sound, and even an idiot would know that the giant's rampage had something to do with him. "What did you do, Luin?" An old man charged at Luin with an axe in hand. His body was branded with six-lined battle force. Luin didn't even look at them. His spiritual force swept out, sweeping across the entire Black Dome. Many of the Chaos God Mountain disciples who had rushed over swayed before collapsing to the ground. The elder in front of Luin also collapsed to the ground. Spiritual force was the bane of Chaos God Mountain's cultivators. Lu Yin's spiritual force was very strong. He raised his head and looked at Xianxia. Then, his gaze turned cold. "White Knight, tribute." Xianxia attacked the willow leaves and flying flowers in a frenzy, trying to break free. Suddenly, his brain shook and his movements paused for a moment. In that instant, the willow leaves and flying flowers shrank rapidly. Willow leaves and flying flowers appeared one after another, completely trapping him and causing him to fall onto the Black Dome. Xianxia glared angrily, but he couldn't break free no matter how hard he tried. Lu Yi and Flying Flower landed and looked at him vigilantly. "Who are you? Why are you attacking my Chaos God Mountain?" Xianxia barked, his eyes filled with killing intent as he stared at the two. Footsteps sounded behind him. "Senior Xianxia, it's been a long time. Junior Luin greets you." Xianxia was stunned, and he slowly turned around to see a familiar figure walking towards him. He was stunned, but then he gritted his teeth and glared at Luin. "It's you." Luin smiled. "It's been 2 years, but you're still as elegant as ever." Xianxia bellowed, "I knew that you didn't have good intentions. I should have killed you back in the Chaos Flow Zone. Senior, even if you could turn back time, even if you could predict the future, you still wouldn't have been able to kill me 2 years ago." Luin laughed. Xianxia stared at Luin. "You were the one who planned the giant's rampage. You made my Chaos God Mountain seal itself off from the outside world, which helped you achieve your goal. You wanted to secretly control my Chaos God Mountain? Dream on. There are no cowards in my Chaos God Mountain, and none of us are afraid of death." Xianxia quickly understood everything, and he hated himself for not realizing it earlier. They were the ones who had helped Luin. Luin nodded. "I know that the cultivation of Chaos God Mountain's disciples is tough, and I know that you're not afraid of death. However, since I'm here, I won't return empty-handed. What are you planning to do?" Xianxia gritted his teeth and glared at Luin. What he regretted the most right now was not carrying out the original plan. Why had he listened to Lu Yin's words, which had led to the collapse of Chaos God Mountain? He had been captured, and no one in Chaos God Mountain had been able to resist. No matter how many people had come, they had all been captured. Chaos God Mountain was one of the top powers of the 8 Great Flow Zones, but it was now under Lu Yin's control. Ku Wei shrunk his body and came to Lu Yin's side, panting heavily. "Master." Luin was about to speak when he sensed rune lines moving. He turned around and saw that Xianxia, who should have been lying on the ground, had recovered somewhat and was trying to escape. Luin raised a hand and flicked his finger. A strong wind swept through the void and traveled through the astral source universe before finally piercing through Xianxia's legs. Xianxia howled as he fell to the ground. Xianxia saw this, and his expression changed. He stared at Luin in disbelief. Your strength? Old brat, you still want to escape?" "Master, that's the old brat who beat me up all day. His name is Xianxia or something. Today, Brother Wei ripped off his wings." "Xianxia?" Luin pressed down on Ku Wei and looked at the miserable Xianxia in the distance with interest. This person was one of his goals in coming to Chaos God Mountain, and he had not expected to find him here. His luck was pretty good, and at least he had not been too heavy-handed. "Go, bring him here. Don't hurt him again. I have a use for him." Ku Wei was confused. "Master, what use does that old brat have for you?" "Just do as I say," Luin barked. Ku Wei acknowledged the order and headed towards Song Yi. Song Zhou did not understand and looked at the captured Song Yi. Lu Yin, what do you want? Do you want my Chaos God Mountain to join your Great Eastern Alliance? Impossible. Lu Yin waved a hand. Mr. Lu Yi, I'll leave him to you. Please keep an eye on him. Song Zhou roared, Lu Yin, there's no one in Chaos God Mountain who's afraid of death. However, we can cooperate with you, and we definitely won't make things difficult for the Great Eastern Alliance. Even if the entire Great Eastern Alliance moves into the Innerverse, we can still give you a place in Chaos Flow Zone. Lu Yin waved a hand, and Mr. Lu Yi took Song Zhou away. The rest of the Chaos God Mountain disciples were also captured by the giant, especially Tsang Song, who had almost died. Another elder whose power level was over 300,000 had been unlucky and had been trampled to death by the giant. Lu Yin had everyone retreat, and then he met with Song Yi alone. Song Yi was lying on the ground, his legs crippled. He had also suffered a heavy blow from Ku Wei's Zen finger, and now, he was only a breath away from death. I can let you live, and you can live very well, Lu Yin said slowly. Song Yi looked up, and his eyes flickered. What do you want me to do? Lu Yin squatted down and looked at him. Do you agree or not? I agree, Song Yi replied with great difficulty. Lu Yin was amused. Song Zhou said that the disciples of Chaos God Mountain aren't afraid of death, but you don't even dare to say anything. Can you tell me why? Song Yi was bitter. Living is better than dying. Alliance leader Lu, you worked so hard to gain control of Chaos God Mountain, so how can you return empty-handed? Even if I die, there will be other disciples who will surrender to you and become your puppets. Lu Yin nodded and sighed. You're very open-minded. You really are one of the few traitors from the Fifth Mainland who joined the technocracy. That one sentence caused Song Yi's hair to stand on end, as if he had been struck by lightning. He stared at Lu Yin in a daze, his eyes filled with disbelief. Lu Yin smiled. Why? Are you surprised that I know? It's not just you. Many people from the Innerverse have joined the technocracy, no, the Sixth Mainland. I know all of them. Otherwise, why do you think I showed mercy to you and left you behind alone? Lu Yin then grabbed Song Yi's hair and said coldly, because I know that you're definitely afraid of death. You've even become a traitor, so what else can't you do? Song Yi lowered his head as sweat mixed with blood dripped down his face. His lips were cracked, and he didn't know what to say. Lu Yin released his grip and took out a pill that had been upgraded before stuffing it into Song Yi's mouth. Tell me, who are you serving? Now that I know your bottom line, your only way out is to beg for mercy. Stubbornly resisting will only result in your death. There are many traitors in the Innerverse, and they don't need you. How do you think the Sun family was destroyed? Also, there's Wen Zhaocheng. Song Yi's heart sank when he heard Wen Zhaocheng's name. He closed his eyes and coughed twice. Madame Red. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Galloping Horse Manor, Madame Red? Song Yi nodded. More than 10 years ago, when the Innerverse and Outerverse were separated, the Sixth Mainland invaded. It was then that I learned that the one who had given me the order was Madame Red, one of the Sixth Mainland's Daosor sect's protectors. Before that, the one who had given me the order had always been First City in the technocracy. First City was an extremely large city in the technocracy. It was also a city that had been built by the technocracy's mainframe under the control of the Sixth Mainland. It had been First City that had allied with the Sixth Mainland to attack the endless weaves of the Outerverse, and it had also been First City that had been at war with the humans for many years. Song Yi had betrayed the human domain and allied with the technocracy, so he had naturally relied on First City. However, he had not expected that First City would be directly connected to the Sixth Mainland's Daosor sect. It seemed that it was not the Galloping Horse Manor that had made Song Yi betray the Fifth Mainland, but rather the Sixth Mainland's Daosor sect. Madame Red did not represent the Galloping Horse Manor, but rather the Daosor sect. When the Sixth Mainland invaded, the Grand Martial Realm easily massacred many cultivators and occupied Chaos Flow Zone. The Galloping Horse Manor even destroyed Astral 3. Did that have anything to do with you? Lu Yin asked. Song Yi's expression changed. It had nothing to do with me. I only told Madame Red the location of Astral 3. Everything else had nothing to do with me. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he really wanted to kill this person. Astral 3 had been destroyed, and the headmaster had died because of the Galloping Horse Manor. Back then, the Galloping Horse Manor had captured some of Astral 3's students and attracted the Innerverse cultivators to rescue them. If Luin had not arrived at that time, those people would have all died. Can you contact Madame Red? Luin asked. Song Yi hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. If Song Yi could contact Madame Red, then this person would be very useful. He had not forgotten that Madame Red had captured the Sea King. Song Yi's existence was the best choice for Lu Yin to secretly control Chaos God Mountain. Those who could support the Black Dome were all elite disciples of Chaos God Mountain, and they had all gone into seclusion to cultivate. Song Zhou was also in seclusion, so Song Yi was enough to become Chaos God Mountain spokesperson. Of course, this was only temporary. After a while, it would definitely arouse suspicion. Chaos God Mountain lived up to its name as the leading power of the Chaos Flow Zone. It directly and indirectly controlled several hundred dark organizations, and there were more than 1 million disciples who directly belonged to Chaos God Mountain. There were also countless cultivators who obeyed Chaos God Mountain. In the past, Chaos God Mountain had been able to order a purge of the entire Chaos Flow Zone. Under Song Yi's leadership, Lu Yin obtained the wealth that Chaos God Mountain had accumulated over the years, which had yet to be used up, 2 billion star essence. The greater the power, the greater the expenses. Chaos God Mountain was the power that Lu Yin had seen with the most star essence, and this was also thanks to the dark organizations that they controlled. This was all money that could not see the light of day. Otherwise, they would not have been able to keep so much. 2 billion star essence. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. He was rich again. He now had a total of 3 billion star essence on him. He would only feel at ease if he had enough money. If not for the fact that he was afraid of causing chaos, he would have sold off the various materials and even power vessels that he had stored together with the star essence. Right, he would have also sold off all the dark organizations that he controlled, which would definitely be a huge sum. The black-faced man asked for a meeting with Lu Yin. He wanted to leave, as he had personally witnessed the changes that had occurred at Chaos God Mountain. Even though his power level was over 300,000 and he had weathered many storms, he still found it hard to believe. One of the leading powers of the Innerverse 8 Great Flow Zones had changed hands just like that, which made him feel uncontrollably nervous. Lu Yin patted the man's shoulder. Leave? Is Chaos God Mountain that beautiful? Why would you leave? Right, the Astral River has been sealed off recently, so you shouldn't go there. The man bitterly replied, not for now. I just want to go home. Lu Yin smiled. There's no rush. Stay here for now and help me keep an eye on those people from Chaos God Mountain. My subordinates are all giants, so it's not convenient. The man wanted to refuse, but Lu Yin's grip on his shoulder grew tighter and tighter. He had no choice but to stay. He also knew that it would not be easy for him to leave. Lu Yin was secretly controlling Chaos God Mountain, so how could Lu Yin possibly allow him to leave and risk exposing himself? The black-faced man left, and Lu Yin met with Song Zhou alone. Song Zhou was currently in a very sorry state. In order to prevent him from escaping, Big Sister Fei Hua had heavily injured him, making him look half dead. Senior, I'm really sorry. If I could, I wouldn't want to do this either, but this is a path I have to take, said Lu Yin indifferently. Song Zhou sighed, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth as he stared at Lu Yin. I've already said that no one in Chaos God Mountain is afraid of death. Even if you capture us, you won't be able to cover up the fact that something has happened to Chaos God Mountain. Chaos God Mountain cannot be without a leader for even a day. Correct. So Song Yi is now the master of Chaos God Mountain. Song Zhou's expression changed. Song Yi? Lu Yin smiled. Senior, you don't know this, right? Song Yi has been working with a city in the technocracy for many years. He's a traitor of the Fifth Mainland. Impossible. Chaos God Mountain doesn't have such a person. Lu Yin shook his head. It doesn't matter if you believe me or not. In any case, Song Yi is now working for me. He'll govern Chaos God Mountain well, and no one will find out. Song Zhou's face turned red, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He angrily asked, "Where's Song Yi? I want to see him." "There's no need for that. In any case, you don't have to worry about me not being able to control Chaos God Mountain. I'm only here to give you some peace of mind," Lu Ying said as he stared at Song Zhou's face. Of course, he was not that bored. He had only come to see Song Zhou. He wanted to talk to Song Zhou and see if he had missed anything. After all, Chaos God Mountain was such a large organization that he might not be able to control it perfectly. At that moment, Ku Wei walked in. "Master, someone from the Longevity Legion is here. They're looking for Song Zhou." Lu Ying was confused. "The Longevity Legion?" He looked at Song Zhou. "Why is the Longevity Legion looking for you?" Song Zhou replied, "They want to use Chaos God Mountain to find some fugitives to explore the Cosmic Sea. Every once in a while, we'll send them a batch." Lu Ying understood. The Cosmic Sea was dangerous, and they could not use their own people to explore it. Chaos God Mountain controlled Chaos Flow Zone, and they had many fugitives under them. It was normal for them to cooperate. "Have Song Yi send a batch of fugitives to the Longevity Legion. Tell them that Song Zhou is in seclusion." "Yes, Master." Ku Wei hurriedly ran out. Lu Ying could not find any useful information from his conversation with Song Zhou, so he could only leave. Elsewhere, in Chaos Flow Zone, a spacecraft was heading towards the Cosmic Sea. It belonged to the Longevity Legion, and there were hundreds of fugitives imprisoned inside. Inside the spacecraft, a man contacted the Cosmic Sea. "Captain, I couldn't see Song Zhou, but he sent us a signal. Something has happened at Chaos God Mountain." He then glanced at the fugitives. "I understand." A low voice sounded out, and the call ended. 2 days had passed since Song Zhou had been captured. During these 2 days, aside from the disciples who had been captured in the Black Dome, everything else had been normal. Song Yi had appeared, and even if some people had their doubts, they had been suppressed. Above the Black Dome, a total of 29 giants stood there, listening to Ku Wei's instructions. These giants obeyed Ku Wei's every word, and they respected him from the bottom of their hearts. Lu Ying looked on with admiration, as these giants were not weak at all. Beep beep beep. His gadget rang, and Lu Ying accepted the call. Wang Wen's voice came through. "We forgot something very important." "What is it?" Lu Ying frowned, as Wang Wen rarely spoke in such a tone. Wang Wen solemnly explained, "The Innerverse is considered a second-tier power in the Fifth Mainland, and it can easily suppress the Outerverse. However, a single power might not be able to suppress the Cosmic Sea, much less the Neoverse. So why have the 8 great flow zones of the Innerverse rarely changed after so many years? You can think of ways to control Chaos God Mountain, the Cosmic Sea, and the Neoverse, but the 8 great flow zones are still doing well. What are you trying to say?" Lu Ying asked, as he had a bad feeling about this. Every ecosystem has its own way of stabilizing itself, and the Innerverse is no different. Even though the 8 great flow zones are at odds with each other, I can guarantee that there are connections between them that we are unaware of. If something happens to one of them, the other powers will quickly find out. Otherwise, it will be too easy for them to be defeated one by one, and the final result will be that the 8 great flow zones are no different. In the end, the 8 great flow zones will end up as vassals of other great powers, and they will no longer be independent. Lu Yin's fingers twitched as he listened quietly. The reason why we were able to establish the Great Eastern Alliance in the first place was because we grasped the secrets of the Weave's leading powers, which allowed us to easily suppress them. Also, do you remember the excuse we used to establish the Great Eastern Alliance? Wang Wen asked. Lu Ying recalled that he had told the vast Earth sect, Xianxia, and the other great powers that the reason for establishing the Great Eastern Alliance was to resist the pressure from the Innerverse. If the Outerverse wanted to resist the Innerverse, then the Innerverse naturally wanted to resist the Neoverse as well. The Great Eastern Alliance was established to stabilize the Outerverse. Otherwise, the Outerverse Weave's leading powers would be nothing more than puppets against the Innerverse. If not for the Hall of Honor's suppression, those leading powers would have long since disappeared. Perhaps the Innerverse doesn't fear the Neoverse because of the Hall of Honor's suppression, Lu Ying said. Wang Wen was helpless. That's impossible. The outer verse isn't important, but the inner verse is different. The Hall of Honor might even want to control it, let alone the behemoths of the Neoverse. Furthermore, the four tyrants of the cosmic ocean are also not to be trifled with. The inner verse must have a stable structure, and if something happens to one of them, the other powers will quickly learn of it. This is a secret that only the leaders of the 8 great flow zones know. There's not much time left. You need to quickly find out from Xianxia how to conceal the secret of what happened to Chaos God Mountain. Otherwise, I believe that the Innerverse other flow zones will definitely join forces, and the Blazing Mist flow zone's internal war will also stop. Everything will become peaceful, and our plan will be for naught. Why didn't you say so earlier? Luin grumbled. He had felt that everything was going too smoothly and that something was wrong. That was why he had met with Xianxia alone to see what was going on. However, Xianxia was too cunning, and Luin couldn't see anything. Wangwen was helpless. It's my fault this time. I didn't think of it and was too careless. Also, you acted too quickly. Luin ended the call and went to look for Xianxia. I don't know what you're talking about. Xianxia sneered and closed his eyes. He didn't even look at Luin. Luin frowned. You must have a way to let the Sword Sect and the other powers know that something happened to Chaos God Mountain. Xianxia calmly replied, I do, but I can't tell you. This was troublesome. Chaos God Mountain's cultivators were the ones who could endure hardships. Furthermore, they had spent many years mingling with the dark powers and were used to all sorts of methods. Their endurance was incomparable to the average person's, and any method that Luin could think of would be useless against Xianxia. I can cripple your astral origin cyclone, Luin said indifferently. Xianxia opened his eyes and stared at Luin. That's better than having Chaos God Mountain under your control. Since you guessed that there was a connection between us, then you should have also guessed that we had an agreement. Even if my astral origin cyclone is crippled, my status in the Innerverse will not change. Besides, it doesn't matter if I don't have an astral source to fight in Chaos God Mountain. If you cripple me, then the Sword Sect and the others will be even more wary of you. While Luin was in trouble, Wangwen was also in trouble. The 6th Mainland's Autumn Frost family had finally come looking for him. Back then, the Autumn Frost family had sent Uncle Hua and a few others to take DFA to Aegis, but they had been captured by Luin along the way. In order to hide Yumu's tracks, Luin had not let any of them off and had locked them all up on Xinyu Star. However, there was no such thing as an absolute secret, and the Autumn Frost family had still come looking for him. The Autumn Frost family did not contact Luin, but instead sent an expert to Xinyu Star to ask for Uncle Hua and the others. Fortunately, Frostwave had envoys, or else the Autumn Frost family's imprinter would have been unbridled. Luin quickly received another call from Wangwen. I think we should release Uncle Hua and the others. It's not a good time to tangle with the Autumn Frost clan, said Wangwen. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. If Xianxia doesn't say anything, then the Innerverse will know that something has happened to Chaos God Mountain sooner or later. However, they might not know that it's related to us, right? Wangwen's eyes lit up. You want to use the Autumn Frost clan to divert attention? Will that work? Luin asked. Wangwen thought about it. It's very dangerous. We can use the Autumn Frost family to divert their attention, but there's also a chance that we'll be suppressed by them or even destroyed. The 6th Mainland isn't something that the Innerverse can compare to. Luin replied, I can make the 6th Mainland fear me, and a single Autumn Frost family is not enough to destroy my Great Eastern Alliance. This method won't drag things out for long. Wangwen clearly did not agree with Lu Yin's suggestion. Even if the Innerverse great powers did not suspect the Great Eastern Alliance, the Great Eastern Alliance would still suffer significant losses if they fought against the Autumn Frost family in order to conceal the fact that they had control of Chaos God Mountain. Even if the Innerverse great powers did not suspect the Great Eastern Alliance, the Great Eastern Alliance would still suffer significant losses. To lose less than to gain, this was a bad strategy. Stall for time and think about it, Luin said. Wangwen hung up the call. He did not expect the Autumn Frost family to come looking for him at this time. How troublesome. Even if the 8 great flow zones had some sort of secret connection and made some sort of agreement with each other, it couldn't have been for a short period of time. Luin estimated that at least 10 years had passed since the envoys would have the time to contact each other so frequently. These envoys all went into seclusion for many years, which was very normal. What he was worried about was that the contact period would be up. That was the most frustrating thing. Over the next few days, Luin went to see Xianxia every day in an attempt to get Xianxia to spill the beans, but to no avail. I've already made a move against Chaos God Mountain. Even if you give up now, the Sword Sect and the other powers will definitely be on guard, so it's meaningless. What you need to think about right now is how to escape unscathed from me, not the inner verse. What does the inner verse have to do with you? Xianxia sneered. Alliance Master Lu, stop talking nonsense. It's useless. I won't say anything. Why don't you try and cripple me? Luin clenched his fists. It wasn't like he couldn't attack an emissary. One day, an unexpected person contacted him. It was Xianxia. He and Xianxia could only be considered half-friends. He never would have thought that Xianxia would contact him. Brother Lu, are you surprised that I contacted you? Xianxia asked with a smile. Luin replied, I'm surprised. Why did you contact me? Brother Lu, do you still remember the group of cultivators that you gave me in the home of the gods in the new universe? Xianxia asked. Luin replied, them? It's nothing. Brother Lu, not only did you help the home of the gods, but you also helped yourself, Supreme Immortal said. He then continued, back then, Dark Lotus used a piece of paper with the surname Lu as a crime to banish Big Sister's mercenary group, causing 72 of your people to die. Brother Lu has always remembered this grudge, and even if Dark Lotus is dead, Brother Lu will still find the Dark Lotus group for revenge. However, I want to tell Brother Lu that there are other people behind this matter, and it's not just the Dark Lotus group. Lu Yin's expression changed slightly. Not just a group? Among the group of cultivators that Brother Lu gave me in the home of the gods, there were people who heard the words Chaos God Mountain, Xianxia said solemnly. Lu Yin's expression changed. Where are you? Xianxia was puzzled. Where is what? Luin asked, where are you now? Where are you? The home of the gods? Brother Lu, are you coming over? Luin frowned. Chaos God Mountain? This was too much of a coincidence. He had thought that Xianxia was teasing him, but he was actually at Chaos God Mountain and had just taken control of it. Now that he had received such news, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Are you sure it's Chaos God Mountain? Xianxia replied, let that person tell you himself. Then, a trembling voice rang out. Yes, it's Chaos God Mountain. When Dark Lotus returned to the Dark Lotus group, I heard it with my own ears. Chaos God Mountain will cooperate, and it's definitely true. I'm not lying. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Lu Yin's expression sank. Chaos God Mountain was far away in the Chaos Flow Zone, so how could they be involved in this matter? Brother Lu, I'm just telling you this information. This person is afraid of death, which is why he said it. You'll have to find out the truth yourself. Goodbye. Xianxia then hung up. Luin put down his hand. What should have been a clear picture had suddenly become confusing again. He had originally thought that the Dark Lotus group was targeting Big Sister's mercenary group because of Leon's armada. They wanted to eliminate Leon's armada's fighting power, but if Chaos God Mountain was also involved, then that didn't seem right. It was just Big Sister's mercenary group, so why would they need Chaos God Mountain's help? Also, why would the Dark Lotus group be connected to Chaos God Mountain? Luin stood in place and recalled everything that had happened from the moment that the person with the surname Lu had been banished. He did not miss a single detail as he tried to find Chaos God Mountain's shadow. He thought about it for a long time, but in the end, the only possibility he could think of was related to Chaos God Mountain was the Leo clan. When Big Sister's mercenary group had arrived in the Outerverse, they had been surrounded by the Leo clan. Luin had brought Shude Knight to the pirate port and had run into Dechong. At that time, he had been investigating the Leo clan, but unfortunately, the Leo clan had been destroyed on Drift Charge Planet, and all his investigations had come to an end. Originally, he had thought that the Leo clan had received orders from Dark Lotus Group or Leon's Armada, so he hadn't paid them much attention. Luin then summoned Song Yi. Dark Mistweave? Xianxia was puzzled. Luyin solemnly said, organize all the information regarding Chaos God Mountain and Dark Mist Weave from 10 years ago. Xianxia nodded and left. Half a day later, Xianxia arrived behind Luyin and respectfully said, Chaos God Mountain is very far from Dark Mist Weave, and there's almost no contact between them. The only time they did was 10 years ago, when they supported a small family from Chaos Flow Zone in strengthening their port. Lu Yin's eyes went wide. What family? Leo, the Leo clan, Xianxia replied. Lu Yin's fingers trembled. The Leo clan. It really was the Leo clan. That meant that the Leo clan's attack on Big Sister's mercenary group was related to Chaos God Mountain. Why did they support the Leo clan? What's the connection between them? Luyin asked. Xianxia shook his head. There's no record of it. There's only one record of the Leo clan, which is that they helped strengthen their port and some supplies. There's nothing else. Someone from the Leo clan once mingled in Chaos Flow Zone, and they got to know one of Chaos God Mountain's deacons. That's why no one cared about their support. Who did they get to know? Luyin asked. That elder died a long time ago at the hands of the Sixth Mainland, Xianxia answered. Luyin exhaled and disappeared, reappearing in front of Xianxia. Xianxia coldly replied, don't waste your energy. Either you cripple me. Luyin stared at Xianxia. I don't know if you've heard of the Leo clan. Xianxia's expression changed, but it only lasted for an instant before he quickly returned to normal. What Leo clan? I've never heard of them. The Leo clan is mentioned in Chaos God Mountain's records. The only contact you've had with this family is that you've unconditionally provided them with supplies and helped strengthen their port, but in the end, you didn't do anything. Chaos God Mountain isn't a charity. Tell me, why are you helping this family? Luyin asked. When he had first arrived at the pirate port, he had discovered that there were many advanced medical devices there. He had been suspicious at the time, but now, it seemed that Chaos God Mountain had helped them. Xianxia closed his eyes. I don't know what you're talking about. This small family might have some connections with Chaos God Mountain's disciples, so it doesn't matter if we provide them with some supplies. It's not just any supplies. It's something that can strengthen the pirate port. Although it's not a lot for Chaos God Mountain, it's not a small amount either. Let me think, could it be related to Leon's armada? Xianxia's eyes twitched, but he didn't say anything else. What conflict does Leon's armada have with Chaos God Mountain? Why do you have to work with the umpires to deal with them? Luyin asked again. Xianxia didn't say anything. Luyin really wanted to kill him, but if he did, then the truth would disappear. He turned around and left. After Luyin left, Xianxia opened his eyes, and they flickered. He had actually been found out. Which part of the problem had occurred? He had originally thought that this matter would never be exposed. Even if the umpires were destroyed by Leon's armada, they wouldn't reveal that he was from Chaos God Mountain. Thus, he had long since forgotten about this matter. If he didn't want to be found out, then he had to truly believe that he had done nothing. Xianxia was just like that. When he had interacted with Luyin before, he had pretended that he didn't know anything about this matter. He hadn't expected it to be discovered at this time. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to hide it for much longer. Is all of the information on Chaos God Mountain here? Luyin asked. Behind him, Xianxia respectfully replied, it's all here. Luyin looked through the information seriously, as he wanted to find the connection between Chaos God Mountain and the umpires. It was impossible to find a connection through the information, but Luyin still managed to find some clues. Chaos God Mountain was different from the other leading powers of the 8 Great Flow Zones. Chaos God Mountain's greatest characteristic was that it didn't rely on inheritance, but rather on competition. Xianxia's position as Chaos God Mountain's master had not been inherited, and all of Chaos God Mountain's disciples could compete for the position of Chaos God Mountain's master. Luyin fell into deep thought when he saw this. The air in Chaos God Mountain was not suitable for ordinary people. It was too cold, and it was so dry that it pierced into one's bones. Above the black dome, all of the giants were sleeping soundly. Their bodies were thousands of meters tall, and they were like mountain ranges. Kuwei was also here, and he had no choice. He had originally wanted to find a better place to sleep, and it would be best if he could have a maid to wait on him. However, Lu Yin had forced him to stay with the giants, which gave him a headache. The disciples of Chaos God Mountain were very diligent in their cultivation. Regardless of whether it was day or night, there would always be someone cultivating. A group of elite disciples and elders had been captured, but this didn't affect Chaos God Mountain for the time being. Xianxia quickly took control of the mountain. No one noticed that two figures had charged in at an extremely fast speed. They didn't tear through the void but instead relied solely on their speed. After entering Chaos God Mountain, the two figures split up. Not long after, the void suddenly erupted with a powerful light. A terrifying astral source swept through Chaos God Mountain, causing the void to tremble. Lu Yin suddenly walked out and looked in the direction of Xianxia's imprisonment. Not good, a powerhouse is coming to rescue us. How can this be? Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Xianxia was still trapped by the willow leaves and flying flowers, unable to move. In front of him, Sister Flying Flower had a serious expression. A black shadow had suddenly attacked them, catching them off guard. What shocked them even more was its power. This black shadow had not used any battle techniques, and its power was not as strong as Mr. Lu Ye's, but it was still suppressing him. Mr. Lu Ye spread out his hands, and dozens of willow leaves covered the void. The black shadow raised its hand and pointed its index finger. Every finger pointed in the direction of the willow leaves, scattering the willow leaves that were supposed to cover the void. Mr. Lu Ye's eyes narrowed. Impossible. The black shadow leaped and entered the stellar source universe. Mr. Lu Ye also entered the stellar source universe at the same time. However, he did not see the black shadow when he entered the stellar source universe. The black shadow's speed was faster than his. In other words, the black shadow had confirmed the location that Mr. Lu Ye could find and entered a blind spot. This was a terrifying battle experience. Mr. Lu Ye knew that even in the starry sky tree, he would not be at a disadvantage against someone of the same level. However, against this black shadow, he was as powerless as a child who had just learned how to fight. He used his battle techniques and innate gifts, but it was useless. The black shadow appeared behind Mr. Lu Ye and struck out with a palm. It was also not a battle technique, but a way to use the astral source. It made Mr. Lu Ye's back go numb. He turned around and sent the willow leaves flying. With a bang, the two of them left the astral source universe at the same time. The black shadow used Mr. Lu Ye's palm to quickly approach Xianxia and Sister Flying Flower. Sister Flying Flower clenched her teeth. You're courting death. She raised her hand, and beautiful flying flowers danced and bloomed in the void. Each petal tore open the sky of Chaos God Mountain. If you dare come close, I'll release all of my astral source. The black shadow paused and looked at Sister Flying Flower in shock. This woman was crazy. Releasing all of her astral source meant that she would be noticed by the astral source universe, which would then forcibly absorb her astral source. Emissaries usually held back in battle unless it was a life or death situation. If the astral source universe sensed the astral source in their body and forcibly extracted it, it would be like going through a calamity. Again. Mr. Lu Ye approached from behind. At this moment, another black shadow appeared and stared at Big Sister Fei Hua. Following a flash of light in his eyes, Big Sister Fei Hua felt her entire body become much weaker, as if her strength had been sucked away. Even the flying flowers in her palms were withering. She was aghast. What was going on? True scripture of Aeon evolution. You're from the Nightmare Society. Lu Yin barked as he walked out of the void. He was clad in miniature armor, and he raised his hand to unleash an empty palm strike at the second shadow that had appeared. The black figure's eyes narrowed, and he casually released a screen of light in the void. The emptiness palm swept through the screen, but its power was greatly reduced. It directly appeared in the void, and it was no longer an invisible palm imprint. Instead, it was more powerful than an enlighter's palm strike. Lu Yin's hair stood on end, as this person's cultivation of the Aeon evolution true scripture was unimaginably terrifying. This person was definitely the strongest person Lu Yin had ever met. Who are you? That person looked at Xianxia. Lu Yin's heart sank. Stop him. Big Sister Fei Hua had no idea what was going on, but Mr. Lu Yi knew. He had fought with someone who cultivated the true scripture of Aeon evolution before, but he was currently being suppressed by the first shadow and had no time to pay attention to it. The willow leaves and flying flowers that had trapped Xianxia split apart, and their power had been greatly reduced by the true scripture of Aeon evolution. Xianxia growled and violently broke free from the willow leaves and flying flowers. He coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood, having been heavily injured. He looked at Lu Yin with a savage expression. "Junior, you're courting death. Willow leaves and flying flowers, retreat." Lu Yin made a prompt decision. Xianxia had joined forces with the other two, and they were not a match for them. "If you want to leave, leave your life behind." Xianxia hated Lu Yin to the core, and he took a step forward and punched out. At the same time, an explosive force was mixed within the punch, making it extremely terrifying. No matter what. Lu Yin's miniature armor's defensive capabilities were just that, and it did not mean that he could contend against a powerhouse whose power level was more than 700,000. Even if Xianxia was heavily injured, the result would still be the same. Lu Yin had been able to kill a corpse king whose power level was more than 700,000 in the New World because of external items. Now, if he wanted to escape, he would still have to rely on external items. Just as Xianxia's punch was about to land, a willow leaf appeared in front of Lu Yin. There was a loud bang as the leaf was sent flying. Mr. Lu Yi was distracted, and the shadow in front of him took advantage of this opening. A palm struck his right shoulder and sent him flying back 100 meters. Big Sis flying flowers hurriedly rushed over. "Let's work together." The battle here had attracted the attention of others, as the commotion was so great that the entire Chaos God Mountain was shaking. Kuwei appeared, and when he saw the battle, he was so frightened that he immediately retreated to the Black Dome. Song Yi saw the battle as well, and his face paled as he hurriedly fled. The willow leaves and flying flowers tried to block Xianxia and the other two, but that was just wishful thinking. Lu Yin took advantage of the moment when they attacked, and his star energy was no longer suppressed. The star chessboard appeared beneath his feet as he moved to the Black Dome and looked back. "Mr. Lu Yi, come here." Lu Ye's combined attack was completely ignored by the person using the true scripture of Aeon evolution. Their combined attack was rumored to be able to block an attack with a power level of 900,000. It was completely useless. The two were dumbfounded, and when they heard Lu Yin shout, they quickly retreated to the Black Dome. Xianxia and the other two chased after them. Lu Yin took out the blood-red bell and shook it in front of the trio's shocked gazes. In that instant, everyone seemed to see a large hand pressing down from above, replacing the sky, the universe, and the limits of their imaginations. It was the head inquisitor. By the time Xianxia and the other two reacted, Lu Yin's group had already disappeared from the Black Dome. They had left Chaos God Mountain. Xianxia coughed up blood as he stared at the empty Black Dome. He was unwilling to accept this outcome. They actually got away. Chase after them. The two figures did not move. Xianxia looked at them. One of them spoke up. "This kid has the head inquisitor's warrant, so it's useless to chase after them. If it weren't for the warrant's indiscriminate suppression, you and I would both be in danger. This kid has a complicated background, so we can't touch him for now. Are we just going to let it go like this? I've never suffered such humiliation before." Xianxia raged. "You didn't say anything about us, did you?" one of them asked. Xianxia replied unhappily, "Of course I didn't. How could a child try to control me?" His eyes flashed as he continued, "But he did find out something. I don't know how he found it." "What is it?" Xianxia frowned. He found out about the Liu clan and found out that Chaos God Mountain was involved in the assassination of Big Sis mercenary group. In addition, you guys attacked just now, and the Aeon evolution true scripture was recognized. He's certain that Chaos God Mountain is related to the Mastiff Regiment. "How did he find out about the Liu clan?" one of the figures asked curiously. Xianxia shook his head. "I don't know. Aside from you and me, everyone else who knows about this matter is probably dead. Even Fu He from your Mastiff Regiment died at his hands. I don't know how he found out either, but he's definitely certain that Chaos God Mountain is related to the Mastiff Regiment. He'll find out the truth about that matter sooner or later." We can't wait any longer. Contact the Day-Night Clan and the Sword Sect and bring the plan forward, one of the figures said. It was the person who had been suppressing Mr. Lu Yi. There's no need to rush. He can't find out about you, Songzhou said. The figure's gaze turned cold. It's only a matter of time. In outer space, a group of giants was flying around. Lu Yefei and Mr. Lu Yi headed east to return to the giant financial group. Lu Yin sat on a giant's shoulder with an ugly expression on his face. He had failed, and he had never thought that Chaos God Mountain would have such a deep connection to the Mastiff Regiment. The Mastiff Regiment had definitely been one of the people who had attacked just now, not the home of the gods. The Mastiff Regiment's usage of the Ian Evolution True Scripture had left Lu Yin helpless. Who was the other person? Lu Yefei and Mr. Lu Yi felt depressed as well, as they had been suppressed. Mr. Lu Yi looked at Lu Yin. The person who fought with me was definitely not as simple as he seemed. He already found the location of my astral vortex, but he didn't attack because he was warning me that even in the cosmic tree realm, such an expert doesn't exist at the 3rd tribulation level. Even someone at the 5th tribulation level might not be able to find the location of my astral vortex. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. That person was hiding his strength? Definitely, Mr. Lu Yi said confidently. Ms. Fei Hua stared at Lu Yin. What did that person use? Not only did he ignore our combined attacks, but he also weakened my own strength. The Ian Evolution True Scripture. I've mentioned it to you before, Lu Yin casually replied and then ignored Lu Yefei and Mr. Lu Yefei. He felt that this matter was becoming more and more complicated, and it definitely had something to do with Big Sis's mercenary group being hunted down. Who was involved in that matter? What was their goal? An elder from Chaos God Mountain could easily deal with Big Sis's mercenary group, so why did they have to go through the Leo clan? And why didn't they kill them all? The Mastiff Regiment and Chaos God Mountain. Lu Yin knew that his actions against Chaos God Mountain might have triggered something. If Tai Yixing hadn't told him about the Leo clan, he wouldn't have known what was going on. Big Sis's mercenary group wasn't important, what was important was Leon's armada behind them. Could the Mastiff Regiment have joined forces with Chaos God Mountain to attack Leon's armada? Lu Yin couldn't sit still any longer and immediately contacted Sage Leon. The call connected, and he shouted, "Brat, it took you so long to contact me. Are you looking down on me? Be careful, or I'll hang you up and beat you." Lu Yin picked his ear. "Captain, there's something troublesome." "What does that have to do with me?" "Go die if you want," Heizage Leon scolded. Another voice sounded out. "Please be more polite. Little Seven will be frightened." Frightened my ass. He even came to that place. What else can scare him? Little Seven is still young. Alright, get out. You change your appearance every day. Don't make yourself disappear one day. Lu Yin listened to the conversation on the other end and felt helpless. He couldn't interrupt even if he wanted to, so he could only wait. "Brat, why are you looking for me?" Heizage Leon asked. Lu Yin gravely replied, "I poked a hornet's nest." "Who did you poke?" Leon's interest was piqued. Lu Yin replied, "Chaos God Mountain." Heizage Leon fell silent for a moment before exploding with rage. "Brat, are you making fun of me? It's just Chaos God Mountain, and you're making it sound so mysterious." Lu Yin recounted what had happened, and this time, Heizage Leon's tone changed. "Two experts, and one of them is definitely the Mastiff Regiment's captain. That treacherous Ember is the only emissary in the Mastiff Regiment, and he can even fight against a powerhouse with a power level of 700,000. I don't know who the other one is, but was the Leo clan ordered by Chaos God Mountain? Alright, I'll go destroy Chaos God Mountain." "Captain, that's not the main point. Chaos God Mountain doesn't have any grudges with Big Sis, so why did they attack? And through the Leo family? Were they really instructed by the group? Then why didn't they attack on their own? If not for someone coincidentally overhearing Koketeshi's words, this matter would have remained hidden forever. Chaos God Mountain wouldn't say anything either." "It's strange," Lu Yin said. Heizage Leon seemed to have thought of something. There was a rumor that the current master of Chaos God Mountain was from the Longevity Squadron. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and a thought flashed through his mind. He seemed to have thought of something, but he quickly forgot about it. No one believed that rumor, and it only spread to a few people back then. How is it related to the Longevity Squadron now? I'll make a trip to Chaos God Mountain and personally interrogate the Tsang universe, Xianxia said. Luin remembered and hurriedly said, "It's the Longevity Squadron." "Captain, it's the Longevity Squadron." "What Longevity Squadron?" Xianxia did not understand. Luin gritted his teeth. The Longevity Squadron paid a visit to Chaos God Mountain a few days ago. They wanted to use our connections to find some fugitives to explore the cosmic sea. I didn't care at the time, so I had Xianxia send a group of fugitives to chase them away. Now, it seems like the incident at Chaos God Mountain might have originated from there. Xianxia snorted. If it really is the Longevity Squadron, then I'll definitely destroy that bastard. That bastard seems to be on good terms with me, but he actually stabbed me in the back. Captain, wait for my news. I'll get to the bottom of this, and then we'll get our revenge, Luin said. Xianxia grunted. Your words make me feel good. Alright, I'll wait for you. He then ended the call. Luin felt strange. Why did this sound like a fight? In the Outerverse, on Xenu Star, Wangwen once again met someone from the Autumn Frost family. It was a beautiful middle-aged woman who looked gentle, but her words were sharp and threatening. Where's your alliance leader? Tell him to come see me. He's just a junior, and my Autumn Frost family's ancestor can kill him with a single breath. He probably won't dare to come out, the woman mocked. Wangwen felt a headache coming on. The Sixth Mainland's 3 forefathers were obstructing them. Even though the Sixth Mainland was still stronger than the Fifth Mainland in terms of absolute strength, they were much more apprehensive now. The Autumn Frost clan had not made a move directly because of their apprehensions, and also because they had not found DFA and the others. Wangwen was thinking about what Luin had said before. Would it be possible to start a war with the Autumn Frost family and divert their attention? It was too dangerous. No matter how wary the Sixth Mainland was of the Fifth Mainland, once a war broke out, the Outerverse and even the Innerverse would be crushed. What a dilemma. He couldn't help scratching his head. Kid, I'm talking to you. The middle-aged woman stared at Wangwen. Hurry up and release young Master Autumn Frost, Uncle Hua, and that DFA. Then, apologize to my Autumn Frost family and withdraw from the Outerverse. Then, my Autumn Frost family will forget about this matter. As I said before, the Autumn Frost family has nothing to do with my Great Eastern Alliance, said Wangwen. The beautiful middle-aged woman was enraged, and her eyes were filled with killing intent. It seems like the Great Eastern Alliance really wants to start a war with my Autumn Frost clan. I hope that you have someone strong enough to stop the Patriarch. At the very least, let the Patriarch enjoy himself to his heart's content. She then turned around and left. There were emissaries on Xenu Star, so she could not act recklessly. Otherwise, she would have destroyed the planet long ago. At that moment, Wangwen received a message from his gadget. He glanced at it, and his expression changed. He hurriedly shouted, "Senior, please wait." The middle-aged woman turned around and gave Wangwen an unfriendly look. Wangwen smiled sincerely. Senior, I found your family's disciples." The woman glared at him. "You still dare to say that your Great Eastern Alliance didn't capture them?" Wangwen replied seriously and sincerely, "The Hall of Honor found them. It has nothing to do with my Great Eastern Alliance." Half a day later, Wangwen sighed and sat down in exhaustion. He had finally sent them off. Autumn Frost Qing, Uncle Hua, DFA, and the others had been returned to the Autumn Frost family. No matter how the Autumn Frost family reacted, Wangwen was certain that the Hall of Honor had found them. Uncle Hua was about to explode from anger. Wangwen had insisted that this matter had nothing to do with the Great Eastern Alliance. Even if Autumn Frost Qing claimed that Luin had injured them, Wangwen had said that it was an illusion. In any case, it had nothing to do with the Great Eastern Alliance, and they had no proof. As for how the Autumn Frost family would react in the future, that was a matter for the future. They could not start a war now. Uncle Hua immediately contacted Luin. "What's going on? How did Chaos God Mountain disappear again?" Luin was helpless. An expert saved the Tsang universe. There's nothing we can do about it. We can't stop them. What about the flying willow leaves? Those are two absolute experts with power levels over 700,000. How can you not stop them? We can't. What's the situation? Wang Wen was much more serious now. If even the flying willow leaves could not stop them, then the situation was extremely serious. Lu Yin had nothing to hide from Wang Wen. Wang Wen listened to Lu Yin's words and continued, if it's just to deal with Leon's armada, is there a need to be so secretive? And if it's related to the Longevity Squadron, then it's even stranger. The Nightmare Squadron and the Longevity Squadron should be able to fight against Leon's armada. Why is Chaos God Mountain involved? And why is it that they secretly used the Leo family? It doesn't make sense. That's what I want to investigate, Lu Yin said. Wang Wen said, unless there's an even bigger scheme behind all of this, and there's someone controlling everything. You have to be careful. This matter is not simple. I know. That's why I've decided to go to the Lesser Thousand Flow Zone and look for the Starsabel sect. Wang Wen frowned. Before the truth is revealed, everyone is suspicious. The Starsabel sect is no exception. Let's go investigate first. I have the flying willow leaves and a body full of external items, so safety shouldn't be an issue. If even that can't protect me, then there's no difference whether I go or not. Right, help me find Xianxia, Lu Yin said. Wang Wen raised his brows. That swindler? Lu Yin replied, he's not a swindler. If we find him, we might be able to find out who he is. He had attacked Chaos God Mountain, and now that he had failed, Lu Yin did not know if the Tsang universe would expose this matter. Logically speaking, that should not be the case. Otherwise, Lu Yin would not be able to explain who had saved him. If an expert with a power level of 700,000 could not stop the flying willow leaves and the flying willow leaves were helping Chaos God Mountain, then that would not be a good thing for the Tsang universe. The Innerverse would also be on guard against him. It was unlikely that the Tsang universe would expose him, but the Tsang universe would definitely think of a way to secretly bewitch the leaders of the 8 great flow zones into opposing him, which would not be good for Lu Yin. Lu Yin kept thinking about this problem on his way to the giant financial group. However, when he reached the giant financial group, he could not think of a solution. The only solution was to secretly destroy the Tsang universe, but the Tsang universe would not give him another chance. Qin Kong was very vexed. Lu Yin had previously planned to take control of Chaos God Mountain, but he had not approved of it. Now that the plan had failed, it meant that the giant financial group could no longer rely on Chaos God Mountain's strength to protect themselves. Chaos God Mountain might even take the initiative to expose the giant, which would be a disaster. The expeditionary army might be the first to act. When he saw Lu Yin, Qin Kong's expression turned ugly, but he did not dare to say anything. Chaos God Mountain was no longer helping them, and they could not rely on the other powers of the Innerverse. The only ones they could rely on were Lu Yin and the Great Eastern Alliance. Now that Lu Yin had attacked Chaos God Mountain and taken control of it, the giant financial group would no longer rely on Chaos God Mountain to rely on Lu Yin. Now that Lu Yin had failed, the giant financial group would have to rely on Lu Yin even more. From the moment that Lu Yin had decided to take action, the giant financial group would no longer be able to escape. This guy's goal from the beginning couldn't have been the giant financial group, right? Qin Kong maliciously guessed. Lu Yin did not have the time to care about what Qin Kong was thinking. He had come to the giant financial group to send the giant back. As for whether or not the giant financial group would submit to him, there was no need to think about it. They had no other choice, and there was no room for discussion. Alliance Master Lu, someone from Shamrock Enterprises wishes to see you. Ling Yan was in charge of receiving Lu Yin and waiting for his orders. Who is it? Lu Yin asked. Shamrock Enterprises Innerverse CEO's secret technique, Yan, Ling Yan replied. Let him come, Lu Yin said calmly. Yan soon arrived behind Ling Yan. When he saw Lu Yin, he bowed respectfully. Yan greets Alliance Master Lu. Lu Yin looked at him. Did you bring the item? Yan glanced at Ling Yan, who hurriedly retreated. After Ling Yan left, Yan took out an exquisite bottle that emitted a cold aura. This bottle was made of an unknown material, and even Lu Yin's cold aura, which was comparable to that of an enlighter's, was unable to freeze the bottle. Luin took the bottle and felt a chill. This cold aura could freeze an ordinary enlighter, but to Luin, it was nothing more than cold air. Luin opened the bottle and saw a round object covered in spikes. He was stunned. Is this an astral origin pill? Yen replied, yes. The astral origin pill is not directly consumed. Instead, it is used like a power vessel and can temporarily break through the astral source universe. Why is there only one? Yen took out 2 more bottles that emitted cold auras and handed them to Luin. Luin looked at the astral origin pill and saw that the number of rune lines was exaggerated, and it had a power level of more than 500,000. It was no wonder why it could break through the astral source universe. Although it had such a high power level, it was still an inanimate object. Luin did not understand how this thing had been made. Your Shamrock Enterprises is quite capable to be able to make something like this, Luin casually commented as he glanced at Yen. Yen did not reply, as he knew that the more he spoke, the more mistakes he would make in front of Luin. Luin was disappointed. Alright, leave the items here. You may leave. Yen respectfully excused himself. He did not care about the agreement between Luin and Balsam, as he had only come to deliver the items. Hold on, Luin suddenly called out to Yen. Yen was puzzled. Is there anything else, Alliance Leader Lu? How did Yumu get his hands on astral origin pills? And more than one? Luin asked curiously. This was not something that someone of Yumu's level should have access to, and even the woman who had tried to kill Yumu had not known about it. Yen replied, Yumu has been with Shamrock Enterprises for many years, and he knows everything that he should know. We have not hidden anything from him. You trust him so much, but you still killed him? Luin sneered. Yen fell silent. Luin waved a hand, and Yen retreated. Lu Yen's mood improved slightly as he looked at the pills in his hand. He picked one up and studied it over and over again, but he could not figure out how such a small thing could be so powerful that it could break through the astral source universe. Could it be that pyrolite had been added to it? Thank you, Brother Ai Xing. Can't sleep enough is enough. I'll be updating in a few days. Thank you for your support. End of chapter 1618. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.